Chapter 1: The Arrival of Dual Systems. The infinite consumption system has been activated. By consuming spiritual jade, one can acquire consumption points. Consumption points can be exchanged for talents, insights, physique, and more. In a dilapidated stone cottage, Tang Tion sat by the window, his expression a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from his unexpected arrival in this realm, along with the acquisition of an extraordinary system. According to the description of the infinite consumption system, engaging in regular consumption would yield corresponding consumption points. These points could then be exchanged for various levels of talents, physique, enlightenment opportunities, and other remarkable divine artifacts. If he could successfully redeem these, his path of cultivation would be smooth and unimpeded. However, after searching every nook and cranny of his being, he found not a single coin. Consume? With no money at all, should he rely on his face to make purchases? Sigh. Tang Tion let out a wistful breath. He had just finished merging all his previous memories. This was a world of cultivation, with 9 significant realms: Shi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, out-of-body, integration, tribulation passing, and ascension. Each elevation in realm would drastically enhance one's power. Yet, Tang Tion was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, a lowly servant disciple within the Qinghua sect. His talent was so abysmal that he could not even spark a single spiritual ring, placing him at the bottom tier among the servant disciples. Tang Tion glanced at the exchange table within the system. A single ring talent could be redeemed for just 1 consumption point. However, obtaining 1 consumption point required consuming 10,000 low-grade spiritual jades. Where could he procure 10,000 spiritual jades? His monthly allowance was a mere 10 low-grade spiritual jades. After being deducted by the overseer, swindled by the head servants, and robbed by bullies, he was left with nothing. Just yesterday, he had been completely stripped of his spiritual jades and beaten, which had ultimately led to his demise and the opportunity for his soul to traverse into the current Tang Tion. How can I acquire money? Though my appearance is decent, alas, I lack a wealthy patron's contact list. Tang Tion scratched his head at a loss for what to do. Without spiritual jades, the system was little more than a decorative item. Yet, just as he was lamenting his financial plight, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The consumption increment system has been successfully bound. When the host possesses sufficient spiritual jades, consumption will not only cease to diminish, but will increase. Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Another system? He quickly became exhilarated and began to investigate. This newly arrived system was remarkably straightforward as long as he possessed enough spiritual jades. Upon completing a consumption act, not only would there be no depletion, but he would also gain additional spiritual jades. Tang Tion couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With this system, his future spiritual jades would essentially be limitless, coupled with the infinite consumption system. Goodness, wouldn't that render him invincible? Desire as many consumption points as one wishes, and they shall be granted. Within the system, those extraordinary items can all be exchanged. Tang Tion once again glanced at the exchange list of the system. Firstly, concerning talents. First ring talent, 1 consumption point. Second ring talent, 10 consumption points. Third ring talent, 100 consumption points. Child of the heavenly path, 10 trillion consumption points. Child of chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Next, regarding physique. First grade physique, 1 consumption point. Second grade physique, 10 consumption points. Third grade physique, 100 consumption points. Innate sacred body, Tao fetus, 10 trillion consumption points. Eternal chaos body, 100 trillion consumption points. Then pertaining to comprehension. 1 instance of ordinary enlightenment, 100 consumption points. 1 instance of preliminary enlightenment, 1,000 consumption points. 1 instance of intermediate enlightenment, 10,000 consumption points. 1 instance of chaotic level enlightenment, 100 trillion consumption points. In addition, there are celestial fortunes, cosmic primal powers, and universal laws, divine items that sound exceedingly formidable. However, their prices are exorbitantly high, rendering them beyond current consideration. At present, the most feasible options for exchange are talents, physique, and comprehension. This already fills Tang Tion with immense satisfaction, for he can vividly envision his radiant future. With a system that not only retains but increases consumption points, accumulating sufficient points is merely a matter of time. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tion finally managed to calm his excited heart. His next primary task is to determine how to spend his points. What a delightful endeavor it is. Yet, the prerequisite for spending is, of course, possessing wealth. Currently, he is devoid of even a single coin. After some contemplation, Tang Tion rose and approached the bedside, retrieving a small cloth pouch from the crevice of the bedhead. Upon untying the pouch, a black-gray ceramic vial came into view. Opening the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. This is a bottle of nourishing yuan dan. As a mere servant disciple of the Qingyue sect, each month, besides receiving 10 low-grade spirit jade, he is also allotted a bottle of ordinary, nourishing yuan dan for daily cultivation. Each bottle is worth 2 low-grade spirit jades. Yesterday, the bullies extorted all his spirit jades, but overlooked this bottle of nourishing yuan dan. Yet for Tang Tion, it is a precious sea capital. It can certainly be sold for at least 1 low-grade spirit jade. But where to sell it? Soon, a name surfaced in his memory, Jinyu Tang. This is a trading venue exclusively for cultivators, where many disciples of Qingyue sect procure necessary elixirs, spiritual tools, and other cultivation resources. They also provide appraisal and recycling services for cultivators. You shall do, Tang Tion decisively resolved, intending to liquidate the nourishing yuan dan in his possession and set both systems into motion. He has no desire to relive his former life, in my recollection, my former self was not only subjected to incessant bullying, but also to an exhausting daily grind. Such days held no redeeming qualities worth cherishing. A traveler from another realm. I cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of my kin. Can I? With this determination, Tang Tion tucked the nourishing yuan pill into his bosom and departed from the stone dwelling, setting his course towards the illustrious Golden Jade Hall. Throughout his journey, he maintained a vigilant demeanor, lacking even the inclination to admire the picturesque surroundings that resembled a painted landscape. This was not due to a fear of the pill being stolen, but rather a deep-seated concern of inadvertently attracting the ire of those whose wrath should be avoided at all costs. In this world of cultivation, he was unwilling to jeopardize his existence so soon after his arrival due to any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, after approximately half an hour, Tang Tion arrived at his intended destination without incident. Before him stood a magnificently adorned pavilion, with the characters Golden Jade Hall boldly inscribed in a vigorous script, suspended high above the entrance. At the grand doorway, numerous cultivators were seen entering and exiting, predominantly disciples of the Qingyue sect. Tang Tion hesitated not a moment longer and confidently stepped inside. The 2 cardinal rules of the Qingyue sect were as follows. Betrayers of the sect shall be executed. Those who unjustly harm their fellow disciples shall be executed. Chapter 2. An extraordinary individual. The interior of Jinyu Tang was vast, adorned with a plethora of cultivation resources that dazzled the eye. Practitioners paused to converse, selecting their coveted treasures. Tang Tion, however, did not linger. He proceeded directly to the counter and sought out an available attendant. He approached with the intention of engaging in dialogue. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice filled with surprise suddenly interrupted him. Tang Tion. Taken aback, Tang Tion turned to face the source of the voice. It was a woman clad in a white long robe, her countenance striking, with 3 shimmering silver trims adorning her sleeves, signifying her status as an inner disciple. Who are you? Tang Tion's expression reflected his confusion. The woman seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Her demeanor, however, caused her brows to furrow in discontent. Tang Tion, although we have had our differences in the past, there is no need for you to feign ignorance, she remarked coolly. Tang Tion's frown deepened. This woman appeared far from benevolent. He delved into his memories, and soon, her image crystallized in his mind. Her name was Linyu, his childhood sweetheart, and they had both entered the Qingyue sect together. In truth, it was Tang Tion who had forsaken his previous life to accompany Linyu into the sect. He once believed that no matter where they were, they could joyfully share their lives. Alas, reality proved to be merciless. While Tang Tion's cultivation talent was insufficient to activate even the first ring, Linyu possessed the innate brilliance of a 5-ring genius. Upon entering the sect, she swiftly ascended to become an outer disciple, while Tang Tion was relegated to the ranks of the lowest servants. Yet, during that time, their bond remained strong. Linyu cared little for Tang Tion's status, and he unwaveringly supported her, relinquishing all his cultivation resources and toiling at various jobs to ensure she could progress further in her path. Eventually,
After a year, Lin Yu rose through the ranks, successfully passing her assessments to become a distinguished inner disciple. However, when Tang Tion approached to congratulate her, he received a message that would forever scar his heart. Tiangu, we are not of the same world, destined to be apart. Rather than tormenting each other in the future, it would be better to part ways today. I am progressing, what about you? These words shattered the young man's spirit. From that moment onward, he became silent, timid, and too frightened to resist the bullying he faced, ultimately leading to his demise. After reflecting on this memory, Tang Tion's gaze toward Lin Yu shifted significantly. The first sword upon landing must sever ties with the one I once cherished, he mused. Indeed, she is no virtuous soul. While he did not fully immerse himself in the memories of his predecessor, he felt no affinity for a woman like Lin Yu. In response to her inquiry, Tang Tion pondered before replying, "It has been over a year since we last met. I simply did not recognize you. You tend to your affairs while I tend to mine, and that is how it shall remain." He had no desire to entangle himself with such a woman. Hastening to spend money was the only path forward. Unfortunately, Lin Yu held a different perspective. "Are you still angry with me?" she inquired. "I admit, my words were somewhat harsh at the time. However, disregarding the facts, was there not some truth in what I said? If we were to continue this way, it would be a tremendous harm to both of us, hence my decision." Tang Tion curled his lips, rendered speechless to the utmost degree. "What is there to discuss if we do not address the facts? Do not overthink it. I have already forgotten those matters. Just take care of yourself, all right?" He replied bluntly. Engaging in conversation with such a woman was the most futile endeavor. One might fear that even if she committed heinous acts, she would perceive herself as blameless. Upon hearing Tang Tion's response, Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly surprised that his reaction diverged from her expectations. At that moment, a female companion beside her approached. "Lin Yu, is this the one who pursued you in the past?" The woman scrutinized Tang Tion from head to toe, her disdain unmistakable. "He truly is ordinary yet self-assured. What right does he have to pursue you? Be cautious. Men like him are often the most scheming, always finding ways to appear before you. Perhaps today's encounter was his long-planned scheme." Her scorn had morphed into contempt, a palpable malice enveloping the atmosphere. In response to the affront from someone who had once been her childhood friend, Lin Yu sighed gently and said, "Feng Fei, enough. I understand." Tang Tion stood at the counter, the words speechless emblazoned across his forehead. It is not the abundance of oddities that concerns one, but the clustering of them. Indeed, he had ventured out without consulting the auspicious calendar, only to encounter these two exceptional specimens. Even exchanging a few words with them felt like an affront to his dignity. Exhaling deeply, Tang Tion turned to the attendant at Jinyutang. "Hello, I would like to sell something." The attendant, having observed the unfolding drama with a bemused smile, inquired, "What do you wish to sell?" Tang Tion produced the nourishing pill he had been holding. Yet, as soon as it was revealed, a derisive laugh erupted. "My heavens! Can such trash even be sold at Jinyutang? Haha, just how impoverished can he be?" Feng Fei guffawed, mocking him openly. Even Lin Yu reverted to her earlier demeanor. Speaking calmly, "Tang Tion, if you are in need of spiritual jade, do let me know. After all, we are acquainted. I would not refuse to assist you." Tang Tion could not help but rub his forehead, exclaiming, "Is it truly impossible for you to remain silent? I shall attend to my matters, and you to yours. Without interference, all right?" He was genuinely exasperated, even resorting to exclamatory utterances. Although Lin Yu did not comprehend his exclamations, she understood Tang Tion's demeanor, which was marked by an unmistakable aversion. With a cold snort, she turned away, choosing to ignore him. However, Feng Fei continued to gaze at him with a mocking demeanor. Tang Tion shook his head, utterly perplexed by the misdeeds of his former self that had led him to encounter such individuals. The transaction proceeded. The shop assistant examined the Yanyuan Dan and remarked, "The quality of this elixir is quite inferior. I can offer you no more than one piece of low-grade spiritual jade." Upon seeing the Yanyuan Dan, his demeanor grew somewhat brusque. Tang Tion remained indifferent. His sole desire was to swiftly acquire the spiritual jade. "Very well, I shall sell it." Before long, he obtained a piece of low-grade spiritual jade. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the assistant once more. "I would like to use this piece of spiritual jade to repurchase it." The assistant was momentarily taken aback, and even Feng Fei was astonished by Tang Tion's actions. Selling only to repurchase? What kind of logic was that? The assistant, still in a daze, retorted angrily, "Are you jesting with me?" Tang Tion maintained his composure and replied, "I simply wish to make a purchase. If not, would you kindly assist me in finding something worth one piece of spiritual jade?" The assistant was flabbergasted. It was his first encounter with such an eccentric customer. Annoyed, he stated, We do not have any low-grade items valued at 1 piece of spiritual jade. If you insist on purchasing, I can only offer you half a vial of Yanyuan Dan. With that, he poured out half of the elixir from the previous vial. The same Yanyuan Dan, which had been sold for 1 piece of spiritual jade, could now only buy half a vial. Under normal circumstances, no one would engage in such a transaction. Yet Tang Tion wore a subtle smile. That works. He promptly placed down the spiritual jade and swiftly retrieved the half vial of Yanyuan Dan, as though fearing the assistant might renege. This maneuver elicited an exclamation of astonishment from Feng Fei. Lin Yu, it turns out he is not only a miser, but also somewhat deranged. Not only Feng Fei, but even the shop assistants of Jinyu Tang and several nearby cultivators could not help but cast sideways glances. It was indeed their first encounter with such a seller. Yet, Tang Tion's smile only broadened, for the system's notification had resonated in his mind. You have completed a transaction within the normal trading range, earning 0.0001 consumption points. You successfully consumed 1 piece of low-grade spiritual jade, triggering a consumption refund, granting you an additional 2 pieces of low-grade spiritual jade. Gazing at the 2 pieces of low-grade spiritual jade quietly resting in his system space, Tang Tion felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, amid various astonished gazes, he placed the 2 pieces of spiritual jade on the counter. Now, I would like an entire vial of Yanyuan Dan. Chapter 3. Peculiar transactions. It seemed as though he was engaging in a rather novel endeavor. Tang Tion's eccentric spending habits immediately captured the attention of those around him. They were intrigued, eager to discern his intentions. However, the attendant at Jinyu Tang grew increasingly irate. Are you truly jesting with me? You can easily purchase a full bottle. Yet you insist on buying half a bottle first, and then a full one. This can be preliminarily classified as a provocation. Nevertheless, Tang Tion remained unfazed and remarked, "It is merely a transaction. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another." The attendant squinted. After all, the customer was still a customer, and facilitating trade was his duty. Despite his annoyance, he retrieved a vial of Yanyuan Dan, and the transaction proceeded smoothly. For pieces of lower-grade spirit jade materialized within the system space, Tang Tion extracted them all and placed them once more upon the counter. 2 bottles of Yanyuan Dan, he stated calmly. You, the attendant exclaimed. Could you not purchase 3 bottles at once? What manner of shopper are you? Tang Tion felt exasperated. He too wished to acquire 3 bottles, but due to the system's regulations, one must possess sufficient spirit jade to make such a purchase. Thus, he had no choice but to make the attendant run multiple errands. My apologies for the inconvenience, Tang Tion said. The attendant, though frustrated, begrudgingly presented 2 more vials of Yanyuan Dan, completing the transaction once again. 8 pieces of lower-grade spirit jade were now in hand. Just as Tang Tion prepared to continue his dealings, Feng Fei interjected once more. I understand now, she declared loudly. Your intent is not merely to transact. You aim to attract our attention through these peculiar antics, do you not? How amusingly novel, yet we are not fools. We can see through your ruse effortlessly. The more you persist, the more we shall detest you. Feng Fei crossed her arms, adopting an expression that conveyed her perception of his motives. Tang Tion responded, somewhat incredulously. Can you not take yourself too seriously? Do you genuinely believe the world revolves around you? I am purchasing my own items. Your opinions are of no consequence. Please refrain from projecting your inferior character onto others. He could no longer endure it. Some individuals seemed to think the entire world was composed of sycophants, performing solely for their amusement. It baffled him how such a mindset could develop. However, Feng Fei merely chuckled and replied, Continue your charade. I am curious to see how long you can maintain it. What could a mere servant-disciple possibly have in terms of spirit jade? I shall wait for the moment you slip up. At that juncture, Lin Yu also cast her gaze in his direction. Judging by her expression, her thoughts mirrored those of Feng Fei. Tang Tion, disinterested in their banter, placed the 8 pieces of spirit jade upon the counter. For bottles of Yanyuan Dan, he stated. The attendant rolled his eyes, reluctantly retrieving 4 vials of the elixir. The transaction was completed, and 16 pieces of lower-grade spirit jade were added to his collection. 8 bottles. Tang Tion maintained a composed demeanor as he continued with the transaction. 16 bottles. 32 bottles. Before long, the counter before Tang Tion was filled with nourishing elixirs, numbering in the hundreds. The onlookers grew increasingly numerous, and the attendant's attitude began to shift alongside the increasing quantity of elixirs. When Tang Tion mentioned the figure of 500 bottles, the previous disdain and impatience displayed by the attendant had completely vanished. This young hero's order is rather substantial. The counter cannot accommodate it all. I shall need to retrieve more from the back, the attendant remarked with great courtesy. Tang Tion nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, a large box of nourishing elixirs was brought forth and placed upon the counter. The transaction was completed, and Tang Tion's inventory of spirit jade had successfully surpassed 1,000. Moreover, the system, exhibiting remarkable user-friendliness, automatically converted a sufficient amount of low-grade spirit jade into mid-grade spirit jade. One piece of mid-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. After surpassing the threshold of 1,000 spirit jade, he refrained from purchasing any further nourishing elixirs, as they were merely basic potions with limited utility. Additionally, carrying an excessive quantity would be quite inconvenient. With such an abundance of spirit jade now at his disposal, he could set his sights on treasures of a superior quality. However, just as he paused, Fang Fei resumed her taunting. "Ha ha ha, out of money are we?" she exclaimed, her face brimming with smugness. "I knew it. You were merely seeking our attention. Keep pretending. Why have you stopped? Men are often like this, indulging in the folly of putting on a brave front." Tang Tion sighed, lacking the motivation to even respond. One should never attempt to engage in debate with the base-minded, for they will only drag you down to their level and defeat you with their vast experience. Nonetheless, Tang Tion's silence did not prevent others from speaking up. Fang Fei's final remark incited the ire of several onlookers. "Hey, mind your words. Just because you've encountered a few foolish individuals, do not presume that everyone else is the same. Do not hold yourself in such high regard," the crowd retorted. Faced with the public's reproach, Fang Fei grew even more arrogant. "What am I wrong? He is nothing more than a mere servant. His ability to produce a few hundred pieces of spirit jade is merely a stroke of luck. Purchasing a pile of nourishing elixirs in such a manner is nothing but a deliberate act." "A bunch of fools," the crowd exclaimed in indignation. "He can buy whatever he wishes. What business is it of yours? Just walk away. What of being a servant disciple? Who says that all servant disciples lack spirit jade? Indeed, many scions of great families begin their journeys as servant disciples. I see that this brother possesses such an aura." The crowd continued to argue. Witnessing so many daring to defy her notions, Fang Fei shouted in frustration, "What a joke. In a grand family of disciples, who among them does not harbor millions of spirit jade, capable of serving as mere menial labor? Today, I dare to wager with you, let it not be millions. But if he can produce even 10,000 spirit jade, I shall kneel and apologize." As Fang Fei became increasingly agitated, Lin Yu hastily tugged at her. Yet her efforts proved futile. However, she did not believe that Tang Tion could muster 10,000 spirit jade. She was well aware of his circumstances, and even the possession of a few hundred spirit jade astonished her greatly. The clamor of dispute continued unabated. Yet, Tang Tion found no inclination to engage. After a moment of contemplation, he requested a list of goods from the attendant. The list was a dazzling array of resources and treasures essential for cultivators. After a brief glance, he selected the items he wished to purchase. A low-grade longsword was priced at 1,000 spirit jade. The very notion of acquiring a spiritual weapon had been beyond Tang Tion's imagination in the past, but now it was well within his reach. "This one will suffice," Tang Tion declared. The attendant glanced at him, instantly taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been purchasing the most basic nourishing elixirs. Yet now he was suddenly eyeing high-grade merchandise. The attendant struggled to comprehend Tang Tion's intentions. Soon, the long sword was placed upon the counter. When Tang Tion produced 10 medium-grade spirit jade in a single motion, laughter erupted from the crowd. Didn't you say he was out of money? Just wait and see. I believe this brother is far from ordinary." Fang Fei pressed her lips together. 1,000 spirit jade represented 2 months of her allowance, and she wondered if this lowly servant truly possessed 10,000 spirit jade. A flicker of unease stirred within her, yet her verbal prowess could not falter. "It's merely 1,000, she retorted. "Just wait and see." Chapter 4. The punishment of impulsiveness within the wooden sword case. A remarkably exquisite longsword lay in silent repose. "Feel free to give it a try," the attendant beamed, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous attitude. However, Tang Tion had no intention of testing the sword. Instead, he perused the list of goods once more, this time directing his gaze towards the elixir offerings. Superior Qi Cultivation Pill, 100 Spirit Stones per vial. Superior Body Refinement Pill, 100 Spirit Stones per vial. Superior Qi Refinement Pill, 200 Spirit Stones per vial. Superior Foundation Establishment Pill, 1,000 Spirit Stones per vial. These were the quintessential elixirs essential for cultivation during the Qi refinement stage. The realm of cultivation is one where strength reigns supreme. Despite possessing a dual system and the promise of limitless spirit stones and extraordinary talent in the future, Tang Tion understood that these advantages could not be immediately translated into combat prowess. He needed to prepare for his future cultivation endeavors. I will take 20 vials of the superior Qi cultivation pill, Tang Tion declared. Certainly. The attendant responded with enthusiasm, swiftly procuring the elixirs and placing them before Tang Tion. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and the spirit stones within the system had now reached 4,000. Next, I would like 40 vials of the superior body refinement pill. Tang Tion continued nonchalantly, parting with 4,000 spirit stones without the slightest hint of regret upon his countenance. Panic began to well up within Feng Fei. Could it be that this individual truly possessed 10,000 spirit stones? The stakes among cultivators were not to be trifled with. If she were to lose, she would be compelled to kneel and apologize to Tang Tion. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Feng Fei clenched her fists, fervently hoping that Tang Tion's wallet was indeed empty. Yet, reality was not aligned with her wishes. I will also take 40 vials of the superior Qi cultivation pill and 20 vials of the superior Qi refinement pill, Tang Tion stated calmly. Very well. The attendant promptly dashed to the backroom storage, as these more precious elixirs were only displayed in limited quantities at the counter. Moments later, the superior Qi refinement pills were in hand, and the transaction was complete. Haha, brother, you are impressive. Observing Tang Tion produce 80 medium-grade spirit stones in one go, the onlookers erupted into laughter, turning their mockery towards Feng Fei. Looks like you've been outmatched. He truly is wealthy. With the 8,000 spirit stones, combined with the previous amounts, he has certainly surpassed 10,000. Haha, kneel and apologize. The crowd's cold remarks directed at Feng Fei sent her into a state of utter disbelief. She had never anticipated that Tang Tion, a mere servant, could possess such wealth, rivaling even that of an inner sect disciple. Lin Yu, too, wore an expression of astonishment, pondering the source of Tang Tion's substantial fortune. Fulfill the wager, urged several young men, also inner sect disciples, pressing the matter further. Feng Fei's complexion turned pale as she instinctively stepped back, seeking an escape, only to find her retreat blocked by others. How can you treat me this way? I am but a weak woman. A disciple stepped forward, sneering. You are no delicate flower. Just now, with merely your words, you managed to contend against a multitude. What is this? When faced with the consequences, you suddenly revert to being a fragile woman? This is not the custom of the cultivation world. Fulfill the wager. The onlookers echoed in agreement. After all, Feng Fei had carelessly launched her verbal assaults, offending nearly all the male cultivators present. Under the pressure from the crowd, Feng Fei's lips turned pale. She simply could not bear the thought of kneeling before a mere servant. Yet, how could such a servant possess a fortune of 10,000 spirit jade? Although it was to be paid in installments, it still amounted to a significant sum. Installments, yes. He was indeed paying in installments. I haven't lost yet. Feng Fei suddenly cried out. I explicitly stated that he must present 10,000 spirit jade in one go for it to count as my defeat. And he is paying in installments. Therefore, I have not lost. She clung to her words as if they were a lifeline, shouting fervently. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering her assertion. Was that truly the stipulation? It seemed to be a matter of simply producing the amount. However, if Feng Fei remained adamant, they could not persist in pressuring her without appearing to bully her. After a moment, the crowd turned their attention to Tang Tion, as if silently inquiring, Brother, shall we continue? Tang Tion wore a serene smile. The atmosphere had escalated to this point. It would be illogical not to proceed. After purchasing the Qi refining pills, his fortune had swelled to 16,000. A mere 10,000 was trivial. Just as he prepared to continue, Lin Yu approached him. Tang Tion, let it go, she said softly. She was simply a bit impulsive. There is no need for her to bear such a burden. For my sake, please do not press on. We can remain friends. Tang Tion turned to her, his gaze unperturbed. First, impulsiveness is no excuse for wrongdoing. If one cannot control their impulses, they must be ready to face the consequences. Second, you hold no leverage with me. Finally, I harbor no interest in cultivating a friendship with you. That is final. With that, Tang Tion disregarded Lin Yu entirely, producing a piece of high-grade spirit jade, stating coolly, 10 bottles of high-grade foundation establishment pills. Splendid. This action immediately sparked a chorus of cheers. Huh, stunned are we? Let us see what excuse you conjure up this time. Fulfill the wager. Or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Heh, even the law enforcement hall would have nothing to say about this. The pressure mounted once more upon Feng Fei. She collapsed to the ground, utterly at a loss for excuses this time. Tears of regret and indignation streamed down her face, betraying her emotions. In the realm of cultivation, tears are of little worth. merely a means to placate the naive youth who have just embarked on their journey. Those present, however, are not swayed by such tactics. Ultimately, amidst the crowd's condemnation, Fang Fei knelt beside Tang Tion, lowering her head and uttering in a barely audible voice, "I'm sorry, I should not have spoken to you that way." Tang Tion shook his head. "False accusations cannot inflict any harm upon me. It is not I to whom you owe an apology, but rather to all those gathered here." Fang Fei offered no response. She appeared resigned to her fate, shifting her position to kneel before the others and bowing her head in apology. "I'm sorry." Upon finishing her words, she rose abruptly, forcefully pushing through the throng, and swiftly exited the Jinyu Hall, ignoring Lin Yu's attempts to halt her. Observing Tang Tion, who remained unfazed and composed, Lin Yu's expression grew exceedingly complex as she remarked, "I have underestimated you. But remember, spiritual jade does not encompass everything. Only strength holds true value. Without sufficient talent for cultivation, you shall forever remain at the bottom. Meanwhile, I will soon qualify for the selection of core disciples. This is the chasm between us. My choices will never be erroneous." Tang Tion shrugged. "You are quite right. Yet, do you not think it more prudent to concern yourself with your friend?" Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Each of Tang Tion's reactions today had far exceeded her expectations, as if he were an entirely different person. "Take care of yourself," she finally retorted before departing. Once she left, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. "Haha, brother, splendid work. I have long found certain individuals intolerable, as if everyone must cater to their whims. Today has been a breath of fresh air. Yet, this is but a minority, most are still decent folk. I believe their exuberance has simply become irksome." The crowd continued to engage in idle chatter before dispersing to their respective affairs. For true cultivators, this was merely a minor episode in the tapestry of life. However, Tang Tion keenly sensed that some unkind gazes had begun to settle upon him. He stroked his chin, realizing that he must devise a strategy to ensure his safe return home. Chapter 5. The Fear of Purchase. After a while, 10 bottles of premium Foundation Establishment pills were placed before Tang Tion. These pills are essential auxiliary elixirs for ordinary cultivators seeking to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Only those possessing a talent level above the 6th rank can transcend the need for such pills, relying solely on their own capabilities to advance. Tang Tion harbored no particular obsession regarding the method of his breakthrough. His primary motivation for acquiring the Foundation Establishment pills was merely to indulge in consumption, amassing consumption points in the process. Upon completing his purchase, he had successfully gained 2 consumption points. However, he naturally had no intention of halting there. "Esteemed guest, would you like to continue?" the attendant inquired, his face beaming with joy. Tang Tion's current expenditure had branded him a significant client, much to the attendant's delight, as larger transactions meant higher commissions for him. Observing the attendant's eager demeanor, Tang Tion smiled and replied, "Of course, I shall continue. My objectives have yet to be fulfilled. However, the forthcoming transactions will likely involve greater sums, so you must be adequately prepared." The attendant's smile widened as he assured, "That is certainly no problem. If you feel uncertain, I can fetch our manager. He possesses far greater authority than I. Introducing major clients also earns him a commission." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion nodded. "Then I shall trouble you with that." The attendant swiftly entered the back room. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe emerged alongside the attendant. "Greetings, fellow cultivator," the middle-aged man smiled, addressing Tang Tion without adopting a superior demeanor despite the apparent disparity in strength and age. "I am Qin Hai, the manager of Jinyu Tang. I heard from Xiao Yin that there were some unpleasant incidents here earlier. I apologize on behalf of Jinyu Tang for the mismanagement." Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. This matter has little to do with you. Let us discuss the transaction instead." Qin Hai nodded, smiling. "You are quite forthright." He then proposed, "Shall we move to the back room for our discussion? I will prepare some tea. It is quieter there." After a moment of consideration, Tang Tion agreed with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a private room in the back of Jinyu Tang, where Qin Hai poured steaming tea, fragrant and inviting, for Tang Tion. "Do give it a taste. This is our specially crafted Lingxin tea," Qin Hai encouraged. Tang Tion acknowledged with a nod, lifting the tea but refraining from taking a sip. Qin Hai chuckled lightly. "I heard from Xiao Yin that your purchasing style is rather unique." Tang Tion set down the teacup. "It is merely a personal habit. Let us delve into the main topic." With that, he resumed perusing the list of goods. Jinyu Tang was a comprehensive commercial association, its operations encompassing nearly every aspect of the cultivation world, offering an extensive array of items. Elixirs, spiritual tools, techniques, talismans, and rare treasures were all included. However, the quality of all the treasures listed was relatively low. The elixirs are classified from levels 1 to 9, with each level further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Among these, the highest is a bottle of 3rd grade upper grade spirit nourishing pill, priced at 100,000 spirit jade. The ranks of spiritual tools and techniques are categorized into 5 tiers: celestial, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and mundane, also with 4 grades each: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. The most precious spiritual tool here is an exquisite heart-guarding mirror of the mundane level, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, priced at 120,000 spirit jade. The most valuable technique is a supreme sword technique of the mundane level, costing 150,000 spirit jade. As for other rare treasures, they are quite similar in value. Are there no higher grade items? Tang Tion inquired. Qinghai hesitated for a moment before replying. There are, but they are exceedingly rare, and I must seek approval first. After all, this branch is primarily meant to serve the majority of ordinary cultivators. Should I consult our hall master? Tang Tion pondered briefly and then shook his head, saying, let's leave it at that for now. As a newcomer, it's best not to attract undue attention from above. The items I desire are quite varied and in considerable quantity. It may require your assistance to make several trips. Additionally, I prefer to trade one by one. I hope you can understand, Tang Tion stated, ensuring Qinghai was mentally prepared. Qinghai, unperturbed, chuckled and replied, everything will proceed according to your preferences. Thus, an extravagant transaction unfolded. Upper grade bone strengthening pill, 500 for a bottle, I want 40 bottles. 2nd grade explosive talismans, only 200 each. I'll take 200 for some fun. 3rd grade purple berry fruit, priced at 11,000 each. I'll have 8 to sample. This flying sword looks good. The upper grade mundane one is only 50,000. I'll take it. In no time, Tang Tion's savings had surpassed 1 million. He could now engage in bulk transactions, setting his sights on the most precious treasures. He acquired 5 bottles of the 100,000 spirit nourishing pills, which nurture the soul and enhance its power. He also purchased the 120,000 heart guarding mirror and the 150,000 wind cleaving sword technique in one go. As the transactions continued, Qinghai, who had initially remained composed, began to feel uneasy. Where did this young master come from? I've witnessed extravagance, but never to this extent. Others at least purchase items they fancy or find useful. This fellow, he buys nearly everything he sees. He doesn't even inquire about functionality or its relevance to him, seemingly guided only by whim. Is your wealth conjured from thin air? As Tang Tion continued to spend lavishly, with an array of items overflowing on the table, Qinghai hurriedly called for a halt. Young master, this should suffice, right? Qinghai said with difficulty. Tang Tion replied, puzzled. What? No more business. Qinghai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and responded, of course not. However, I am merely an overseer, with limited authority over significant sums. Anything exceeding 10 million must be reported to the hall master. Moreover, the inventory in the product list is dwindling. Tang Tion was taken aback. Those who spend fear not. Yet those who earn are apprehensive? What a perplexing situation. He glanced at the system, noting that the quantity of spirit jade had surpassed 10 million, with consumption points exceeding 900. Turning his attention to the product list, he realized that he had purchased all the precious items, and the remaining stock amounted to merely over 10 million at best. Nevertheless, this is merely a branch catering to ordinary cultivators, so one cannot hold excessively high expectations. Furthermore, as this was his inaugural expenditure, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. Very well, I shall proceed with these purchases, Tang Tion declared. Subsequently, he stared at the multitude of cultivation resources he had acquired, suddenly feeling a wave of distress. In his eagerness to spend, he had entirely overlooked the fact that he had no means to transport such a vast quantity back home. After contemplating, Tang Tion turned to Qinghai. Do you possess any treasures suitable for storage? Chapter 6, Honorary Disciple Ultimately. Tang Tion acquired a petite shumi ring from Qinghai for the sum of 300,000 spiritual jade. Though its space was limited, it was sufficient to contain all of his belongings. To Tang Tion's surprise, their private transaction was acknowledged by both systems. His wallet swelled by an additional 300,000, and he also gained 30 consumption points. Could private transactions indeed be permissible? Contemplating this, Tang Tion glanced at the teacup before him, valued at approximately 10 spiritual jade, and boldly proposed a price of 1 million. However, the system promptly issued a warning, indicating that such expenditure exceeded the normal parameters. Consequently, he would not earn any consumption points nor trigger a refund. Regrettably, it appeared he could no longer exploit the loopholes within the system. It seemed that expenditures must remain within conventional limits. After concluding all transactions, Qin Hai was beaming with delight. He served cup after cup of fragrant tea, almost as if he were feeding Tang Tion himself. With a transaction amount nearing 10 million, it was evident that he would reap a considerable profit. To be frank, Tang Tion felt somewhat dissatisfied with his spending today. He remarked, "Your establishment is rather diminutive. There seems to be nothing of interest here. I am quite disappointed." Qin Hai was taken aback, then awkwardly replied, "Young Master Tang, you may not be aware that the Qinghua sect has a relatively short history. Our branch, the Jinyu Tang, was only established a decade ago. Those formidable practitioners with profound cultivation possess their own trading channels and disdain our offerings. Thus, we are left catering to the most ordinary cultivators, and our merchandise is rather commonplace." Tang Tion nodded and regarded Qin Hai with a knowing smile, languidly stating, "So, what you imply is that if I wish to procure higher-grade treasures, I must seek alternative trading avenues." He emphasized the word alternative. Qin Hai, being astute, immediately grasped Tang Tion's implication and eagerly responded, "It is certainly possible to seek other options. However, if young Master Tang does not mind, I would be exceedingly willing to become your exclusive trading channel." Tang Tion smirked slightly. "Can you really procure quality goods?" Qin Hai replied, "In the past, it was rather challenging. However, thanks to young Master Tang, your expenditures today have sufficiently elevated my influence within Jinyu Tang. Rest assured, should you express your desires, I will exert every effort to fulfill them." A faint smile graced Tang Tion's lips. His previous remarks were precisely aimed at this outcome. As his wallet burgeoned with spiritual jade, his desire for consumption would undoubtedly intensify, necessitating a reliable conduit for his acquisitions. Being new to this environment, he was unfamiliar with anyone and uncertain where to find a trading channel. Qin Hai seemed quite capable, and their relationship was bound by mutual interests, suggesting that significant issues would not arise in the near term. At the very least, it would satisfy his initial needs. Thus, he decided to give it a try. Tang Tion remarked, "I have no particularly special requirements. Anything will suffice. However, there is one condition. The more expensive, the better. Additionally, I prefer to keep my identity concealed. I trust you understand my meaning." Qin Hai nodded eagerly, aware that maintaining a hidden identity was commonplace within the cultivation world, and he knew precisely how to navigate this matter. While his heart raced with excitement, Qin Hai could not help but speculate about the true background of this young master. To only purchase the expensive rather than the right items, such a legendary figure was indeed a rarity he had encountered in real life. Just how wealthy could he be? Qin Hai pondered. Though he could not fathom the extent of Tang Tion's wealth, he felt immense joy at the prospect of forming a connection with him. Should he manage to secure Tang Tion's favor, his status within the Jinyu Hall would surely soar. With their verbal agreement established, the two exchanged communication jade talismans, planning for Tang Tion to designate a meeting place once Qin Hai procured the goods. Caution was always prudent. After a few more casual exchanges, Tang Tion indicated his intention to depart. With over 900 consumption points, he had enough to redeem some remarkable items. However, just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. Back in the main hall, after spending over 20,000 spirit jade, he had distinctly felt several malevolent gazes fixated upon him. This was the cultivation world, where murder and robbery were all too common. While Tang Tion was not overly concerned about his resources being snatched away, he feared that others might wish to entrap him for their own purposes. Contemplating this, Tang Tion inquired of Qin Hai, "Do you happen to know where I might find someone akin to a bodyguard, someone reliable?" He continued, "You must understand. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator carrying a substantial sum of money, it poses significant implications in the presence of ruthless individuals." Qin Hai momentarily hesitated, saying, "But you must have someone behind you." He could not fathom that a young master like Tang Tion, who spent money as if it were water, would lack a guardian or elder discreetly watching over him. Thus, he instinctively posed the question. Yet, Tang Tion offered no response. Instead, he suppressed his smile, fixing Qin Hai with an impassive gaze. It was only when Qin Hai began to sweat profusely that Tang Tion finally uttered, "Individuals like you ought to discern what inquiries are appropriate and which are not." Qin Hai promptly apologized. "I was too forward. I hope young Master Tang will not hold it against me." In truth, he was acutely aware that certain matters within the cultivation realm should never be broached lightly, lest one invite calamity upon oneself. Seeing that Tang Tion bore no genuine ire, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Qin Hai, Tang Tion too felt a slight easing of tension. Fortunately, he had managed to intimidate him. Reliable guardians were indeed hard to come by. "However, I can arrange for someone to escort you safely back to your residence, as is the customary practice of Jinyu Hall," Qin Hai offered. Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Is it merely a return to my residence? The Qingyu sect may not necessarily guarantee safety." He added, "Is hiring a bodyguard not an option? The price is of no concern." Qin Hai let out a wry smile and said, "As a disciple of the Qingyu sect, we cannot casually assign a guardian to you. However, given your financial resources, you can surely resolve this matter on your own." Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Qin Hai explained, "Are you not aware? Within the Qingyu sect, there exists a special designation known as an honorary disciple, which can be obtained through the expenditure of spiritual jade. A junior honorary disciple holds a status equivalent to that of an outer disciple and is permitted to employ outer disciples as attendants for a fee of 500,000 spiritual jade. A middle honorary disciple is on par with an inner disciple and may hire disciples below the inner sect level as attendants, costing 500,000 spiritual jade. A senior honorary disciple ranks alongside a core disciple and can employ disciples below the core level as attendants for a price of 5 million spiritual jade. Moreover, all honorary disciples are afforded protection by the sect. The higher the rank, the more formidable the protective force. The rules of the Qingyu sect are exceedingly strict. Even if you display wealth within the sect, no one would dare to harbor covetous thoughts, lest they invoke catastrophic consequences. Therefore, should you succeed in becoming a senior honorary disciple, as long as you remain within the sect, you need not worry about safety concerns at all." Upon hearing this, Tang Tion's expression turned to one of astonishment. Was this not akin to purchasing an official title? Such a rule existed, with clear pricing. Did they not fear other forces infiltrating their ranks? He found the Qingyu sect's approach somewhat perplexing. Perhaps there were reasons he was unaware of. Nevertheless, Qin Hai's words were indeed accurate. With his current financial capacity, he could indeed secure his own safety. Until he amassed sufficient strength, it would be prudent to remain within the confines of the Qingyu sect. This notion greatly resonated with him. Tang Tion chuckled. Chapter 7. The astonished elders having resolved the security concerns, the two individuals proceeded to discuss various other matters, such as the timing of their next transaction, which was set for a fortnight later. At that time, Qin Hai would bring forth some invaluable treasures of yellow rank and above, serving as a litmus test for establishing a long-term trading channel. Tang Tion remained unhurried, prioritizing stability above all else. After their discussions concluded, he departed from Jinyu Tang, laden with an array of ordinary resources. Upon stepping outside, he immediately sensed several malevolent gazes directed toward him. However, when two middle-aged men clad in gray robes materialized behind him, all scrutiny swiftly dissipated. They were Yuanian cultivators, dispatched by Qin Hai specifically to escort Tang Tion home. Jinyu Tang was situated at the foot of Qingyu Mountain, and it wasn't long before Tang Tion returned safely, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon arriving at Qingyu sect, he did not rush to his modest stone cottage but instead ascended towards an imposing edifice, the Merit Hall. This was one of the most bustling locales within Qingyu sect, where various sect missions and events were routinely issued. The honorary disciples Qin Hai mentioned could also be procured here. After bidding farewell to the two Yuanian cultivators, Tang Tion stepped into the Merit Hall, only to be awestruck by what he found. The interior was even more expansive than it appeared from the outside, likely enhanced by spatial formations. The ceiling soared high above, adorned with a resplendent starry river, reminiscent of a grand open plaza. Within the hall, there were additional structures corresponding to various sect affairs. Countless disciples of Qingyu sect traversed the space, and their numbers easily surpassed several tens of thousands. Though Qingyu sect had recently been established, it was hardly a minor sect. Both the sect leader and the elders possessed formidable strength, transcending the tribulation stage. Moreover, as Qin Hai had indicated, there seemed to be even more powerful entities above Qingyu sect. Such a large sect, boasting over 1 million disciples and an influence spanning countless miles, was beyond the comprehension of a mere servant disciple like Tang Tion. After taking a moment to compose himself, he commenced the search for his destination for the day. Ultimately, he located a magnificent loft situated toward the center, the honorary hall. Upon entering the honorary hall, he was immediately struck by the stark contrast in decor. The space was resplendent with gold, with both the decorative fixtures and the ordinary tables and chairs exuding an air of opulence, which could also be deemed somewhat gaudy. Being a man of the world, Tang Tion found himself drawn to such ostentation. The main hall housed 10 private chambers, each overseen by an elder responsible for matters concerning honorary disciples. Several of these chambers were already occupied, and after surveying them, Tang Tion chose to approach a kindly-looking elder. Stepping inside, disciple Tang Tion pays his respects to the elder. Tang Tion bowed respectfully. He understood that the authority of a sect elder was not something to be trifled with lightly. The elder, known as Zhongyang, lifted his gaze upon hearing a sound. "A mere errand boy?" he inquired, arching an eyebrow slightly. He then produced a luminous jade stone, examining it closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It had been over 2 years since he arrived at the sect. "What brings you to the Hall of Reputation today?" Zhongyang asked. Tang Tion glanced at the jade stone in his hand, wondering if it might be some sort of informational tablet. He quickly averted his gaze and replied respectfully. "Esteemed Elder Zhong, I have come today to request a position as an honorary disciple." A hint of astonishment crossed Zhongyang's face once more. The cost of becoming an honorary disciple is quite substantial. "Have you recently come into some fortune?" Tang Tion chose not to respond to this inquiry. Noticing this, Zhongyang chuckled. "There's no need for wariness. I merely asked out of curiosity. Each individual has their own opportunities, and the sect does not pry into personal matters. We shall proceed according to the established rules. Please, take a seat." A soft chair materialized beside Tang Tion. He clasped his hands in gratitude and sat down. "What type of honorary disciple do you wish to become?" Zhongyang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion replied, "I am not yet very familiar with the rights, obligations, or considerations associated with honorary disciples. Might I trouble Elder Zhong to enlighten me?" Zhongyang nodded. "Very well, allow me to explain. There are 3 tiers of honorary disciples: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The costs and privileges differ accordingly. A primary honorary disciple's rights and status are equivalent to those of an outer sect disciple. You may access all locations accessible to outer sect disciples and are restricted from the same places they cannot enter. The fee is 50,000 spirit jade, with a monthly contribution of 1,000 spirit jade required to maintain your honorary status. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of your title. Additionally, you may hire outer sect disciples as guards, provided that you adhere to the regulations governing their conduct. They must not be tasked with any excessively troublesome duties, or your honorary status could also be revoked. The hiring fee ranges from 100 to 1,000, varying with their strength and capabilities. As for intermediate honorary disciples, the rights and status remain the same, but the cost escalates to 500,000, with a monthly contribution of 10,000. You may hire inner sect disciples and those below them, with hiring fees ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. The advanced honorary disciple situation is similar, with a price of 5 million and a monthly contribution of 100,000. You may hire core disciples and those below them, with fees between 10,000 and 100,000. Regarding considerations, they are akin to the regulations for ordinary disciples. I will provide you with a manual on the rules for honorary disciples, which will elucidate everything." Tang Tion nodded, silently absorbing this wealth of information. It aligned closely with what Qin Hai had mentioned, though he had not anticipated the additional monthly expenditure of spirit jade to renew his status. Wasn't this akin to a VIP membership? Quite appealing indeed. He found it remarkably accommodating. As long as the issues could be resolved with spirit jade, they posed no problem for him. Should he successfully trigger a refund, that would render it even less of a concern. Tang Tion was quite fond of the idea of employing other disciples. The outer disciples of the Qinghua sect were those at the 3rd level or above of the Qi refinement stage, while the inner disciples were foundation establishment practitioners who had passed the inner sect examination. The core disciples, on the other hand, were those under the age of 20 who had attained the golden core stage or higher. The golden core guardians were more than capable of handling trivial matters that could be quite bothersome. "So, have you made up your mind?" Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tion responded with a soft exhaling deeply before speaking. "Elder, I wish to purchase a high-ranking honorary disciple." His answer immediately elicited a look of surprise from Zhongyang. "Are you certain? This will cost 500,000. Tang Tion nodded affirmatively. "I am certain." Zhongyang regarded him for a moment before chuckling. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. "Very well, please provide the payment, and I will handle the arrangements for you. The sum of 500,000 is sufficient. The first month's fee is complimentary, with no additional charges." Tang Tion hurriedly stepped forward, retrieving 5 pieces of top-grade spirit jade and placing them before Zhongyang. After inspecting them, Zhongyang accepted the spirit jades and produced a glowing stone. After manipulating it a few times, he presented Tang Tion with a box. "All set," Zhongyang announced. "From this moment onward, you are an honorary high-ranking disciple of the Qinghua sect. Inside this box, you will find the attire for honorary disciples along with some regulations. You may review them upon your return. Remember to pay the renewal fees punctually each month." Tang Tion expressed his gratitude and accepted the box. Simultaneously, 2 system notification sounds echoed in his mind. indicating that such a transaction was indeed recognized by the system. Then, Elder Zhong, I may be rather busy during the weekdays, so would it be possible to pay the renewal fees in advance? Tang Tion inquired. Zhongyang smiled slightly. Of course. How far in advance would you like to pay? Tang Tion silently held up one finger. 10,000 years. What? Zhongyang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly spilling the tea he held. Chapter 8. The Four-Element Talent 10,000 years, paid in installments, Tang Tion stated earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhongyang stared wide-eyed at him, utterly perplexed. A year, 10 years, even 100 years, he could comprehend, but 10,000 years was beyond his understanding. Can you truly live that long? If so, would you still care about being a core disciple? This is not something that can be inherited. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Young man, is your mental state sound? I understand you've recently come into a fortune, but wealthy individuals do not spend their money in such a manner." Tang Tion felt a bit embarrassed. He merely wished to acquire additional points for consumption. Actually, before he could elaborate, Zhongyang raised his hand to interrupt. Forget it. 10,000 years is impossible. The maximum duration for an honorary disciple is only 10 years. This is the rule of Qinghua sect. Tang Tion was taken aback. Clearly, one cannot expect to achieve something so grand in a single bite. It was a disciple's folly. After apologizing, he conceded, "Then I shall extend it for 10 years. He then produced 12 pieces of top-grade spirit jade and placed them upon the table. Zhongyang shook his head, accepted the jade, and began to manipulate the glowing stones. Once the operation was complete, a system notification resonated within Tang Tion's mind, confirming that this was indeed a recognized and legitimate expenditure. After completing the formalities, Tang Tion spoke again. "Elder Zhong, I would also like to hire a few guards." Zhongyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Can you not present all your requests at once?" Tang Tion forced a wry smile. His primary concern was that this expenditure might not be recognized by the system, thus failing to trigger a refund. "What level of disciple do you desire, and how many?" Zhongyang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion concluded that he certainly wanted the highest tier of core disciples. Strength was paramount. Regarding the number, he ultimately decided to hire just one for the time being. After all, the more people involved, the more potential complications could arise. "I wish to employ a core disciple with a monthly salary of 100,000. One will suffice," Tang Tion declared. Zhongyang nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "The minimum hiring period is 1 month, and the maximum is 1 year. We will select a willing core disciple for you, with a strength no less than the late stage of the Golden Core realm." Tang Tion remained silent, realizing that he would not be able to choose himself, and that the sect would assign someone instead, likely to prevent any intentional cliques from forming. However, this meant he might not receive a guard that met his expectations. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Tion retrieved a piece of top-grade spirit jade along with 20 pieces of mid-grade spirit jade. "I wish to hire for 1 year." He then presented a beautifully crafted small box before Zhongyang. "As a newcomer, I am still unfamiliar with many aspects. I sincerely appreciate Elder Zhong's patient guidance. This is a small token of local specialty. I hope you will not find it unworthy." Tang Tion smiled as he spoke. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box slightly, revealing an array of ordinary spiritual fruits that, while pleasant in flavor, possessed little in the way of cultivation benefits. However, nestled in the corner beneath the fruits was a piece of exquisite spiritual jade, emanating a faint glow. "Oh!" Zhongyang's face brightened with a smile as he closed the lid, remarking, "It is rare to find someone as astute as you among the youth today. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them." Tang Tion chuckled softly, replying, "I have no particular demands. It's merely that my disciples are rather weak, which makes me apprehensive about whether the guards will heed my instructions, considering they are all exceptional talents." Zhongyang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, similar situations have occurred in the past. Rest assured, I will personally evaluate the candidates during the selection process. Do you have any other requests?" Tang Tion clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "No, that will be all. Thank you for your consideration, Elder." Zhongyang smiled gently as he collected all the items from the table. Seeing this, Tang Tion felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been genuinely worried that Zhongyang, being a person of principle, might have thrown the box back in his face. Notably, the exquisite spiritual stone presented to Zhongyang had also triggered the consumption system, being recognized as a normal expense. How intriguing. With all matters resolved, the two engaged in further conversation before Tang Tion decided to take his leave. The guards would arrive the following day, at which point he would relocate to the upper district of Qinghua Gate, a privilege reserved for advanced honorary disciples. As he stepped out of the Hall of Merits, the sky had already darkened. Tang Tion returned to his modest stone dwelling. Once seated within his humble abode, he began to assess the day's harvest. His storage ring was nearly brimming with low-level pills, spiritual herbs, fruits, spiritual artifacts, and talismans. Additionally, he had acquired several commendable items, such as foundation-building pills, spirit-gathering pills, the diamond heart mirror, and the wind-cutting sword technique. Collectively, these treasures positioned him as a wealthy young master. Moreover, his two systems no longer stood empty. Within the non-decreasing system, he had amassed nearly 30 million spiritual jade, a staggering sum, especially considering he had been utterly penniless by noon. The perks of having a system are undeniable. In addition, the infinite consumption system had accumulated over 2,700 consumption points. Finally, he could redeem something. What to choose? Tang Tion gazed at the redemption list. With his current assets, he could only redeem enhancements related to talent, physique, or comprehension. After careful consideration, he first opted for the most crucial aspect for a cultivator, talent. A 4-ring talent cost 1,000 consumption points. Upon completion of the exchange, an enigmatic aura began to radiate from Tang Tion, enveloping him in an exhilarating sensation that coursed from head to toe, spreading swiftly throughout his being. Yet, almost as quickly, this feeling dissipated into nothingness. Has it worked? Tang Tion glanced at his hands, seemingly unchanged. Let me give it a try, he said, settling into a cross-legged position and swiftly entering a state of cultivation. The qi drawing technique is a universally acknowledged method in the realm of cultivation. Founded on the principle of resonating with the natural world, drawing the ethereal energy from the surroundings into one's body to enhance oneself. The efficacy of this technique is intricately linked to the cultivator's innate talent, physique, the concentration of ambient spiritual energy, and environmental factors. Previously, while cultivating, a faint white aura, known as the talent ring, would manifest around Tang Tion's body, enhancing his cultivation speed. However, his talent ring was unstable and did not meet the standard of a first-ring talent, resulting in negligible effects. At this moment, as he activated the qi drawing technique, four brilliant talent rings instantly surged around him. Upon their emergence, they resonated powerfully with the spiritual energy in the environment. Soon after, a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged into Tang Tion's body, swiftly integrating into his limbs and bones. How invigorating! Tang Tion couldn't help but exclaim. The quantity and quality of this spiritual energy were exponentially greater than before, perhaps tenfold. No wonder Lin Yu, with her 5-ring talent, had managed to outpace him so decisively in such a short time. 2 years had passed, and she was on the verge of participating in the core disciple selection, while Tang Tion remained merely a second-layer qi refining disciple. Yet now, everything had changed. As long as Tang Tion continued to consume this energy, attaining 5, 6, or even 9 rings was no longer a mere dream. Rising above would merely be a matter of time. Lost in thought, a powerful aura erupted from his dantian, shattering the constraints of the second layer of qi refinement. At last, he had broken through to the third layer of qi refinement. Chapter 9. Mastery of the Sword Technique. The 4 luminous rings of talent gradually dimmed as Tang Tion completed his first cultivation session after his transmigration. After exchanging for the 4-ring talent, a single session of cultivation enabled him to successfully break through the stagnation he had faced for a year at the second level of qi refinement. Indeed, it is a daunting task for ordinary individuals to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. Fortunately, Tang Tion had a system at his disposal. With a deep breath, he savored the surge of power that accompanied his advancement to the third level of qi refinement. Once more, his gaze fell upon the consumption system. Physique is also a crucial aspect for cultivators. If talent signifies the potential of the future, then physique embodies current combat prowess. The superior one's physique, the more formidable they become among peers of the same level. Different physiques often exhibit pronounced advantages in various aspects. Some are as light as a swallow. Others possess immense strength, while some are favored by the heavens, endowed with an innate affinity for nature. This is a gift bestowed at birth. As for Tang Tion, he was merely of ordinary physique, lacking any remarkable traits. However, now, a 4th-tier physique required 1,000 consumption points. He hoped it would be as formidable as the 4-ring talent. He made his selection without hesitation. Soon, the system's voice resonated. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select a 4th-tier physique. After a brief pause, the announcement continued. Congratulations, you have acquired the bloodline of the mighty ape. As the voice faded, an indescribable warmth enveloped him instantly. Tang Tion felt as if he were being scorched by flames, every part of him radiating heat. His heart raced, producing a deep, rhythmic thumping sound. With each heartbeat, A torrent of blood surged through his limbs and bones. Moments later, all his blood vessels expanded slightly, his bones were reinforced, and powerful muscles lay hidden beneath his skin, brimming with inexhaustible strength. Even his skin seemed to grow more resilient, emanating a faint glow. As he reveled in the sudden increase of power, Tang Tion swung his fist, and the sound of air being sliced echoed in his ears. Not bad at all. A smile crept across his lips. The bloodline of the mighty ape had elevated his physical capabilities significantly, banishing any remnants of weakness. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly pronounced, eventually reaching its zenith. What level of beast was the mighty ape, he wondered. Though he could not recall the specifics, he soon dismissed the thought. A fourth-tier physique was merely a preliminary transition. In the future, he would acquire even more extraordinary physiques. At last, he was no longer a weakling. Tang Tion sighed in relief, then turned his attention back to the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no longer any need to exchange for talent or physique. The only option left for exchange was comprehension. A single ordinary insight costs 100 consumption points. Ordinary enlightenment. It can elevate the realm of a mundane-level martial art by a stage. Contemplating for a moment, Tang Tion retrieved a jade containing the esteemed sword technique, the wind-slashing sword art. For cultivators, such techniques are of paramount importance, akin to the hands wielding a weapon. The higher the realm of the technique, the more formidable its power becomes. Typically, all martial arts are categorized into 5 stages: initiation, proficiency, mastery, minor completion, and major completion. Let us give it a try, Tang Tion declared, opting for an ordinary enlightenment. In an instant, a wave of clarity surged into his mind, rendering the passage of time remarkably lucid. As if he could effortlessly reach the very essence of existence and perceive its fundamental nature. Hastily, he grasped the jade, allowing his spirit to delve within. A realm shrouded in white mist materialized before him. Amidst this ethereal expanse, a young man clad in white danced gracefully with a long sword, each strike emanating a natural fluidity, reminiscent of willow leaves swaying in the breeze, captivating to behold. Simultaneously, every maneuver was indelibly etched into Tang Tion's soul, comprehended in its entirety. It was uncertain how long the white realm persisted, but eventually, it dissipated, and Tang Tion's consciousness returned to the modest stone chamber. Upon opening his eyes, he sprang to his feet, effortlessly retrieving a spiritual sword from his storage ring, and began to perform the technique within the confines of the stone room. Should anyone have been present, they would have been astounded to find that Tang Tion's swordplay mirrored that of the white-clad youth, flawless in every detail. Upon completing a full sequence of the sword technique, Tang Tion sheathed his sword and stood in silence, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He recognized that he had attained the initiation level of the wind-slashing sword art. Once more, he urged, exchanging for another ordinary enlightenment and probing into the jade. The familiar realm and the white-clad youth reappeared, yet this time, the youth's movements had transformed. They were no longer as ethereal, but imbued with a piercing intensity. Each lethal strike dazzled the senses, overwhelming the beholder. Moments later, the realm faded again. Proficient realm. Tang Tion mused with a slight smile. Let us continue. Soon, he found himself before the white-clad youth once more. The youth's swordplay had grown increasingly fierce, accompanied by arcs of sword energy slicing through the air, forming an impenetrable vortex of blades that sent a chill down one's spine merely by observing from afar. Mastery realm, he noted. Again, the process of enlightenment resumed. This time, the sword in the youth's hand had vanished, and he appeared considerably more restrained, having shed the previous aura of ferocity. However, when a majestic eagle soared overhead, the youth merely brought his fingers together and waved gently. Instantly, a feather fell from the eagle's wings and tail, unnoticed by the creature itself. The youth smiled as he extended his palm, watching the feather descend into his hand. Minor completion realm, a return to simplicity. Tang Tion closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the youthful spirit of that moment, a state of unity between man and sword. After a brief interlude, he accessed the system in exchange for the 5th ordinary epiphany. The young man had vanished. In the vast expanse of white, not a single living being remained, only the intangible winds, ever shifting, at times gentle, at times tempestuous, and at times perfectly still. After a considerable duration, Tang Tion departed from the realm of existence and returned to the stone chamber. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of light flashed momentarily before fading away. His entire demeanor exhibited a profound transformation, as if he had merged with the cosmos. Is this the realm of consummation? Tang Tion gently raised his hand, pointing towards the dilapidated table beneath the window. A soft breeze swept through. In utter silence, the wooden table split in two, collapsing to the ground. The break was as smooth as a mirror. Such formidable power emanated from a mere mortal-level supreme sword technique after reaching completion. One could only ponder the potency of higher-level methods. Tang Tion stood with hands clasped behind his back, the radiant moonlight streaming through the window, bathing him in its luminous glow. Chapter 10. Gu Xiaoxue. The following morning, a gentle knock at the door roused Tang Tion from his slumber. "Who is it?" he yawned, rising to open the door. A petite girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, stood awkwardly at the entrance. Whom are you looking for?" Tang Tion inquired. The girl hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. "Are you Master Tang Tion? Elder Zhongyang sent me. I am your guardian." Upon finishing her sentence, a delicate blush crept across her cheeks. Tang Tion was taken aback, and as he observed her attire, a white robe adorned with 3 shimmering golden edges, he realized she was indeed a core disciple. Was she truly the guardian selected by Zhongyang? Observing the girl's flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor, Tang Tion couldn't help but suspect that the old man had misunderstood his intentions. This obedient companion was not what he had envisioned. "What is your name?" Tang Tion asked. The girl responded quickly, "I am Gu Xiaoxue. I assure you, I will protect you well, and I hope for your guidance." Tang Tion felt a sense of disbelief. She appeared to be quite inexperienced and perhaps not particularly astute, resembling one who, despite being sold, would still count coins for others. "Just call me Tang Xiao. Please, come in and sit." He resigned himself to the situation. After all, the 3 golden edges on her sleeves could not be fabricated. Her capabilities were undoubtedly reliable. If she truly proved unsuitable, he could always request a replacement from Zhongyang. As they entered the small stone cottage, Gu Xiaoxue stood in the center, gazing curiously at her surroundings, seemingly astonished. Tang Tion returned to his bed, tidying the sheets while asking, "Is this your first time serving as a guardian?" Xiaoxue exclaimed, "How did you know? I require a substantial amount of spirit jade for my cultivation, and the allowance from the sect is insufficient. Elder Zhongyang mentioned that being a guardian could earn me quite a bit of spirit jade, so I signed up." "How could you guess that?" Tang Tion shrugged. It was quite obvious. After arranging his bed, he moved to the window to tidy up the wooden table he had severed the previous night. It was his habit to leave a clean space, even as he prepared to depart. "Do you know what a guardian is supposed to do?" he queried again. "I do," Gu Xiaoxue replied enthusiastically. "I have memorized the guardian's code. I assure you, I will fulfill my duties." After saying this, she noticed Tang Tion tidying the furniture and hurried over to squat down and assist him. Tang Tion chuckled. "I doubt that was included in the guardian's code." Gu Xiaoxue, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I am just accustomed to it. When I lived at home, I always took care of these tasks." Tang Tion fell silent. It seems she is certainly not the pampered princess of a large family. Indeed, princesses would hardly be inclined to serve as guardians for others in pursuit of spiritual jade. As Tang Tion stood up, having moved the tables and chairs to the corner, he noticed Gu Xiaoxue staring at the broken table, lost in thought. "What is the matter?" Tang Tion inquired. Gu Xiaoxue extended a finger to touch the fracture in the wooden table and turned to him, exclaiming, "What impressive swordsmanship! Did you do this?" Tang Tion paused, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth, and nodded. "Indeed, I was the one who severed the table. Would you train with me someday?" Gu Xiaoxue responded with delight, "Sure. It's been a while since I practiced such fundamental sword techniques. I truly miss the days of playful training." Tang Tion was taken aback. Fundamental sword techniques? Playful training? He had initially thought that his mastery of the Gale sword technique would inspire some admiration in the young girl. Instead, she seemed to regard it as mere play. "How strong are you?" Tang Tion asked, somewhat incredulous. "What is your cultivation level?" Gu Xiaoxue blinked innocently. "I'm at the late stage of the golden core." Tang Tion was momentarily speechless. "How old are you?" Gu Xiaoxue pouted slightly. "I'm already 15. I started a bit late and missed the prime time for cultivation. Otherwise, I could have advanced further." Tang Tion's eyelid twitched. 15 years old, at the late stage of the golden core, and still dissatisfied with herself. Was there truly someone so self-deprecating? Gazing into Gu Xiaoxue's clear eyes, he quickly realized that she was not being self-effacing. Rather, her understanding of certain matters was simply skewed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tion continued. "How many innate rings do you possess?" He was curious to know what kind of talent could produce such a little prodigy. Gu Xiaoxue's face clouded with confusion. "What are innate rings?" "I don't have any." Tang Tion was once again left speechless. Without innate rings, she was akin to an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual achieve the late stage of the golden core at 15? Suddenly, Tang Tion considered another possibility. Innate rings indeed serve as a standard for assessing a cultivator's talent, with 9 rings being the highest. However, beyond the 9 rings, there exist even more extraordinary entities, which do not reveal their innate rings. Tang Tion glanced at the system, focusing on the talent list. Heavenly Prodigy, 1 billion consumption points. That equates to 100 trillion spiritual jade. Starting with an advantage of 100 trillion, how could others compete? Is this truly the realm of genius? Tang Tion rubbed his temples vigorously, realizing the chasm between individuals was insurmountably vast. Some people would spend their entire lives without reaching the starting point of someone like Gu Xiaoxue. What's wrong? Gu Xiaoxue asked. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just need a moment to collect myself. Please help me tidy up the rest of the room. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Oh, okay. Subsequently, she began to busily engage in her tasks. Observing a being who was at least of celestial origin cleaning for him, Tang Tion felt a sense of unreality. The power of wealth is indeed formidable. Just as he was musing, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The individual outside seemed intent on dismantling the room. Who could it be? Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly and rose to open the door. 4 or 5 disciples, clad in casual attire, were nonchalantly leaning against the doorframe. Upon seeing Tang Tion, they immediately donned sinister grins. Huh, I thought you were going to hide away forever. How dare you skip work yesterday, causing me to face the elder's wrath. Do you have a death wish? The leader sneered. Tang Tion frowned, quickly recalling the man's identity. Jia Ming, the bully among the servants, was notorious for oppressing and robbing him. In truth, Tang Tion had no desire to entangle himself with such scum. After all, those were matters pertaining to his predecessor, which held little relevance to him now. They were destined to exist in entirely different realms henceforth. Yet, unexpectedly, this fellow had come knocking so early in the day. You had better not be here to stir up trouble, Tang Tion warned in a low voice. Jia Ming instantly raised an eyebrow and retorted loudly, Oh, so you think you're special now? Haven't had enough of a beating the other day? Would you like to feel my iron fist again? He flexed his fists, posturing as if ready to strike. Tang Tion's expression darkened, a sharp aura coalescing at his fingertips. Should Jia Ming dare to throw a punch, he would find it impossible to retract. However, just as the tension between them reached a breaking point, a sharp voice rang out from behind Tang Tion. Enough of this insolence. Gu Xiaoxue appeared before him in an instant. Who do you think you are to confront young Master Tang? Are you all tired of living? Get out of the way. Tang Tion watched as Gu Xiaoxue's face flushed with indignation while she deliberately lowered her voice, forcefully articulating words that reeked of sycophancy. He felt his anger dissipate. Girl, where on earth did you learn such rhetoric? Chapter 11. Bidding farewell to the past, the arrival of Gu Xiaoxue instantaneously transformed the atmosphere in this place. Her words, in stark contrast to her appearance, tone, and demeanor, left everyone astounded. Not only Tang Tion, but even Jia Ming wore a bewildered expression. Who was this newcomer? Jia Ming sneered and prepared to teach this audacious face a lesson. Humph, I care not who you are. No one dares to act arrogantly before me on my turf. With that, he stepped forward. However, when his gaze fell upon the golden trim of Gu Xiaoxue's sleeves, he was struck with shock. A core disciple. Jia Ming stood frozen, his legs suspended mid-step, caught in a limbo of indecision. The henchmen behind him also fell into stunned silence. Their breaths held as they beheld the gleaming golden edges. Tang Tion couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Jia Ming, weren't you rather formidable? Hearing this, Jia Ming glanced between Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue, his mouth opening and closing without a single word escaping. Both parties were momentarily speechless, and Jia Ming refrained from making any rash movements. It is often the lesser characters who can discern the shifting tides. The moment Gu Xiaoxue appeared beside Tang Tion, he realized that Tang Tion was no longer the timid boy easily victimized. The roles had undeniably reversed. Soon, beads of cold sweat trickled down Jia Ming's forehead, and his entire body began to tremble. Observing his frightened demeanor, Tang Tion let out a cold snort and addressed Gu Xiaoxue. Break one arm of each, shatter their legs, and then dispose of them. After speaking, he turned and re-entered the room. Panic seized Jia Ming as he shouted, Tang Tion, no, young Master Tang. I will leave immediately, far away, and will never appear before you again. Please, show mercy, young Master Tang. His pleas echoed, but Tang Tion did not look back, vanishing into the shadows. Engaging with such individuals was beneath him. This punishment was merely a settlement of old scores. Soon, the cries for mercy faded, replaced by piercing screams that echoed throughout. Yet, even those cries soon ceased. Moments later, Gu Xiaoxue entered, appearing entirely unperturbed. Noticing her nonchalance, Tang Tion couldn't help but inquire, "Have you often resorted to violence?" Gu Xiaoxue paused for a moment before responding, "Not at all. However, isn't this what you instructed me to do? The code of conduct for guards mandates that threats to the employer must be neutralized." Tang Tion was taken aback. Truly, she was a stickler for rules. Nevertheless, her earlier demeanor allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. At least this girl would take action when necessary. "By the way, from whom did you learn that line?" Tang Tion teased. Gu Xiaoxue shyly remarked, "I read about it in a book. The young masters depicted in those stories often speak in such a manner." Tang Tion suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. However, such young masters are generally not of good character." "Then, Tang Xiao, was what I did just now correct? If not, please feel free to tell me," Gu Xiaoxue inquired earnestly. Tang Tion replied with a slight hum, initially considering that her actions were perhaps a bit excessive. However, upon further reflection, he found merit in her approach. Being a spoiled scion certainly appeared to be more comfortable than adopting a virtuous persona. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoxue taking the initiative, he could conceal his true capabilities, leading adversaries to misjudge him. Why not embrace such a strategy? With this thought in mind, Tang Tion earnestly stated, "You did perfectly well. When faced with ferocious individuals, we must be even fiercer to instill fear in them." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. As they chatted, the two swiftly tidied up the stone room. Afterwards, Tang Tion instructed Gu Xiaoxue to exit first, and then retrieved a purple robe designated for high-ranking honorary disciples from his shimi ring. He changed out of his menial attire, neatly placing it at the bedside. From this moment forth, he would bid farewell to his past memories and embark on a life that truly belonged to him. Without excessive sentimentality, Tang Tion pushed open the door and stepped outside. You seem to look more handsome," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on golden adornments, and a person relies on their clothing. Once clad in the robe of a high-ranking honorary disciple, Tang Tion's entire demeanor transformed. He exuded a refined elegance that belied his youth, displaying a calmness not typical of his age. Such absurd flattery, Tang Tion chuckled. "Shall we head to the upper district? Do you know where the foodie pavilion is?" Gu Xiaoxue nodded. "Yes, that is where disciples are assigned their cave abodes. Do you wish to go? I can lead the way." Tang Tion agreed with a nod. Thus, the two made their way towards the upper district of Qingwei Gate. As they walked, they engaged in conversation, and Tang Tion gleaned a wealth of information about the upper district from Gu Xiaoxue. The cultivation environment in the upper district was a stark contrast to that of the lower district. The concentration of spiritual energy was several times stronger. Additionally, there were various specialized facilities available, such as training rooms, alchemy chambers, martial halls, spiritual refinement pools, and numerous secret realms. It could be said that the upper district of Qingwei Gate was the true realm of cultivation. Only inner disciples, core disciples, and high-ranking elders of the sect were deemed worthy to reside in the upper district. No wonder people were so eager to enter the inner sect. Furthermore, the primary activities of honorary disciples predominantly took place in the upper district. According to Gu Xiaoxue, they frequently organized gatherings and other events, where spiritual jade would be abundantly exchanged. Those disciples who were financially constrained would seize the opportunity to earn some spiritual jade, thereby securing their own cultivation needs. Upon hearing this, Tang Tion couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Although this was a world of cultivation, on a societal level, it bore striking similarities to the past. The daily lives of the people remained largely unchanged. The esteemed disciples tended to band together, and once you approached them, it was certain that someone would seek your company, as Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Tang Tion merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage in conversation. He had little interest in forming alliances. His sole desire was to acquire more resources to exchange for superior talents and physiques. Lin Yu had aptly stated that in this realm of cultivation, strength was the only reliable foundation. As they conversed, the two ascended to the upper district of Qingwei sect. Moments later, they arrived before a towering pavilion, known as the Foodie Pavilion. Chapter 12. The Purple Bamboo Garden. Once one ascends to the status of an inner or core disciple, one becomes entitled to a personal cave dwelling within these sacred grounds. As noted by Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tion nodded in agreement, accompanying her into the space. The interior was sparsely populated. Most individuals appeared to be solitary, moving with a sense of urgency, starkly contrasting the bustling atmosphere of the lower district. Nevertheless, there were small clusters of people conversing jovially. Tang Tion even recognized several other honorary disciples, some wielding folding fans and others playing various musical instruments, engaged in light-hearted banter. As he entered, a few glances were cast in his direction, But Tang Tion chose to disregard them, proceeding directly to the person in charge of the foodie pavilion. "Greetings, esteemed friend," the young cultivator in charge said, his face lighting up with warmth upon noticing Tang Tion's attire. "I am Wang Yanning. How may I assist you today?" "I have recently become an honorary disciple and heard that I could acquire a personal cave dwelling here," Tang Tion replied. Wang Yanning nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. All cave dwellings in the upper district of Qinghua sect are managed by our foodie pavilion. What type of dwelling are you seeking?" Tang Tion contemplated for a moment. "I would like to take a look first." He was still unfamiliar with the specifics of the options available. "Very well. Please follow me," Wang Yanning invited, leading Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue into a refined chamber. He then produced a white jade slip and handed it to Tang Tion. "This contains essential information regarding the cave dwellings. You may explore it by probing your spirit into the slip." Taking the jade slip, Tang Tion immersed his spirit within. A plethora of information immediately unfolded before him. Qingyu Valley, located on the northern side of Qinghua sect, it is rich in natural vitality, comprising a total of 123 cave dwellings, with an annual rental fee of 100,000 spirit jade. Golden Light Cliff, situated in the southeast of Qinghua sect. It enjoys the embrace of morning sunlight, encompassing 344 cave dwellings, with an annual rental fee of 130,000 spirit jade. Nourishing Pool. As he perused the options, Tang Tion gained a general understanding of the cave dwellings within Qinghua sect, centered around the main peak. Various cave dwellings sprawled across a radius of 10,000 miles, divided into numerous distinct areas, each with its unique environmental characteristics and corresponding prices. The most affordable dwellings started at 30 to 40,000 spirit jade per year, while the most expensive could exceed 1 million, typically situated close to the main peak, boasting exceptional cultivation and living conditions. However, upon conclusion of his review, Tang Tion noted a minor concern. Each area featured multiple cave dwellings, ranging from dozens to over 1,000. In contrast to the densely populated surroundings, he preferred the solitude of living alone. Recalling his spirit, Tang Tion looked at Wang Yanning and inquired, "Are there any other options?" Wang Yanning appeared taken aback and asked, "Did none of the dwellings appeal to you? Do you have any specific requirements?" Tang Tion nodded and said, "I am not fond of being disturbed, hence I wish to find a more tranquil location." Wang Yanning responded, "How about a solitary cave dwelling? While such accommodations do exist, their prices are generally rather steep, and the cultivation environment may not necessarily surpass that of more common locales." Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. "Price is not an issue. Could you assist me in locating a solitary cave dwelling with the most favorable cultivation environment?" The last 3 words sparked a gleam in Wang Yanning's eyes, and he beamed with delight. "Of course, this is my duty. I shall fetch you another list of cave dwellings at once." With that, Wang Yanning rose and departed from the elegant chamber. Once he had left, Gu Xiaoxue leaned in closer to Tang Tion with a look of astonishment and inquired, "Do cave dwellings actually cost money?" Tang Tion was equally taken aback. "Isn't that the case? Did you not pay for yours?" Gu Xiaoxue blinked innocently. Indeed, after becoming a core disciple, one could select a cave dwelling for residence, with the option to change it every decade, all at no cost. It seemed that inner disciples enjoyed similar privileges, albeit with slightly lesser options. Tang Tion opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. The status of a senior honorary disciple, while akin to that of core disciples, evidently bore distinctions. Securing a cave dwelling necessitated additional expenditure of spirit jade. Considering this, it was likely that many other aspects would be similar, and expenses would inevitably arise. This thought brought a smile to Tang Tion's face. Fortunately, he was not a core disciple. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to spend money. What a loss that would be in terms of consumption points. The disparity in treatment was glaringly apparent, and he felt that the sect was somewhat unjust in this regard. Gu Xiaoxue sympathized with Tang Tion's plight. However, Tang Tion appeared quite cheerful, chuckling as he remarked, "No, I find it rather splendid. I appreciate such human-centered policies." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a worried gaze, she whispered, "Tang Xiao, are you all right? With the same status, you would need to spend so much more spirit jade." Tang Tion shook his head with a smile. "Out with the old, in with the new. I relish this feeling of spending money, even if it means unnecessary expenses." Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, completely baffled as to what mental state could lead someone to express such sentiments. After a brief interval, Wang Yanning returned to the elegant chamber, presenting Tang Tion with a pristine jade slip. Upon opening it, a lengthy list unfolded before him. Tang Tion swiftly bypassed the million-level options and focused on the most expensive cave dwellings. Ultimately, His gaze settled upon one named Purple Bamboo Garden. Pray tell, what are the details regarding the Purple Bamboo Garden? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Anning beamed with a smile, exclaiming, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. The Zizhu courtyard is situated in close proximity to the main peak, practically adjacent to it. The environment there is tranquil, enveloped by a grove of purple bamboo that forms a natural array, constantly gathering the essence of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy is approximately 5 times that of the surrounding areas. Within the Zizhu courtyard, there exists an ancient well known as the Nianquan, which is said to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Furthermore, there are no other disciples' dwellings within 100 meters radius, making it an ideal sanctuary for solitary living. Tang Tion nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a most suitable place for residence. Of course, the primary factor was its considerable expense. Very well, I shall take it, Tang Tion decisively declared. Wang Anning's smile widened. You are remarkably straightforward. It is evident that you are not a typical honorary disciple. How long would you like to rent it? Wang Anning inquired. What is the maximum duration? Tang Tion asked. 10 years, Wang Anning replied. Tang Tion nodded slowly. Then I shall take it for 10 years. However, I would prefer to make the payment in 3 installments. First for 2 years, then for 4 years, and finally for another 4 years. Wang Anning was momentarily taken aback, as it was his first encounter with such a payment method. Yet, eccentricities are common among the wealthy, and as long as the transaction is completed, all is well. Naturally, selling a property entails a commission. That is certainly feasible. After a brief moment, the 3 transactions were successfully completed. Both parties were exceedingly pleased. Wang Anning secured a substantial commission, while Tang Tion's assets multiplied significantly. The quantity of spiritual jade soared to over 100 million, reaching a staggering 57 million. Meanwhile, his consumption points also surpassed 10,000. The coveted 5 rings talent was now within his grasp. Chapter 13. Renovation. After finalizing the transaction, Wang Anning took the initiative to lead Tang Tion and his companion to the foot of Nan Peak. The ambience here was indeed splendid, with invigorating air and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. In the valley, a striking grove of purple bamboo caught the eye. The purple bamboo courtyard is just over there. Please follow me, Wang Anning said, leading the way as the trio ventured into the bamboo forest. Upon entering the grove, Tang Tion was immediately enveloped by a refreshing aura that invigorated his spirit and relaxed his body, a scent of nature itself. Practicing in such an environment often yields remarkable results. Outside the purple bamboo grove, disciples frequently came to cultivate, but Wang Anning reassured them, you need not worry. Without special permission, they cannot step foot into the bamboo grove. Tang Tion nodded. Such matters were inconsequential to him, for he had not acquired the entire grove, despite his desire to do so. Alas, it was not for sale. Following the winding path deeper into the bamboo thicket, they suddenly emerged into a clearing. Before them lay a quaint villa, harmoniously integrated with its surroundings, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water over a small bridge. Wang Anning then paused and produced a talisman. The perimeter of the purple bamboo courtyard is protected by an array, which cannot be breached by cultivators below the tribulation stage. I possess 3 talismans that can activate the array, which I will hand over to you shortly. With this talisman, you may freely enter and exit the courtyard, he explained. Tang Tion remained silent, realizing it was akin to possessing a key to someone else's home. With a flick of his hand, Wang Anning activated the array, and the 3 entered the purple bamboo courtyard in succession. The natural essence within the courtyard was several times more potent than that of the surrounding bamboo grove, and the concentration of spiritual energy was exceptionally high, much to Tang Tion's satisfaction. With increased spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Currently, he was at the 3rd level of chi refining, and even with the ability to exchange for higher-level talents, a long journey lay ahead. The purple bamboo courtyard comprised a main house and 4 guest rooms, each spacious and equipped with a private meditation chamber for daily reflection. In the expansive courtyard, a colossal old locust tree nearly shaded half the sky, its vibrant green buds glistening in the sunlight, exuding a crystalline beauty. Beside the ancient tree stood an old well, surrounded by flourishing life and imbued with an enigmatic aura, the Nianquan well. The well connects to underground water veins, nurturing the Nianquan. Drinking from this water or resting by the well can help calm the mind and soothe the spirit, Wang Anning remarked. Tang Tion nodded in agreement. Leaning against the old locust tree and gazing skyward, he found it to be a most agreeable spot, perfectly suited for someone of his tranquil disposition. Subsequently, under the guidance of Wang Anning, Tang Tion conducted a cursory inspection of several rooms. The living quarters were fully equipped, even featuring a kitchen, a rarity in the cultivation world. Tang Tion harbored grave suspicions that this was indeed a secluded retreat for some venerable elder seeking tranquility in their twilight years. Quite impressive, Tang Tion remarked, genuinely pleased with the surroundings. Wang Yanning smiled. That puts my mind at ease. By the way, do you have any further requests? Perhaps additional amenities? Tang Tion raised an eyebrow. What sort of amenities? Wang Yanning elaborated. I am referring to items pertinent to cultivation. As you might have noticed, the furnishings here are predominantly mundane. Aside from the environment, there is nothing to enhance cultivation efficiency, such as minor spirit veins, luminous white fireflies, tranquility jade, or path-seeking stones. Typically, high-level cultivators would furnish their homes with such items. Tang Tion was taken aback. After purchasing the property, he would need to renovate it as well. That seems quite reasonable. Is the renovation also your responsibility? Let me take a look, Tang Tion replied. Absolutely. Wang Yanning beamed, envisioning the substantial profit to be made if Tang Tion were to invest heavily in the renovation. Accepting the jade slip handed over by Wang Yanning, Tang Tion glanced over the densely packed information, which quickly overwhelmed him. He decided against further scrutiny and tossed the slip back, stating, I'm not well versed in these matters. You can handle it. I have but one stipulation. Everything must be of the highest quality. Wang Yanning's face lit up with a mischievous grin. He relished the prospect of dealing with such a wealthy, yet low-maintenance young master. The three then settled at a stone table beside an ancient well. After a brief interval, Wang Yanning presented the renovation plan. Young Master Tang, please take a look. For the spirit vein, I have selected the attribute-less Xianling vein, which, once arranged, will elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the entire room to a higher tier, with no concerns regarding continuity. The price is 25 million. For the lighting, I've chosen the tail feathers of the silver shuttle bird, which will further enhance the natural ambience of the interior, priced at 800,000 each. As for the tranquility jade, after meticulous selection, I have curated a set in soft hues that harmonizes beautifully with the architecture. Furthermore, these are all high-standard items. In total, merely furnishing the main residence will require over 90 million. Each of the remaining 4 guest rooms will also necessitate close to 40 million. Tang Tion pondered for a moment before saying, let us proceed with this configuration. In addition to the main house, let us also renovate 1 guest room. He then turned to Gu Xiaoxua. Which room do you intend to occupy? Gu Xiaoxua hesitated, then vigorously shook her head. Young Master Tang, I do not require such high-end amenities. My cultivation merely requires resonance with the heavens and the earth. Their effect on me is rather negligible. So it would be prudent for you to conserve your funds. She appeared utterly astonished. Tang Tion was taken aback, realizing that Gu Xiaoxua had misunderstood his intentions. The sole reason he was renovating a guest room was that his current savings did not permit the renovation of all the other rooms. Renovating them all would necessitate staggered payments, a peculiar behavior that would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. However, since Gu Xiaoxua held such a belief, he found himself unable to convey the truth. Rest assured, feel free to choose, he said. I simply do not wish to slight a talent such as yours. Do not dare say no, Tang Tion asserted firmly, preventing Gu Xiaoxua from declining. Gu Xiaoxua looked at Tang Tion, bewildered, her large eyes brimming with emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Yanning gazed at Gu Xiaoxua with envy, as if silently lamenting why the favored individual was not herself. The demeanor of the two left Tang Tion feeling quite uncomfortable. I truly did not mean it that way. Ahem. He cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the subject. Then it is settled. I would appreciate it if you could make another trip. I will not be accompanying you. Wang Yanning nodded. Of course. Rest assured, I will ensure it is handled splendidly. Chapter 14. Sparring. Having finalized the renovation list, Wang Yanning departed from Ziziyuan to procure furniture. Meanwhile, Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxua remained seated beneath the old locust tree. Following the earlier incident, Gu Xiaoxua felt exceedingly awkward, sitting there obediently with flushed cheeks, hardly daring to glance at Tang Tion. Tang Tion sighed internally, recognizing her naivety. If he harbored any such intentions, she would undoubtedly lack the capacity for resistance. Yet, she was at least a prodigy, a child of innate talent. Shouldn't the Qingyue sect be taking special measures to protect someone of her caliber? Moreover, Elder Zhongyang had casually placed her in close proximity to him. Did he not fear the potential destruction of this future star? He found himself perplexed. In the realm of cultivation, there were countless enigmas. Moreover, he had previously been but a lowly servant disciple, with little exposure to the ways of the world. Who could say if there were pitfalls lurking within? Never mind, for now, it would suffice. Clarity would surely come with time. observing Gu Xiaoxue's restless demeanor. Tang Tion sighed and spoke, Xiaoxue, why not join me in practicing swordplay? I've recently gained some insights into swordsmanship. He wished to dispel the peculiar atmosphere that lingered. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Xiaoxue startled and looked up. Huh? Oh, her eyes sparkled. How do you wish to practice? Tang Tion chuckled. Did you not mention that my style of swordplay was merely a childhood pastime for you? Let us engage in a playful manner, just as you did back then. With that, he rose and moved to a more spacious area of the courtyard. All right. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up as she stood and positioned herself opposite Tang Tion. They faced one another. I shall not hold back, so be prepared, Tang Tion declared, exuding the demeanor of a skilled master. Gu Xiaoxue nodded earnestly, of course. Holding back would make it less enjoyable. Tang Tion, momentarily exasperated by her lightheartedness, felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. A gust of wind suddenly surged within the courtyard, and a long sword materialized in Tang Tion's grasp. Gu Xiaoxue gasped softly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. Here I come, Tang Tion shouted, rising to his full height. Instantly, a tempest enveloped the courtyard, shrouding Gu Xiaoxue's petite figure. Following this, countless strands of sword energy surged toward her from all directions. Impenetrable and infused with a fierce aura. How interesting, Gu Xiaoxue smiled faintly, drawing her own longsword. As she danced gracefully, her sword traced a beautiful arc through the air, deflecting all the incoming sword energy. Yet, almost immediately, the sword energy redirected itself, returning anew. This time, however, the fierce aura vanished entirely, and the sword energy seemed to transform, drifting like feathers caught in the breeze. Gu Xiaoxue swung her sword in a horizontal arc. Yet the sword aura danced around her blade and swiftly clung to her body. Startled, she quickly dodged, the sword aura barely grazing her as it flew past. She then altered her sword technique, twisting her wrist to conjure several intangible whirlpools, drawing the soft sword aura into their midst, where they collided and dissipated into nothingness. Concealed within the wind, Lin Feng observed her deft resolution of his swordplay, transforming peril into safety, and could not help but marvel. Truly a prodigy of innate talent. She had swiftly discerned the method to counter his attacks. Moreover, Tang Tion noted a dramatic shift in Gu Xiaoxue's demeanor upon entering combat. The softness and innocence that once characterized her had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming, lethal intent. She seemed like an entirely different person. At that moment, she undeniably embodied the essence of a youthful genius. Before long, the feather-like sword auras were completely neutralized by Gu Xiaoxue. However, Tang Tion's capabilities extended beyond this. The form of the wind was ever-changing. Hidden within its embrace, he knew that unless she could locate his core, she stood no chance of defeating him solely through her swordsmanship. Watching her once again ensnared in the onslaught, a subtle smirk played upon Tang Tion's lips. Would she continue to act recklessly? He relished the thought of seeing her pride diminished. This girl was simply too disheartening. What vexed him further was her obliviousness to how her actions affected others. Thus, it was imperative to teach her that there were always greater forces in the world. With newfound seriousness, Tang Tion unleashed a myriad of techniques, vowing to ensnare her within the tempestuous sword array. Yet, as he conjured various forms of sword aura, Gu Xiaoxue's figure abruptly vanished from the array. Moments later, a playful voice rang in his ear. Found you. Tang Tion was instantly alarmed, channeling all his strength into a striking blow. Alas, he struck nothing but air. A chilling sensation then grazed his neck. Glancing down, he beheld a pale long sword poised against him. He had been defeated. With a sigh, Tang Tion slowly descended from the sky. Gu Xiaoxue sheathed her long sword and reappeared before him. How did you find me? Tang Tion asked, frustration evident in his tone. Having anticipated trapping her within the sword array. By analyzing the movement patterns of the wind, Miss Gu explained. Though you ensnared me within your sword array, each time you altered the sword technique, it originated from a core point. After several iterations, one can deduce the location of that core. However, you were indeed formidable. Had I been my former self, I might not have identified your position so swiftly. Tang Tion's eyelid twitched. Her ability to find him so quickly implied that she could still locate him. This was exceptionally disheartening. If I continuously change my position, how will you locate the core? Tang Tion inquired once more. Gu Xiaoxue replied, it matters not. As long as one employs swordsmanship, a pattern can be discerned. With repeated practice, one shall be able to find it effortlessly. Moreover, there are multiple methods to unravel such sword formations, including disrupting the environment or severing the focal points, among others. The art of the sword is ever-changing, yet it adheres to the principles of the sword path. Tang Tion stared in astonishment. realizing the depth of knowledge possessed by this young lady. I humbly request a more detailed explanation. This time, he was genuinely eager to learn. Gu Xiaoxue, without reservation, shared her insights on swordsmanship with Tang Tion. As she elaborated, he gradually came to understand that cultivation encompasses an immensely vast realm, seemingly without limits. A brand new world slowly unveiled itself before him. Simultaneously, Tang Tion finally grasped the profound mastery Gu Xiaoxue possessed in the realm of cultivation. Indeed, age does not always signify everything. When a person with extraordinary talent immerses themselves in their area of expertise, the world witnesses the birth of miracles. For the first time, Tang Tion sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elder Zhongyang for introducing such an exceptional prodigy into his life. Chapter 15. The sermon lasted for an entire half of the day. During this period, Tang Tion felt as if his soul had undergone a transcendence. And for the first time, he gained a clear understanding of cultivation. Although he possessed dual systems, embarking on a path unimaginable to others, this newfound comprehension was indeed a rare treasure. After an extensive discussion, Tang Tion began to form a vague idea about his future cultivation journey. Who taught you all this? Tang Tion inquired. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a shy smile. Part of it was taught by elder uncle, while the rest I comprehended on my own. Tang Tion marveled inwardly. Such innate talent could hardly be described merely as a gift. She seemed to be a favored child of the heavens, endowed with a soul that received divine grace. Contemplating this, Tang Tion found himself increasingly perplexed as to why such an exceptional and pure genius would be casually assigned as his protector, especially when she was still troubled over her spiritual jade. How is life in the sect? Tang Tion could not help but ask. Gu Xiaoxue replied, it's quite good. After elder uncle brought me back to the sect, I've been living on the main peak, and the senior brothers and sisters have been quite considerate towards me. Later, when the elder entered seclusion for cultivation, I sought a cave dwelling under his guidance and rarely went out, mostly focusing on my cultivation. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I cannot afford the nascent soul pills. On the recommendation of my senior sister, I approached Elder Zhongyang and chose to become a protector. That is how I met you. It sounded as though there were no issues at all. Yet, Tang Tion sensed that something was amiss. However, after pondering for a long while, he still could not discern the underlying mystery. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. He lifted his gaze to the sky. The sun had descended beyond the mountains, casting a crimson hue across half the sky, a breathtaking sight. It must be around mealtime. Tang Tion mused, stroking his chin. I seem to have forgotten to eat yesterday. It's been 2 days, yet I don't feel the slightest bit hungry. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. We are cultivators, so of course we don't feel hunger. We don't need to eat. Tang Tion shook his head. What fun is that? Eating is one of the most delightful experiences in life. Without it, life would be rather dull. Rising to his feet, he declared, fortunately, there are pots and pans here. Come, let me prepare us a dinner. He then led Gu Xiaoxue to the kitchen. Although it had been uninhabited for a long time, it remained remarkably clean, almost spotless. Thanks to the infusion of natural essence, there was no need for extensive cleaning. Let me see what I can make. Tang Tion probed into his shimi ring, rummaging through its contents. During his visit to the Golden Jade Hall yesterday, he had purchased a plethora of ordinary resources, including spiritual rice, various edible spiritual herbs, and beast meat, among other items. These ingredients are quite similar to ordinary ones, and a simple cooking method suffices. Of course, he primarily lacks the skills for intricate culinary techniques. A pot of porridge, stir-fried sour and spicy yam strips, green peppers with meat, and a refreshing salad of bok choy. How does that sound? Tang Tion swiftly settled on tonight's menu. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled softly. It sounds just like home-cooked dishes. Tang Tion smirked. Home-cooked meals are indeed the most delicious. He would never concede his culinary inadequacies. Soon, the ingredients were prepared, and a fire blazed beneath the earthen stove. Aren't you using a lighter? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Firewood imparts a richer flavor, Tang Tion insisted. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxue crouched by the fire while Tang Tion attended to the ingredients. If any cultivators were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Who among cultivators still cooks in such a manner? Nevertheless, Tang Tion reveled in the process. The sizzle of vegetables in the oil sounded exceedingly pleasant. However, once a plate of dark potato strips emerged from the pan, their roles shifted. Tang Tion tended to the fire while Gu Xiaoxue cooked. Before long, the 3 homely dishes were ready. The two sat around a stone table by the ancient well, enveloped in a cozy and pleasant atmosphere. Your culinary skills are quite impressive, Tang Tion remarked as he savored the dishes. Perhaps due to the quality of the ingredients, the flavors surpassed those he had created in his previous life by several degrees. "Oh, it's nothing," Gu Xiaoxue replied with a smile. "I merely cooked them through. I used to do this at home when I was younger." As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. "Back when my parents worked outside, I was responsible for washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens and ducks, and cleaning. My younger brother was quite mischievous, often breaking things, so I would follow behind him to tidy up. Sometimes, when I couldn't manage, I would take the blame when our parents returned to spare him from getting scolded." Many years had passed, and she found herself longing for those days. Tang Tion, rendered speechless, pondered, "What is there to cherish about such a life?" Gu Xiaoxue took a bite of her dish. "Regardless, that place will always be home to me. I loved holding my brother, sitting atop the chicken coop to watch the sunset. The golden sunlight would warm my skin. It felt so comforting. But it was precisely that comfort that caused me to lose track of time on several occasions, resulting in a thorough scolding from my parents. Haha." Tang Tion paused, choosing silence. Each person's environment is distinct. He could not impose his perceptions upon Gu Xiaoxue's experiences, for that would be a narrow-minded approach. He now understood why Gu Xiaoxue was so mature and willingly took on household chores. It was a habit cultivated during her childhood. "Then why did you choose to leave home and come to Transmigrating?" Tang Tion inquired. Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat bashful, replied, "It wasn't my choice to leave. On that particular day, I encountered the elder, who remarked that I was well suited for cultivation. After a brief discussion with my parents, they ultimately accepted a vial of disaster relief pills, permitting me to depart with the elder." Tang Tion felt a pang in his heart. The disaster relief pills were hardly worth anything, being mere trinkets of little value, effective only for ordinary mortals to alleviate ailments, a mere fraction of a spirit jade. To relinquish a daughter for such a paltry item was truly disheartening. "Did you feel sad at that time?" Tang Tion inquired softly. Gu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "In any case, my parents were quite happy. Their happiness brings me joy." After saying this, she continued to savor several more bites of food alongside her rice porridge. Tang Tion chose not to delve further into this topic. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Not every childhood is as idyllic as one might imagine. Yet, each individual possesses the right to choose their own happiness. To him, Gu Xiaoxue's childhood seemed bleak, marked by the fact that her parents had effectively sold her for a vial of disaster relief pills. However, Gu Xiaoxue held a different perspective. Perhaps she chose to retain only the beautiful memories in her mind. Why tarnish them? This was the happiness she had elected for herself. Chapter 16. Breakthrough. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Anning informed Tang Tion through the jade slip that there was much to prepare, and he would not arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Consequently, Tang Tion ceased his wait and returned to his chamber. Gu Xiaoxue also settled in, occupying the room adjacent to the main house on the right side. Upon entering the serene meditation room, Tang Tion raised an eyebrow, finding it indeed tranquil, perfectly suited for daily cultivation. He sat cross-legged and soon entered a state of meditation. Thereafter, Tang Tion activated the infinite consumption system. The expenditure from today as property purchase had propelled his consumption points above 10,000, reaching over 13,000. He was now eligible to exchange for higher-tier items. After contemplation, Tang Tion opted to redeem a talent. 5-ring talent, 10,000 consumption points. The exchange was successful, and the familiar sensation enveloped him, bringing a wave of refreshing comfort. As everything faded into abstraction, Tang Tion commenced his cultivation. Gradually, 5 white rings of talent emerged around his body, flickering in luminosity, resonating with the cosmos. Subsequently, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from all directions, enveloping Tang Tion's form. The quantity and quality of this influx were exponentially greater than what he experienced during his meditation the previous night. In addition to the enhancement of his talent, the concentration of spiritual energy in this place was remarkably substantial, contributing to such an extraordinary advancement. Indeed, the interplay of talent and cultivation environment is indispensable for any practitioner. Under these conditions, the pace of cultivation was astonishing. Tang Tion could distinctly sense his progress accelerating, visibly nearing the next level. He focused intently, diligently engaging in his practice. Several hours passed, and his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement exhibited significant growth. However, Tang Tion eventually opened his eyes. This won't he do? At this rate, he would undoubtedly be unable to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement by tonight. His expression reflected dissatisfaction. If an ordinary practitioner were to witness this demeanor, they would surely chastise him for his audacity. To aspire to ascend a minor realm in a single night? Even if the spiritual energy required in the early stages of Qi refinement is minimal, his ambitions seemed excessively grand. Yet, Tang Tion's perspective diverged, particularly after witnessing the caliber of talent possessed by Gu Xiaoxue. A sense of urgency intensified within him. He had already fallen behind significantly. Without exerting more effort, the gap would only widen further. Talent cannot be achieved overnight. Thus, alternatives must be sought. After pondering, Tang Tion finally retrieved a collection of small porcelain vials from his Shumi ring. Premium Qi Refinement Pills, Premium Body Refinement Pills, and Premium Qi Refinement Essence Pills. These were procured wholesale from the Jinyu Tang, all specifically suited for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Why not utilize them? The question remained whether they would justify their cost. Tang Tion opened a vial of Premium Qi Refinement Pills and poured out a single white pill. An intense fragrance immediately wafted towards him, far surpassing the aroma of the Yang Yuan pill by countless measures. He decisively swallowed it. In an instant, a violent storm of spiritual energy erupted within Tang Tion's abdomen. This storm possessed no destructive power. Rather, it swiftly dispersed along the meridians, surging forth with intensity. Tang Tion felt a profound warmth enveloping his entire body, as the potency of the elixir swept through him in a single breath. Moments later, all the spiritual energy converged in his dantian, elevating his cultivation level by a small increment. Truly remarkable, Tang Tion marveled, recognizing that such effects were in a league entirely above the nourishing essence pills. This elixir harbored the most refined spiritual energy, requiring no refining process, allowing it to be directly absorbed into the dantian to enhance one's strength. Priced at 100 spiritual jade per vial, containing 10 pills, it was indeed a worthy investment. Another one. Tang Tion poured out another Qi refining pill and swallowed it, complementing it with his usual cultivation practice. Before long, he had consumed an entire vial of Qi refining pills, and his cultivation level reached the pinnacle of the third layer, just a step away from advancing further. However, at this critical juncture, he chose not to continue but instead opted to consume body-enhancing and Qi-enhancing pills. Merely possessing spiritual energy without a solid foundation was inadequate. The body-enhancing pill could bolster his physical attributes, eliminating the need for arduous training, while the Qi-enhancing pill aimed to elevate the quality of his spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the same amount of spiritual energy, the more formidable it became. Tang Tion consumed them one by one, maximizing his overall strength. When the time felt right, he opened the second vial of Qi refining pills. Just one was sufficient to shatter the constraints of the third layer of Qi refining, successfully propelling him to the fourth layer. Phew! Tang Tion exhaled deeply. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. He was now in a position to fully shed the identity of a mere outer disciple and become a true outer disciple of the Qinghua sect. It would be wise to elevate his status further. There is a distinct difference between a purchased identity and one earned through genuine strength. The more, the better, he mused. After a session of cultivation, it was now deep into the night. Tang Tion rose from the meditation chamber and returned to his bedroom. Lying atop the soft bed, he found himself lacking sleepiness. A practitioner in the Qi refining stage could easily forego sleep for a month without issue. Nevertheless, Tang Tion believed that life should not be overly monotonous. When conditions permitted, indulging in a bit of leisure was also a form of enjoyment. Spending every day in seclusion, neglecting food and sleep, was simply too tedious. As his scattered thoughts drifted, Tang Tion gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, at dawn, the gentle chirping of birds and beasts in the forest roused Tang Tion from his sleep. After lingering in bed for a while, he rose, washed, changed his clothes, and stepped outside. The fresh air greeted him with invigorating vigor, refreshing his spirit. As he arrived in the front yard, Tang Tion was pleasantly surprised to discover that Gu Xiaoxue had, unbeknownst to him, prepared breakfast and was waiting for him by the stone table. "You're awake," she exclaimed. "Come and have breakfast," she added with a playful smile. Tang Tion approached and took a seat, chuckling. "Haven't you decided to skip meals?" Gu Xiaoxue set out the bowls and chopsticks for him, retorting, "You said it yourself. Eating is one of the most delightful things in life. It would be a shame to casually forego it." Tang Tion couldn't help but smile. Her innocence was truly endearing. In truth, his suggestion the previous day had been a mere whim, yet she had taken it to heart. The table was adorned with porridge and a few simple home-cooked dishes, which Tang Tion sampled, finding the flavors quite agreeable. "Cooking isn't mentioned in the bodyguard regulations, is it?" Tang Tion teased. Gu Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed. She had thought that merely memorizing the rules would suffice. However, based on the events of the previous day, she realized that not a single rule had been applicable. Tang Tion shook his head, sighing softly. "In reality, we are merely in a contractual relationship. You needn't be this kind to me." Gu Xiaoxue busily stirred her food, murmuring, "I treat others well if they treat me well." What? Tang Tion didn't quite catch her words, but Gu Xiaoxue did not repeat herself, urging him instead to eat quickly, lest it grow cold. A gentle spring breeze wafted through, and it was unclear when, but the tender buds on the old locust tree had begun to unfurl and blossom. Chapter 17. The Dojo. As the sun rose, after breakfast, Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue settled beneath the old locust tree, resuming their philosophical discourse from the previous day. Though labeled as a debate, it primarily consisted of Tang Tion posing questions while Gu Xiaoxue elucidated the answers. Gu Xiaoxue was meticulous and thorough in her exploration of cultivation, leaving no stone unturned. Tang Tion felt as if he had been transported back to his student days, his understanding of cultivation deepening with each of Gu Xiaoxue's insights. After more than an hour, Tang Tion's communication jade talisman began to resonate. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Wang Anning, who had prepared all the renovation materials and was waiting outside Zizhu courtyard. The discussion came to a close, and Gu Xiaoxue, holding the formation plate, invited Wang Anning in. "How did you rest yesterday, Tang Xiao?" Wang Anning inquired with a smile. "Quite well," Tang Tion replied, inviting him to take a seat. "Are all the items ready?" Wang Anning nodded and began to present the materials one by one. 2 veins of Xianling energy were sealed within a substance known as vein stone, radiating starlight and resembling a miniature galaxy. The tail feather lamp, made from the tail feathers of a silver shuttle bird, exuded a subtle natural aura. It could be placed anywhere and operated with a simple control spell, consuming no energy and providing great convenience. Additionally, there were tranquility jade, path-seeking stones, and other renovation facilities. "Looks good," Tang Tion remarked. "I will handle the renovations myself from here on. Some of these items involve formations, and for reasons of safety and privacy, they must remain confidential." Of course, Wang Anning understood this principle as well. Subsequently, Tang Tion settled the final payment, officially concluding the transaction. A familiar system notification resonated in his mind as over 13 million spirit jade was credited to his account, restoring his consumption points, which had dwindled to a mere 3,000, back over 10,000. The 5th-tier physique was now within reach. After bidding farewell to Wang Anning, Tang Tion began arranging his main residence. He entrusted the guest room materials entirely to Gu Xiaoxue, allowing her to set it up as she pleased. Tang Tion had no inclination to invade another's privacy. However, once the renovations were complete, he did pay a visit to Gu Xiaoxue's room, observing the decor, which was imbued with a youthful charm yet retained an air of elegance. He politely declined to showcase his own minimalist design. Once all facilities were activated, the cultivation environment within the room enhanced significantly. Had he practiced in such an atmosphere the previous night, he could have effortlessly transcended to the 4th layer of qi refinement without the need for medicinal pills. "What do you think?" Tang Tion asked with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue praised, "It's fantastic. Much better than my little cave abode. Although I have a small spiritual vein of the same level, it does not possess such rich natural energy. If I were to reside here continuously, I would undoubtedly soon transcend to the nascent soul stage." Tang Tion chuckled softly and remarked, "Then you shall remain here. I should have no further obligations for the time being, and barring any extraordinary circumstances, I would not opt to venture out. You should dedicate yourself to serene cultivation here." Gu Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Tang Xiao, are you not going to the training grounds?" Tang Tion was bewildered. "What is the training ground?" Gu Xiaoxue elucidated. "It is a designated area within the upper district of Qinghua sect for disciples to cultivate. Above the training ground, there are various formations set up by the esteemed elders of the sect, facilitating a smooth cultivation experience. Moreover, it is equipped with specialized quiet rooms for training, yielding even better results. Although the natural aura in Zizhu courtyard is quite rich, the training ground is still the superior choice for rapid advancement." Tang Tion fell into silence. He was aware that the upper district of Qinghua sect possessed dedicated training rooms, yet he had not anticipated such an arrangement. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it was evidently a place where disciples congregated, perhaps even to the exclusion of all else. Tang Tion was not particularly fond of such environments. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "For now, I shall pass. My current abilities are insufficient, and the cultivation environment at Zizhu courtyard is already adequate. We can discuss this further at a later time." Gu Xiaoxue seemed somewhat perplexed by Tang Tion's perspective, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the qi refinement stage, there was little distinction between that place and Zizhu courtyard. Additionally, the efficient training rooms at the training ground required substantial expenditure of spirit jade, which was rather burdensome, as Gu Xiaoxue remarked. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tion's ears perked up. "Does it require payment?" Gu Xiaoxue confirmed. Yes? A basic training room costs several hundred spirit jades per day. Coupled with various supplementary formations, it totals several thousand at the very least. The expenses for higher-tier rooms are even greater. I only plan to utilize a more advanced training room when I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Not going is quite advantageous, preventing unnecessary expenditures. Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. This sect seemed to resemble a mundane city, where every service came at a cost. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If everything were free, how could such a vast sect sustain its daily operations? It was indeed more reasonable to incur costs. After pondering this, Tang Tion suddenly declared, "Let us go. With such an excellent opportunity, why should we refrain? As practitioners of the Tao, we ought to strive for the best cultivation resources, thereby reaching greater heights," Tang Tion proclaimed with righteous fervor. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Who had just claimed they would not go? Was it her? Yes, it was her. But initially, she had not been the one to suggest it. Gu Xiaoxue felt her mind struggling to keep pace with Tang Tion's shifting thoughts. The change of heart is rather abrupt, isn't it? Ahem. Tang Tion cleared his throat and said, "Do not dwell too much on the details." "Is the dojo far?" Gu Xiaoxue inquired, scratching her head. "Not at all. It's just atop the main peak. We shall arrive shortly." With a grand gesture, Tang Tion declared, "Then let us be off. Time waits for no one. A moment lost in cultivation is a moment gained by another. Let us go, he exclaimed, striding purposefully towards the courtyard. Observing Tang Tion's sudden fervor, Gu Xiaoxue was struck by a realization. It appeared that he only exhibited such enthusiasm when the topic of expenditure arose. Truly, he was a singularly independent young heir. Shaking her head, Gu Xiaoxue followed closely behind. Soon, the duo of one large and one small figure departed from the bamboo grove. Not long after their departure, several young disciples from Qingwei sect arrived at the periphery of the bamboo grove. "Is it true? Has this place truly been purchased?" a female disciple asked. "Certainly not. I have kept a vigilant watch over such a location. Any stirring would not escape my notice," replied another young male disciple. The female disciple expressed her curiosity with an "oh," peering into the bamboo grove. The young male disciple chuckled, "No need to look further. The one who acquired the bamboo manor is a remarkably young scion of a wealthy family, accompanied by only a single guard. He is a newcomer, undoubtedly just arrived at Qingwei sect, and you stand a splendid chance of winning his favor. Do not say I did not offer you a heads up." The female disciple shot him a glare, seemingly miffed at the bluntness of his statement. Noticing the suggestive smile on his face, she produced a vial of unknown elixir and handed it to him. "Do keep this under wraps." The young man accepted the potion, grinning, "I shall do my utmost. But you must act swiftly. Such information cannot remain concealed for long." With that, he turned to leave. The female disciple remained at the entrance of the bamboo grove, lost in thought. Had Tang Tion been present, he would have recognized her instantly. She was none other than Lin Yu's close confidant, Feng Fei. Chapter 18. Supreme Configuration. Upon departing from the Zizhu courtyard, Tang Tion hurriedly ascended the main peak. This marked the first occasion since his entry into the Qingwei sect that he had visited the sect's principal summit. The mountain loomed majestically, its trees casting shadows that obscured the sun, while pavilions and towers lay hidden within, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Under the guidance of Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tion made his way upward, ultimately reaching a vast plaza halfway up the mountain. The sight before him left Tang Tion utterly astounded. The expansive plaza seemed to stretch infinitely. At its very center stood a colossal statue, towering over the people gathered at its base, who could scarcely reach its toes. The statue ascended high into the sky, its upper half enveloped in thick clouds, rendering its features indistinguishable. Above the clouds, however, one could discern an immense Tai Chi Bagua diagram, suspended in midair, casting its vast shadow over the entire plaza. Disciples of the Qingwei sect were seated in concentric circles around the statue, meticulously arranged. The spectacle was profoundly awe-inspiring. "Is that the ancestor of our sect?" Tang Tion inquired of Gu Xiaoxue. She shook her head, saying no. Very few were privy to the true identity of the figure, and it was ill-advised to inquire further. The elder had informed me that it represented a kind of taboo existence. To speculate recklessly could invite calamity. Tang Tion was taken aback. What sort of situation was this? The Qingwei sect's place of worship did not honor its own ancestor, but instead revered a forbidden entity. Was this a new trend? He pondered, but quickly retracted his thoughts, wary of attracting misfortune upon himself. Nonetheless, the Qingwei sect undeniably emanated an aura of the extraordinary. Redirecting his gaze, Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue successfully entered the place of worship. Upon entering, Tang Tion immediately sensed a stark contrast in atmosphere compared to the Zijou courtyard. The aura of cultivation was palpably intense. Just as Gu Xiaoxue had remarked, the place of worship was indeed the most suitable environment for daily cultivation. In contrast, the Zijou courtyard was more conducive to self-cultivation and the refinement of one's inner self. Young Master Tang, which direction do you wish to go? Gu Xiaoxue asked. If you wish to cultivate in the plaza, you merely need to find an empty spot to sit. However, if you seek a cultivation chamber, you must rent a key from the Wind Tao Pavilion, which is located behind the statue. Tang Tion responded with a smile. Of course. I shall opt for the cultivation chamber. I am curious to discover the cost. Ahem, the remarkable effects of such a superior cultivation environment. Having made his decision, the two followed the stone path along the edge of the plaza until they arrived at the Wind Tao Pavilion. By now, it was already mid-morning, and those disciples who required rental keys had long since completed their transactions. The interior was relatively unoccupied. They soon located a responsible individual, and Tang Tion clearly articulated his purpose. Upon observing the garments adorning Tang Tion, the responsible individual politely inquired, "What type of cultivation chamber would you like to rent?" Esteemed friend? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion replied, "As this is my first visit, I would prefer to take a look first." Subsequently, the individual presented all the information regarding the cultivation chambers to Tang Tion. The prices were as follows: Primary cultivation chamber, 500 spirit jade per day. Intermediate cultivation chamber, 3,000 spirit jade per day. Advanced cultivation chamber, 20,000 spirit jade per day. Elite cultivation chamber, 100,000 spirit jade per day. Dao level cultivation chamber, 1 million spirit jade per day. In addition, all aforementioned chambers could be equipped with various levels of auxiliary formations, such as the spirit gathering array or the spirit refining array, with costs ranging from 100 spirit jade to 100,000 spirit jade per day. Gazing at the listed prices, a smile gradually crept across Tang Tion's lips. Ultimately, he calmly declared, "Provide me with the highest configuration, the Dao level cultivation chamber, along with the utmost auxiliary formations. Let it all be included." As his words resonated, an unexpected silence enveloped the group, soon followed by two incredulous exclamations. "Huh? What?" Gu Xiaoxue's eyes widened in disbelief, while the responsible individual stood utterly dumbfounded. "The highest configuration, all of it," Tang Tion reiterated. The individual finally regained his composure and spoke. "No offense intended, esteemed friend. While you hold the esteemed title of a senior honorary disciple, your cultivation level is merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. For this stage, we would recommend no more than the intermediate cultivation chamber. Anything beyond that would exceed your capacity and yield no significant effect." Tang Tion chuckled softly. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I suggest you refrain from offering me advice. I am quite accustomed to utilizing the highest configurations." The individual was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Gu Xiaoxue hastily tugged at Tang Tion, whispering, "Young Master Tang, you should heed his words. Exceeding the configuration of the intermediate chamber truly bears little benefit. The Dao level is specifically intended for those in the tribulation stage. It would be unwise to squander your resources." Gu Xiaoxue earnestly counseled him, her sincere gaze compelling. Tang Tion nodded in agreement, responding, "You are correct." He then turned toward the responsible individual. "I almost forgot to mention, the top configuration I referred to is for 2 sets, one for each of us. Do not get it confused." Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed, "Am I right? Should you not reflect on your own words? It seems you haven't absorbed a word of what I said. Young Master Tang, please reconsider." With a sigh inwardly, Tang Tion mused on her virtues. She was truly kind-hearted and pure, yet perhaps too naive. In the case of certain individuals, they might have rushed forward to secure a set for him before he even had the chance to speak. No need for further persuasion. Tang Tion spoke softly. "The reasons behind these actions are not solely due to you. I have my own motivations. Consider it a token of gratitude for the breakfast you provided today." He could not divulge the true rationale to Gu Xiaoxue, and thus offered this explanation instead. Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily dazed, uncertain of her own thoughts. Fortunately, she complied and refrained from further persuasion. Tang Tion sighed quietly, realizing that he must strive to avoid such situations in the future, lest it place undue pressure on the young girl. Individuals like Gu Xiaoxue often hold gratitude in high regard. Tang Tion had no desire to shamelessly admit that he had acted solely for her sake. "Are you certain you wish to rent a meditation chamber for cultivation?" the person in charge inquired. Tang Tion nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I require 2 sets, with the formations configured to the highest standards." "What will be the total cost?" The official calculated before responding, Based on your specifications, the daily consumption fee will amount to 470,000 spirit jade. Tang Tion frowned slightly, asking, is it possible to rent for an extended period all at once? Less than 500,000 seems somewhat insufficient. The official inhaled deeply, certainly. The maximum rental period is 1 year. However, please note that the charges will apply regardless of your usage of the meditation chamber during that year. Tang Tion glanced at his wallet, which had surpassed 300 million. Calculating, he determined it would suffice for precisely 2 months. Then let us proceed with a 2-month rental as a trial, he declared. Chapter 19. The Secret Art of the Green Python. After completing the necessary formalities, Tang Tion obtained 2 tokens granting access to the Dao-level cultivation chambers. He then departed from the Wendaoge with Gu Xiaoxue. Throughout the journey, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat pensive, as if the recent events had left a faint mark on her spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion inquired, what troubles you? With her head bowed, Gu Xiaoxue murmured, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Observing her demeanor, Tang Tion's brow furrowed in concern. He chastised her sharply. Cast aside such absurd thoughts. Listen carefully. In this world, no one offers kindness without a motive. If someone were to do so, it would undoubtedly be because they harbor ulterior intentions. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably plunge yourself into despair. Do you understand? Tang Tion's voice resonated with authority. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, nor did he aspire to embody the archetype of a traditional good person. However, he held a profound respect and admiration for those who genuinely possessed benevolent intentions. He sincerely wished to prevent Gu Xiaoxue from allowing her innocence and kindness to ruin her life. The sudden reprimand left Gu Xiaoxue momentarily stunned. She gazed at Tang Tion, and after a prolonged silence, she slowly asked, what about you? Do you have any ulterior motives towards me? Tang Tion let out a soft huff and turned his gaze away. I am different. The kindness I extend to you is not as you perceive it. As I mentioned earlier, my decision to rent the cultivation chamber was driven by my own reasons, not out of concern for you. Do not naively think that my actions are solely for your benefit. Do you understand? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head and softly replied, all right, I understand. Tang Tion exhaled deeply, stating, from now on, regarding matters of spiritual jade, you shall refrain from offering any opinions on my decisions. Your sole responsibility is to memorize the Guardian's Code and fulfill your duties as a protector according to its guidance. Gu Xiaoxue nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, just as Tang Tion believed he had clarified his stance and felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier harshness, Gu Xiaoxue slowly lifted her head. Will you still eat breakfast if I make it for you? Tang Tion responded with mild exasperation, you truly are. For the first time, he felt a flicker of annoyance towards Gu Xiaoxue. This stubborn girl was impervious to reason. Upon arriving at the cultivation chamber, he tossed the token to her and swiftly entered his own quiet room. After sitting cross-legged for a considerable time, he gradually calmed his turbulent emotions. Perhaps it was indeed unethical to forcibly alter the nature of such a pure and kind-hearted girl. In due course, as she matured, she would inevitably come to understand the harsh realities of the world. Having soothed his feelings, Tang Tion prepared to commence his cultivation for the day. It must be said, this top-tier cultivation room was truly extraordinary. Simply through ordinary breathing, one can perceive the delicate strands of pure spiritual essence quietly nourishing one's body. Prolonged exposure to such an environment undoubtedly yields remarkable benefits for cultivation. Of course, given the substantial fees involved, one must ensure the experience is worthwhile. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tion did not hasten to begin his cultivation. Instead, he activated the infinite consumption system. Following his recent transactions, he had accrued over 28,000 consumption points, complemented by additional points from the renovation materials, bringing his total to over 20,000. Should he fully pay the annual rent, he would receive an additional 140,000 consumption points. However, beyond that, it was uncertain when he might have the opportunity for further substantial expenditures. The priority of system exchanges is undoubtedly talent, making it impossible for him to redeem a 6th-grade physique at this moment. Therefore, it would be wiser to secure the 5th-grade physique first and address the remaining matters later. Having clarified his thoughts, Tang Tion promptly opted for the exchange. 5th-grade physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's notification chimed shortly thereafter. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select one 5th-grade physique. Upon selection, congratulations. You have acquired the bloodline of the Great Wilderness Azure Python. Accompanied by the sound of successful exchange, a familiar sensation of heat enveloped his entire being once more. In a daze, Tang Tion felt as if he had been transported to the Great Wilderness, transformed into a colossal azure python that spanned mountain peaks. With a slight twist of its body, towering trees crashed to the ground, and countless demonic beasts met their demise on the spot. The azure python opened its massive jaws, and a tempest arose, consuming the flesh and blood of all the beasts within its grasp. After a considerable time, Tang Tion returned to his senses, pondering deeply. The earlier experience seemed to convey a secret technique of inheritance. When an entity reaches a certain level of power, specific mystical arts they possess can be passed down through their bloodline. Regardless of how many generations pass, this inheritance remains intact. If the bloodline of the descendants is exceptionally pure, the inherited techniques will manifest naturally, becoming second nature to them. The azure python's ability to devour other beasts appeared to be such a secret technique. Contemplating this, Tang Tion raised one hand, fingers slightly splayed. Suddenly, a powerful suction erupted from his palm, stirring the air before him and generating a potent gust. The force of this airflow astonishingly surpassed that of the fully mastered Gale sword technique. Wow! Tang Tion quickly retracted the secret technique. The potency of this power far exceeded his expectations. Could this be considered a hidden ace? A faint smile graced Tang Tion's lips. This azure python technique could indeed serve as a trump card. However, he harbored a lingering feeling that he had not fully inherited the essence of the technique. He had merely grasped the superficial aspects. Perhaps he should try utilizing the insight feature within the system? With 10,000 consumption points remaining, he directly chose to exchange. One instance of intermediate insight, 10,000 consumption points. Intermediate enlightenment. It allows for the elevation of the realms of techniques at the mystical level and below by one stage. With the exchange points in hand, Tang Tion utilized the enlightenment on the azure python secret technique. However, the system notification chimed once more. The target technique's level is too high to proceed with enlightenment. Please exchange for a higher level. Enlightenment failed. Yet, a joyful smile graced Tang Tion's face. It was merely a matter of insufficient level. It did not imply that enlightenment was impossible. Once he amassed enough exchange points, there would come a day when he could elevate the azure python secret technique to its utmost pinnacle. It was not beyond the realm of possibility to stand alongside the azure python ancestor. Quite splendid. Tang Tion contentedly exited the system interface. Subsequently, 5 rings of talent ascended, and Tang Tion commenced his cultivation for the day. Chapter 20. Peculiar behavior. Time swiftly elapses, and before long, evening descends. In the dojo, within the Tao level meditation chamber, Tang Tion sits upright upon a meditation mat, 5 rings of innate talent quietly hovering around his form, flickering in brightness. With each breath, a substantial influx of pure spiritual energy courses into his body, steadily augmenting his cultivation, which has just broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. After a brief moment, Tang Tion opens his eyes. It is still not quite enough. After a day of diligent practice, supplemented by various elixirs, he has reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. It will not be long before he successfully ascends to the 5th layer. Such a pace of advancement far surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner with 5 rings of talent. This is inevitable, as his resources are extraordinarily exceptional. The efficacy of the Tao level meditation chamber has propelled him to the limits of what can be achieved during the qi refinement phase. Furthermore, several invisible waves of Taoist principles envelop Tang Tion's body, a specialized array designed for practitioners in the tribulation stage. Although Tang Tion cannot yet harness its power, it subtly enhances his cultivation process. Compared to the purple bamboo courtyard, this place is indeed superior by a considerable margin. Forget it, I will address this tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Tang Tion decides to conclude today as practice. Exiting the meditation chamber, he activates Gu Xiaoshue's communication jade talisman. Soon, Gu Xiaoshue emerges from another meditation chamber. Are you not planning to practice for a little longer? This is a Tao level meditation chamber, after all, she inquires. Seeing her revert to her previous demeanor, Tang Tion retorts, burning the midnight oil is detrimental to the kidneys. Let us head home. With that, he strides ahead, with Gu Xiaoshue obediently trailing behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tion cannot resist asking, how does it feel? Gu Xiaoshue responds enthusiastically, it's fantastic. I previously thought that a high-level meditation chamber merely offered a higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to an ordinary chamber. Now I realize it also harbors a wealth of Taoist principles. Guided by these principles, I have discovered many of my shortcomings. Additionally, the Tao-level meditation chamber directly connects with the heavens and the earth, the sun, moon, and stars, imparting an extraordinary sensation of being at the center of the world. It is simply marvelous. Tang Tion, however, appears bewildered. Is that so? Are you certain we entered the same level of meditation chamber? He is instantly disheartened. This girl has an uncanny talent for striking blows to his morale when he least expects it. Upon arriving back at the dojo, Tang Tion returns to the One Dao Pavilion. The previous attendant is still present, and upon seeing Tang Tion's return, a smile brightens his face. Have you concluded your practice, fellow cultivator? How does it feel? He inquires politely. Tang Tion gazes at him and mimics Gu Xiaoshua's tone, replying, "It's fantastic." Thus, I perceive that a duration of merely 2 months is insufficient. I humbly request an extension of 4 additional months. The overseer, however, secretly yearns to witness Tang's regret over his choices, to see him lament and pound his chest in despair. Alas, such expectations are destined for disappointment. As you wish. Soon, the transaction was concluded. Tang surveyed his wallet and spoke once more. No, that sensation is far too exhilarating. 4 months is inadequate. Grant me an additional 6 months. Perfectly rounding it to a year. The overseer was left speechless. Brother, what do you think this is? A mere rounding of numbers? Even those cultivators preparing for seclusion during their tribulation phase do not operate in such a manner. At most, they would rent for 6 months and then extend if they were unsuccessful. Observing that Tang did not appear to jest, the overseer could only acquiesce. Very well. You possess wealth, so you wield power. The renewal was completed smoothly, and Tang's wallet swiftly burgeoned, surpassing 2 billion. His consumption points similarly soared, exceeding 160,000. With a 6th-tier talent now firmly in his grasp, Tang was in high spirits. He expressed his gratitude to the overseer before departing the dojo alongside Gu Xiaoshua. However, upon leaving, he did not hasten back to the purple bamboo courtyard. Instead, he descended the mountain and arrived at the boundary between the outer sect and the miscellaneous disciples, the Disciples' Hall. This locale serves as the gateway to promotion within the outer sect. The criteria for advancement are straightforward. As long as one cultivates to the 4th level of qi refinement and maintains a stable mental state, promotion is assured. Tang had met the requisite standards. Nevertheless, his presence attracted considerable attention, for it is indeed a rarity for a high-ranking honorary disciple to seek promotion within the outer sect. The reasoning is simple. With such ample resources, one could easily elevate oneself beyond the foundation establishment stage. What affluent heir remains in kindergarten at the age of 18? However, to their astonishment, not only was such an individual present, but upon examination, Tang's cultivation was lamentably confined to merely the 4th level of qi refinement. Is he truly a mortal body? Who can say? Judging by his age, he should be more accomplished, yet he is only at the 4th level of qi refinement. Would such a family truly invest so many resources in him? A $5 million honorary disciple. This world is unfathomably unfair. In the realm of cultivation, strength is of paramount importance. Although Tang exuded an aura of immense wealth, he still garnered a multitude of disdainful glances. Tang remained indifferent. In fact, he rather relished the unfolding of such circumstances. For this way, people would misjudge his true strength, thus placing him in a relatively secure environment. Indeed, he harbored a fear of death. There is nothing shameful in acknowledging this. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could cost one their life. Life is the most precious of gifts, and Tang Tion is reluctant to relinquish it carelessly due to his own negligence. He has yet to savor its full richness. If circumstances permitted, he would willingly bide his time until he could emerge as an invincible force in the world. After successfully passing the cultivation assessment, Tang Tion became an outer disciple. Subsequently, he returned to the purple bamboo forest with Gu Xiaoshua. Traversing the winding path, the two arrived before the formation. Suddenly, a figure on the periphery of the formation captured Tang Tion's attention. It was a woman clad in sheer fabric, lying motionless on the edge of the formation. Her attire somewhat disheveled, suggesting she had encountered some misfortune. Go and check, Tang Tion urged Gu Xiaoshua to investigate. She approached, but soon her expression turned peculiar, signaling to Tang Tion that there was no immediate danger and beckoning him to join her. As he drew closer and beheld the woman's face, he gasped in astonishment. Is it truly her? The woman was none other than Feng Fei. Gu Xiaoshua, astonished, inquired, do you know her? Tang Tion nodded, recalling their brief encounter a few days prior, which had left an unfavorable impression. What has happened to her? It appeared as though she had been injured and had fainted. Gu Xiaoshua pursed her lips. Well, on the surface, it seemed that way. However, in reality, she had likely ingested a rare elixir known as the concealed vein pill. This particular pill, quite obscure, had come to her attention by mere chance. Upon consumption, it creates a fade of damaged meridians and physical weakness, which can be swiftly remedied with the antidote. Tang Tion was taken aback. Such a pill existed? What purpose did Fang Fei have in taking it? Lowering his gaze, he observed Fang Fei's disheveled attire, which, though sheer, inadvertently revealed considerable expanse of her fair skin, leaving him momentarily speechless. What on earth was she engaged in? Chapter 21. Ruthless revelation. Find a way to awaken her, Tang Tion expressed to Gu Xiaoxue. Not wishing to entangle himself further with a person like Fang Fei, Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, performing a peculiar incantation with her hands, before gently touching Fang Fei's forehead. Moments later, Fang Fei stirred, letting out a soft moan. What has happened? My head feels so dizzy. With a dazed expression, she appeared frail as she propped herself up. Unintentionally or not, her garment slipped slightly, revealing delicate skin beneath. What are you doing here? Tang Tion inquired. I was injured. She replied. I heard others say that this purple bamboo forest possesses healing properties, so I came to try my luck. However, as I wandered, I unknowingly stumbled into a formation, and after that, everything went blank. Fang Fei delicately pressed her forehead, embodying a pitiful demeanor. Her voice, so different from the one she had at Jinyutang a few days prior, raised Tang Tion's suspicions. Was she not weary from straining her voice? Observing her performance, Tang Tion surmised her intentions. Was this a well-orchestrated act of delivering oneself at the door? Indeed, the one who could acquire the purple bamboo courtyard must possess considerable wealth, which often signifies power and status. Some young ladies find it challenging to restrain themselves in such matters. Yet, Fang Fei, could you not have prepared yourself better before taking action? Tang Tion, devoid of interest in playing along, spoke coolly. Fang Fei, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Upon hearing her name, Fang Fei froze momentarily. Then, as if recollecting something, she raised her head slowly, her expression turning to shock. It's you? How could you be here? Fang Fei was profoundly astonished, her voice losing its previous strain as she reverted to her true self. Tang Tion chuckled. That question should be posed by me. What are you doing outside my courtyard? If I recall correctly, ordinary disciples are not permitted to enter the purple bamboo forest at will. Fang Fei's expression was one of disbelief, as if she could not grasp the situation. Her eyes widened in incredulity as she exclaimed, How is this possible? You, a mere servant who has earned a little fortune, cannot possibly have acquired the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tion replied coldly. First, whether I purchased the purple bamboo courtyard has nothing to do with you. Secondly, I am now an outer disciple and a senior honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. Lastly, leave at once, or I shall notify the enforcement hall. Fang Fei stood in stunned silence, intending to expose Tang Tion's true identity, yet her gaze fell upon the gilded purple robe he wore. Indeed, it was the emblem of a senior honorary disciple, and none would dare impersonate such an identity within Qinghua sect. In that instant, her emotions became exceedingly complex. She never anticipated that despite her various machinations and the exorbitant price she paid, the outcome would be none other than Tang Tion, whom she had once held in the utmost disdain. Will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone throw you out? Tang Tion issued his ultimatum. Fang Fei's expression shifted dramatically, and she suddenly donned an air of profound grievance, her voice trembling with emotion as she implored, Tang Tion, Master Tang, you truly misunderstand me. I harbor no contempt for you whatsoever. It is Lin Yu who has incessantly slandered you in my presence, leading to my misapprehensions. I am genuinely injured. My meridians are unable to function. Please, take pity on me and allow me to rest here. I do not wish to enter the courtyard. If I return, my fate will surely be dire. Her voice was filled with anguish, and sorrow clouded her brow. Had her target been an inexperienced youth, perhaps her tactics would have succeeded. Alas, Tang Tion was already well versed in the ways of the world. I grant you 3 breaths of time. He remained indifferent. Listen to me, Master Tang. Fang Fei, unwilling to concede, attempted to move closer, her collar slipping lower with her movements. Yet another figure interposed itself before her, Gu Xiaoxue. At this moment, she stood silently, her demeanor sharp, casting a cold glare at Fang Fei, exuding the poise of a competent guardian. 2 breaths remain, Tang Tion stated flatly. Fang Fei bit her lip, seemingly preparing for one last attempt at resistance. However, she could not surmount Gu Xiaoxue's obstruction. In resignation, she uttered an apology and staggered away from the bamboo grove. Once she departed, Tang Tion shook his head and activated the formation, stepping into the bamboo courtyard. I finally adhered to the Guardian's code just now. Otherwise, I would feel as though I had accomplished nothing, which would be a disservice to my substantial salary, Gu Xiaoxue remarked, her demeanor returning to its previous cheerful state. Tang Tion chuckled. That is merely a facade. Without your presence, The conflict with Jia Ming and the others yesterday morning would have been inevitable. While conducting affairs at Qingyue Gate, I would have encountered countless disturbances. It is your presence that has helped avert such vexing issues. Gu Xiaoxue, puzzled, inquired. But the renowned disciples I have encountered, even when alone, seldom face any affronts. Ordinary disciples seem quite fearful of them. Tang Tion shook his head. They are merely intimidated by the attire. This purple robe symbolizes ample financial backing and an unknown background. Yet, if one's own strength is lacking, all that prestige amounts to nothing. There will always be those willing to test the waters. That would lead to an inordinate amount of trouble. Gu Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully before adding. That woman earlier was quite insincere. The appearance was evidently fabricated at first glance. Surely, no one would fall for such a ruse, would they? Tang Tion touched his nose, contemplating. In truth, he found Fang Fei's acting quite commendable. If she were a stranger, unaware of her use of hidden veins, his demeanor would not have been as harsh as it was earlier, even without offering assistance. Could it be that women truly understand one another better? You are right. Her acting is rather poor, Tang Tion concurred. Her attempts to draw near to you must be driven by ulterior motives, seeking personal gain, perhaps? Must she not tread a more honorable path? Gu Xiaoxue remarked, clearly disapproving of Fang Fei's prior actions. Tang Tion responded, everyone has their own means of survival. I seldom judge such matters. Let us not speak of her any longer. Rest well. We shall return to the dojo for training tomorrow. With that, the two retreated to their respective chambers. Under the luminous moon, a woman sat cross-legged amidst the forest, her aura fluctuating ceaselessly. It was Fang Fei. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, her wounds fully healed, restoring her to her original form. Damn Tang Tion, she seethed, her eyes brimming with resentment. What of your wealth? You shall forever remain a mere lowly servant at the Qi refinement stage. If I cannot contend with you, can no one else? You dare to insult me twice. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions. Fang Fei gazed coldly into the distance, as if resolutely making a momentous decision. And Linyu, she continued, it is because of you that I have become embroiled in enmity with Tang Tion. You wretched harlot, you despicable servant, wait for me. Chapter 22. The arrival of Qinhai early the next morning, Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the main peak dojo. Last night, he had successfully exchanged his 100,000 consumption points for the 6-ring talent, and today was the perfect opportunity to test its effects. After a session of cultivation, the evident disparity between the 6-ring talent and the 5-ring talent became apparent. With the aid of the Tao-level cultivation chamber, he estimated that he could break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement by the end of the day. This prospect filled Tang Tion with exhilaration, for strength was the aspect he valued most. In the following half-month, Tang Tion found no additional avenues for consumption. While options existed, the quantities were minuscule, and he dismissed the mere millions as trivial. During this period, he traversed between the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard. The saturated cultivation environment, coupled with ample medicinal assistance, led to a rapid elevation in his cultivation level. On the first day, he reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. By the 3rd day, he attained the 6th layer. And by the 7th day, he reached the 7th layer. After more than half a month, Tang Tion had ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. With another half-month, he anticipated reaching the great perfection of the 13th layer, enabling him to challenge the foundation establishment realm. Such a pace was something the former Tang Tion could scarcely have imagined. It is worth noting that Lin Yu, who possessed the 5-ring talent, had taken nearly a year to break through to foundation establishment and successfully enter the inner sect. Given Tang Tion's current rate of progress, he would soon completely catch up to her. Furthermore, he utilized his consumption points to exchange for numerous instances of comprehension at the mundane level, mastering dozens of ordinary spells. These included combat spells such as Flame Palm, Wave Treading Step, and Diamond Fist, as well as life-enhancing spells like Spirit Fire Technique, Rain Summoning Technique, and Telekinesis. Without exception, he mastered them all to perfection. This approach not only diversified his combat methods and facilitated daily life, but, more importantly, deepened his understanding of the cultivation path through these varied spells. The results were remarkably effective. The present Tang Tion was no longer the naive novice of yore. In discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he was no longer just a student being taught. He could occasionally engage in debates with her. In certain respects, even Gu Xiaoxue was astonished, exclaiming that Tang Tion was undoubtedly a prodigy of cultivation. To this, Tang Tion merely smiled faintly, remarking, "Basic skills, do not underestimate." As time progressed, Tang Tion's overall strength surged, truly placing him on the grand stage of the cultivation world. In the purple bamboo courtyard, An intense clash was fervently underway. Swish! Tang Tion suddenly thrust his sword, instantly appearing before Gu Xiaoshue's chest. However, Gu Xiaoxue remained remarkably composed, raising her long sword to meet his, the tip of her sword striking his with precision. Yet, to her astonishment, at the moment their sword tips made contact, Tang Tion's form became ethereal, and then erupted in a resounding explosion, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, dense black flames surged from all directions, wildly enveloping Gu Xiaoshue's body. Gu Xiaoxue furrowed her brow slightly, swiftly forming a spell with her hand. A chilling aura descended, extinguishing the black flames entirely. However, at that moment, a colossal fist plummeted from the heavens, bearing an overwhelming force directed towards her. Gu Xiaoshue's gaze sharpened, her energy suddenly becoming formidable as she leaped forward, charging directly at it with her sword held aloft. With a resounding crash, the fist, forged from spiritual power, shattered explosively, revealing Tang Tion within its remnants. Just as he prepared to cast another spell, a voice echoed beside him. "There's no time." A familiar cold sensation brushed against his neck, fleeting in its presence. Tang Tion sighed softly as he descended slowly from the sky. "I still cannot match you," he lamented. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "You performed admirably. I never imagined you could master so many spells, and to such an advanced level. I have never encountered a genius more formidable than you. Truly, you surpass me by a wide margin." Tang Tion scoffed, "Then why did I lose?" Gu Xiaoxue elucidated, "Although you possess numerous spells, your lack of battle experience has hindered your adjustments, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment to some extent. Yet, your rate of progress is astonishing. It won't be long before, even with spells of the same level, I find myself vanquished by you." Tang Tion responded with an "oh." Summarizing her words, it conveyed that while he may be lacking, his rapid advancement could soon lead to his surrender. "Well then, you should practice with me more often," he suggested. They returned to the stone table, engaging in a discussion about the aspects to be mindful of during their recent combat. Suddenly, Tang Tion's communication jade talisman glowed. Upon inspecting it, his eyebrows arched in surprise. It was Qin Hai. According to their arrangement, Qin Hai was to bring a batch of cultivation resources in half a month as a test of their trading channel. However, it seemed that Qin Hai had encountered some difficulties, causing a delay of a few days. He wondered how things stood now. Tang Tion activated the communication talisman. "Tang Xiao, everything is ready on my end. Please confirm the time and place for our transaction," Qin Hai's voice transmitted through. "Finally, it's settled," Tang Tion replied. "Can you enter Qinghua sect?" "Yes," Qin Hai responded. "We have an existing agreement with Qinghua sect. With an invitation, we can access the relevant areas." Tang Tion pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll send someone to Jinyutang to meet you." The communication concluded. "Make the trip," Tang Tion instructed Gu Xiaoxue. "Exercise caution when dealing with such individuals. Do not disclose any of our other matters." Gu Xiaoxue nodded, "I understand." Soon, she departed from the Zizhu courtyard, carrying the array talisman. Approximately half an hour passed before Gu Xiaoxue returned, accompanied by Qin Hai. "Long time no see, Tang Xiao," Qin Hai greeted with enthusiasm. Tang Tion offered a slight smile. "Please, take a seat." Qin Hai settled himself before Tang Tion, while Gu Xiaoxue quietly stood behind him. "I truly apologize," Qin Hai continued. "Originally, 2 weeks would have sufficed, but upon learning that you had secured the Zizhu courtyard with such grandeur, I felt that the items I had prepared were unworthy of your status. Thus, I spent a few extra days sourcing even more exquisite treasures." Tang Tion stroked his chin. "Intrigued, oh? You seem well informed," he remarked. Qin Hai chuckled. "It comes with the territory. One cannot thrive in this business without reliable channels of information. You may not be aware, but word has begun to spread that a top-tier wealthy young master has recently emerged in Qinghua sect, known for his lavish spending. Many are eager to uncover your story." Tang Tion smiled, but remained silent, having anticipated such developments. His extravagant spending habits invariably draw attention, becoming the topic of discussion wherever he goes. Though he personally preferred a more understated approach, circumstances dictated that he must spend to establish his credibility. Qin Hai, mentioning this matter, seemed concerned that he might have discovered alternative trading avenues. "Is that so?" "I'm not entirely certain at the moment," Tang Tion replied. "However, I am far more intrigued by the items you have brought today. I hope they will not disappoint." Qin Hai beamed, naturally. Chapter 23. Breaking through the 100 billion. After a brief conversation, Qin Hai produced an exquisite shumi ring. "Please take a look. This has been specially dispatched from the headquarters of Jinyutang. It is equipped according to your specifications, featuring a variety of levels and types of items," Qin Hai remarked. Tang Tion nodded, accepting the shumi ring and probing his divine consciousness within. Before him unfolded a vast expanse, filled with an array of boxes of varying sizes, each meticulously labeled to describe its contents. There were elixirs, spiritual devices, talismans, medicinal herbs, materials for refining, spiritual grasses and fruits, and treasures of heaven and earth, among other things, all present in abundance. Additionally, an array of different levels of martial arts jade gleamed within the space. If one were to transport this vast collection to the outside world, it could easily establish a small sect. It seems satisfactory. How much does it all cost? Tang Tion inquired. Qin Hai replied with a smile. Considering your remarkable financial resources, I have prepared a little extra, bringing the total to exactly 500 million. Tang Tion paused momentarily, then sighed. While I appreciate your effort in procuring these items, I find the price you mentioned quite unsatisfactory. After a series of expenditures on housing, renovations, and the establishment of a dojo, Tang Tion's spiritual jade had surpassed 2 billion. A sum of 500 million failed to pique his interest. Noticing Tang Tion's apparent displeasure, Qin Hai quickly asked, "Are you suggesting it is too expensive?" Tang Tion shot him a glance. "I initially thought you would be a valuable partner. If you continue to underestimate me, our connection may very well come to an end." Qin Hai was taken aback, grasping the implication of Tang Tion's words. It turned out that the sum was deemed insufficient. He could somewhat understand complaints when 1 million was spent, but 500 million? It was a staggering amount, yet still considered lacking? Ultimately, it was the narrowness of perspective that constrained one's ambitions. Such lavish spenders could not be viewed through ordinary lenses. However, he quickly donned a more radiant smile. He had long heard of Tang Xiao's immense financial prowess, and now it was evidently true. Then my recent expenditure of time and effort has not been in vain. Qin Hai chuckled. Tang Tion, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Hai produced another shimi ring. The items worth 500 million were originally intended for our transaction. However, upon hearing that you had rented the Zizhu courtyard and established a Dao-level cultivation chamber, I surmised that such items might no longer befit your stature. Thus, I requested a new allocation of superior treasures from the headquarters. This was the reason for my delay in our transaction. Tang Tion gently tapped his fingers on the table. "You are aware of the matters concerning the dojo?" Qin Hai nodded. "Of course. Your esteemed name has already spread within our circle." Tang Tion remained silent. He had been engrossed in his cultivation lately and had not paid much attention to the happenings outside. He never anticipated that he had become a minor celebrity. Nevertheless, this was somewhat to be expected. "Well then, let me see what you have meticulously prepared," Tang Tion said as he picked up the second shumi ring, probing its depths with his consciousness. Within the ring, there were not many items. At its heart lay 5 exquisite boxes, each adorned with descriptions of their treasures. Fei Yu Huan Yunju, a high-grade Earth-level movement technique. 1. 5 billion spirit jade. Chong Gung Zijin Jian, a supreme-grade spirit weapon. 2 billion spirit jade. Shi Sui Ling Yi, a 7th-tier heavenly material. 500 million spirit jade per vial, totaling 5 vials. Shi Hun Ning Shindan, a 7th-tier elixir. 300 million spirit jade per vial, totaling 10 vials. Tian Lei Zhu, capable of summoning heavenly thunder, with a power equivalent to the full force of a tribulation stage cultivator. 100 million spirit jade each, totaling 20 pieces. These treasures were incomparable to those contained in the previous shumi ring. They belonged to an entirely different echelon. Tang Tion cast a thoughtful glance at Qin Hai and remarked, "Did you not claim at Jinyu Tang that the sum you could authorize was merely 10 million? How has it suddenly escalated to such an extent? This seems rather unreasonable." Qin Hai let out a wry smile. "I have staked my entire career on this. Based on your performance at Qinghua sect, I surmised that you might find the contents of the previous rings somewhat unsatisfactory. Thus, I guaranteed my future and requested these 5 treasures from the main hall. If you procure even one of them, I can ascend another level in Jinyu Tang." Tang Tion stroked his chin, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Hai indeed possessed considerable audacity. "You wouldn't let me down, would you?" Qin Hai asked cautiously. Tang Tion smiled. "Of course not. I am quite pleased with the items within. There is no need for selection. Any fine treasure presented to me cannot be allowed to slip away." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was overjoyed. Young Master Tang is indeed magnanimous. Subsequently, the two commenced their transaction. With 20 billion spirit jade at his disposal, Tang Tion opted for incremental purchases, a method Qin Hai had grown accustomed to. Soon, all the items within the 2 rings were acquired, with the total spirit jade surpassing 100 billion, reaching a staggering 150 billion. The expenditure amounted to 130 million. With a 7th-grade aptitude now in sight, Qin Hai wore a broad smile. Following this transaction, his status would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. It was a mutually beneficial situation. The collaboration was delightful. Let us continue next time. I hope that you can bring me something surprising in our next encounter. Tang Tion smiled as he spoke. Qin Hai laughed heartily, assuring him, absolutely. I shall do my utmost. Moments later, Qin Hai departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. Gu Xiaoxue resumed her seat, and despite having witnessed Tang Tion's grand ventures numerous times, the recent transaction still left her astounded. How is it that you possess such wealth? The spiritual jade I carry has never exceeded 2 million, Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Her demeanor seemingly deflated. The disparity in wealth can indeed be disheartening at times. Tang Tion shook his head, responding, some riches are tangible, while others are intangible. Setting aside talent and the like, consider your cave dwelling, your techniques, the spiritual artifacts in your possession, and even the environment in which you cultivate. If placed externally, these would constitute a considerable fortune. Gu Xiaoxue retorted, but all of these were bestowed upon me by the sect. Tang Tion chuckled, you have learned and benefited from them. Do they not belong to you as well? The essence of value remains fundamentally unchanged. Gu Xiaoxue responded with an "oh," revealing a contemplative expression. Tang Tion, too, seemed to ponder deeply, as if he had grasped the rationale behind the Qingyue sect's decision to open its ranks to honorary disciples. Sacrificing a small portion of authority in exchange for abundant resources to benefit their own disciples is a practice employed in many places. The only question is whether the Qingyue sect is truly in need of funds. Tang Tion could not ascertain. Chapter 24. The Rare Treasures Society. After a brief silence, Tang Tion suddenly recalled something. Xiaoxue, have I gained considerable fame recently? He inquired. During this period, he had primarily been engrossed in his studies at Zizhu Courtyard and the dojo, remaining oblivious to the world beyond. However, Gu Xiaoxue enjoyed a relatively freer schedule. On occasions when she did not attend the dojo, Tang Tion would grant her a respite to attend to her own affairs. Consequently, she ought to be aware of some developments. To some extent, Gu Xiaoxue replied. I am not well informed about the lower district, but certain individuals in the upper district do occasionally gather to discuss you. Additionally, the invitations from outside the courtyard have been increasing significantly. Just yesterday, upon my return, I noticed some people lurking outside Zizhu Forest, peering in, and I had to chase them away. Tang Tion fell silent. He understood that his ostentatious spending and lavish demeanor would inevitably pique the curiosity of others. Yet, he had not anticipated such swift developments. Do you all not engage in any cultivation? Is the gossiping nature of the cultivation world truly this severe? Tang Tion pondered inwardly. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before someone succumbed to their curiosity and instigated some bothersome incidents. Perhaps it was time to venture out and dispel their intrigue, thus alleviating the air of mystery surrounding him. Once their curiosity was sated, his days would likely become considerably more tranquil. Do you still have those invitations? Tang Tion inquired, fully aware of the situation but having refrained from perusing them, leaving it to Gu Xiaoxue to manage. I have kept them all, she replied, presenting a thick stack of invitations. Tang Tion accepted the bundle and began to peruse the contents. To his astonishment, he was confronted with a bewildering array of invitations. Some requested his presence to enjoy the flowers, others invited him to partake in poetry and song gatherings, while yet more beckoned him to watch beautiful maidens dance. One particularly perplexing invitation urged him to visit the moon-viewing lake within the sect, an area designated for romantic couples, issued by a male host, no less. Tang Tion rolled his eyes, discarding the nonsensical invitations aside. Ultimately, he retained a single, seemingly more respectable invitation. In 10 days, the Honorary Disciple Rare Treasures Society will be held at the Spring Appreciation Garden. Your presence is cordially requested. The issuer of this invitation was none other than the Spring Appreciation Garden itself. Are you familiar with this place? Tang Tion asked as he handed the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. She glanced at it and nodded. Yes, it is a locale abundant with flowers. Each spring, various gatherings are organized there. The Honorary Disciple Rare Treasures Society is among them. However, I am not too clear on the specifics of the event. Tang Tion stroked his chin, intrigued. It indeed sounded like a rather formal gathering. At that time, there should be quite a number of people from the past. Glancing at the date above, the invitation had been sent 4 days prior, indicating that the Rare Treasures gathering would occur in 6 days. You should inquire about the specifics of the gathering in the meantime, Tang Tion suggested. In 6 days, we shall attend together. The passage of 6 days was fleeting. In recent days, the number of people gathering outside the purple bamboo forest had increased significantly. Each time Tang Tion ventured out, he drew numerous curious gazes, and some with ulterior motives would approach him for conversation. Despite Gu Xiaoxue's attempts to deter a few of them, There remained those who sought to ingratiate themselves and glean information. Consequently, Tang Tion chose to remain indoors, dedicating his time to cultivation within the purple bamboo courtyard. Fortunately, he had wisely opted for solitude. Otherwise, he might have attracted unwanted complications. On the day of his transaction with Qin Hai, Tang Tion expended 1 million consumption points to successfully exchange for a 7-link talent. The enhancement of the 7 talent rings elevated his cultivation speed to new heights, allowing him to break through once more in just a few days, reaching the 11th level of Qi refinement. At this rate, it would not be long before he achieved foundation establishment. Additionally, he utilized 100,000 consumption points to acquire a 6th-tier physique, thereby gaining the Thunder Dragon bloodline. The enhancement provided by the Thunder Dragon bloodline surpassed that of the Great Wilderness Azure Python, though it did not yield any inherited secret techniques, which was somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, such matters could not be forced. Everything would unfold in due course, and he could still exchange for even more powerful physiques in the future. With the remaining consumption points, Tang Tion continued to exchange for various levels of enlightenment sessions, learning several different martial arts techniques that further deepened his understanding of cultivation and the Tao. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue had also gathered some information regarding the Rare Treasures Gathering. It was indeed an event exclusively for distinguished disciples, with attendees being at least intermediate honorary disciples. The primary purpose of the gathering was to provide a venue for entertainment for these honorary disciples. After all, not all honorary disciples were like Tang Tion, who preferred to isolate himself at home for cultivation. In fact, most were not particularly passionate about training. They favored leisurely pursuits such as enjoying the mountains and rivers, admiring flowers and moons, engaging in music and dance, and partaking in merriment. Purchasing a title merely served to enhance their enjoyment. Tang Tion was not particularly interested in these frivolities, yet one aspect of the Rare Treasures Gathering piqued his curiosity: the Rare Treasures Appreciation. During this event, the Spring Appreciation Garden would showcase some extraordinary items for the honorary disciples to admire, and those interested could purchase them. In gatherings of this nature, regardless of the items presented, one word would invariably apply: expensive. Tang Tion was quite fond of that word. Thus, he promptly decided that he would attend the Rare Treasures Gathering, and no one would deter him. Early in the morning, he rose with the dawn. Breathing in the fresh air, the faint fragrance of flowers was refreshing and invigorating. Let us gather some locust blossoms in the coming days, Tang Tion suggested to Gu Xiaoxue, who was arranging the bowls and chopsticks. Those delicacies, when mixed with flour and steamed, are simply delightful. Can locust blossoms be eaten? Gu Xiaoxue inquired, tilting her head. Unbeknownst to her, the grand old locust tree had become adorned with clusters of delicate white flowers, exuding a gentle fragrance. Of course they can, Tang Tion replied as he took a seat at the table, noticing a smudge of soot on Gu Xiaoxue's nose, which made him chuckle. Are you still cooking over an open fire? He teased. I merely mentioned it in passing the other day. He gestured toward his own nose, hinting at her. Gu Xiaoxue wiped the soot away with her hand and said, You were not mistaken. Food cooked over an open flame indeed has a richer aroma. Truly, the flavor is unparalleled. Tang Tion smiled and began to enjoy his modest breakfast. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up and departed from the Zizhu garden, traversing the tranquil path towards the spring viewing garden. Chapter 25. 3 types of people circumventing the main peak. Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the eastern peak of Qingwei Gate. The location of the Spring Appreciation Garden was situated atop this peak. As they journeyed, Tang Tion observed an increasing number of esteemed disciples walking in the same direction, presumably heading to the Rare Treasures Conference. Soon, he noticed that nearly all esteemed disciples were accompanied by several different disciples, including inner disciples as well as core disciples. These individuals were likely their protectors. Tang Tion's presence did not attract much attention, as many were only familiar with his name and had never seen his true visage. However, just as he was about to reach the Spring Appreciation Garden, a youth waving a folding fan approached him. Fellow Taoist, are you alone as well? The youth inquired. Tang Tion glanced at him. The youth was similarly dressed in the attire of a high-ranking esteemed disciple, yet he had no protectors accompanying him. Tang Tion then gestured towards Gu Xiaoxue beside him. Oh, the youth responded, what I meant was, you have no other companions. He continued, as it happens, I am also alone, why not we travel together? Tang Tion remained silent, realizing that the youth had not regarded Gu Xiaoxue as a companion. Although he was not particularly inclined to journey with others, he recalled that one of his purposes for venturing out today was to engage in some social interaction, to appear less enigmatic. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. I am Wang Ziyu. The youth introduced himself. My name is Tang Tion, Tang Tion replied. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ziyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You are the renowned Tang Tion, the young master who has recently stirred quite a commotion. Tang Tion responded. Commotion? Wang Ziyu chuckled. It has been quite some time since anyone resided in the purple bamboo courtyard. Moreover, Dao-level cultivation chambers are not accessible to just anyone. Yet, you have directly requested 2 rooms and extended your stay for another year. With all of this combined, it would be impossible not to be well known. Tang Tion found himself at a loss for words, eventually managing to utter, I merely acted on impulse. Wang Ziyu clapped his hands, exclaiming, what a fine way to put it. This should be the principle we esteemed disciples adhere to, unlike certain individuals who constantly gather to compete, each striving to outdo the other, much like weaned infants. Tang Tion chuckled. Is there truly such a phenomenon? Wang Ziyu shrugged. You simply have had too little contact with the outside world. You will understand shortly. Together, the trio approached the entrance of the Spring Appreciation Garden. With their invitation in hand, they were granted smooth passage inside. Just as Gu Xiaoxua had mentioned, the garden was filled with a myriad of flowers, resplendent in color. With spring upon them, the blossoms vied for attention, filling the air with delightful fragrances that were truly pleasing to the senses. After meandering through the Spring Appreciation Garden for a while, Tang Tion finally grasped why Wang Ziyu had made such remarks. Throughout his journey, he encountered several groups of honorary disciples congregated and engaging in perplexing discussions. My cave's window was broken a few days ago, so I purchased a water mirror, which astonishingly cost me 80,000 spirit jade. Alas, what a ripoff! One lamented, shaking his head. Another chimed in. Indeed, I cannot fathom how prices have suddenly soared. Just yesterday, I bought a common golden silk jade cushion and ended up spending 130,000. Tang Tion was taken aback. Are you truly lamenting the prices? The discourse of another group opened his eyes anew. Brother, I heard that while dining at the Delicacies Pavilion yesterday, you were in high spirits and bought out the entire venue? One inquired. Another burst into laughter. It wasn't exactly high spirits. It was simply a moment of enthusiasm, just over 1 million, as long as everyone is happy. The questioner squinted. Is that so? Yet I heard you merely put it on the tab. The other instantly flushed, exclaiming, how dare you slander my reputation? That was merely. Tang Tion sighed, pondering the eccentricity of these individuals. However, his next encounter with a third group was even more absurd. Oh, sister, your little one in your arms is so adorable. What noble lineage does it belong to? Oh, it's quite ordinary, just a hint of flower fairy bloodline, she replied. And what about the kingfisher on your shoulder? Merely a celestial bird bloodline, not as noble as yours. No, yours is more noble. No, yours is. Tang Tion rubbed his forehead, noticing that Gu Xiaoxua and Wang Ziyu appeared unfazed. Do you not find their conversation a bit strange? Tang Tion asked Gu Xiaoxua. She blinked. Not at all. Isn't that how honorary disciples are? Tang Tion was taken aback. So such labels existed. Would other ordinary disciples view themselves with the same attitude, as if they were mad? Of course it's strange. Wang Ziyu interjected. Tang Tion let out a sigh of relief, realizing that there were indeed normal individuals among the honorary disciples. A flower fairy bloodline is hardly considered noble. At least it should be at the level of a celestial crane, Wang Ziyu asserted. Tang Tion was at a loss for words. It appeared he had a long and arduous path ahead in reconciling his identity as an honorary disciple. Such realms were not easily attainable by ordinary individuals. Seemingly perceiving Tang Tion's thoughts, Wang Ziyu smiled and remarked, the individuals we just encountered are merely of the lower tiers. They thrive on such nonsensical antics. The truly affluent ones are significantly more grounded. Tang Tion, intrigued, inquired, is there a distinction among honorary disciples? Wang Ziyu replied with a grin, of course. Generally speaking, honorary disciples are divided into 3 categories. The first type consists of those who, having encountered a fortuitous opportunity, suddenly became wealthy overnight. Their own capabilities are insufficient, rendering them unable to attain the desired status through conventional means. Thus, they resort to purchasing their identities with spiritual jade, providing a modicum of security for themselves and their future progeny. Such individuals typically exhibit a penchant for scheming and tend to refrain from extravagant expenditures. The second category comprises those born into wealth yet lacking in personal strength, whose families procure an identity for them, enabling them to evade certain internal family disputes and live a relatively stable life. These individuals often indulge in leisure, serving as the primary participants in leisurely pursuits, including the ones we encountered earlier, who also belong to this category. The third type consists of those who possess wealth, strength, and a formidable background. Their motives for acquiring identities vary. Generally, they do not engage in reckless behavior, yet they are the most formidable of all. Upon hearing this, Tang Tion was taken aback. Within the ranks of esteemed disciples, there exists such a multitude of distinctions. If what Wang Ziyu asserts is true, then it can be inferred from the earlier observations that the second category of leisurely individuals is indeed the most populous. Which category do you belong to? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu paused momentarily, then unfurled his folding fan, responding leisurely, I belong to none of those categories. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds. I seek only to revel in my own freedom. Tang Tion nodded in understanding, stating, in other words, you are an anomaly. Wang Ziyu's fan momentarily halted, followed by a carefree smile. Indeed, one might say that. And what of you, Brother Tang? To which category do you believe you belong? Tang Tion replied with a subtle smile, by coincidence, I too am an anomaly. Chapter 26. The impure disciple. The response from Tang Tion elicited peals of laughter from Wang Ziyu, who found himself doubled over with mirth. No wonder I feel such an affinity with Brother Tang. It turns out we are indeed kindred spirits, he exclaimed joyfully. Tang Tion merely smiled, choosing silence. Being unconventional has its merits. Such a disposition should deter any inexplicable invitations to moon-gazing. After all, the term unconventional often implies a sense of nonconformity or capriciousness. Their conversation deepened their rapport, as Wang Ziyu regaled Tang Tion with numerous amusing anecdotes about the honorary disciples. For the first time, Tang Tion gained a clearer understanding of this group. In essence, honorary disciples are generally not those who are consumed by the pursuit of cultivation. They are far more vivacious. Their presence felt across various professions. Moreover, their existence has, to a considerable extent, spurred commercial development, benefiting the Qingyue sect with advantages that extend beyond mere spiritual jade. The spring appreciation garden was expansive, and the two strolled while conversing. Occasionally, others attempted to invite or join them. However, faced with the two unconventional individuals, they opted to keep their distance. Just as they were enjoying their solitude, a cold voice pierced the air beside them. Tang Tion. Tang Tion turned to find a stranger, a young man who was also a senior honorary disciple. Unlike him, this young man was flanked by a throng of core, or inner disciples. All strikingly beautiful young women, no fewer than 10, all adorned in vibrant attire. And you are? Tang Tion inquired with a slight frown, certain he had never encountered this youth before. Shinta Feng, the young man replied, his tone growing more frigid as he observed Tang Tion's evident confusion. Oh, I see you have disregarded the invitation I extended to you. Tang Tion frowned again, struggling to recall the name. It was only upon Gu Xiaoshua's prompting that he suddenly remembered. The one who had invited him to watch beautiful women dance was indeed Shinta Feng. Oh, so it is you, Tang Tion mused, observing the young man surrounded by blooming flowers, undoubtedly indulging in such spectacles daily. Was he not weary of it? I apologize, but I do not share that particular interest, he stated plainly. Shinta Feng let out a scoff, remaining silent. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoshua stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Tion, her late golden core aura subtly radiating, shielding him from view. Young Master Tang. He intends to probe your body with his spirit, Gu Xiaoshua informed him. Tang Tion's expression darkened immediately. Shinta Feng, what do you mean by this? He demanded. The casual use of spirit to invade another's privacy is exceedingly rude and malicious. Such actions are only reserved for those in positions of power over their inferiors. After a few encounters of this nature, Tang Tion had instructed Gu Xiaoshua to intervene decisively should anyone attempt such a breach again. To his dismay, Shinta Feng had chosen to do just that, brazenly in front of him. Confronted by Tang Tion's inquiry, Shinta Wafeng replied coldly, nothing. I merely wish to observe what capabilities someone as proud as you possesses. Having secured a Dao-level cultivation chamber, your progress in cultivation must surely be swift, wouldn't it? Have you reached the 5th level of Qi refinement? Tang Tion furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual seemed to possess an unsettling familiarity with him. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd behind Shen Tuofeng, and a realization dawned upon him. That person was Feng Fei. This clarified everything. Feng Fei, being Lin Yu's close friend, would naturally be well acquainted with his circumstances. If Tang Tion still retained his previous aptitude, even with access to a Dao-level cultivation chamber, he would only have reached around the 5th level of Qi refinement at most. Was this fellow seeking revenge? Tang Tion could not ascertain. Yet, it mattered little. Within the Qingyue sect, as long as one did not commit a fundamentally grave error, no one could pose a threat to senior esteemed disciples. Moreover, there was still Xiao Shui by his side. My character is of no concern to you. Should you dare to offend me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tang Tion spoke with an air of indifference. Concurrently, Gu Xiaoshua's aura surged, overwhelming all those present. After days of cultivation, her prowess was now perilously close to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and coupled with her extraordinary talent, she was indeed not someone of ordinary golden core cultivator's caliber. Shun Tuofeng naturally sensed this pressure. Though he bore an expression of indignation, he ultimately refrained from retaliating. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. But mark my words, you shall eventually pay for your arrogance. Let us depart. With that, Shun Tuofeng led his entourage around Tang Tion and left. Tang Tion pondered deeply. Arrogance. Who exactly is being arrogant? He found it difficult to comprehend Shun Tuofeng's line of thought. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. As previously stated, Xiao Shui was with him. Once Shun Tuofeng had distanced himself, Gu Xiaoshui retracted her aura and returned to stand behind Tang Tion. Wang Ziyu, standing nearby, could not help but steal glances at her before commenting, Brother Tang, your little guardian is quite remarkable. I truly envy you. Tang Tion shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Then why don't you find one for yourself? Wang Ziyu chuckled, I am accustomed to going solo. Besides, within the Qinghua sect, what danger exists? Those who seek guardians for themselves are merely showing off. Of course, Brother Tang, you are different. Tang Tion was left speechless, gazing in the direction Shun Tuofeng had vanished, and he curiously inquired, Does the sect not intervene in such matters? There are at least 10 young female disciples surrounding Shun Tuofeng. Surely, no one genuinely believes they are merely protectors, do they? Tang Tion found it peculiar. Core disciples should hold significant importance within a sect, so how could Qinghua sect allow them to be entangled with someone like Shun Tuofeng? Wang Ziyu smiled and remarked, Naturally. The sect has its own considerations, which are not for us to speculate upon. From another perspective, what merit does one who is tempted by wealth and willing to sell themselves hold for the sect? Tang Tion fell silent. Although the words were spoken, there lingered a sense of regret, for there must certainly be instances where individuals were deceived and led astray. In fact, among the ordinary disciples of the sect, we privately use two distinct appellations. Wang Ziyu continued, those who are wholeheartedly devoted to the path, diligently cultivating without being swayed by worldly temptations, we generally refer to as pure disciples. Conversely, those who are tainted by the allure of spiritual jade and the prestige of being a disciple are labeled as impure disciples. This also includes the guards. Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively glancing at Gu Xiaoshui. By this logic, she too would fall under the category of an impure disciple? Yet, she had not exhibited any impure behavior. On the contrary, her innocence often exasperated him. This designation is truly unflattering, Tang Tion remarked. Wang Ziyu shook his head with a smile. Indeed, it is quite unpleasant. Yet it remains the truth. Regardless of the reasons, it signifies that one's resolve has wavered. Tang Tion instinctively sought to refute this notion, but could find no compelling argument. Indeed, for a genuine cultivator, maintaining a steadfast heart is of utmost importance. One must not allow hardships or other matters to disturb their inner peace. Only those with a pure heart will be regarded as the future treasures of the sect. Shun Tuofeng's expression remained grim. His invitation had been declined, and he had been openly threatened, which left him quite displeased. Fang Fei, you were right. This Tang Tion is indeed quite arrogant, Shun Tuofeng declared. Fang Fei stepped forward, her voice soft. Please do not take offense. After all, he has purchased the Zizhu courtyard and the Dao-level cultivation quiet room in one fell swoop. A bit of pride is only natural. Shun Tuofeng snorted derisively. So what? There are others within the sect with substantial financial resources. He is merely a fortunate upstart. I extended a sincere invitation for him to participate in the elders' discourse, and yet he could not even remember my name. Truly, such arrogance borders on ignorance. Fang Fei lowered her head slightly and whispered, when I delivered the invitation, I specifically mentioned you. Yet, he didn't even enter the gate. Shun Tuofeng ground his teeth. Just wait. He will inevitably pay the price. After a moment, he added, By the way, when is that pure disciple you mentioned, who is about to be promoted to core status, expected to arrive? Fang Fei smiled gently. Very soon. Rest assured, I will certainly present her to you. Chapter 27. Stealing the spotlight after the incident at Shinta Peak, Tang Tion lost his desire to continue exploring. Thus, they sought a tranquil pavilion to sit and await the commencement of the Rare Treasures Conference. Are there many good items at the conference? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu, fanning himself, replied, How can one say many? There is an abundance. There is nothing that one could possibly imagine that the conference cannot present. Just wait and see. Tang Tion was momentarily speechless. What was the difference between what you said and saying nothing at all? He took out a platter of fresh spirit fruits, eating while he waited. Wang Ziyu unabashedly reached over to grab a handful, stating, The main target of the Rare Treasures Conference is the ordinary senior and intermediate honorary disciples. With your financial capacity, Brother Tang, you will undoubtedly have a splendid time. Tang Tion smirked. From what you say, I feel today may not be too enjoyable. Wang Ziyu was taken aback. Why? Tang Tion chose not to elaborate. Since the conference was aimed at ordinary honorary disciples, the prices of the items would inevitably not be exorbitant, implying that he wouldn't have to spend much. How could that bring him joy? After a period of anticipation, the Rare Treasures Conference finally commenced. Hundreds of honorary disciples gathered amidst a sea of flowers. At the center of this floral expanse stood a magnificent fountain, where the conference would take place. Finding a random spot to sit, they enjoyed a moment of music and dance before the formal proceedings began. After a segment of inconsequential opening remarks, the host unveiled the first treasure, a tin-tailed carp possessing the bloodline of the golden butterfly, strikingly beautiful in both color and form, capable of growing a pair of golden butterfly wings upon maturity. Priced at 50,000 spirit jade per fish, the host encouraged everyone to bid. A transparent circular display floated in the air, illuminated by various lights, as 10 carp shimmered with dazzling hues. Soon, bids began to surface from the crowd. Observing the fervent participants, Tang Tion asked Wang Ziyu, "What are the distinctive features of these carp?" Wang Ziyu responded, "None at all. They are simply ordinary carp." Tang Tion pondered for a moment, and then queried, "What level of demonic beast does the golden butterfly bloodline represent?" Wang Ziyu chuckled, "It is merely an ordinary mundane beast. Such carp are specially cultivated by people, primarily to pique curiosity." Tang Tion was astonished. The so-called Rare Treasures Conference primarily revolved around this element of curiosity. He had assumed that at the very least, there would be items related to cultivation. Ultimately, he had a narrow perspective. For most honorary disciples, cultivation simply did not hold significance. It was the thrill of novelty that truly captivated their interest. "It seems you are not particularly intrigued by it, Brother Tang?" Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Tang Tion paused. Indeed, he held no interest in such matters, as he leaned more towards the practical. However, having resolved to embark on the path of a prestigious disciple, it may be prudent to engage in actions that align with one's persona. "Are they delicious?" Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback and responded, "This. Typically, one would not expend such a sum merely to sample its texture, would they?" A faint smile graced Tang Tion's lips. "Allow me to initiate." He then boldly proclaimed his offer. 1 million per specimen. The honor-bound disciples, who had been vying for prices around 70 to 80,000, were instantly rendered speechless. Even the person in charge questioned his own hearing, incredulously asking, "Esteemed young sir, are you certain you are bidding 1 million per piece?" Tang Tion, reclining languidly in his chair, replied nonchalantly, "I can't be bothered to negotiate. This is my final offer. Whoever bids higher may take it." The expression on the official's face was remarkable. Was this a valid rationale? Could anyone truly be this indifferent? The other honor-bound disciples exchanged bewildered glances. These koi with golden butterfly lineage could fetch a maximum of 100,000 spirit jade. 1 million? Who would expend such a considerable amount for something that is merely ornamental? Brother Tang truly possesses audacity. Wang Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Tion remained composed. "It's manageable. It merely cost the equivalent of a few snacks." Everyone was left in awe. "Incredible. Do you truly require 10 million for a snack? What kind of delicacy is this? Dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow?" They were aware of Tang Tion's wealth, yet they were taken aback by his extravagant spending style. He was on an entirely different echelon. No one dared to raise their bid further. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Tion successfully acquired the 10 koi with golden butterfly lineage. Regrettably, the system deemed this expenditure outside the realm of normal consumption, thus failing to trigger any refunds or reward points. Nonetheless, it mattered little, given Tang Tion's current assets. A sum of 10 million was virtually negligible. Following this brief interlude, the rare treasures gathering continued. The next extraordinary item was a flower exuding a peculiar fragrance, releasing pollen akin to fireflies in the evening. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit jade, 1 million, before anyone else could raise their bid. Tang Tion once again elevated the price tenfold. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, yet no objections arose. After all, it was his money. He could spend it as he pleased, and what business was it of theirs? Moreover, such a spectacle was far more entertaining than the gathering itself, providing ample opportunity for boasting among peers upon returning. Subsequently, Tang Tion chose to bid on every rare item presented, dismissing them with ease as he had long grown weary of their presence. However, his domineering behavior did incite the ire of certain individuals. Tuoba Feng, present at the gathering, watched Tang Tion monopolize the spotlight and let out a cold snort. It is only in such a gathering of rare treasures that one can exhibit arrogance. I wonder how he would maintain his bravado if he were to encounter a truly elite heir. Upon hearing this remark, Feng Fei's gaze shifted slightly, revealing her contemplative thoughts. The event continued, and each item presented by the organizer was imbued with an air of intrigue. However, their prices remained relatively modest, all under 500,000, which Tang Tion effortlessly acquired in their entirety. Yet, as the event approached its conclusion, prices began to rise. The ice silk scarf, worn by the illustrious Ling Luo fairy for several years, was initially priced at 5 million. The organizer exclaimed loudly, casting a beaming look at Tang Tion. Under Tang Tion's generous bidding, this rare treasure gathering was poised to yield their highest profits yet. What is this? Tang Tion mused, examining the scarf, which appeared to be crafted from ordinary ice silk, yet commanded a price of 5 million. Wang Ziyu turned to him, astonished. You genuinely do not know? That belongs to the Ling Luo fairy. Over a decade ago, she was the most radiant genius of the Qinghua sect, single-handedly suppressing the entire sect. This scarf must have been worn by her for an extended period before her ascension. Wang Ziyu wore a mischievous grin as he explained. It is typically worn close to the neck and tucked into garments, if you catch my drift. At this, Gu Xiaoxue displayed a look of utter confusion. Oh, can such an item really be auctioned? Anyone willing to purchase it must be somewhat lacking in judgment, haha. However, before her words could settle, Wang Ziyu interjected. I bid 10 million. Tang Tion replied, 50 million. Gu Xiaoxue, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, shrank back slightly. What I meant to say is that the scarf must be far more significant than it appears at first glance. Yes, indeed. Chapter 28, Lost Sanity. Ultimately, Tang Tion secured the exquisite scarf of the Ling Luo fairy at an astonishing price of 50 million. To his surprise, this purchase garnered the approval of 2 systems. It seems even the systems are rather eccentric in nature. Brother Tang, may I have a look? Upon acquiring the scarf, Wang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with envy. Tang Tion readily handed it over. Wang Ziyu took the scarf, inhaling its scent deeply, his face lit with ecstasy. This scene elicited a look of disdain from Gu Xiaoxue, who instinctively distanced herself from him. Do you like it so much? Then I'll gift it to you, Tang Tion chuckled. This item was indeed peculiar. After playing with it for a while, Wang Ziyu eventually returned it. Never mind. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish, especially something so precious. Brother Tang, do take care of it. Tang Tion shook his head, casually tucking it into his cloak. The Rare Treasures Conference continued, and Tang Tion persisted in making bold bids, effortlessly transforming the gathering into his own one-man show. His mantra for the evening was simply one word: extravagance. Soon, the event reached its final phase. The last treasure was presented on stage. The Yanggang Tingyun branch, a spiritual entity cultivated in the land of Zhejiang, was introduced. Its effects were well known among the attendees. A mere fragment, steeped in spiritual tea, would allow one to experience the sensation of soaring through the clouds, easily defeating 10 beauties. The host wore a sly grin, and his tone prompted laughter from the crowd. Everyone understood the implications of his words. Starting bid, 20 million spiritual jade. Such an item was typically highly sought after among esteemed disciples, so the opening bid was not modest. Under normal circumstances, someone would have already placed a bid. However, today, all eyes turned to Tang Tion, curious if he would continue his purchases. Tang Tion remained unperturbed. With the atmosphere at this juncture, how could he refrain from bidding? He calmly declared 100 million. After making his bid, he paid no further heed to the proceedings. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Such extraordinary wealth drew envy even from those who shared his esteemed status. The price surged 5-fold in an instant, causing those who initially intended to bid to withdraw. The Tingyun branch was trivial compared to the potential fallout of offending such a financially formidable esteemed disciple. Moments passed without further bids, and the host prepared to conclude this final transaction. Yet, just then, a cold voice rang out, 100 million and 10,000 spiritual jade. The crowd gasped in astonishment and turned to see who had dared to challenge Tang Tion. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued that someone would still vie for the item at this point. Just how desperate was this individual to acquire it? Following the direction of the voice, Tang Tion soon realized it was Shentufeng. It is no wonder that such an item is needed, considering the dozen or so female cultivators surrounding him, each one a formidable presence in her own right. How could the diminutive Shentufeng endure such pressure? The masculine Tingyun branch might restore his lost vigor as a man. Had there been a higher bid than Tang Tion's at the outset, he would have refrained from raising his price. Yet now, faced with the final item, How could he leave without securing it? Moreover, the fact that it was Shin Tufeng who harbored animosity towards him only intensified his resolve. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tion raised his bid once more, 110 million. Instantly, Shin Tufeng's expression darkened, his gaze icy and accusatory. Unfazed, Tang Tion maintained his composure, dismissing him entirely. 115 million. It appeared that Shin Tufeng was resolute in his pursuit. However, Tang Tion had no intention of granting him that opportunity, boldly declaring a figure that left the audience in despair. 500 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What the hell? Such extravagance was incomprehensible to mere mortals. It was no wonder the powerful were deemed great. Finally, someone had taken action, and the spectacle of such intense competition was captivating. Yet, Shin Tufeng seemed to be struggling. As the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, his countenance soured. Tang Tion, what do you mean by this? He shouted angrily. Tang Tion did not even glance in his direction, calmly replying, is there a problem? Shin Tufeng retorted, did you not say that you would cease bidding if someone outbid you? Why are you going back on your word? Tang Tion responded, back on my word? Shin Tufeng insisted, indeed, you have raised the price twice. Are you deliberately provoking me? Tang Tion asked, what do you mean? Shin Tufeng frowned, since you decided to bid only once, why then contend with me for this item? Tang Tion mused, indeed, why? Shin Tufeng stammered, you. As the saying goes, when one finds it tiresome to argue with a fool, the best course of action is to infuriate him. As anticipated, Shin Tufeng was visibly enraged, his hair standing on end. He sprang forward, landing directly in front of Tang Tion, his golden core aura erupting like thunder. However, at that moment, Gu Xiaoxue had already positioned herself before Lin Tian, effectively shielding him from all intimidation. There was no shame in being unable to afford something. Was there a need to become so flustered? Tang Tion remained unperturbed, stating calmly, if you cannot afford it, then you cannot afford it. There is no disgrace in that. Shin Tufeng's face flushed crimson. Having money makes you special, does it? Do you truly believe you are formidable? Compared to those true heirs, you are but an insignificant ant. Tang Tion chuckled softly, you mentioned those heirs. You are not one of them. Shin Tufeng's expression darkened significantly as he waved his hand, commanding his guards to position themselves in front of Tang Tion, his voice icy. You are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe that wealth grants you everything? Let us see if you can take it away today. Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback, then casually crossed his arms and reclined against the back of his chair. This individual had evidently lost his composure. Today, he was merely a guest, required only to provide payment. The responsibility of acquiring the item lay with the organizers of the Shanshan Garden. There was no necessity for him to heed Shin Tufeng's provocations. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the organizer appeared flustered. Young Master Shin, your actions may be somewhat inappropriate. This is Shanshan Garden, and I kindly ask you to consider our reputation. Yet, at that moment, Shin Tufeng was in no mood to listen, bellowing, what about my reputation? Do not forget that I represent the esteemed young Master Lu. Upon the utterance of young Master Lu, the countenance of most present shifted dramatically. Even the organizer was momentarily taken aback, unable to continue his entreaties. Tang Tion furrowed his brow. This young Master Lu seemed to wield considerable influence. Just as he pondered this, a refined voice interjected. Since when have you been able to represent Lu Chang'e? Should I inquire with him on another day? Then, a young man clad in a white long robe soared in from a distance, accompanied by several individuals dressed in the attire of core disciples. However, the aura emanating from these disciples was exceptionally obscure, even more formidable than that of Gu Xiaoxue. Chapter 29. The guest upon the arrival of the young man in white. The atmosphere at the Qijin Association fell into a profound silence. Almost all the honored disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, and even Shin Tufeng's countenance shifted, his fury dissipating in an instant. The person in charge hurriedly approached, respectfully addressing him, young Master Jingheng. Jingheng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Shin Tufeng, stating coolly, I fail to comprehend why Lu Chang'e would take an interest in you. With but a few words, others can render you utterly flustered. You are truly a waste. Shin Tufeng's face drained of color, yet he dared not utter a word in retort, repeatedly apologizing, I was out of line. Jingheng, with an impassive expression, regarded him until Shintu was drenched in cold sweat before slowly saying, leave. From this day forth, do not let me see you at Dongfang. Shin Tufeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death, and after once more apologizing, he fled the Shanshan Garden in haste. Observing this swift turn of events, Tang Tion stroked his chin, noting, this Jingheng seems to be quite a significant figure. After Shin Tufeng's departure, Jingheng resumed his demeanor of elegance and amiability, addressing the honored disciples present. An unpleasant incident has occurred, for which we at Shansheng Garden take full responsibility. Please, enjoy yourselves freely. All will be accounted for by the garden. Jingheng's inherent charm resonated with the crowd, who quickly assented that it was of no consequence. The atmosphere returned to its original vibrancy, even more exuberant than before. Following this, Jingheng accepted the Tingyun branch from the person in charge and personally presented it to Tang Tion. Having long heard of Tang Xiao's renown, Jingheng remarked with a smile, "What transpired earlier was due to our mismanagement. I hope you will not take it to heart. This Tingyun branch shall serve as my apology to you." Tang Tion rose, receiving the Tingyun branch with a slight smile, stating, "I am one who prefers to exchange goods for payment." He then produced a piece of spiritual jade and handed it over. Jingheng did not decline further, accepting the jade and saying, "Tang Xiao is indeed generous. The events today were abrupt and my hospitality lacking. I hope you will not hold it against me. You are always welcome to visit Dongfeng, granting me the opportunity to extend my hospitality." His politeness was overwhelming, and Tang Tion promptly assured him of a future visit. They engaged in a few more casual exchanges before Jingheng took his leave, refraining from prying into Tang Tion's affairs or any matters of mutual interest. The saying that a gentleman's friendship is as light as water was exemplified by him. With Jingheng's departure, the Qijin Association concluded, and the guests resumed their leisurely explorations of the garden, discussing the day's events. Tang Tion and Wang Ziyu returned to their seat in the pavilion. "I never expected him to come," Wang Ziyu remarked, fanning herself. "Jingheng?" Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu nodded. "He is the most formidable honored disciple of Dongfeng and one of the strongest among our Qingyue sect's honored disciples. Even the master of the East Peak must treat him with utmost courtesy." Tang Tion was taken aback. Could it be that Jingheng was also an honorary disciple? It seemed that the disparity among honorary disciples was indeed considerable. Why, with such remarkable prowess, would he still choose to be an honorary disciple? Tang Tion inquired, perplexed. From his previous understanding, he had gathered that the status of an honorary disciple was not particularly esteemed among the upper echelons of the Qingyue sect, and they were generally overlooked. Wang Ziyu chuckled and remarked, "Do you recall the three types of individuals I mentioned to you earlier? Among honorary disciples, there exists a category of individuals born into illustrious families, possessing substantial wealth, and demonstrating exceptional abilities that rival those of the most elite core disciples. The reasons for their choice to become honorary disciples vary greatly. Young Master Jingheng is one such individual, and he stands at the pinnacle of this category." Tang Tion asked, "What purpose does Jingheng serve?" Wang Ziyu replied, "I cannot say for certain. Those individuals engage in matters that are on an entirely different level than ordinary honorary disciples. However, I can inform you that within the East Peak, Jingheng's status is second only to the Peak Master, and he even has a say in the appointments of elders." Tang Tion raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding dawning within him. It was inevitable that there were matters of power at play. After a moment's contemplation, he further inquired, "Aside from him, are there other similar figures within the Qingyue sect? It would be prudent to clarify this to avoid unwittingly entangling myself in future complications." "Certainly," Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. "Within the Qingyue sect, there are 5 prominent young masters and 2 esteemed young ladies, all of whom are of the same standing as Jingheng. They are known as Dongjing, Beiguan, Shidu, Nanfeng Machin, and Zhufeng Lutian. Dongjing refers to Jingheng of the East Peak, Beiguan is Guanming of the North Peak, Shidu is Du Yuanqing of the West Peak, while the South Peak is the domain of the 2 young ladies, Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Sairu, who share a close bond and coexist harmoniously. Zhufeng is represented by Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng, 2 formidable rivals, and they are the 2 most powerful honorary disciples within the Qingyue sect." Tang Tion fell silent, astonished by the number of individuals who stood on par with Jingheng. It appeared that the influence of the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies nearly dominated the entire Qingyue sect. Was it possible that the sect was entirely indifferent, allowing them to wield such immense power? Surely, there were underlying relationships that he was unaware of. Did the sect not harbor any concerns? Tang Tion tentatively probed. Wang Ziyu smiled and responded, "Concerned about what? Regardless, they are all members of the Qingyue sect. While they attain power, they also bear a significant share of responsibility. It is a reciprocal arrangement. The Qingyue sect is not a small sect in the traditional sense. Its scale precludes it from being as pure as some other sections. The principle of better to allow than to restrict is something I trust you comprehend, Brother Tang." Tang Tion nodded slightly. For the first time, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the operational dynamics within the Qingyue sect. The only lingering question is what confidence the Qingyue sect possesses that allows them to disregard the intentional infiltration by hostile forces. This matter, perhaps, can only be clarified as I continue to delve deeper into the intricacies of the situation. Shaking off these tangled thoughts, Tang Tion recalled another matter. Brother Wang, you just mentioned that Jing Heng is also an honorary disciple? Then why do the guards surrounding him seem to possess strength that far exceeds the Golden Core stage? When Jing Heng arrived earlier, several core disciples were by his side, yet the aura they exuded was several times more formidable than that of Gu Xiaoxue. Was it not said that only those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage could be employed? Wang Ziyu provided an explanation, because they are not guards at all, but hold another identity. What is that? Tang Tion asked in surprise. Wang Ziyu replied, the relationship between honorary disciples and guards is one of employment. Guards must relinquish a portion of their freedom and strictly adhere to the regulations set forth in the guard code. However, it is different for guests. The relationship between guests and honorary disciples is one of equality, allowing for complete freedom. As long as both parties reach an agreement and register at the merit hall, it suffices. The remuneration for guests is also negotiated directly between the two parties, with the sect remaining uninvolved. Tang Tion inquired, is there no restriction on strength? Wang Ziyu nodded, no restrictions on strength. As long as one possesses the capability, even the young master could be made a guest, though such a scenario is nearly impossible. Generally speaking, the strength of a guest is at least above the nascent soul stage. In truth, honorary disciples of Brother Tang's caliber often have several guests at their disposal. Tang Tion fell into silence, taken aback by this revelation. He had been contemplating that once Gu Xiaoxue broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would need to seek other guards. Finding a suitable candidate is no simple task. Yet now, perhaps he could discuss the possibility with her of becoming his guest in the future, allowing her to remain by his side. Moreover, it was also time to recruit a few more individuals. Chapter 30. Farewell to Zhongyang. After some time living together, Tang Tion realized that having only Gu Xiaoxue as his soul guard was somewhat insufficient. Wherever he went, she had to accompany him. Often, when attending to trivial matters or gathering information, she took full responsibility. Although Gu Xiaoxue never voiced any objections and approached every task with utmost seriousness, Tang Tion felt a sense of unease. After all, Gu Xiaoxue was merely a guard. It was unreasonable to burden her with every task. Moreover, she was a prodigy of innate talent, deserving of greater recognition. Thus, during this period, Tang Tion contemplated recruiting additional individuals to share the mundane responsibilities. Yet, he was reluctant to seek cultivators of the Golden Core realm, leading him to temporarily shelve the idea. However, since the sect had the designation of guest disciples, the matter could be conveniently resolved. Must I personally engage with potential candidates to seek guest disciples? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu replied, personal engagement is indeed the optimal approach, as it fosters a deeper understanding between both parties. However, if time and energy are lacking, one may opt to post a recruitment notice in the honor hall of the Merit Pavilion. After specifying the requirements, the sect will assist in finding suitable candidates. Be advised, though, that this option incurs a considerable expense in spirit stones. Tang Tion felt relieved. The burden of searching would be lifted, and spirit stones were not a concern. Thank you for the information, Brother Wang, he said with a respectful gesture. Today, he had learned many things he had previously been unaware of from Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. I am also encountering someone with whom I resonate so well for the first time. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, invite me to your Zizhu courtyard for a visit sometime. I have never been there, as it was not available for public rental. Tang Tion chuckled, you are most welcome. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon. With the conclusion of the Rare Treasures Conference, Tang Tion departed from the Appreciation Spring Garden, parting ways with Wang Ziyu at the foot of the eastern peak. At this conference, Tang Tion undeniably emerged as the central figure. His persona and approach to affairs were finally recognized by the masses. Most viewed him as a wealthy individual, carefree in nature, somewhat proud, and distinctly independent. Tang Tion was indifferent to this impression. His objective for attending was merely to shed some of his enigmatic aura. Ultimately, the goal had been achieved. On the journey back, Tang Tion suddenly spoke. Xiaoxue, would you be willing to become my guest disciple? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question from Tang Tion. But I am still at the Golden Core stage. I do not meet the criteria for a guest disciple. Tang Tion smiled and reassured her, with your innate talent, it won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul stage. According to sect rules, our employment relationship will automatically conclude at that time. Therefore, I believe it is prudent to inquire about your opinion in advance. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a soft "oh," and then, feeling somewhat bashful, confessed, I have not yet contemplated this matter. The reason I chose to be a guard was merely to earn some spirit jade to purchase a yuaning pill. This response took Tang Tion by surprise, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. He had presumed that, buoyed by his protagonist aura, the young girl would eagerly agree. It seems he had overthought the situation. Well, take your time to consider, Tang Tion suggested. Gu Xiaoxue nodded in acknowledgement. However, after a brief period of silence, she suddenly lifted her head and inquired, Do you wish for me to stay? Tang Tion paused, smiling as he replied, Of course. He found their time together quite pleasant. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her gaze once more and mumbled, After I break through to Yuaning, I will inform my senior sister. Tang Tion beamed with delight, sensing that his protagonist aura still held sway. The two of them soon arrived at the foot of the main peak. Suddenly, Tang Tion halted, contemplating for a moment before stating, Let us visit the merit hall. I shall arrange for a few attendants in advance, so you can cultivate in peace and expedite your breakthrough to Yuaning. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently in agreement. Subsequently, they ascended the main peak and reached the magnificent merit hall. Inside, the hall bustled with activity, as individuals hurriedly attended to their affairs. At the center of the hall stood the Hall of Fame. Upon entering, Tang Tion pondered for a moment before suggesting that Gu Xiaoxue rest in the hall while he proceeded alone to Elder Zhongyang's private chamber. Elder Zhong, it's been a while since we last met, Tang Tion greeted politely. Elder Zhongyang looked up to see Tang Tion, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes before he chuckled. Ah, it is our young Tang. You have certainly garnered much attention these past few days. Everyone is saying that the sect has produced an extraordinary young master. Please, have a seat, he urged. Tang Tion quickly replied, Before Elder Zhong, I dare not claim such titles. He then took a seat across from Elder Zhongyang. Renting a secluded cultivation chamber is certainly not modest. How can that not be considered extravagant? Here, we do not indulge in false humility, speak candidly. What brings you here today? Elder Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tion refrained from any further pleasantries and articulated his thoughts. Attendance? Elder Zhongyang raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. Is it that you are not quite satisfied with the guard I arranged for you? Tang Tion hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. On that note, I have yet to properly express my gratitude to Elder Zhong. The guard is truly exceptional. She is remarkably obedient and fulfills all my requests, catering to my every need. Elder Zhongyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Young man, I only assigned you one guard. As for certain matters, I hope you have a clear understanding within yourself. Tang Tion promptly replied, That is only natural. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhong. Zhongyang nodded and inquired, Since you are so satisfied, why still recruit disciples? Tang Tion chuckled. No matter how satisfied one may be, one can still grow weary. Besides, she is merely at the golden core stage and rather young. Thus, I wish to seek a few disciples who are stronger and possess a more feminine charm. Zhongyang shook his head and pointed at Tang Tion, saying, Ah, you. The youth is indeed full of vigor, showing no restraint whatsoever. However, the relationship between a disciple and their employer is not overly restrictive, allowing for a degree of freedom in their actions. If one wishes to develop, it ultimately relies on oneself. Tang Tion nodded. That is only natural. Afterward, he produced a box of local specialties and handed it to Zhongyang. This time, it contained no less than 100 exquisite spirit jades. Zhongyang's face instantly lit up with joy as he accepted the gifts, praising Tang Tion for his gratitude while attending to matters related to the disciples. Tang Tion sat quietly, a faint smile gracing his face. Yet at that moment, he had already discerned that Zhongyang's arrangement of Gu Xiaoxue for him indeed harbored that kind of intention. Through his observations over time, a son of heaven within the Qingyue sect is undoubtedly among the most elite. Zhongyang cannot be oblivious to Gu Xiaoxue's talent? Certainly not. Therefore, his actions must conceal other secrets unknown to others. To personally thrust a son of heaven into the fire pit, it seems the Qingyue sect is not as benevolent as it appears. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he has been unwittingly drawn into a tempest. Chapter 31. The Interview Before Long. Zhongyang had completed all necessary arrangements. Do you have any specific requirements? He inquired. Tang Tion pondered for a moment and replied, Above the nascent soul stage. With a pleasant disposition would suffice. Ideally, it would be preferable if she possessed a graceful figure, as it is indeed pleasing to the eye. You understand. Zhongyang smiled knowingly, and then said, I will do my utmost, though it is impossible to fulfill all of your demands. However, our sect is only responsible for making introductions. Whether one can retain the individual depends on your own efforts. Tang Tion nodded, realizing it was akin to a brokerage service. What about the brokerage fee? He nearly blurted out. Zhongyang explained, we will publish the information today, and starting tomorrow, candidates should begin to seek you out. Once you have identified a suitable candidate, inform me, and I will take care of the registration and remove the information. For each individual who visits, a fee of 1 million spirit jade is required, which serves as the introduction fee. Should negotiations not reach a satisfactory conclusion, you are also expected to compensate the other party with 100,000 spirit jade for their time. Of course, if anyone attempts to exploit this for profit, simply let me know, and the sect will impose appropriate penalties. Tang Tion contemplated for a moment, realizing that this arrangement was essentially an interview process, albeit a compensated one. Indeed, this exemplified a relationship of equality, unlike the companies of his past life, where they maintained an air of superiority, often dismissing candidates with a mere wait for our response, regardless of the outcome. It was utterly outrageous. Understood, Tang Tion nodded, producing 100 pieces of premium spirit jade. Let me prepay a portion of the introduction fee. If it proves insufficient, I shall supplement it later. Zhongyang nodded with a smile. One candidate costs 1 million, and 100 pieces of premium spirit jade equates to 100 million, surely enough. He doubted that once Tang Tion found a suitable candidate, he would shamelessly request the remainder of the spirit jade back. After completing all formalities, Tang Tion exited the elegant chamber, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue. As they departed from the reputation hall, along the way, Tang Tion inquired, Xiaoxue, how did Elder Zhongyang come to find you? Gu Xiaoxue paused briefly before answering. It was my senior sister who brought him. She said I shouldn't remain secluded in the cave for too long and should engage more with the outside world. Coincidentally, I needed to earn money to purchase nascent soul pills, so I sought out Elder Zhong. Tang Tion remained silent for a moment before asking again. What is your relationship with your senior sister like? Gu Xiaoxue smiled. Of course, it's excellent. My senior sister is the direct disciple of Elder Bo, and since I arrived on the mountain, she has been the one who cares for me the most. Many aspects of cultivation and various matters concerning the sect have been taught to me by her. Tang Tion contemplated in silence. Given that this senior sister cared so deeply for Gu Xiaoxue, could she possibly be unaware of Zhongyang's intentions in introducing Gu Xiaoxue to him? At the very least, one should inquire about oneself, shouldn't one? What exactly does she wish to achieve? Tang Tion found himself at a loss, unable to discern or speculate. However, he was certain that the senior sister was far from exhibiting the concern and care that Gu Xiaoxue believed she possessed. With a lengthy exhale, Tang Tion dispelled these tumultuous thoughts. I have already begun seeking disciples. During this period, you should concentrate on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. We shall discuss other matters once you have achieved that, Tang Tion remarked. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently in agreement. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, the two shared a modest dinner, after which Gu Xiaoxue promptly retreated to her room to commence her seclusion. Tang Tion had intended for her to seclude herself at the Taoist temple, where a Tao-level meditation chamber would certainly facilitate her progress. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue insisted on remaining in the purple bamboo courtyard, citing the comfort of her own room among various other trivial reasons. Unable to sway her decision, Tang Tion acquiesced. After all, prior to reaching the divine transformation stage, the difference between this place and a Tao-level meditation chamber was negligible. Once Gu Xiaoxue entered her seclusion, Tang Tion contacted Wang Anning from the foodie pavilion, requesting him to bring more renovation materials the following day to prepare the remaining guest rooms. With new disciples arriving soon, it was imperative to ensure everything was in order. Regardless of other considerations, Tang Tion's status necessitated maintaining at least a semblance of dignity. Having completed these tasks, Tang Tion returned to the main house, engaging in his cultivation while awaiting the arrival of the disciples. The following day, Wang Anning arrived early, bringing with him the same premium renovation materials as before. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Tion instructed him to leave the materials for the disciples to arrange according to their preferences upon their arrival. Shortly after Wang Anning departed, within the span of an hour, the first candidate for discipleship arrived for an interview. She was a striking core disciple, boasting mid-nascent soul cultivation and exuding an imposing aura. Upon her arrival, she scanned Tang Tion thoroughly with her spiritual sense. Without uttering a word, he tossed her 100,000 spirit stones, dismissing her with a curt gesture to return from whence she came. Their relationship was one of equality. There was no need for her to adopt such an arrogant demeanor. After a while, another disciple arrived. This one was quite courteous, engaging Tang Tion in an animated conversation. However, her excessive verbosity led to a barrage of reasonable and unreasonable demands, which ultimately resulted in Tang Tion declining her application. He had little patience for troublesome individuals. Subsequently, a young cultivator arrived, but after discussions, Tang Tion felt it was not a suitable match and courteously showed him the door. The morning slipped away quietly, and Tang Tion had interviewed a total of 13 candidates, regrettably finding none that were suitable. He let out a soft sigh, finally beginning to understand the sentiments of those in human resources during the hiring process. Indeed, there were quite a few peculiar individuals. Some clearly aimed to capitalize on his reputation, coming solely for the spirit stones, boldly quoting figures in the billions, leaving him both amused and exasperated, leading to immediate rejections. As afternoon descended, the influx of applicants continued unabated. Perhaps this is the allure of celebrity. However, the sheer volume of candidates proved advantageous. For Tang Tion finally encountered a commendable contender, Li Hong, a core disciple, age 28 and at the initial stages of the transformation realm. He possessed an intimate understanding of the myriad affairs within the sect and could assist Tang Tion with various external matters. His stipulations were quite straightforward. He preferred not to be disturbed during his cultivation and could be contacted through a communication jade talisman when needed, promptly attending to any pertinent issues. When Tang Tion inquired, "Do you not reside in the purple bamboo courtyard?" Li Hong chuckled and shook his head, expressing, "I find greater solace in my own cave dwelling, despite its inferior cultivation environment compared to the purple bamboo courtyard. I acknowledge this may not align with the typical expectations of a retainer, but it is a personal conviction of mine. This is also why no one has ever sought me as a retainer." He spoke candidly. Tang Tion nodded. He appreciated such forthrightness. The conditions Li Hong proposed were not burdensome. Tang Tion had no desire for ostentatious displays when traveling, as long as matters were not delayed. Ultimately, they reached an agreement, a salary of 10 million per month, with the first 3 months serving as a probationary period. If all proceeded smoothly, the remuneration would escalate to 20 million after 3 months. Given that Li Hong was a practitioner of the transformation realm, his worth was naturally considerable. When Tang Tion inquired why he did not lease a cave with superior cultivation conditions, Li Hong replied with a smile, "A cultivation venue suffices. A cave is merely a place to reside, and often, I may not return for extended periods. The greatest expenses in cultivation arise from elixirs and resources. As a cultivator without familial support, I must exercise frugality." Tang Tion fell silent, realizing that his recent windfall had skewed his perception of ordinary cultivators within the realm. He had assumed that a place like the purple bamboo courtyard, which he deemed reasonably priced, could be effortlessly rented by anyone. Yet, even prodigies like Gu Xiaoxue utilized only the finest of mystic-grade spiritual swords. "Welcome aboard. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration." Tang Tion extended his hand. Li Hong reciprocated, marking the moment he officially became Tang Tion's retainer. Chapter 32. A concurrent breakthrough. After finalizing the agreement, Li Hong proceeded to register at the Mingyu Hall, thus sparing Tang Tion an additional trip, which proved to be quite convenient. With Li Hong's presence, many trivial matters could now be attended to. However, Tang Tion still required several capable retainers to ensure his safety at all times. Consequently, the interviews continued. After meeting over 20 diverse candidates, as dusk approached, Tang Tion finally discovered a pair that was particularly suitable. Strictly speaking, it was not just one, but rather a duo, a pair of young twins. The elder named Lan Yu and the younger named Lu Zhu. They possessed exquisite features and slender figures, yet their curves were pleasingly full, creating a visually stunning sight when they stood together. Most importantly, Tang Tion was quite fond of their demeanor, reserved, succinct, and to the point. Moreover, both possessed the strength of the late nascent soul stage, ensuring their safety during daily outings. Additionally, Tang Tion had already informed Zhong Yang of his intention to recruit several beautiful retainers, and he felt compelled to fulfill that promise. This would further solidify his suspicion that Gu Xiaoxue had fallen victim to his machinations. Ultimately, Tang Tion signed them on for a full year, offering each a remuneration of 15 million per month. The terms for permanent retainers naturally differed from those of Li Hong. "Feel free to choose 2 guest rooms. I have materials for decoration, and you may arrange them according to your preferences," Tang Tion proposed. Lan Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Zhu before responding. "1 room will suffice." Tang Tion was taken aback, but refrained from commenting. It even saved him the trouble of preparing an additional room. After securing their services, he had no intention of recruiting more retainers. The interview process had been quite exhausting. He notified Li Hong to complete the remaining formalities. As night fell and Lan Yu and Lu Zhu settled in, Tang Tion exhaled deeply and returned to his main residence. The gathering of rare treasures, the recruitment of retainers, and all his actions today ultimately aimed to create a sufficiently stable environment for for his cultivation. Tang Tion remained acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, all was ephemeral. Only strength constituted the fundamental essence. Entering the meditation chamber, Tang Tion sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a meditative state. 7 innate rings floated around his body, while the small spiritual vein beneath him emitted a faint glow, infusing his body with pure spiritual energy with each breath. The chamber was enveloped in a nebulous mist of silver feathered tails, emanating an intangible natural aura that elevated the cultivation environment to its optimum state. Before long, the shackles of the 11th layer of qi refining shattered with a resounding force, and Tang Tion successfully ascended to the 12th layer. As he slowly opened his eyes, he reflected on the fact that barely a month had passed since his arrival in this world, during which he had ascended from the 2nd layer of qi refining, breaking through 10 minor realms to reach the 12th layer. Such speed, perhaps, would be unattainable even for a prodigy endowed with the 9 rings of talent. This remarkable achievement is entirely attributable to the exceptional cultivation environment he has crafted, coupled with an ample supply of elixirs that have significantly enhanced his progress. Beyond this initial success, he has also accumulated profound insights into dozens of distinct cultivation techniques, elevating them to a state of great accomplishment through the accumulation of comprehension points. Although the majority of these techniques are of relatively low rank, they have nonetheless provided Tang Tion with substantial insights into the Tao. Furthermore, through numerous philosophical discussions with Gu Xiaoxua, he has transformed immensely compared to a month ago. Yet, he feels it is still insufficient. This world is vast, teeming with countless prodigies. To truly become a formidable force, a long and arduous journey still lies ahead. The pursuit of progress must continue unabated, and cultivation must never wane. After articulating his thoughts, Tang Tion once again closed his eyes, recommencing his practice. 6 days swiftly elapsed. Tang Tion's life reverted to its previous rhythm, oscillating between the Zizhu courtyard and the dojo. During the day, he immersed himself in the Tao-level meditation chamber, while at night, he returned to the Zizhu courtyard to consolidate his rapidly advancing cultivation. Simultaneously, he established a Tao-level meditation chamber for the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. The effects of 6 days of rigorous cultivation were astonishing. Tang Tion seemed to transform daily. Within 3 days, he ascended to the 13th level of qi refinement, and after another 3 days, he reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, poised to break into the foundation establishment stage. In the meditation chamber of Zizhu courtyard, Tang Tion sat with his eyes closed, his aura fluctuating unpredictably, while the 7 innate rings surrounding him vibrated rapidly. Before him lay several exquisite porcelain vials, some of which had already been opened, releasing a delicate fragrance. Had Qin Hai been present, he would have recognized these as the foundation establishment pills he had sold to Tang Tion. After consuming several vials of elixirs, the spiritual energy within Tang Tion reached an apex. The surging energy surged chaotically before converging entirely within his dantian. At the very center of his dantian, a cyclone spun rapidly, contracting as it rotated. The closer one approached the center, the denser the spiritual energy became, with some already coalescing into a liquid form. Tiny droplets of spiritual liquid clustering together, sparkling like stars. When the rotation of the cyclone reached its zenith, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within the dantian, unleashing a formidable aura that swept across the entire meditation chamber. All spiritual energy transformed from a cyclone into a liquid, gathering into a shallow lake that floated in midair within the dantian, gradually settling into tranquility. The 7 innate rings surrounding Tang Tion also stabilized, ceasing their tremors. As the aura contracted, Tang Tion opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing momentarily within them. At last, he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of accomplishment after a month of diligent effort. The foundation establishment stage represents the chasm between inner and outer disciples. Once successfully crossed, it signifies his official entry into the upper realm of Qinghua sect and marks the commencement of his path in cultivation. Lin Yu had merely reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. At this pace, it would not be long before he could completely surpass her. Tang Tion familiarized himself with the sensations following his breakthrough. It was a transformative enhancement, elevating his overall strength to more than tenfold compared to the 13th level of qi refinement. He was no longer burdened by the feeling of helplessness. This newfound power was utterly captivating. Damn it, he thought, I must witness the breathtaking scenery at the pinnacle of cultivation. In high spirits, Tang Tion set forth his lofty aspirations. Having entered the realm of cultivation with dual systems at his disposal, How could he possibly settle for anything less than the summit? He possessed the confidence and determination to achieve it. With dual systems by his side, the world was his to command. However, just as Tang Tion was engulfed in his fervor, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard. Even while in the tranquility of his cultivation chamber, he could distinctly feel it. Hastily, Tang Tion exited his room, immediately pinpointing the source of this powerful surge. It was none other than Gu Xiaoshua's chamber. To his astonishment, she too had achieved a breakthrough. Tang Tion's expression brightened with surprise. Chapter 33. A billion monthly, a fierce storm of spiritual energy formed a colossal vortex, hovering above the purple bamboo courtyard. At the very center of this vortex lay Gu Xiaoshua's chamber below. An immense torrent of spiritual power surged into the room, resembling a gigantic funnel. Tang Tion stood rooted in place, feeling the overwhelming flow of spiritual energy. This commotion also drew out the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who gazed at Gu Xiaoshua's cottage with expressions of astonishment. Such strength, Lan Yu whispered. Stronger than us, Lu Zhu concurred. Tang Tion's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, was it not the same when you two broke through? After several days of acquaintance, he had learned that both sisters possessed exceptional nine-ring talents. He sought to comprehend the disparity between nine-ring talents and those of an innate child. Not at all. Far from it, the sisters replied in unison. Tang Tion had gradually grown accustomed to their manner of speaking. Listening to their responses, he finally garnered a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoshua's talent. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary existence. The vortex of spiritual energy persisted for approximately the duration of a joss stick. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual fluctuations erupted from Gu Xiaoshua's room, causing Tang Tion to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Yet, in the next moment, all returned to silence. She has broken through. Tang Tion felt a surge of joy within and stepped forward to the entrance of Gu Xiaoshua's room. Just then, Gu Xiaoshua, who had recently achieved her breakthrough, rushed out, her cheeks flushed, displaying her excitement. I did it, she exclaimed loudly upon seeing Tang Tion, overwhelmed with joy. Tang Tion responded with a smile, congratulations. That was quite fast. I expected you'd need at least a month in seclusion. Gu Xiaoshua approached Tang Tion and replied, I'm not entirely sure. I only just elevated my cultivation to the golden core great perfection. Yet, for some reason, the process of advancing to the nascent soul went remarkably smoothly, encountering virtually no obstacles. And then, inexplicably, I succeeded in my breakthrough. Tang Tion fell silent, pondering the inexplicable nature of her breakthrough. Was this truly the realm of top-tier geniuses? Was it the same for you in your previous advancements? He asked. Gu Xiaoshua shook her head. No, prior breakthroughs required considerable effort. However, this time it felt effortless, as if everything fell into place. And I didn't even use a nascent soul pill. Tang Tion was taken aback by such an occurrence. Was it not the case that the higher the realm, the more challenging the breakthrough? Why did it seem to reverse for her? Was it a matter of the cultivation environment? After contemplating, he could not find a suitable answer. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to Gu Xiaoshua's extraordinary talent. Once he successfully exchanged for the talent of an innate child, he was certain he would unravel the mystery. Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, Tang Tion congratulated once more. Congratulations on taking another step forward. Now, our guardian agreement has automatically dissolved. What are your plans? Gu Xiaoshua smiled shyly and replied, actually, during my seclusion, I reflected deeply. The time spent with you has been the most relaxing period since I entered the sect. Therefore, I have decided. As Gu Xiaoshua lifted her head, ready to finish her sentence, she suddenly caught sight of 2 other figures. Oh, who are they? Tang Tion turned to look and smiled. Ah, they are our new guests, whom we just accepted a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. With that, Tang Tion led Gu Xiaoshua to meet Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, and the group exchanged friendly greetings. Although they were all core disciples of Qinghua sect, they had never met before, primarily because the sect was simply too vast. With tens of thousands of core disciples, it was impossible to recognize them all, especially for someone like Gu Xiaoshua, who was solely focused on secluded cultivation. Knowing all her neighbors was already quite an achievement. You are remarkable. Truly impressive. Lan Yu and Lu Zhu remarked. Gu Xiaoshua examined them thoughtfully, then glanced down at herself, murmuring, not at all. You are far more skilled than I. After they finished their introductions, Tang Tion smiled, saying, from now on, we are all in the same courtyard, so let us look out for one another. He then inquired, by the way, you mentioned making a decision? Gu Xiaoshua responded with a soft "Oh." I have decided to speak with my senior sister now and see if I should continue being a guest disciple. Tang Tion chuckled, there's no need to rush. You've just broken through. It would be better to rest a bit before going. Gu Xiaoxua shook her head. No, I prefer to go now. Wait for my news. With that, Gu Xiaoxua bowed to Tang Tion and turned to leave the Zijou courtyard. Is she in such a hurry? Tang Tion found it somewhat puzzling. Moreover, he sensed that Gu Xiaoxua's mood had suddenly turned a bit somber, though he could not discern the reason. Has something happened? Shaking his head, Tang Tion sent Lan Yu and Lu Zhu back, then sat by the ancient well, awaiting Gu Xiaoxua's return. It shouldn't take long, he thought. However, just as he settled down, the courtyard's formation was activated, and a familiar figure swiftly flew back. Did she forget something? Tang Tion inquired. Gu Xiaoxua seemed to have regained her earlier demeanor, exclaiming, No, I just happened to run into my senior sister outside, so we've already discussed it. Tang Tion was taken aback. What a coincidence. He studied Gu Xiaoxua with suspicion. She would never lie, so there must be something more to it. Nevertheless, he was far more intrigued by the outcome. What happened next? Tang Tion inquired. Gu Xiaoxua chuckled softly. My senior sister mentioned that I will undoubtedly require more cultivation resources in the future. Relying solely on myself is far from sufficient. Thus, it is wiser to choose to be a guest disciple. Tang Tion smiled brightly. Indeed, your senior sister possesses great wisdom. Please, take a seat. Let us deliberate on your remuneration. Gu Xiaoxua obediently sat down, glanced around, and asked, What about our guest disciples? She intentionally emphasized the word our. Tang Tion, oblivious to this nuance, replied, I have sent them back to their quarters, the room directly opposite yours. After all, as guests, they cannot remain by my side at all times. Gu Xiaoxua nodded, propped her arms on the stone table, cradled her chin in her hands, and wore a silly grin. Why the silly smile? Tang Tion shot her a quick glance before continuing. Regarding your remuneration, here is my proposal. Typically, a guest disciple at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm earns no more than 10 million spirit jade per month. However, given your age of 15 and your exceptional circumstances, I believe it should be at least 50 million. Furthermore, your profound understanding of cultivation has provided me with tremendous assistance, warranting an additional 50 million. Achieving the nascent soul at 15 indicates a bright future ahead. You are destined to become a pillar of Qinghua sect. Therefore, I believe 500 million is quite reasonable. Considering your talent, it would also greatly enhance my reputation. Thus, your remuneration will be set at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Do you have any objections? Gu Xiaoxua appeared momentarily stunned. It seems you have already spoken on my behalf. 1 billion is far too extravagant. I truly do not feel exceptional. Please treat me as an ordinary guest disciple. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. That is unacceptable. One's value corresponds to their worth. It is set at 1 billion. While speaking, Tang Tion was keenly observing the system's response. To his astonishment, the system acknowledged this exorbitant transaction. Could it also believe Gu Xiaoxua was worth that amount? Tang Tion's mind raced. 10 billion. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Please do not challenge the system's limits. Tang Tion sighed. All right, then, it shall be 1 billion. Let us set the term for 1 year. Now, let us formalize our agreement. Chapter 34. The flag-snatching battle under the persistent insistence of Tang Tion. A 1-year guest agreement was ultimately signed with Gu Xiaoxua at the price of 1 billion spirit jade per month. The remaining procedural matters were entrusted to Li Hong, sparing Tang Tion from having to make a personal visit. He had no desire to encounter the greedy and ill-intentioned Zhong Yang. Following the completion of the transaction, a staggering sum of 12 billion was deposited into Tang Tion's account, alongside the acquisition of 120,000 consumption points. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement brought Tang Tion immense joy. Gu Xiaoxua appeared equally delighted. For the sum of over 100 billion spirit jade was ample for a nascent soul-level cultivator to smoothly advance to the tribulation stage. After this joyous occasion, Tang Tion resumed his previous lifestyle. That very evening, he utilized 1 million consumption points to exchange for a 7th-grade physique, the celestial crane body. This physique, while not bestowing any secret techniques, conferred upon him certain unique characteristics of the celestial crane. The most apparent of these was an enhanced affinity with nature, which facilitated his cultivation and further accelerated Tang Tion's progress. In a matter of days, his foundational cultivation had stabilized, steadily progressing toward the intermediate stage. After a few more days, Wang Ziyu came to pay a visit. Tang Tion warmly welcomed him in, and they engaged in light-hearted conversation about amusing events within their sect. Upon seeing the two sisters, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu praised, Brother Tang, your taste remains consistently exceptional. Tang Tion did not deny it. The more the external perceptions deviated from reality, the safer his own situation became. Ah, So this is how it is within the purple bamboo courtyard, Wang Ziyu remarked. I must say, Brother Tang, you have indeed struck a remarkable bargain. Just the ancient well of Nianxuan alone surpasses this price. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Then why had no one rented it before? Wang Ziyu chuckled. The purple bamboo courtyard had only recently opened, and few were aware of its specifics. Those who did know were generally uninterested, as they possessed better alternatives. Moreover, I suspect many did not anticipate that the Nianxuan well had matured to its current state. Tang Tion stroked his chin thoughtfully. You seem quite knowledgeable about the purple bamboo courtyard. Wang Ziyu nodded. I had heard of it by chance in the past. This expanse of purple bamboo originally belonged to a man known as the Bamboo Forest Taoist. He planted each stalk himself. The purple bamboo courtyard was constructed by his own hands, and he subsequently secluded himself here. Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly. But what of him now? Wang Ziyu sighed. He has passed away. More than a century ago, he fell victim to the conflicts of power. Subsequently, the Qingyue sect sealed off this area until it was recently reopened to the public. Tang Tion fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected history of the purple bamboo courtyard. The Bamboo Forest Taoist appears to be a person who is indifferent to worldly affairs, as evidenced by the arrangement within the purple bamboo courtyard, which exudes a profound atmosphere of mundane existence, clearly designed for a serene retirement. It is indeed lamentable that such an individual could succumb to the strife of power struggles. You are aware of these matters? Tang Tion expressed his surprise. After these two encounters, he had come to realize that Wang Ziyu was akin to a polymath, capable of articulating insights on almost any subject. I am particularly intrigued by ancient matters, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Cultivation is also a form of living. Though it may seem transcendent, it remains bound within the realm of existence. Engaging in relentless practice leads to a loss of life's joys. Occasionally stepping outside to witness the world is, in itself, a unique form of cultivation. Tang Tion was taken aback, astonished that Wang Ziyu could utter such philosophically rich words. Naturally, each individual harbors a distinct understanding of cultivation. Some revel in the vibrancy of life, while others prefer solitary perseverance. There is no absolute right or wrong in this regard. One should simply focus on their own path. By the way, in a couple of days, there will be an event at the sect. Would you care to join, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tion paused, perplexed. What event? Wang Ziyu shook his head. You truly seem oblivious to the happenings outside your window. The first assessment for the inner disciples is about to commence this year, and I hear it will be quite intense. Are you unaware of this? Tang Tion was genuinely taken aback. He had no knowledge of this event. The Qingyue sect holds the assessments for inner disciples 4 times a year, once at the end of each season. This is one of the most vibrant occasions for the sect, attracting numerous elders and disciples to spectate, both for the thrill of the competition and to scout for any noteworthy talents among the disciples, the future of the sect. Reflecting on this, Tang Tion remembered his own status within the sect as an outer disciple. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be eligible to participate in the inner disciple assessments. Aren't you interested, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu queried upon noticing Tang Tion's silence. Tang Tion smiled and replied, I am not particularly fond of mingling in crowds. However, you are right. Occasionally venturing out is indeed a unique form of cultivation. Wang Ziyu immediately laughed. Precisely. What is the point of staying cooped up at home all day? Although those disciples are merely in the foundation establishment stage, witnessing their sparring can be quite entertaining. Who knows? You might even discover some promising talents for yourself. Tang Tion rubbed his nose, pondering. So, it seems I would be the one being observed. Wang Ziyu affirmed. Indeed. Thus, Tang Tion resolved to participate in the inner disciple assessment. Despite having attained a status that far surpassed that of an inner disciple due to his honorary title, he harbored an inexplicable obsession. Honorary identities felt insubstantial, whereas being an inner or core disciple represented a tangible status. Apologies, but I am unaware of your true capabilities. Prince, he said awkwardly. Tang Tion smiled and reassured him that it was of no consequence, then inquired about the specifics of the upcoming assessment. The evaluation for the inner disciples of the Qingyue sect was divided into 5 major regions: the East, West, South, North peaks, and the main peak, each independent of the others. This division was necessitated by the large number of participants, as separating them would yield a more manageable process. However, in future competitions for core disciples, all would be gathered together. Tang Tion's location was at the foot of the South Peak. Hence, if he were to participate, he would be assigned to that region. The content of the assessments varied each year. According to Prince Yu, the assessment for the South Peak this spring was termed the Flag Capture Battle. They had delineated a vast territory and scattered various flags throughout this area. As long as one could successfully retain their flag before the conclusion of the assessment, they would pass and elevate to the status of an inner disciple. There were 4 types of flags: the copper flag, silver flag, gold flag, and king flag. Each flag could facilitate advancement to the inner circle, but the additional rewards associated with each varied significantly. The copper flag was the least desirable, while the king flag was the most prestigious. Moreover, acquiring a superior flag could attract the attention of the sect, with the possibility of being accepted as a direct disciple by certain powerful elders. Prince Yu elaborated. Tang Tion nodded silently, acknowledging that such rules would effectively filter out the strong from the weak, ensuring a fiercely competitive process. Do you have a particular goal, Brother Tang? Prince Yu asked with a smile. Tang Tion pondered for a moment before responding. Are special means permitted? If financial resources could resolve the matter, then all would be negotiable. If not, then I shall simply aim for a copper flag to pass the assessment. Prince Yu understood Tang Tion's implication and, while waving his fan, replied, the rules prohibit forming alliances. However, I believe that under substantial rewards, courageous individuals will emerge. Yet, Brother Tang should be prepared. There is only one king flag. And without offering a significant price, obtaining it remains quite challenging. Tang Tion chuckled at this. That is reassuring. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. Prince Yu laughed in disbelief, already envisioning the scenes that would unfold in the upcoming assessment for the inner disciples. Chapter 35. A bounty of 100 million 4 days later. The first internal disciple assessment of the year commenced with great fervor. This was a rare occasion, drawing together not only the inner sect and core disciples, but also various honorary disciples and elders, all eager to witness which exceptional talents would emerge in this cohort. In the early morning, at the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tion awoke at dawn. After completing his morning routine, he summoned Gu Xiaoxue and the Lanyu sisters, and sent a message to Li Hong before departing from the purple bamboo forest. As he ascended the southern peak, he encountered numerous disciples of Qinghua sect, all heading in the same direction, either to observe or participate in the internal assessment. The assessment venue on the southern peak was nestled within a dense forest on the back mountain. By the time Tang Tion arrived, the area was already teeming with people. Above the crowd, 10 enormous light screens floated in the air, showcasing various angles of the happenings within the forest. Young Master Tang, Li Hong greeted him, having arrived first. He had meticulously gathered a wealth of information regarding the assessment, including the rules, the strength of competing disciples, and the attending elders. Everything was accounted for in exquisite detail. Over 1,700 disciples were participating in the assessment, yet based on the annual pass rate, only about half were expected to succeed. The number of flags deployed reflected this reality. There were 800 bronze flags, 100 silver flags, and nearly 10 gold flags. The most prestigious, the king's flag, was singular. Li Hong explained. In total, there are 911 flags. This implies that only a little over 900 disciples can become inner sect members. Is it permissible to use special means to influence the competition? Tang Tion inquired. Li Hong replied, the rules do not explicitly prohibit such actions. Only forming alliances during the assessment is forbidden. Any detected collusion will result in disqualification. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tion stated, disperse the word. I require someone to assist me in acquiring the king's flag and to relinquish it to me at the end. 100 million spirit stones. Li Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, are you certain? Such a bounty will drive the early-stage foundation disciples into a frenzy. Tang Tion smirked slightly. Whether they go mad or not is of little concern to me. My primary worry is whether this will provoke the elders' displeasure, leading them to intervene. Li Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, it 1T. This is not expressly forbidden by the rules, and should you proceed, the competition will undoubtedly intensify, allowing the elders to discern the true strength of the participants more clearly. Therefore, they are unlikely to intervene. Tang Tion nodded in agreement. He shared Li Hong's sentiment and noted an unspoken truth. Such a bounty could, to some extent, reveal the character of certain disciples, which would ultimately be beneficial for the elders. As for fairness and such, I apologize, but this world is inherently unjust. As long as their own interests are not at stake, no one will utter a word. Let's proceed with this, Tang Tion remarked. Soon enough, Li Hong began to disseminate the news. Before long, a stir arose among the crowd. Many individuals, in the midst of their conversations, suddenly displayed incredulous expressions and turned their gazes towards Tang Tion's position. Tang Tion, however, sat leisurely, unperturbed by the significant ripples his actions would create. This was precisely what his role necessitated. if he were to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the other disciples based solely on his own strength. It would indeed raise eyebrows. After a brief moment, a familiar figure approached, Wang Ziyu. Tang brother, what a bold move. 100 million spirit jade. Those disciples are practically losing their minds. Already discussing how to obtain the royal flag, Wang Ziyu sighed. Tang Tion smiled slightly. With so many people, it would be too troublesome to compete. I simply stepped out after a light snack. Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. Please, spare me the mention of snacks. It's utterly disheartening. Tang Tion chuckled and invited him to sit beside him. What reactions have the elders had? He was particularly interested in this matter. Wang Ziyu smirked. What reactions could they possibly have? They are more than eager to add a bit of excitement to the gathering. However, with this move, you have undoubtedly made a name for yourself on the southern peak. No one would casually toss out 100 million spirit jade during the inner disciple assessment. Tang Tion smiled, but remained silent. Such notoriety had been achieved. The two then began to engage in casual conversation, with Wang Ziyu introducing the important figures present. That old man with the white beard is Yun Xiuji, the Grand Elder of the Southern Peak, a pinnacle existence at the tribulation stage. He generally handles most matters concerning the Southern Peak, Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tion glanced over. Yun Xiuji sat at the highest point, meditating with an air of authority, surrounded by several other elders. However, just as Tang Tion looked in his direction, Yun Xiuji suddenly opened his eyes and cast a detached glance towards him. Devoid of any emotion, Tang Tion quickly averted his gaze. This old monster had an exceptionally keen sense. It's nothing. Elder Yun may appear stern and unsmiling, but he is quite principled. As long as one does not violate the sect's rules, he will pay no mind, Wang Ziyu chuckled. He then pointed to another side, saying, that person in black attire is one of the Southern Peak's two grand ladies, Mo Xiao. Her temperament is rather peculiar. She is capricious, and it is best to avoid her company. Tang Tion cast a glance at Mo Xiao, who sat alone on a prominent boulder, adorned in a flowing black dress. Beneath the stone, several cultivators dressed in black seemed to be her attendants. And the other one? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu remarked, Chen Xiao seldom makes an appearance. All affairs from the outside world are managed by Mo Xiao. Do not underestimate them. When the two prominent heiresses join forces, even Lu Chang'e must accord them some respect. Their standing at Nanfeng is nearly on par with Elder Yun. Tang Tion exhaled. Recognizing that this group comprised the most elite individuals of Qingyue sect and indeed should not be approached lightly. After some conversation, the inner sect disciples' assessment finally commenced. Tang Tion too stepped into the ranks of the competitors, yet regardless of his position, he remained the sole focal point of the day. 100 million spirit jade. I have it secured. Someone boldly declared their intention. However, he soon found himself the object of many surreptitious gazes, marking him as the primary contender in today's evaluation. With a proclamation from the Grand Elder Yun Xiuji, the assessment officially began. Above them, 10 colossal luminescent screens displayed varying scenes, each representing different locations within the dense forest. Subsequently, at the Elder's command, Tang Tion and numerous other contestants surged into the verdant thicket before them. Chapter 36. Ignorance and foolishness. As all the competitors ventured into the dense forest, their figures promptly appeared upon the luminous screen. Who would emerge victorious this time? Who would seize the coveted first place? It was indeed a grand assembly, a gathering of heroes, someone lamented. However, they were soon met with curious glances. What are you lamenting about? In the past, that was one thing, but today, is there any suspense regarding who will claim the royal banner? That is a staggering 100 million spirit gems at stake. It's such a pity. I had already passed the assessment last year, they sighed repeatedly. Yet, another person chuckled, do not sigh any longer. Even if you had participated in this assessment, the royal banner would not fall to you. I truly cannot fathom why someone who ascended with a copper banner would possess such audacity. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The influence of 100 million spirit gems was indeed profound. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were attentively observing the imagery of the forest, searching for Tang Tion's silhouette. Suddenly, Lan Yu softly inquired, why does young Master Tang choose to do this? His strength is evidently sufficient. During this period, Tang Tion often engaged in discussions with them, sharing insights through both dialogue and practical combat. They were well aware of Tang Tion's true prowess at the foundational stage. Few could rival him. Contemplating the question, Gu Xiaoxue replied, he is inherently quite low-key. Although he appears ostentatious, with expenditures reaching billions, he remains remarkably discreet regarding certain matters. Lan Yu pondered this, struggling to grasp the essence of her words. Could Tang Tion truly be considered low-key? She seriously questioned her understanding of the term. Regardless, he has his own methods of operation. We need only to focus on our own responsibilities and refrain from idle speculation, Gu Xiaoxue stated. Wan Yu nodded. She could comprehend this sentiment. With a gentle sigh, Gu Xiaoxue reflected on her two elder sisters. Despite their greater age and superior strength, they often regarded her as the leader, frequently seeking her counsel on various matters. She could not comprehend the reasoning behind this. However, her thoughts soon dissipated as Tang Tion's figure materialized upon the luminous screen. Within the towering, sun-blocking trees, Tang Tion advanced at a leisurely pace. The expanse of the forest was vast, yet the number of flags deployed was not insignificant, making the search relatively uncomplicated. He intended to casually procure a flag to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize his qualification for ascension. After meandering for a while, Tang Tion keenly sensed an unusual wave of Taoist fluctuations emanating from within a large tree ahead. This seems rather effortless, he mused, approaching the tree and deftly waving his fingers. A piece of bark slowly peeled away, revealing a bronze-colored flag, a copper banner. Task accomplished, Tang Tion declared, reaching out to retrieve the copper flag. As he removed the copper banner, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Put it down. That belongs to me. Tang Tion spun around, confronting a woman with a stern expression, her formidable foundation-building prowess unmistakably radiating from her. Tang Tion was not particularly surprised by the situation. There were always those who remained untempted by wealth. Perhaps they possessed a profound self-awareness, recognizing their inability to carve a path through adversity. However, he did not anticipate that someone would approach him so swiftly. I acquired it first, Tang Tion remarked with a faint smile. The woman scoffed, retorting, this is not a matter of first come, first served. Tang Tion shook his head. Then state your price. He was reluctant to engage in conflict over such an object. Yet the woman remained icy, asserting, don't think that a bit of money makes you impressive. In the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. If you do not relinquish it, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tang Tion narrowed his eyes slightly. Her tone reminded him of someone else, Lin Yu. Do you truly believe you can wrest the banner from my grasp? Tang Tion's patience began to wane. The woman huffed. I have encountered many like you. Aside from a bit of money, you possess nothing of value. Mere empty vessels, devoid of substance. I shall say this once more, hand over the banner. Or be prepared to exit early. During the assessments, lethal confrontations were permitted, and the elders outside were observing closely. If anyone faced a life-threatening situation, they would be teleported away, signifying their premature disqualification from advancement. Is that your intention? Tang Tion's demeanor turned frigid. This woman, in essence, was merely seeking an easy target, and she perceived him as just another empty vessel. Then you shall be the one to exit early. With that, Tang Tion struck first. In an instant, he appeared before the woman, his hand reaching out to grasp her head. The woman was taken aback, having failed to discern how Tang Tion had moved. In a panic, she raised her long sword, attempting to defuse the imminent threat. Tang Tion made no effort to evade. Accustomed to battling prodigies like Gu Xiaoxue, the woman's movements appeared to him as childish brawls, replete with flaws and devoid of structure. With a gentle flick of his finger, he sent her sword flying deep into the forest. Subsequently, his other hand clutched her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. An empty vessel was she? Tang Tion's grip tightened, the veins on the woman's face bulging as her eyes widened in disbelief and horror. It became evident that not all renowned disciples were so easily defeated. Just then, a tremendous aura descended from above, enveloping the woman in its might. Tang Tion felt a stirring within, loosening his grip. In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the space, and the woman's figure vanished without a trace. Quite timely indeed. Tang Tion shrugged. Had it been a moment longer, what would have been transmitted would have been nothing but a lifeless corpse. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing him the burden of another cruel and bloodthirsty moniker. After stowing away the bronze banner, Tang Tion resumed his leisurely demeanor, continuing to meander through the dense forest. In the myriad realms, a beam of light appeared, and the woman's silhouette re-emerged before the assembly. Awakened by the elder, her face flushed with indignation, she departed the venue without a backward glance. This Tang Tion possesses a modicum of strength. Indeed, he had not exerted his full power, otherwise, his opponent would have had no opportunity to resist. Several elders engaged in conversation, while the disciples outside buzzed with excitement. That fellow sought to pick on easy prey, only to stumble upon a formidable obstacle. Did he truly believe Tang Tion was merely a feeble buffoon? He is not the sort to scrape together 50,000 spirit jade to purchase the status of a junior honorary disciple. Such ignorance and folly. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, one could undoubtedly cultivate a powerhouse, even if not the pinnacle, certainly not lacking in strength. People lamented the naivety of that disciple. However, it was merely a minor episode. The assessment continued unabated. At long last, after approximately half an hour had elapsed, a voice rang out in astonishment. The royal banner has been found. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes in that direction. Chapter 37. The chaos of the royal flag. After the brief incident earlier, Tang Tion did not encounter anyone specifically targeting him again. Many of those who recognized him instinctively chose to take a detour. Some individuals even approached to inquire whether he required protection for his safety. Tang Tion resolutely declined, as forming private alliances during the flag capture competition would lead to immediate disqualification, and he had no desire to be eliminated without cause. After some time, Tang Tion suddenly noticed numerous disciples rushing towards a single direction. Upon stopping one to ask, he learned that the only royal flag had been discovered. "Let us go take a look," he decided, following the crowd to a relatively gentle valley. The area was sparsely wooded and offered a broad view, where over 100 competitors had gathered. In the center of the valley lay a shallow pool of water, crystal clear and revealing the bottom, adorned by a blooming lotus. Above the lotus, a banner embroidered with 2 divine dragons fluttered in the wind. Several powerful disciples encircled the pool, yet none dared to make the first move. Tang Tion found a spot with a good vantage point, leisurely observing the scene before him. Tang Tion has arrived. Soon, someone spotted him, and the crowd stirred. His presence immediately shifted the atmosphere. Everyone, this stalemate is becoming pointless. The number of onlookers will only increase. It would be wise to decide the fate of the royal flag sooner rather than later, proclaimed a slender youth beside the water's edge. Indeed, and how do you propose we decide? A man in green replied, his tone languid. The slender youth continued, to put it plainly, we are all here for that 100 million spirit pearls. That is no trivial sum. Instead of battling to the death, why not let me secure the royal flag first? Once we obtain the spirit pearls, we can divide them fairly once we exit. Trust me, I assure you, I will not go back on my word. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly disciple erupted in laughter. Trust you? I might as well believe that a sow could climb a tree. What if you take the spirit pearls and deny us? Who will we turn to for justice then? The slender youth, unfazed by the mockery, retorted with a sarcastic tone. Oh, is that so? Then why not hand over the royal flag to you? You can safeguard it for everyone. How about that? The burly disciple was momentarily taken aback, but dared not accept such a task. Everyone harbored ulterior motives. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be besieged after seizing the royal flag? No one believed the slender youth's words, nor did anyone dare to unilaterally snatch the royal flag. Once again, the valley descended into a stalemate. Tang Tion shook his head. If they continued this impasse, the disciples drawn by the commotion would only increase, making the capture of the flag even more challenging. Just then, a shadow darted across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the royal flag in the center of the pool vanished. Quick, stop him! The crowd swiftly recognized him. The lean youth and the burly disciple struck simultaneously, unleashing a formidable force that forced the individual down from the sky, landing them on the ground. Others hurriedly advanced, encircling the figure. At that moment, they clearly discerned the appearance of the person. She was a woman clad in black attire. Hey, you lack martial ethics, exclaimed the lean youth. With so many people present, do you still intend to sneakily strike and monopolize that 100 million spirit jade? What are you thinking? The black-clad woman replied, her expression austere. I care not for spirit jade. My sole objective is to seize the king's flag. Do you wish to fight? Then let us battle. She brandished a flag in one hand and a sword in the other, displaying no fear even when faced with the encirclement of dozens. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow, surprised to witness such a refreshing spirit. This was to be expected. There are always those who remain unmoved by riches, pursuing only the ideals within their hearts. It mattered little to him. After all, it was not his battle, and the king's flag was not essential. He was merely eager for the spectacle. Meanwhile, the spectators outside began to murmur excitedly. Who is she? Such a formidable sister. Niao Wushuang, who had only just entered last year, stood as one of the most formidable among the outer disciples. Indeed, I have heard, she successfully established her foundation in merely 4 months and possesses immense combat strength, with many ordinary inner disciples unable to match her. Yet, others were no pushovers either. Facing so many alone was a daunting challenge. She was perhaps a tad too impulsive. The chatter continued. However, it was undeniable that Niao Wushuang's recent actions had captured everyone's attention, including that of the elders, who now focused on her. In the valley, the impending battle was palpable. Put down the king's flag. This is your last chance, the lean youth shouted sternly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Miao Wushuang remained silent and charged directly at the lean youth. Her long sword sliced through the air, and her overwhelming aura caused the lean youth's complexion to shift. "Are you insane?" he cried out, hurling two circular blades that clashed violently with her sword, sending sparks flying. Although the blades were soon forced back by Miao Wushuang, the lean youth managed to evade her strike. Simultaneously, others joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of spiritual artifacts and techniques towards Miao Wushuang, blocking all her avenues of retreat. Despite her extraordinary strength, her adversaries were not to be underestimated. Those who dared to target the king's flag surely possessed formidable skills. Under the relentless onslaught, Miao Wushuang quickly found herself in a precarious situation, struggling to catch her breath. In mere moments, numerous wounds had marred her body, and her complexion began to pale. If this continued, it would not be long before she was forced to withdraw from the contest. In a moment of desperation, Miao Wushuang had no choice but to temporarily relinquish the flag. However, as she let go, she hurled the flag with great force, sending it soaring through the crowd toward the distant hillside. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers swiftly shifted their focus, redirecting their pursuit toward the flag. A myriad of tactics emerged, as each individual sought to claim the flag for themselves. The scene descended into utter chaos. Tang Tion, perched atop a height, observed the spectacle with an air of nonchalance, unable to suppress his admiration. The techniques displayed by the elite disciples were indeed far superior to those of the female disciple who had initially attempted to seize his copper flag. Though their mastery of the Taoist arts still exhibited numerous flaws, they had fundamentally reached a level of proficiency, with some even approaching minor attainment. Moreover, their combat experience was rich, making the skirmishes quite captivating. Whenever one individual managed to grasp the flag, the others would quickly unite to launch an assault, resulting in the flag changing hands almost instantaneously. The ensuing chaos was a whirlwind of assaults and fracas. The flag danced about, evading capture, as no one could lay claim to it definitively. It was a splendid sight, truly worth a fortune. Tang Tion watched with delight. Yet, at that moment, a mass of dark green vines suddenly sprouted at Tang Tion's feet, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils enveloped him entirely, leaving only his head exposed. Chapter 38. Final belonging. Tang Tion never anticipated that while he was leisurely enjoying seeds and watching the spectacle, he would suddenly fall victim to a stealthy ambush. The assailant was cunning, employing a seed from a mystical herb, which nature had concealed, silently making its way to Tang Tion's feet. Subsequently, under the guidance of a spell, the seed erupted violently, ensnaring Tang Tion firmly. Tang Tion lowered his gaze. Who is this? What are they up to? In the midst of his contemplation, a diminutive figure emerged from beneath him. Young Master Tang, I seem to have offended you. It was a boy with a cherubic face, grinning mischievously, embodying the very essence of a scheme come to fruition. What do you want? Tang Tion inquired, his demeanor unperturbed. The boy replied, Of course, I intend to capture you. Do not even think of resisting. This is the Vajra vine. Once fully ensnared, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it impossible to break free. And the more one struggles, the tighter the bind. Tang Tion chuckled and retorted, If you possess such strength, why not contend for the king's banner instead? What advantage do you gain by capturing me? The boy asserted, What do you mean there is no advantage? You are the absolute focal point in today's flag-snatching battle. If I successfully capture you, I will undoubtedly attract the elders' attention. Isn't that far easier than wresting the king's banner from so many others? I certainly lack the confidence to seize the king's banner amidst such competition. Tang Tion realized the boy's intentions. Indeed, it was quite astute. Eliminating him, the orchestrator of this chaos, would ensure the boy's prominence in discussions for some time to come. But, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Tang Tion inquired with a smile. The boy pouted, admitting, It is undeniable that wealthy youths like you often possess considerable strength. Thus, I began my preparations as soon as you arrived here, laying down the Vajra vine. And this is not the only trap I have set. Tang Tion was taken aback. This youngster, despite his age, was remarkably shrewd. No wonder he had initially overlooked the presence of the Vajra vine. What a pity. Tang Tion shook his head. The boy was momentarily stunned. What do you find regrettable? Tang Tion responded with a smile. Your methods are indeed impressive, ensnaring others without their awareness. If you were dealing with an ordinary disciple, they would surely be in dire straits. But alas, you have chosen the wrong target. The boy was left speechless. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he formed a peculiar hand gesture, channeling all his spiritual energy. Yet, what transpired next left him aghast. If I am not mistaken, you are employing a variant of the wood summoning technique, correct? Coincidentally, I have also mastered such a spell. Calmly, Tang Tion spoke, and as he did, the Vajra vines entwined around him began to unravel on their own, swiftly dispersing and gracefully swirling around him. At this moment, the young man's face had turned crimson as he desperately sought to reclaim control over the golden vine, only to find his efforts utterly futile. Alas, what a pity! Tang Tion slightly raised his hand, and the golden vines immediately shifted their direction, coiling around the youth until he was thoroughly ensnared. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. Tang Tion manipulated the vines to delve into the young man's clothing, extracting a golden flag. Indeed, it required some skill to locate such a prize. Tang Tion remarked with a smile. The young man's face flushed, the earlier struggle for control nearly causing him to suffer a surge of blood. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he finally deflated. I was indeed overconfident. Mr. Tang, I merely sought to garner more attention. I had no intention of causing harm. Please, have mercy and do not eliminate me, he pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation. Observing his woeful expression, Tang Tion couldn't help but chuckle softly. This lad had truly mastered the art of submission. The moment he sensed he was overstepping, he immediately begged for forgiveness, without a shred of hesitation. Such a character certainly did not inspire thoughts of total annihilation. Nevertheless, a modicum of punishment was still warranted. Tang Tion took the golden flag and stuffed the copper flag he had previously acquired into the young man's clothing. Since you seem to understand the situation, I shall allow you to remain. However, during this time, keep a vigilant watch for me. Should anyone attempt to undermine me again, do inform me, he instructed. The young man nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. No problem, absolutely no problem. As long as you let me stay, I will exert every effort to ensure your safety. Tang Tion replied dryly, just a heads up will suffice. I do not wish for the elders to mistakenly believe we are colluding. With that, he waved his hand slightly, releasing the golden vines from the young man, transforming them back into several golden green seeds, concurrently confiscating his tools of mischief. The young man's face reflected his regret at losing such a valuable item, yet he refrained from further protest, dutifully taking on the role of lookout for Tang Tion. After some inquiries, Tang Tion learned the young man's name. Gong Chi. Once this matter was settled, Tang Tion turned his attention back to the central battleground. The fight there had escalated to a fever pitch. An increasing number of disciples had gathered, with more individuals joining the fray. However, the initial instigators of the conflict, Nia Wushuang and the slender youth, had vanished from the main battlefield. Some were gravely injured and unable to continue, while others, recognizing the futility of the situation, simply departed. The intensity of the battle was overwhelming, with everyone unleashing their full strength in a frenzy. The flag continued to be tossed about, unable to settle in favor of any one faction. Such a spectacle elicited exclamations of delight from the spectators outside. Haha, I've never witnessed such a fierce scene. Today's attendance was truly worthwhile. Thanks to Tang Tion, if it were not for his extravagant offer of 100 million spirit jewels. Such a spectacle would have been utterly inconceivable. Did the elders have any objections? The more intense the competition, the more delighted the elders became, for it was in this manner that true powerhouses could be discerned. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, and indeed, this was the reality. The elders observed the fierce battle while exchanging evaluations and insights, a scene that was quite unprecedented in the past. A few individuals also noted the recent developments on Tang Tion's side and nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, though Gong Chi is young, he possesses a modicum of cunning. Alas, his fortune is rather unfortunate. Tang Tion's mastery of wood manipulation surpasses his own. The elders' keen eyes swiftly discerned the fundamental cause of Gong Chi's defeat. However, as they deliberated, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. What transpired? The king's banner seems to have vanished. What is happening? Who has absconded with the king's banner? A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. Amidst the fray, the banner had inexplicably disappeared, yet no one had noticed who had taken it. In the valley, the situation mirrored this chaos. As the combatants continued to clash, they suddenly realized that the coveted prize had vanished. Who is it? A bald, burly man bellowed, blood still trickling down his forehead. Unfortunately, the crowd merely exchanged confused glances, as if none among them had claimed it. Damn it! Which scoundrel has done this? Is it you? You look rather untrustworthy. The burly man directed his ire towards a youth with a somewhat shifty appearance. The boy, incensed, retorted loudly, "Stop spewing your nonsense. I suspect it is you, playing the thief while shouting to catch one." The burly man's gaze hardened, and he chose to strike. Meanwhile, the other disciples began to harbor mutual suspicions, leading to yet another outbreak of chaos. However, this time, It was true pandemonium, and the king's banner remained elusive. Tang Tion surveyed the tumultuous scene before him, his gaze drifting towards the distant thicket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 39. Imo Xiao Xiao. The chaos of battle raged on, yet alas, despite hours of turmoil, the Wang flag had not reappeared. Some individuals chose to concede, withdrawing from the fray to seek out other banners in hopes of passing the assessment. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Without the Wang flag, the skirmish had lost its significance. Young Master Tang, shall you continue to wait? Gong Qi inquired cautiously. Tang Tion pondered for a moment before responding. It is futile, since that individual has concealed themselves. It is unlikely they will emerge again. You may depart as well, and remember to prepare thoroughly when selecting your opponents in the future. Gong Qi, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, expressed his gratitude profusely before hastily disappearing from sight. Tang Tion shook his head, casting one last glance at the tumultuous battlefield before gracefully departing. Time swiftly passed, and the conclusion of the assessment drew near. Still, no one knew the whereabouts of the Wang flag, as all awaited the end of the trial to uncover the identity of this formidable figure. Deep within the dense forest, amidst a thicket, a dark figure sat quietly nestled between two boulders. It was Niao Wushuang. Her complexion was pallid, with traces of blood staining the corner of her mouth, a clear indication of significant injury. Clutched in her arms, a corner of a flag peeked out, emanating a faint golden glow. It was the Wang flag. As the assessment time approached its end, a flicker of relief finally crossed Niao Wushuang's face. However, at that moment, a voice resonated before her. Is it the illusionary spirit technique? I never anticipated you could master it to such an advanced level. Truly impressive. Amidst Niao Wushuang's wary gaze, Tang Tion's figure gradually materialized. Did you witness that? Niao Wushuang asked, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Tang Tion nodded. The illusionary spirit technique was a high-grade yellow spell. When perfected, it could transform into various ethereal entities, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion without careful scrutiny. During the recent melee, no one had paid heed to a spirit sword that had appeared from nowhere. Thus, Niao Wushuang had successfully acquired the Wang flag, and subsequently used the illusionary spirit technique to vanish from the battlefield, retreating far away. You had already devised your subsequent plans the moment you made your initial move, did you not? After sustaining injuries and exiting the battlefield, even if suspicions arose, it would be challenging to attribute them to you. Indeed, quite astute, Tang Tion remarked. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had not anticipated that her seemingly foolproof stratagem would be so easily discerned by Tang Tion. Was he not merely a renowned disciple who indulged in pleasures? What do you intend? Niao Wushuang questioned coldly. Tang Tion smiled lightly and replied, my objective aligns with yours, the Wang flag. It is rather embarrassing to have called out so loudly, yet ultimately failed to secure it. If you relinquish the Wang flag to me, I shall consider your task fulfilled, and you shall receive 100 million spirit jade. Niao Wushuang's brow furrowed immediately, her tone resolute as she declared, impossible. I desire only the royal banner. No amount of spirit jade will suffice. Tang Tion exclaimed, astonished that she remained so resolute in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his pursuit of the royal banner. I am not negotiating with you, he stated. In your current state, do you truly believe you can retain the royal banner? I possess a golden banner that we can exchange. It is entirely up to you whether you wish to accept the spirit jade. My dear, you would not want to be eliminated just before the conclusion of the assessment, would you? Niao Wushuang fell silent, seemingly engaged in a final internal struggle. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from her, manifesting dozens of sword blades that encircled Tang Tion. Launching an onslaught, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Tion's eyes, and the surrounding space became momentarily suspended. The blades, though exceptionally sharp, could not breach the invisible barrier. Niao Wushuang stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief. How is this possible? She exclaimed. You possess more hidden cards than I anticipated. Tang Tion replied with a faint smile, waving his hand to disperse the blades. I shall take this as your final decision. He then raised his hand slightly. A force beyond Niao Wushuang's capability to resist yanked the royal banner from her grasp and into Tang Tion's own. Rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the elders. Until we meet again, he declared, vanishing in an instant. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had believed her victory was assured, only to find herself ensnared by Tang Tion. This was an outcome she had never envisioned. This young master was indeed different from those disciples who merely indulged in pleasure. As she pondered, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her form. And moments later, she vanished from that place. The assessment had officially concluded. When Tang Tion reappeared in the external world, a dazzling golden light instantly enveloped him. Subsequently, the royal banner was drawn by a powerful force, soaring towards a stone monument beyond the dense forest. The banner was planted atop the monument, and Tang Tion's name subsequently materialized. Following this, the names of those who had secured the golden and silver banners appeared beneath Tang Tion's name. Indeed, it was Tang Tion who had acquired the royal banner. How had he managed it? Humph. Obviously someone must have obtained it and traded it to him privately. Oh, listen to your envious tone. Why not offer a reward of 100 million spirit jade if you possess such skills? The disciples engaged in lively discussion. Although the assessment's proceedings had been somewhat unexpected, the outcome was still anticipated. After all, few could withstand the allure of so much spirit jade. Congratulations, Brother Tang. On your victorious return, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile upon Tang Tion's arrival. Tang Tion shrugged. There were a few minor surprises, but overall, it went smoothly. Wang Ziyu grinned. Your name will surely resonate throughout the southern peak. However, even if one were to obtain the royal banner, I surmise that the elders would not seek you out. That group of tedious old souls, many of whom pride themselves on their lofty principles, hold us honorary disciples in disdain. Tang Tion, unperturbed, remarked, it matters not. It is merely a diversion. He expressed no interest in being accepted as a direct disciple. A little higher expenditure yields everything one desires. After a brief exchange, Tang Tion prepared to depart. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing black gown obstructed his path. Tang Tion, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, she declared. The woman, tall and imposing, nearly matched Tang Tion's height, exuding an air of authority. She was none other than Mo Xiao, one of the two esteemed daughters of Nanfeng. Is there something you wish to discuss? Tang Tion inquired, furrowing his brow. Mo Xiao replied, you reside in the purple bamboo courtyard. Thus, you are considered a member of Nanfeng. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, simply invoke my name. Tang Tion was taken aback. Such audacity. Well, thank you. At a loss for words, he added, it seems this is our first meeting, is it not? Mo Xiao appeared unfazed and continued. You have recently become an honorary disciple and may not yet grasp the dynamics of the 5 peaks. In a month, there will be an inter-peak gathering at the main peak. You should attend. Tang Tion fell silent once more. However, Wang Ziyu, standing nearby, was visibly excited, discreetly urging Tang Tion to agree. Very well, he said, but how do I get there? Is an invitation not required? Mo Xiao replied nonchalantly, simply mention my name. With that, she turned and departed. Tang Tion stood in astonishment, pondering, is your name truly that powerful? Does it hold such weight? As he watched in disbelief, Mo Xiao left with her entourage. Among her followers, Tang Tion spotted a familiar figure, Niao Wushuang, who had just completed her assessment. You are quite formidable, she remarked. If the opportunity arises, I look forward to an honorable duel with you. With that, she followed Mo Xiao away. Tang Tion rubbed his nose, reflecting on the uncanny similarities between the two women. Shaking his head, he too departed with Gu Xiaoxue and the others. Chapter 40. The 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. What exactly is the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference? On the way, Tang Tion inquired of Wang Ziyu. Had it not been for his earlier remarks, he might not have readily agreed to attend. This gathering is the most prestigious assembly of disciples from the Qinghua sect. Wang Ziyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. The 5 prominent young masters and 2 esteemed young ladies will all be present. Moreover, the sect's junior master, along with many renowned top core disciples, will congregate here. Ordinary individuals wouldn't even qualify for entry. Your personal invitation from Mo Xiao already places you ahead of over 90% of the Qinghua sect's disciples. Seeing his excitement, Tang Tion responded with a hint of exasperation. You still haven't explained what this exchange conference is truly about. Wang Ziyu elaborated. The 5 young masters, the 2 young ladies, and the junior master together represent the upper echelon of the younger generation within the Qinghua sect. Ascending to this tier signifies that you have genuinely entered the upper class of the sect. The discussions held here will shape the future of our sect. Once you participate, your perspective will be completely transformed, and the experiences you encounter will be vastly different from what you know now. Tang Tion smirked slightly. It sounded akin to entering high society. It is a dream for many, yet his aspirations lay elsewhere. He merely wished to grow stronger, regarding everything else as mere illusions. He felt little allure in such pursuits. He would rather dedicate his time to cultivation. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tion in disbelief. After a long pause, he sighed. You truly are unconventional. While others flock eagerly to such events, you show no interest, solely focused on cultivation. If that is the case, why did you choose the identity of an honorary disciple? Tang Tion chuckled awkwardly, but refrained from providing an explanation. His choice to become an honorary disciple had been born out of necessity. At that time, his cultivation was far too weak, and without that protective status, he would have likely been harassed by various troubling individuals. Sighing, he concluded that one cannot force matters. Wang Ziyu reflected, in truth, when you consider it, the content of the exchange conference is rather insignificant. It is, at its core, merely a gathering of individuals engaging in idle chatter, albeit on lofty subjects. The only noteworthy aspect is the merit conference, where a cadre of influential figures showcases their wealth. Such spectacles are indeed rare. Tang Tion halted abruptly. Showcasing wealth? Wang Ziyu nodded. Every year, the Five Peaks Exchange Conference includes a merit conference. During this event, those elites will exchange spirit gems for sect merits. Jing Heng, Mo Xiaoxiao, Lu Chang'e, and others will be involved, and the scale of their contributions is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The scene is reminiscent of celestial beings in combat. Tang Tion fell into silence. Such an occurrence exists? What exactly is sect merit? Tang Tion inquired further. Wang Ziyu elucidated. That is the highest honor bestowed by the Qinghua sect, where greater achievements signify a more substantial contribution to the sect. Otherwise, do you think Jinghen and the others wield such immense power for no reason? They have exchanged spiritual jade for it. However, the affairs those individuals engage in are far too sophisticated, essentially irrelevant to us. If you truly wish to abstain, then do so. Tang Tion fell silent. He had thought that purchasing status with spiritual jade was already audacious enough. Yet he was astonished to learn that the Qinghua sect even facilitated the acquisition of power through spiritual jade. They are indeed unafraid of power imbalances. From Wang Ziyu's words, it was evident that the quantity of spiritual jade expended for sect achievements was considerable. If it triggered the consumption system, why not go? Suddenly, Tang Tion exclaimed, what a rare and precious opportunity to broaden one's horizons and truly ascend to the upper echelons. How could one possibly decline? Brother Wang, your perspective requires expansion. Wang Ziyu, what on earth are you talking about? I have clearly urged you for a long time, and you were reluctant to go. How has it suddenly transformed into me lacking ambition? He was momentarily bewildered, doubting whether something he had said had led Tang Tion to misunderstand him. Ahem. Tang Tion quickly cleared his throat and inquired, will we be allowed to bring guests to the exchange conference? Wang Ziyu nodded, yes. As long as you possess the qualifications to attend, you may bring whomever you wish. However, it is generally inadvisable to bring too many people. Those who can attend the conference are not of ordinary status, and bringing too many might appear somewhat petty. Do not worry about safety. With the presence of the lesser sect master, no one would dare cause trouble. Tang Tion nodded affirmatively. All right. So, Brother Wang, are you interested in accompanying me? This fellow is exceedingly knowledgeable and will undoubtedly be of great assistance. Upon hearing the invitation, Wang Ziyu beamed with joy. I was just waiting for your words. The two conversed as they walked, eventually parting at the foot of the southern peak, agreeing to attend the Five Peaks Exchange Conference together next month. Subsequently, Tang Tion returned to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Through today's assessment, he had officially become an inner disciple of the Qinghua sect. However, this status held little significance for him. He neither required the elders to explain the cultivation methods nor needed the specialized training facilities provided for inner disciples. It was merely a means to appease his small obsession. Back in the Purple Bamboo Courtyard, Tang Tion resumed his cultivation life. It was not rigorous training, but he approached it diligently and earnestly. With his 7-ring talent and the endowment of the immortal crane physique, his progress during the foundational stage was no less impressive than during the Qi refining period. In just half a month, he successfully broke through to the mid-foundational stage, a speed that left Lan Yu and the others astonished, claiming that their own cultivation rates had never been so rapid. However, after 2 days, the events that unfolded left Tang Tion utterly astonished. Gu Xiaoxue, who had broken through at the same time as him, had also made a remarkable advancement, reaching the mid-stage of the Yuan-Ying realm. This was indeed the Yuan-Ying level. The spiritual energy and comprehension of Tao required for this were far beyond what the foundation establishment stage could compare to. How did you manage this? Tang Tion felt an overwhelming urge to study her from head to toe, questioning whether the innate talent of a child of destiny was truly so formidable. Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat bashful, replied, I don't really know. When I broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, it took me 3 months. I didn't expect to inexplicably advance to the mid-stage of the Yuan-Ying. Tang Tion couldn't help but be speechless. This was utterly absurd. Her cultivation speed in the yuaning stage matched his own in the foundation establishment stage, and yet she described it as inexplicable. Truly, what on earth is your talent? Tang Tion inquired. It's simply the talent of a child of destiny, Gu Xiaoxue stated. When I first entered, the elder measured my potential and said that if all goes well, I could achieve ascension before the age of 30. The sudden acceleration might be due to the environment of the Zijou courtyard. Tang Tion scoffed. Environment? Nonsense. We all live in the same courtyard. Why don't I feel the same? Could it be that Gu Xiaoxue's room is particularly special? Or perhaps, he shook his head vigorously, hastily dismissing that dangerous thought. She was only 15, after all. After much contemplation, it seemed the issue was indeed one of innate talent. Perhaps children of destiny inherently possessed such characteristics? It appeared he needed to acquire more resources, allowing himself to experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation as well. Perhaps sensing Tang Tion's discontent, an old acquaintance, Qin Hai, arrived at Zijou courtyard that afternoon. Chapter 41. The Eighth Ring Talent. The arrival of Qin Hai immediately dispelled Tang Tion's lingering resentment. The long-awaited consumption points. This time, Qin Hai did not let Tang Tion down. He brought an abundance of elixirs of grade 7 and above, rare materials from the heavens and earth, as well as earth-level techniques and spiritual artifacts, all packed within a reasonably spacious shimi ring. When the total amount was calculated, it amounted to over 230 billion. Are you gambling your career again? Tang Tion jested. Qin Hai hurriedly waved his hands, chuckling. Not at all. After our previous transaction, I have gained the trust of the headquarters, and the resources I can allocate have expanded several-fold. These are all meticulously selected. I hope young Master Tang will find them to his liking. Tang Tion nodded, saying, thank you for your efforts. However, next time, there is no need for such careful selection. I accept nearly everything, so just bring it all. Let us proceed with the transaction, as we did before. Qin Hai's face lit up with joy. Young Master Tang remains as generous as ever. The total price for this batch of resources is 237 billion. Given the substantial amount you are purchasing, I can offer you a 5 discount. Hence, you only need to pay 226 billion. Tang Tion stroked his chin. There is a discount? Qin Hai replied with a smile. Of course, for a valued customer like you. Our Jin Yu Tang has many preferential policies. Oh, Tang Tion responded. Then asked, could it be a 20 discount? Qin Hai was taken aback. Young Master Tang, have I failed to meet your expectations in some regard? He feared that he had offended Tang Tion, prompting such a remark. However, it was not as he presumed. I'm serious. Can you provide a discount? You've made quite the trip. I'm willing to pay a higher price, Tang Tion stated earnestly. Qin Hai found himself in a comical predicament, saying, young Master Tang, trading with you is my duty. There is no question of ease or difficulty. Moreover, Jin Yu Tang has no such policy. If we were to transact in that manner, I wouldn't be able to report back. Tang Tion, disappointed, nodded. All right, number 20 discount then. Also, don't give me a 5 discount. I dislike discounted items. Let us proceed at the original price. He had initially hoped to negotiate a higher price within the system's limits, but alas, as you wish. Although Qin Hai did not understand Tang Tion's reasoning, he opted to proceed at the original price. The customer is paramount, especially for such a profitable deal. To refuse further would be quite unwise. After several rounds of transactions, all resources, along with the Shumi ring, found their way into Tang Tion's possession. Qin Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, as this was a considerable quantity of resources. Had he failed to sell much, it would have been challenging to account for at the headquarters. The transaction was successfully completed, and Tang Tion's net worth soared to 600 billion. With over 23 million consumption points at his disposal, both the 8th tier talent and the 8th tier physique could be exchanged simultaneously. By the way, why is there not a single resource exceeding the 7th tier among your offerings? The highest cultivation method is only of the earthly grade. Does Jin Yu Tang not possess anything superior? Tang Tion inquired. Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, then explained, young Master Tang, the 7th tier supreme and earthly grade resources are already the finest available before ascension. Resources of the 8th tier and above are predominantly utilized post-ascension and are exceedingly difficult to leverage beforehand. Tang Tion furrowed his brow, surprised by such a notion. Indeed, lower-tier cultivators are still in the nascent stages of comprehending and perceiving the Great Tao. Even with top-tier resources, they may not be able to utilize them effectively unless they are of a particularly exceptional nature. However, most resources follow this trend. It's akin to the meditation chambers at the dojo, where a chi refinement stage cultivator practicing in a basic meditation chamber achieves nearly identical results as in a Tao level chamber, yielding only negligible improvements. Nevertheless, what mattered to Tang Tion was whether he could use these resources. His sole concern was their availability. Just tell me if you have such items in Jinyu Tang, and if they are for sale, Tang Tion asserted. The abrupt display of dominance and extravagance left Qin Hai momentarily stunned, before he softly replied, "Yes, we do have them. Of course they are for sale. However, the higher the tier, the greater the price disparity. Are you certain you require them?" Tang Tion responded slowly, "By all means, procure them. Whether 8th tier, 9th tier, or genuine celestial items, as long as you possess them, I can absorb them. I permit you one final inquiry regarding my financial capacity." Qin Hai hurriedly agreed, internally breaking into a cold sweat. Each time, he endeavored to estimate Tang Tion's wealth to the best of his ability, yet he consistently found himself overly conservative. It seemed that next time, he would truly need to exert himself to negotiate resources from the headquarters. It was once again a moment to wager his career. The thrill was undeniably exhilarating. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost," Qin Hai declared emphatically. A moment later, Qin Hai swiftly departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. That evening, within the main house's meditation chamber, Tang Tion sat cross-legged, surrounded by 8 rings of talent. His cultivation speed increased once more, and he estimated that in about a month, he would successfully break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Such a pace of advancement would leave even the progeny of heaven shaking their heads in awe, feeling a sense of inferiority. In addition, Tang Tion opted to use the remaining 10 million consumption points to exchange for an 8th-tier physique, the golden-winged Great Peng physique. Furthermore, he acquired a secret technique, Devouring Spirit. This technique endowed him with the ability to consume spiritual entities, allowing him to completely dissolve medicinal pills used for auxiliary cultivation, transforming them into the purest essence of heavenly and earthly energy for rapid absorption into his body. Moreover, other extraordinary spiritual entities can also be consumed. In fact, Tang Tion experimented and found that he could even fit a top-tier earth-level spiritual sword into his mouth, chewing it to transform it into spiritual energy and a sharp essence that melded within his body. It was utterly astonishing. In summary, this secret technique of the golden-winged rock has significantly broadened Tang Tion's menu, allowing for the conversion into greater spiritual energy and enhanced cultivation of various paths. Furthermore, Tang Tion discovered that when paired with the green python secret technique, the effects were even more remarkable. Thus, even though he currently possessed only an 8-ring talent, his cultivation speed was undeniably on par with those gifted individuals of 9 rings or higher. Yet, he remained uncertain of the extent he could achieve. For instance, Gu Xiaoxue. Well, that was an anomaly, defying all conventional reasoning. Who else could cultivate faster as their realm ascended? Certainly, a freak of nature. As his chaotic thoughts settled, Tang Tion gradually entered a meditative state. Under the influence of the 8-ring talent, his cultivation steadily advanced. Chapter 42. Entering the venue, half a month swiftly passed. Through diligent cultivation, Tang Tion had firmly established his mid-stage foundation-building realm and was steadily progressing towards the late stage. Furthermore, he had mastered dozens of different techniques. In terms of comprehending and grasping the Tao, he was no less adept than the prodigious Gu Xiaoxue. Occasionally, during their discussions on the Tao, he could even point out several nuances she had overlooked, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. However, the girl's learning ability was remarkably strong, and her rate of growth was equally impressive. Tang Tion often teased her for being overly competitive, suggesting that she should balance work and rest, taking time to relax. Yet, after voicing his concerns, he would dive headfirst into his own rigorous training. In this atmosphere of relentless cultivation, even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu found themselves inspired to strive harder, rapidly enhancing their abilities. Although they possessed only 9-ring talent, there seemed to be a mysterious connection between them that accelerated their training speed beyond that of an ordinary 9-ring practitioner, and their understanding of the Tao flowed exceptionally smoothly. I must be dreaming. My 9-ring talent has somehow diminished to merely. Tang Tion silently mocked himself. Today marked the day of the Wufeng Exchange Conference. The few of them from Zizhu Courtyard rarely set aside their competitive spirit and gathered under the old locust tree to engage in a game. They played a game called Nian Dao Pai, in which pairs worked in unison to attack another team, requiring profound understanding and seamless cooperation of the Tao. Tang Tion teamed up with Gu Xiaoxue, while the Lan sisters formed another pair. The losing team would have a sticky note placed on their forehead. Before long, Tang Tion and Gu Xiaoxue found themselves adorned with paper notes. Although their comprehension of the Tao was deeper, their synergy could not compare to that of the Lan sisters, who seemed to share a single mind, their coordination flawless, leaving Tang Tion and his partner utterly disoriented in the later stages of the game. Goodness! Tang Tion exclaimed. Have your eyes migrated to your backside? I was clearly employing fire techniques, yet you doused me with water. If you want to extinguish me, just say so. Once again, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage, prompting Tang Tion's lament. However, in this competitive game, Gu Xiaoxue was equally relentless, retorting, I laid the groundwork for water techniques from the third step onward. How could you not perceive that? I even gave you a hint last turn, and yet you countered with a strike that obliterated my setup. You accuse me of countering you? You are the enemy from my past life. Tang Tion snorted coldly, realizing, after her hint, that indeed, he had overlooked Gu Xiaoxue's strategy. Yet, he would never easily admit to his mistakes. One could fall, but one's pride must remain steadfast. You are such a useless teammate. No wonder we can't win. Gu Xiaoxue, not to be outdone, shot back. You are the useless teammate. Being your ally feels like enduring 8 lifetimes of misfortune. The two exchanged playful barbs before each tore off a strip of paper, affixing it to their foreheads. Let us go again, Tang Tion declared, unwilling to concede defeat and eager to continue the battle. However, at that moment, the formation outside was triggered by someone. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tion deactivated the formation, and a familiar figure stepped inside. It was Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, the Five Peaks exchange meeting is about to begin, and you. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tion and his companions overwhelmed him. What on earth are you doing? Wang Ziyu asked, perplexed. Tang Tion quickly tore off the note from his face, approached him, and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing. Just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked at the 3 enchanting beauties nearby, then back at Tang Tion, and whispered, Brother Tang, are you alright? Spending time with such exquisite ladies, and you're playing this kind of game? After saying that, he scrutinized Tang Tion, seemingly doubting his intentions. Tang Tion cleared his throat and replied, I've had too much rich food. Occasionally indulging in some lighter fare is refreshing. He swiftly changed the subject. By the way, I've been waiting for you. Let us head to the exchange meeting. The group hastily tidied up the scene before leaving the purple bamboo courtyard. This gathering appeared to be different from those in the past, with an increased number of attendees. It seemed that nearly everyone of note had arrived. On the way, Wang Ziyu commented, There is something unusual about this. What is different? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu shook his head. I can't say for sure, but I feel it has something to do with the 100 Gates War. Tang Tion acknowledged this with an O. Over the past month, while he had been diligently cultivating at the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard, Li Hong had not been idle. He had gathered a wealth of information for him, finally shedding light on the basic circumstances surrounding the Qinghua sect. The Qinghua sect was established over 400 years ago, making it a relatively new sect. However, it did not emerge from nothing. Rather, it rose swiftly with the support of a far more powerful sect known as the Yunding Heavenly Mansion. This super sect, which boasted genuine immortals, wielded vast influence and incredible power. In a sense, the Qinghua sect was merely a subordinate sect under the Yunding Heavenly Mansion. This revelation dispelled the doubts that had lingered in Tang Tion's mind. Why could the Qinghua sect purchase status and identity without fearing a shift in power? With the existence of such a colossal entity as the Yunding Heavenly Mansion, the so-called power struggles within the Qinghua sect were, frankly, child's play. As long as the Yunding Heavenly Mansion remained intact, it mattered little if the power structures within the Qinghua sect were completely overhauled. They could simply be replaced again if they dared to defy orders. This represented the weight of absolute power. Moreover, the 100 Gates War that Wang Ziyu mentioned earlier was, in fact, a disciple promotion competition held every 5 years among all the subordinate sects under the Yunding Heavenly Mansion. Any disciple who achieved outstanding results would be promoted to the Yunding Heavenly Mansion, stepping onto a broader stage. However, this 100 Gates War held little significance for Tang Tion. Due to the stringent criteria for participation in the grand competition, the foremost requirement is the exclusion of honorary disciples. Upon hearing this news, Tang Tion fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh, reflecting on the whims of fate. However, he soon reconciled with the situation, realizing that he merely needed to expend a few points. As long as he could indulge freely, the location mattered little. With just over a year remaining until the 100 Gates competition, the young sect master would undoubtedly have something to say. Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tion nodded, offering no further commentary, dismissing the notion with a nonchalant attitude. What does it concern me? His sole purpose today was the so-called merit conference. If he could successfully trigger the system's return, he would ensure a significant investment of consumption points. As they engaged in casual conversation, the group ascended the main peak. Arriving at the venue for the exchange meeting, they found themselves near the summit, amidst pavilions and mist, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. Just as Tang Tion was about to enter, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Shintafeng? Is he attending the exchange meeting as well? Tang Tion exclaimed in surprise, watching Shintafeng glide effortlessly into the venue. Wang Ziyu chuckled, "See? I told you today would be lively. Many have come." Tang Tion scoffed. "If even that kind of person can gain entry, I suddenly perceive this qualification as less precious." Wang Ziyu's expression turned awkward. "Don't say that. After all, he is associated with Lu Chang'e, so his presence is quite normal. But do not underestimate this exchange meeting. Many honorary disciples may not be of lesser stature than you." Tang Tion nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they announced Mo Xiaoxiao's name and smoothly entered the conference hall. Chapter 43. The path to promotion. Mo Xiaoxiao's name is indeed quite powerful. Upon entering, Tang Tion expressed his astonishment. The guard at the entrance had initially displayed an air of arrogance, but as soon as Tang Tion uttered the name Mo Xiaoxiao, his demeanor transformed completely, and he graciously welcomed them inside. The stark contrast was remarkable. "Is he not concerned that we might be imposters?" Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu chuckled and replied, "Such incidents have occurred in the past, where individuals exploited Mo Xiaoxiao's name to deceive others. However, within a few days, those imposters vanished without a trace. Since then, no one has dared to impersonate her." Tang Tion felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, that person was decisively formidable and not to be trifled with. "In fact, those at the upper echelons are quite similar," Wang Ziyu continued. "They wield immense power, possess vast influence, and enjoy near limitless wealth. None of them are ordinary individuals. If one lacks sufficient confidence, it is wise not to provoke them lightly." Tang Tion shrugged. "I am not one to instigate trouble." He was not foolish. Had he been reckless and confrontational, he would have long since found himself in dire straits. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way into the main venue. The setting was a grand garden, resplendent in its unique beauty, with flora that seemed to embody a hint of the Taoist essence, a far cry from the ordinary spring appreciation garden. They had arrived relatively late, and many guests were already present, some seated, others standing, engaged in lively discussions. Tang Tion perked up his ears and was relieved to find that the conversations were devoid of the nonsensical flattery of "you are noble, you are noble." Instead, the attendees were discussing matters of substance. Moreover, many exuded a powerful aura, accompanied by distinguished attendants, clearly indicative of their high status. Nevertheless, Tang Tion still found it challenging to integrate into the gathering. Thus, he sought refuge in an unoccupied pavilion, sitting down with Wang Ziyu and the others. "When does the commendation conference commence?" he asked. Wang Ziyu, bemused, responded, "Why the hurry? The commendation conference would only begin at the conclusion of the exchange event, serving as the grand finale. Prior to that, the young master would share some insights, followed by guests engaging in discussions. There would also be martial displays by the attendants, core disciples, free challenges, and several other activities, including treasure trading." Tang Tion's ears perked up at the mention of treasure trading. "What is that?" Wang Ziyu elaborated. "It is akin to the exotic trade fairs held at the Spring Appreciation Garden. But this time the focus is on treasures, the quality and value of which far surpass those of the exotic fair." Tang Tion suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Wang Ziyu. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known about the treasure trading, even a moment's hesitation would have been a disservice to the exchange event." Whether the commendation conference can trigger the system remains an enigma. However, the trade of treasures undoubtedly falls within the realm of normal transactions. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, remarked, "Brother Tang, why does your focus always seem to deviate from the norm? The trade of treasures is merely an embellishment within the conference. The crux lies in the exchange of information and Taoist principles. That is the essence of the matter." He found himself struggling to comprehend Tang Tion's line of thought. Tang Tion shrugged nonchalantly and queried, "Well then, what purpose do the martial competitions serve?" Observing Tang Tion's indifferent demeanor, Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead and explained, "The martial competitions among the guests are essentially contests of Taoist skills among the esteemed disciples' invited guests. The core disciples' competitions specifically refer to battles among the pure disciples. As for the free challenges, they involve confrontations between guests and pure disciples, representing the most intense and thrilling contests. These events primarily aim to assess the combat prowess of the current core disciples in preparation for the forthcoming 100 Sects War." Tang Tion, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed, replied dismissively, "It doesn't seem to concern me much. Engaging in battles pales in comparison to the thrill of spending lavishly and accumulating points in a discreet manner." Wang Ziyu shook his head, saying, "Brother Tang, Do you not intend to advance further and pursue deeper studies at the Cloud Summit? Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it said that honorary disciples lack the qualifications to participate in the 100 Sects War and thus cannot ascend to the Cloud Summit? Wang Ziyu clarified. While honorary disciples cannot enter through the 100 Sects War, there are alternative avenues. The sect has very clear stipulations for the advancement of honorary disciples. Firstly, one must contribute to the sect, accumulating sufficient contribution points. Secondly, one must have at least 3 guests successfully enter the Cloud Summit through the 100 Sects War, regardless of their cultivation level or the time taken. Meeting these 2 criteria suffices for advancement. Tang Tion was taken aback, unaware of this information. Perhaps Li Hong overlooked it while gathering intelligence, considering he was not an honorary disciple himself. If that is the case, Tang Tion harbored no strong desire for advancement. Yet if an opportunity to enter arose, it would be worth pursuing. After all, it represented a broader stage. The opportunities for expenditure and advancement would undoubtedly increase significantly compared to Qinghua's sect. How many contribution points are needed? Tang Tion inquired. Wang Ziyu replied 1,000. There are numerous ways to earn contribution points, such as participating in sect construction and management. However, the most straightforward method remains through merit. 10,000 spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Tang Tion was taken aback. Is that all? Wang Ziyu chuckled. When discussing matters of this caliber, the spirit stones referred to are generally of the finest quality. Tang Tion acknowledged this with a thoughtful "oh," then began to calculate. 10,000 exquisite spiritual jade corresponds to 100 billion inferior spiritual jade, while 1,000 contribution points equate to a staggering 10 trillion. Indeed, this is no trifling sum, especially considering that my current wealth barely exceeds 2 billion. It appears that wealthy individuals are plentiful. 10 trillion is, for him, a manageable endeavor. However, when it comes to retainers, Tang Tion currently possesses only 4, none of whom are particularly exceptional in strength, and he has no immediate plans to expand his ranks. With merely a year remaining until the next 100 Schools tournament, he wonders if he can find suitable candidates before it commences. Where should he search? After pondering for a moment, Tang Tion clears his chaotic thoughts. Never mind, I shall take it one step at a time. Upon returning, I will first inquire whether Xiao Xue and the others are willing to participate in the tournament. If they decline, I will seek alternatives. If they agree, I will devise ways to enhance their strength as swiftly as possible. Tang Tion is resolute in his belief that with sufficient resources, even impossible challenges can be surmounted. As he contemplates, the number of attendees in the garden continues to swell. Shortly thereafter, the exchange meeting officially begins. Chapter 44. The young sect master accompanied by a designated guide, Tang Tion arrived at a magnificent hall. The hall permitted only 2 companions, so he asked the Lanyu sisters to remain outside and entered with Xiao Xue and Wang Ziyu. Inside, the hall was exceedingly spacious, boasting over 100 seats arranged in various directions. Tang Tion casually chose a seat that was neither too far nor too close, settling down with Xiao Xue and the others. Before long, the hall filled with people, most of whom closed their eyes to meditate. Even conversations were whispered softly, with everyone exhibiting an air of solemnity. After a brief moment, several distinguished individuals entered from another entrance, taking their places at the highest seats. Among them was Mo Xiao Xiao, alongside the familiar figure of Jing Hong, who occupied the far left position next to her. Chen Siro did not come today. Wang Ziyu remarked quietly. You should recognize Jing Hong and Mo Xiao Xiao. The other 4 are the 4 great young masters. The one in the blue robe to the right of Mo Xiao Xiao is Lu Changgu, one of the 2 most powerful young masters of the sect. Next to Lu Changgu is Tian Yangsheng, who is equally formidable but has a rather volatile temperament, so be cautious when engaging with him. To the right of Tian Yangsheng is Du Yuanqing from the West Peak, the youngest of the great masters, known for his substantial wealth. The one furthest to the right is Guan Meng from the North Peak, who is rather mature and composed, with a rich background and extensive connections. Wang Ziyu introduced them one by one. Tang Tion committed their appearances to memory, in a sense. These individuals represented the pinnacle of the Qingyu sect's esteemed disciples. And what of the empty seat between Lu Changgu and Tian Yangsheng? That, of course, belongs to our young sect master, Yun Kong. Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. No matter how others change, the highest position among the younger generation will forever belong to the young sect master. Tang Tion nodded in agreement. Such a position was fitting for a young sect master. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a simple gray robe entered the hall and took his seat in the central position. This was Tang Tion's first encounter with the sect's young sect master. Contrary to his expectations, Yun Kong appeared remarkably ordinary. If seen among the common folk, he would blend in seamlessly. Throughout the conversation, a faint smile graced his lips, devoid of the haughty demeanor often associated with authority. Overall, he emanated a very gentle aura. Could he truly command the respect of so many prodigies and young masters? Tang Tion pondered silently. Once the young sect master settled in, he declared the commencement of the exchange meeting. Greetings, esteemed friends. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Each of you is an indispensable key to our sect. In the spirit of shared kinship, we ought to unite our efforts to cultivate a realm of enlightenment that is even more harmonious and splendid, just as Tang Tion envisioned. Yun Kong spoke with a measured pace, his voice as soothing as jade, exuding a gentle demeanor that enveloped all in a refreshing breeze of spring. Yet, within the grand hall, every individual, including several esteemed young masters, maintained an air of solemnity and decorum, attentively listening without a hint of impudence or impropriety. The authority of the young sect master remained intact, undiminished by his inherent kindness. The content of Yun Kong's discourse echoed the sentiments expressed by Wang Ziyu, primarily revolving around the impending 100 sects war set to transpire in just over a year. At that time, the myriad subordinate sects under the banner of Yunding Tianfu would dispatch their most exceptional core disciples to engage in a pinnacle contest among prodigies. Those who distinguished themselves would be selected for deeper cultivation within Yunding Tianfu. Due to its relatively recent establishment, Qingyue sect had previously suffered dismal outcomes in past 100 sects wars, often finding itself at the bottom. However, since Yun Kong ascended to the role of young sect master, over the past 2 decades, Qingyue sect's performance has soared, achieving a commendable mid to upper ranking. This is nothing short of miraculous, considering that many of the affiliated sects of Yunding Tianfu boast histories spanning thousands of years. To triumph over them signifies that Qingyue sect has truly excelled. It was at this juncture that Tang Tion began to grasp why Yun Kong, despite his unassuming appearance, commanded such profound respect from others. Achieving such a remarkable feat is undoubtedly no small matter. The conversation extended over a considerable duration, yet it was far from tedious. No one appeared drowsy. Yun Kong's eloquence was succinct and commendatory towards core disciples, honorary disciples, and guests alike, while he also painted an optimistic vision for the future. With the concerted efforts of all, the sect is destined to ascend to even greater heights. Eventually, Yun Kong concluded his address. After finishing, he departed the grand hall, followed by Mo Xiaoxiao and several young masters, while others gradually dispersed. Upon exiting the hall, Tang Tion exhaled deeply. This was his first experience of a leadership meeting in this world. What's wrong? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tion shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Merely different from what I had envisioned. I anticipated a more lively gathering among the younger generation. His implication was subtle. He had previously imagined such assemblies to resemble the boisterous gatherings at Spring Appreciation Park, where competition and raucousness were the norm. Wang Ziwen, not fully grasping Tang Tion's meaning, remarked, the young sect master and the young masters possess such elevated status. They certainly won't behave like ordinary disciples. When it comes time for the martial competition, it will surely be more engaging. Tang Tion nodded, preparing to leave with Lan Yu and the others. Just then, a figure clad in blue obstructed his path. It was Lu Chang'e. You are Tang Tion? Lu Chang'e spoke in a calm tone, betraying no emotion. Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly and asked, is there something on your mind? Lu Chang'e replied, a month ago, I heard that you and one of my subordinates had a misunderstanding, which led to some unpleasantness. I hope you do not take it to heart. As the young sect master stated, we are of the same clan, and mutual support is the ladder to progress. Let the grievances between you end here. Tang Tion was taken aback, initially thinking Lu Chang'e had come to pick a fight, but to his surprise, he was there to resolve their differences. However, despite Lu Chang'e's ostensibly courteous tone, there was an undeniable undercurrent that left Tang Tion feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, he dismissed it as a trivial matter. It's nothing. I've already forgotten about it, Tang Tion replied. Lu Chang'e nodded. That is good. With that, he turned and departed with his subordinates and guests. Tang Tion glanced over and indeed spotted Shin Feng among their ranks. However, he was even more astonished to find Feng Fei, whom he had not seen for over a month, also in their company. It appeared she was no longer with Shin Feng, but rather closer to Lu Chang'e. Tang Tion frowned inwardly. This was not a favorable development. He was also somewhat astonished at what means Feng Fei had employed to ally herself with such a prominent figure as Lu Chang'e. She was indeed quite shrewd. After Lu Chang'e left, Wang Ziyu looked equally astonished and remarked, why did he suddenly come to see you? That minor issue hardly warranted his personal intervention, did it? Tang Tion shook his head in silence. Yet a suspicion began to form within him regarding Feng Fei. Chapter 45. The little demon. By an unexpected turn of events, Tang Tion encountered Lu Chang'e and also caught sight of Feng Fei, which caused him to temper his previously carefree demeanor. If Feng Fei truly managed to secure Lu Chang'e as an ally, it would not bode well, considering the deep-seated enmity that existed between them. However, after some contemplation, Tang Tion swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. As long as he remained within the confines of Qinghua's sect, he was largely insulated from significant peril. Moreover, he was currently affiliated with Nanfeng, and with Mo Xiaoxiao by his side, there were no pressing concerns. Once the conversation with the young sect master concluded, Tang Tion, along with Wang Ziyu and Xiaoxua, ventured to the area designated for honorary disciples. The martial arts gathering was about to commence, and Tang Tion was eager to observe the capabilities of those preparing to participate in the 100 sects competition. He casually selected a seat, and soon, someone presented him with spiritual fruits and fragrant tea, ensuring that the service was impeccable. However, during the wait, Tang Tion noticed that some honorary disciples were accompanied by their subordinates, while others stood alone, devoid of any attendants or followers. This discrepancy piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire with Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu elucidated, the distinctions among honorary disciples are quite pronounced. The three categories I previously mentioned are merely generalizations. Some seek to secure a future for their descendants. Others aspire to elevate their status within Qinghua's sect, while some are here to serve external families. The desire to ascend to Yunding Tianfu is actually a minority pursuit. After all, gathering contribution points or nurturing 3 prodigies is no trivial task. Tang Tion nodded in understanding. Indeed, setting aside the contribution points, entering Yunding Tianfu through the 100 sects competition was an arduous endeavor due to the multitude of talented individuals. Firstly, participants must be core disciples under the age of 25. Secondly, their cultivation must reach at least the transformation stage. Strictly speaking, only a select few at the pinnacle of the transformation stage stand a chance of distinguishing themselves in the competition and achieving promotion. Such prodigies, even among core disciples, are exceedingly rare. After engaging in light conversation for a while, the attendees had gathered in sufficient numbers. Soon, individuals began dispatching their subordinates to the front arena for a display of Taoist exchanges and practical combat demonstrations. Tang Tion observed several bouts and was indeed impressed by the formidable prowess on display. The participants were primarily above the transformation stage, all vying for recognition in the upcoming 100 sects competition a year hence. Their formidable auras, profound Taoist techniques, and precise yet powerful strikes marked them as the elite among elites. In contrast, Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan sisters, still in the nascent soul stage, were far from their level. Yet, they were still young, particularly Gu Xiaoxue, who had not yet turned 16 and possessed an even brighter future ahead. After watching for a while, Wang Ziyu rose to depart, stating her intention to check on the situation among the core disciples. Between the honorary disciples and the core disciples, there has always been an underlying rivalry. The pure disciples look down upon those who choose to become door attendants, believing that such a choice undermines their steadfast resolve. Conversely, the honorary disciples feel that the pure disciples lack adaptability, as they forsake better resources. Both factions cling tenaciously to their beliefs, neither willing to concede. However, Tang Tion remains indifferent to this conflict. The choices of others are their own prerogative. If the pure disciples disdain him, he sees no reason to pursue their company. It's hardly a matter of consequence, and he need not press his warmth upon their indifference. Thus, he opts not to accompany Wang Ziyu, instead leisurely enjoying the spectacle before him. Truly impressive, exclaimed Gu Xiaoxue, observing the fierce battle unfolding. Far superior to me. Tang Tion chuckled. Do not belittle yourself. Your youth merely accounts for a slight deficiency in cultivation. When it comes to the comprehension of the Tao, you are not necessarily inferior to them. I have already discerned several flaws in their techniques. Indeed, in terms of raw power, Gu Xiaoxue may fall short. But Tang Tion believes she has the potential to outshine 2 opponents with one hand. If the attendants from other sects are so formidable, I must strive even harder upon my return, Gu Xiaoxue declared, her small fists clenched resolutely. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow, realizing her determination. The display of martial prowess from the attendants lasted for approximately an hour, and judging by the expressions of the audience, it seemed they were quite satisfied with the strength exhibited this time. Once it concluded, Tang Tion prepared to seek out Wang Ziyu, but at that moment, a group of unfamiliar honorary disciples approached him. Tang Tion, the The leader, a tall youth with a stern visage, inquired from his elevated stance. Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly. And you are? The youth replied coolly, my name is Ding Xiao, and I am also from Nanfeng, tasked with assisting Miss Mo in managing the order here. Understanding now that he was affiliated with Mo Xiao Xiao, Tang Tion responded, is there something you need? Ding Xiao stated, now that you are part of Nanfeng, it would be prudent not to act independently. Come with me to our designated area. Tang Tion smiled politely. I appreciate your concern, but I prefer solitude. However, Ding Xiao's expression hardened. Tang Tion, now that you have joined Nanfeng, you must adhere to its regulations. Accompany me. I do not wish to repeat myself. Tang Tion's smile faded. He detested being coerced. I have not heard of such regulations. I shall go where I please. No one can restrict my freedom, he replied coldly. Ding Xiao's brow furrowed further. Do not presume that having a bit of spiritual jade renders you invincible. Should you continue in your obstinacy, it would be best for you to leave Nanfeng and seek other opportunities. Tang Tion gazed quietly at him and inquired, is this your intention, or that of Mo Xiao Xiao? He had never intended to align himself with any faction. It had merely been a casual suggestion from Mo Xiao Xiao. If this truly reflected her desire, he would undoubtedly depart immediately, for even a moment's hesitation would be a profound disrespect to his own integrity. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. Ding Xiao opened his mouth, yet could not bring himself to respond directly, ultimately retorting coldly, very well. You may remain as you are. I shall report your stance to Miss Mo without embellishment. With that, he turned and left. Tang Tion stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, this is merely a demonstration of authority towards the newcomers. Gu Xiaoxue scoffed, with such an arrogant demeanor. He seems to think himself formidable, yet in truth, he is merely returning to report to others. Tang Tion chuckled softly, it matters not to us. We are not compelled to join any particular faction. Besides, Qinghua sect has more than one southern peak. He suggested they check on Wang Ziyu and see how things were faring there. As they proceeded towards the core disciples, they fortuitously encountered Wang Ziyu on his return. His expression was animated as he grasped Tang Tion and began to elaborate. Brother Tang, let me tell you, this current group of core disciples is truly remarkable. Several have reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and their prowess is unparalleled. Moreover, there is a prodigious talent among them. A 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage, who has even triumphed over those in the early transformation stage. This little prodigy is exceedingly arrogant, declaring his intent to crush the reputation of the honorary disciple subordinates into the ground. How exhilarating. Tang Tion shot him a sidelong glance and replied, what are you so excited about? Have you forgotten who you are? This fellow seemed a bit misguided, neglecting that he, too, was an honorary disciple. However, Wang Ziyu simply laughed heartily. Fanning himself with a folding fan me? I am merely a harbinger of entertainment. Wherever there is amusement, you will find me. The forthcoming challenges promised to be quite the spectacle, and Tang Tion shook his head in bemusement, realizing that this individual was utterly unconcerned with the reputation of honorary disciples. Nevertheless, Wang Ziyu's words sparked a flicker of curiosity within him regarding the impending trials. What kind of strength would a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage possess? How would it compare to that of Gu Xiaoxue? Chapter 46. Arrogance. After a brief respite, the free challenge finally commenced. Honorary disciples, guests, and core disciples gathered once again. This time, Mo Xiao Xiao and Lu Chang'e were also present, observing quietly from a high vantage point. In their designated area, several individuals of formidable presence and distinguished demeanor were seated, presumably leaders among the core disciples. Under the watchful eyes of these esteemed figures, the free challenge officially began. The first to take the stage was a core disciple at the late stage of the transformation realm. With an air of haughtiness, he did not specify whom he wished to challenge, boldly declaring that any guest willing to step forward would suffice. His disdainful demeanor ignited a spark of indignation among the honorary disciples. From the West Peak, an honorary disciple sent forth one of his guests, equally formidable and at the same stage of the transformation realm. As they ascended the stage, the battle was poised to erupt. Tang Tion observed that this confrontation was far more intense than previous skirmishes between guests, with both parties seemingly laying bare their trump cards. It appeared that animosity had long simmered beneath the surface, fueling their fervor. The guest displayed impressive prowess, his techniques as unpredictable as a visual feast. However, the core disciple, having mastered 3 or 4 arts to a level beyond mere proficiency, held his ground firmly. Ultimately, the guest faltered, caught off guard by his opponent's decisive strike, leading to his defeat. Such ostentation serves no purpose, the core disciple remarked smugly. reinforcing the notion that mastery is the true essence of skill. It seemed some had indeed spoken the truth. These guests were nothing more than mere spectacles. With his victory, the core disciples' arrogance only swelled, demanding further challenges. This provoked the ire of the honorary disciples. In swift response, they dispatched an even more formidable guest, one who, while still in the late stage of the transformation realm, possessed greater strength. Before long, he vanquished the proud core disciple, retorting, "It appears your bravado is merely that, empty words." After reclaiming a point, the guest returned the earlier taunt. Soon, another challenger from the core disciple's side took to the stage, employing an array of tactics that left Tang Tion astounded. "Brother Wang, you were right. This free challenge is indeed far more exhilarating," Tang Tion remarked with a smile. Wang Ziyu chuckled in agreement. "Isn't it so?" These individuals had long harbored mutual disdain. Their grievances palpable. Finally presented with a chance for direct confrontation, no one was willing to let it slip away easily. Tang Tion nodded, recognizing the underlying tension. Both factions were, in essence, core disciples. One had chosen to leverage external resources, while the other relied solely on personal strength. It was difficult to ascertain which path was superior, given the uniqueness of each individual's circumstances. Nevertheless, Tang Tion discerned that the pure core disciples generally possessed a slight edge in strength, as the guests would often regain momentum only to be swiftly countered again. Overall, the disciples appeared to suffer more defeats than victories. Despite their abundant resources, one would expect them to be more formidable, remarked Tang Tion. Wang Ziyu scoffed, while resources abound, the myriad of trivial matters they entail has increased as well. In terms of genuine combat prowess, they cannot possibly compare to those relentless practitioners wholly devoted to their cultivation. Essentially, during each free challenge, the disciples invariably found themselves on the losing side. This time was relatively better, at their worst. They were overwhelmed to the point of being unable to catch their breath. Tang Tion nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those with unadulterated focus in their cultivation were indeed more likely to ascend to greater heights. The subsequent events unfolded much as Wang Ziyu had predicted. Although the disciples initially stood their ground against the core students, fatigue soon set in as time wore on. In stark contrast, the core students continued to emerge, one after another, each more formidable than the last. Defeat had become a foregone conclusion. Yet, Tang Tion observed that the honorary disciples remained remarkably composed, clearly accustomed to such spectacles. Once victory and defeat were ascertained, the battles took on a more entertaining tone. Practitioners in the mid-stage of transformation, the initial stage of transformation, and even some prodigies at the nascent soul stage began to make their appearances. At last, Tang Tion beheld the prodigy Wang Ziyu had mentioned, Huang Chong, a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He exuded an air of arrogance surpassing that of other core disciples, treating the honorary disciples with utter disdain, hardly deigning to acknowledge their presence. "Feel free to come at me, one by one. Look at your feeble forms. Even if you come at me collectively, I fear you not," Huang Chong declared, nostrils flaring in contempt, inciting dark expressions among many honorary disciples and guests. His audacity was astounding, yet they maintained their composure, refraining from using their superior numbers to overwhelm him, sending forth only those within the nascent soul stage. However, Huang Chong was not merely a silver-tongued braggart. He possessed astounding skills as well. Nearly all who challenged him were ruthlessly crushed. Even practitioners who had immersed themselves in the nascent soul stage for several years found themselves barely able to withstand his onslaught, which only fueled Huang Chong's arrogance further. "Ha ha, you are all so weak. What face do you have to claim the title of core disciples? To share this name with you is a disgrace." He taunted mercilessly. The honorary disciples' faces darkened, yet they found themselves at a loss. After all, he was merely 16, sending out someone in their 20s would suffice. Even if a practitioner at the transformation stage were to vanquish him, it would serve no purpose other than to provide fodder for ridicule. What could they do? They could only close their ears and pretend not to hear. At such a level, who among them lacked a measure of forbearance? "Xiaoxua, what do you think of him?" Tang Tion inquired. Gu Xiaoxua pondered for a moment before responding. "He is indeed formidable. However, his arrogance may lead him to reveal some vulnerabilities, so opportunities still exist. Shall I go up?" Tang Tion immediately waved his hand in refusal. "As a newcomer, I shall refrain from joining this commotion, for there seems to be no advantage in it. It is wise to avoid seeking the limelight, lest one attracts unwarranted envy and trouble, which he despises above all. Yet, it appears that someone has sensed his aversion to complications, as trouble has uninvitedly come knocking at his door. Huh, is there truly no one brave enough to face me? Such a pitiful lot," Huang Chong declared loudly. Tang Tion, I've heard tales of your wealth, and that you've ensnared one of our prodigious junior sisters. What say you? Are you bold enough to let her come forth and spar with me? Tang Tion thought to himself, bewildered. Is trouble truly coming to find me while I am merely an innocent bystander? Am I so renowned? Yet, given that he had been directly addressed, silence was no longer an option. Are you referring to me? He inquired. Huang Chong cast a dismissive glance his way and retorted, I have no interest in you. We have a prodigious junior sister whom you have enticed away. Are you daring enough to let her come forth? I wish to demonstrate that aligning with your esteemed disciples leads only to a futile path, devoid of any benefit. Tang Tion fell silent. Was this truly Huang Chong's own sentiment? Perhaps. He glanced upward toward the higher echelons and remarked, You speak of Xiao Shui, do you not? She is merely at the mid-stage of her nascent soul. Do you not think that this is somewhat unfair? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui hastily communicated with him. Young Master Tang, it's all right. I am confident I can defeat him. Tang Tion gently shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. If he dared to stir up trouble, then a lesson would be in order. Indeed, it was somewhat unfair. Huang Chong waved dismissively. Very well then. I shall also limit my cultivation to the mid or even early stages of nascent soul. Against such weaklings, I could easily crush them with one hand. So, do you have any further excuses? Tang Tion offered a slight smile. Very well, he replied. Xiao Shui, go ahead and have your fun. Chapter 47. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Gu Xiaoxue ascended the arena, standing face to face with Huang Chong. This marked one of the most captivating duels following the formal challenge, as both participants were among the youngest. And it was the audacious Huang Chong who had called her out, hinting at deeper implications. Perhaps he sought to bolster the resolve of the younger core disciples through this encounter. Do you require my assistance with one hand, esteemed junior sister? Huang Chong boasted arrogantly. The word esteemed served to undermine Gu Xiaoxue's status as a core disciple. Yet, she remained unfazed, responding with a gentle smile, feel free. Tang Tion observed quietly from below. The girl, Xiaoxue, transformed entirely between their daily interactions and the heat of battle. She resembled an extraordinary sword, encased within an ostensibly ordinary scabbard. Once unleashed, she inevitably radiated an undeniable brilliance. Very well, let us begin, Huang Chong declared, genuinely placing one hand behind his back, dismissing her as a worthy opponent. Gu Xiaoxue's expression shifted, her aura evolving rapidly. Suddenly, her sword was drawn, and she flew forward like a startled swan, arriving before Huang Chong in the blink of an eye. The razor-sharp blade was poised to graze his brow. Huang Chong, taken aback, retreated with haste, transforming his palm into a fist to strike out. Yet, he struck nothing but air. The blade before him began to dissipate, yet he felt an acute sense of danger, as if his very back were under siege. Enough, Huang Chong exclaimed, abandoning any pretense of restraint. He unleashed all his cultivation, and streams of dragon-shaped spiritual energy surged forth, barely averting the impending crisis. Observing this, Tang Tion chuckled, remarking, Xiaoxue is remarkably fierce from the outset. He recognized her strength. She stood her ground against Huang Chong's utmost prowess. Yet, he was surprised by her immediate full-force assault, which had rendered Huang Chong utterly defenseless. What of your one-handed challenge? I have discarded all restraint, and now you find yourself in disarray. Xiaoxue fights with unwavering commitment, murmured Lan Yu, who stood nearby. During this period, Tang Tion and his companions had engaged in numerous sparring matches. Their exchanges primarily revolved around the comprehension of Tao, but Gu Xiaoxue and the sisters, Lan Yu and El Zhu, engaged in genuine combat. Initially, during her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, Gu Xiaoxue struggled against either sister, often being overpowered. However, this remarkable girl exhibited an astonishing rate of learning and improvement. Every sparring session revealed a wholly transformed state. In just a few short days, she had attained the capability to contend evenly with either of them. As Gu Xiaoxue advanced beyond the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, the Lan Yu sisters found themselves unable to contain her any longer. It was only through their combined efforts that they managed to exert any semblance of control. One must acknowledge that when the Lan Yu sisters united, even those at the transformation stage could struggle against them. Yet, even then, they could merely hold Gu Xiaoxue at bay. She continued to grow rapidly. After a month, her strength had escalated to an unprecedented level, far surpassing her previous capabilities. Huang Chong was decidedly no match for her. On the battlefield, Huang Chong's pride and carelessness cost him the advantage. Even when he drew upon his full power, he consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Gu Xiaoxue's relentless assault left no room for error. She provided Huang Chong with no opportunity to catch his breath. Several times, He attempted to leverage his superior cultivation to turn the tide, but each time, Gu Xiaoxue deftly countered his efforts, leaving him thwarted. As the conflict progressed, his impatience grew, resulting in an increasing number of vulnerabilities and a dire situation. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of the higher-ups, who could not help but take notice of such prodigious talent. Alas, she had become a guest under the banner of a nominal disciple. I have heard rumors of Tang Tion's notorious lechery. It is feared that this young sister may have already fallen victim to his vile intentions, casting a shadow over her path. What a remarkable talent she is. The nominal disciple is indeed a blight upon the sect. Among the core disciples, expressions of regret were evident. They believed that regardless of her brilliance, aligning herself with a figure like Tang Tion would inevitably lead to her downfall. However, the nominal disciples exhibited a contrasting demeanor. Xiaoxue, your southern peak has produced a remarkable talent, Lu Chang'e remarked with a subtle smile. I've heard that Tang Tion possesses considerable wealth. What is he truly like? Mo Xiaoxue replied, I cannot say. He has only just arrived. He seems to carry this attitude towards everyone. At this moment, Jing Heng interjected, I have encountered this Tang Xiao once. He indeed displays a lavish disposition. However, he appears to be quite the libertine. The disagreement he had with Shintapeak was over a rather ostentatious item. Lu Chang'e merely acknowledged with a sound, remaining silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tian Yanxing let out a dismissive snort, stating, it matters not. Any action that could diminish the arrogance of the core disciples was welcome. In the future, if opportunities arise, we shall offer them appropriate assistance. The group nodded in agreement, speechless. The contrasting responses from the two factions reflected their differing priorities. The core disciples were solely focused on the disciples themselves, while Lu Chang'e and his peers had more intricate considerations in mind. The battle below raged on. Gu Xiaoxue consistently denied Huang Chong any chance to regain the upper hand, maintaining an overwhelming offensive that left him struggling to defend himself, revealing more and more weaknesses. Ultimately, after a resounding clash, Huang Chong was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Gu Xiaoxue was poised to pursue her attack, but Tang Tion intervened with a word of caution. Xiaoxue, it is sufficient. This is hardly a battle of life and death. A mere determination of victory will suffice. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue halted, cast a sidelong glance at Huang Chong, and then rolled her eyes. Is that all? She sheathed her sword and turned, striding towards Tang Tion with an air of triumph, reminiscent of a victorious swan returning home. Tang Tion chuckled lightly. This girl truly possessed an indomitable spirit of competition. However, upon her return, she reverted to her usual demeanor, playfully inquiring, So, did I embarrass you? Tang Tion silently raised his thumb in approval, eliciting a radiant smile of pride from the young girl. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples managed to regain a semblance of respect. Ha ha ha, keep pretending. Why the sudden silence? Did you genuinely believe yourselves invincible, just like this? Is this truly all you have? It would be wise to return to your rigorous training, for you lot remain oblivious to the immense value of resources. Gu Xiaoxue's overwhelming victory allowed them to reclaim some dignity, enabling them to cease their charade of feigned death. Following this, the period of open challenges continued for a while, though public interest waned. Once the challenges concluded, the crowd took a brief respite before transitioning to the next event, the treasure exchange. Chapter 48. Is wealth everything? Come now, this is the realm of honorary disciples. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. After each free challenge, the honorary disciples feel a pent-up frustration. The treasure auction is their opportunity to vent. Tang Tion looked on in confusion. Why is that? Just wait and see, Wang Ziyu replied. Soon, the treasure auction commenced in earnest. Special personnel presented a myriad of treasures for appraisal and trade. As Wang Ziyu had indicated, this auction was far beyond the peculiar gathering at the Spring Appreciation Garden. The emphasis was entirely different. The treasures showcased were predominantly related to cultivation, boasting high ranks, with 6th and 7th tier celestial materials and earthly treasures in abundance. And even some of the 8th tier, which Tang Tion had never encountered before. Their prices were exorbitant, with the least expensive starting in the tens of millions, while the most precious approached the 100 billion mark. However, for Tang Tion at this moment, these figures felt rather modest. They lacked the potency to even double his assets. What an underwhelming high-level trading event. After surveying the scene, Tang Tion comprehended why Wang Ziyu claimed this was the domain of honorary disciples. These treasures possessed immense auxiliary benefits for cultivation, enhancing one's cultivation, comprehension, manifestation, and spirit, among other aspects. Acquiring even a few would significantly advance one's own practice. Yet, Those pure core disciples were hardly affluent. Their sustenance, lodging, and necessities were provided by the sect. Possessing a few tens of millions would be considered wealth for them. They could only watch helplessly as the honorary disciples carried these treasures away. Moreover, they were acutely aware that these treasures would be utilized by the guests who had struck deals with the honorary disciples. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Very few could genuinely uphold the principle of poverty cannot sway me. Ah, Brother Shao, this set of rolling flags formation is perfectly suited for your cultivation method. Although it costs 30 billion, you are worthy of it. I'll buy it, I'll buy it. Some honorary disciples vocally declared, provoking eye rolls from the core disciples. It was as if two adversaries were at play. After observing the proceedings, Tang Tion began to take action. Having resolved to elevate his status in the Cloud Summit with the cultivation of guests, he understood the necessity of preparation. The efficacy of these treasures was commendable. Thus, he commenced his negotiation. Lin Daoflower, 1 branch for 18 billion? Would you consider 28 billion? Cheongjiang Berry, 1 for 9 billion. I will offer 13 billion for all of them. Tang Tion navigated the margins of the system's limits, acquiring all items at the highest permissible prices. This peculiar method of bargaining drew the attention of the surrounding honorary disciples, who regarded him with astonishment. Brother, we understand that you may possess considerable wealth. Yet we have never encountered anyone who spends in such a manner. Is such extravagance truly without consequence? Observing Tang Tion's carefree demeanor, they could not help but shake their heads. Nevertheless, every family has its own burdens. Perhaps in the Tang household, one might face familial discipline for failing to spend. The transaction continued for a while. Tang Tion, like a torrent, casually dispensed over 100 billion, leaving some core disciples utterly astonished. It was their first realization that the sums involved in purchasing items within the sect could be so staggering. As time progressed, the treasure trading came to a close. Finally, they arrived at the grand finale of the Five Peaks Exchange, the Merit Conference. The young sect master, Yun Kong, made his appearance once more, presiding over the event. He began by acknowledging those who had made significant contributions to the sect over the past year. Subsequently, he converted each individual's contributions into merit points and distributed them accordingly. The significance of merit points is immense. For honorary disciples, merit points equate to power and status, granting them the ability to undertake numerous endeavors, including advancement to the Cloud Summit. For core disciples, merit points represent vast amounts of spirit jade and special privileges. With merit points, they gain access to superior cultivation resources and serve as tickets to certain secret training venues, further enhancing their prowess. In summary, this is something everyone ardently desires. Tang Tion yearned for it as well, yet his contributions to the sect were insufficient to warrant even a single merit point. So he could only await the final segment, the offering of merit. The offering of merit, in essence, is akin to a donation, a direct purchase of merit points. One could exchange 10,000 premium spirit jades, equivalent to 1 billion spirit jades, for a single merit point. How convenient. Tang Tion relished such straightforwardness. After a time, the calculations of everyone's contributions from the previous year were finally completed. Those with less than a merit point were deemed ineligible. Once concluded, it was time for the segment Tang Tion anticipated the most. The young sect master, Yun Kong, displayed a faint smile and directed his gaze toward the honorary disciples, seemingly prompting, "What are you all waiting for?" A few prominent figures stepped forward first. Lu Chang'e offered 200 merit points. Tian Yangsheng, 200 merit points. Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Sairu each contributed 100 merit points. Jing Heng, 150 merit points. Guan Meng, 150 merit points. Du Yuanqing, 100 merit points. Truly, these titans are impressive. Their offerings were in the hundreds, amounting to trillions of spirit jades. How extraordinarily affluent they are. Tang Tion nodded inwardly, finally noting a few capable individuals. With the titans setting the example, other honorary disciples began to step forward as well. However, their contributions were considerably less, mostly single-digit merit points. Whenever someone offered more than 10, it would elicit gasps of astonishment from the others. A moment later, Tang Tion also approached. Tang Tion, this must be your first contribution. How much do you wish to offer? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tion pondered for a moment, deciding to conduct a small experiment. He produced 10,000 high-grade spirit jade and stated, a modest contribution. Yun Kong nodded, swiftly completed the process, and handed him an intricately crafted jade token. Your contribution points are stored here, along with an explanation of their usage, Yun Kong elaborated. Tang Tion nodded appreciatively, placing the jade token away, but refrained from examining it immediately, instead turning his attention to the system. This transaction qualifies as a standard expenditure, yielding 1 million consumption points. A sense of joy blossomed at the corners of Tang Tion's mouth. Indeed, he had successfully triggered the mechanism. Could it be that he could accumulate consumption points indefinitely? Surely, contributions bore no limits. Just as Tang Tion reveled in his clandestine delight and deliberated further, a derisive voice interrupted him. I thought you were truly affluent. Yet, merely a trifling merit. Had you exhausted your funds in the recent treasure transaction? Tang Tion looked up, surprised to find that the speaker was Ding Xiao, a subordinate of Miss Mo Xiao from Nanfeng. This fellow seemed to harbor an aversion towards him. After delivering his jibe, Ding Xiao approached Yin Kong, presenting a sumi ring and proclaiming, "Young master, I am Ding Xiao, and I offer 20 merits." His declaration immediately attracted a chorus of astonished gasps. Ding Xiao from Nanfeng, a formidable aide of Miss Mo, was indeed remarkable. The crowd murmured in admiration, a sound that Ding Xiao relished. Once the process was concluded, he turned to face Tang Tion, looking down upon him. "I initially thought you possessed some strength. It appears I overestimated your capabilities. Mind yourself." With that, he prepared to depart. "Wait." Tang Tion's voice rang out abruptly. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Oh, what is it?" Tang Tion smiled faintly. This individual, it seemed, was determined to provoke him. However, he had just been contemplating how to make another contribution. Ding Xiao's actions provided him with the perfect opportunity. "Are you questioning my financial capacity? From your tone, it seems you wish to challenge me. Do you possess the strength to compete with Tang Tion?" Tang Tion replied with a grin. Ding Xiao's expression darkened, returning a cold smile. "Very well, let us indeed engage." Tang Tion's face lit up. "Then let us proceed," he announced, striding towards Yin Kong. "Young master, I wish to continue my contributions." Subsequently, he retrieved 300 billion from the system. 30 merits. Chapter 49, Ruthless Crushing Tang Tion, dedicating his efforts to the sect, is indeed a commendable endeavor, yet one should not act out of spite. When Tang Tion proposed to contribute 30 more merits, Yin Kong gently advised against it. Tang Tion shook his head, asserting, "Young sect master, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Since someone has so disdainfully underestimated me, I cannot simply let it slide." He spoke with righteous fervor, although internally, he was incessantly mocking Yin Kong. "If you wish to accept donations, then do so. Why all this unnecessary chatter that only delays the consumption process?" Yin Kong shook his head but chose not to elaborate further, accepting Tang Tion's spiritual jade. Once the matter was settled, Tang Tion turned, casting a provocative glance at Ding Xiao. "So what do you think? Do you wish to confront me again?" Ding Xiao coldly snorted. 3 trillion, quite a substantial figure indeed. "Surely, you have exhausted your funds?" He continued. "What you have obtained by depleting your savings is merely my starting point. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a distinguished disciple." With that, Ding Xiao stepped forward, addressing Yin Kong, "Young sect master, I wish to contribute 30 more merits." His declaration elicited gasps of astonishment. Indeed, it is Ding Xiao. His financial prowess must be second only to the prominent heirs. People marveled, recognizing the hidden talents among the so-called distinguished disciples. Hearing the murmurs, Ding Xiao could not help but puff out his chest with pride. Although 5 trillion had stung considerably, securing his reputation before the esteemed figures and disciples was already worth the price. As for defeating Tang Tion, that was merely an afterthought. He had never regarded this newcomer as a threat. However, reality diverged from his expectations. Witnessing Ding Xiao's immediate pledge of 3 trillion, Tang Tion nearly burst with glee. "Indeed impressive," he mused. "But what makes you think that those 3 trillion have emptied my coffers? The depth of my wallet is beyond your wildest imagination." Turning to Yin Kong, he declared, "Young sect master, I shall add 6 trillion more." The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy. Goodness, this newcomer is truly formidable. No wonder he has cultivated such powerful disciples. His financial capacity is evident. With 9 trillion now pledged, he was rapidly approaching the stature of the prominent heirs. The focus of the crowd swiftly shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tion. Ding Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Tang Tion would produce such a vast sum of spiritual jade in one go. Wealth and liquidity are entirely different concepts. "Very well," Yin Kong remarked, his expression one of resignation, yet he proceeded to facilitate Tang Tion's contribution. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow at Ding Xiao, the provocation unmistakable. Rage surged within Ding Xiao, yet he refrained from immediate action, seemingly caught in an internal struggle. After all, that is 900 billion. Should he add more, it would directly surpass 1 trillion. A figure of considerable magnitude. After provoking him, Tang Tion paid no further heed, instead directing his gaze towards the system interface. 4. Upon his total assets exceeding 1 trillion, the consumption rebate system revealed an unprecedented item. It was yet another piece of jade, slightly larger than the finest spirit jade, perfectly rounded, with an enigmatic aura swirling within. Speckled like the Milky Way. What on earth is this? Tang Tion scrutinized it closely and ultimately confirmed that when spirit jade reached 1 trillion, or when high-grade spirit jade amassed to 1 million, this peculiar jade stone would automatically materialize. Could it be a currency of a superior grade? He could not ascertain. As Tang Tion pondered, Ding Xiao seemed to arrive at a final decision. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and declared decisively, "I will add another 500 billion. Ding Xiao's eyes glistened with intensity. It was evident that parting with this trillion would severely strain him. He then turned to Tang Tion, nearly howling, "Bring it on. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Come on." Tang Tion waved his hand to deflect the spittle flying from Ding Xiao's fervor, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. "I never said I wouldn't raise the stakes." After a moment's contemplation, he produced the strange jade stone. "Do you recognize this?" Upon seeing the jade, Ding Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Primal Dao Jade," he exclaimed. "What? Primal Dao Jade? Goodness, does Tang Tion possess such an item? That is an unparalleled treasure for cultivation. Although the ratio of Primal Dao Jade to high-grade spirit jade is around 1 million, it is a scarce commodity. This is the first time I have ever laid eyes on it. My word, it is as flawless as the figure of the most beautiful maiden of the Qinghua sect." Tang Tion was taken aback, as if Ding Xiao had actually seen the maiden's form. Nevertheless, amidst their gasps, he began to grasp the significance of this item. Used merely as currency, it equated to 1 million high-grade spirit jades. Yet, its value seemed far more complex, appearing to hold substantial benefits for cultivation. "Tang Tion, are you certain you wish to use it for merit?" Yin Kong inquired. "Like spirit jade, it can be exchanged for 100 merit points." Tang Tion paused momentarily, then shrugged nonchalantly. "No worries, let's use it. Having an excess of spirit jade could be rather cumbersome." With that, he handed over the Primal Dao Jade. There was no choice. The system had synthesized it for him, and it was not something he could simply disregard. Yin Kong nodded and accepted the Primal Dao Jade. "On behalf of our sect, I extend my gratitude. The Primal Dao Jade is immensely beneficial for us." Tang Tion responded with indifference. At this juncture, his merit points had reached 190, with 2 pieces of Primal Dao Jade now residing within the system space. Shall we continue?" He continued to provoke Ding Xiao, who, at that moment, felt somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that Tang Tion would casually produce something as extraordinary as the primordial Dao Jade. The most critical aspect was the speed at which Tang Tion raised the stakes. Even in a contest of fortune, increases typically occurred incrementally. Yet he had simply doubled it outright. How could anyone withstand such an onslaught? Ding Xiao's eyes twitched violently, yet he refrained from responding directly. "Oh." Ding Xiao seems to be faltering. "It appears so. Who wouldn't be intimidated by Tang Tion's display of the primordial Dao Jade? This is formidable. Tang Tion may very well be vying for the position of the 6th young master of Qinghua Gate. If he cannot keep up, he might as well concede." Merely providing entertainment for the onlookers, the crowd remarked with glee. Upon hearing their ridicule, Ding Xiao's eyes turned crimson. "Who says I cannot do it, huh? A mere 10 trillion, I can produce that." He was starting to lose his composure, retrieving another storage ring and slamming it before Yun Kong, bellowing, "I shall add another 10 trillion. Yun Kong seemed initially inclined to offer counsel, but upon witnessing Ding Xiao's fervent demeanor, he chose to remain silent and accepted the offer without further ado. "Ha ha ha, who dares to underestimate me now?" Ding Xiao proclaimed loudly, then turned to Tang Tion, challenging, "If you have the capability, come again." Tang Tion, brushing off the spittle, smiled faintly. "That was your assertion." He then revealed his palm, where 2 pieces of primordial Dao Jade lay serenely. "Might I trouble the young master for an additional 200 merits?" Upon seeing the 2 pieces of primordial Dao Jade, Ding Xiao's complexion shifted from red to pale as he staggered backward, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. He truly found himself at a loss. In stark contrast, Tang Tion remained remarkably composed, even appearing somewhat pleased. "Is that all?" he queried. "Did you not wish for me to showcase what it truly means to be a distinguished disciple? It turns out this is all you have. Well, prepare your eyes for the spectacle." With that, Tang Tion reached out once more, producing 4 additional pieces of primordial Dao Jade. "Young master, I request an additional 400 merits." Chapter 50. The invitation of Lu Chang'e. As Tang Tion produced 4 more pieces of innate Dao Jade, Ding Xiao's face turned pale, and his body swayed, collapsing to the ground. His expression was filled with trepidation, and he dared not cast another glance at Tang Tion. Tang Tion, wearing a broad smile, remarked, "Did you not see clearly just now? Allow me to show you once more. Young master, I wish to accumulate another 800 merits." With that, he pulled out 8 pieces of innate Dao jade. Having a rare opportunity for extravagant spending, he was determined to seize it. At this moment, the onlookers were left in a daze. Was that not an exceedingly rare divine object? How could it appear in Tang Tion's possession as if it were mere cabbage, easily grasped in handfuls? Lu Chang'e and the others also wore expressions of astonishment. Such an audacious display was enough to earn their respect. Even the young master, Yun Kong, was taken aback. Glancing at the innate Dao jade Tang Tion offered, Yun Kong shook his head and said, "Enough, Tang Tion. You have already triumphed. The innate Dao jade will be invaluable for your future cultivation. It would be best to keep it." Tang Tion was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, No, I have a plethora of these at home. Please accept them." Yet, Yun Kong firmly declined again, stating, "Keep them. If you intend to cultivate disciples in the future, such divine objects will be essential." Tang Tion grew anxious. Why would he not accept them? If he did not, how could Tang Tion acquire more innate Dao jade and indulge in further spending? Oh dear, it's truly no trouble at all. I am quite pleased today. It would be uncomfortable not to spend some money. Consider it a contribution to our sect. After all, I have yet to assist the sect in any way since my arrival. As he spoke, Tang Tion forcefully stuffed the innate Dao jade into Yun Kong's embrace. This scene left the surrounding disciples utterly dumbfounded. What extraordinary and miraculous event was this? He was practically giving away money. The level of consciousness was so elevated that it made them feel inferior. Who could deny it? Everyone else was striving to obtain more resources within the sect, while Tang Tion solely wished to contribute to it. The disparity was immense. Compared to his character, they felt as insignificant as ants. People marveled at Tang Tion's grand vision. His image was instantly elevated to an entirely new dimension. However, Yun Kong ultimately did not acquiesce to Tang Tion's wishes. He exerted a gentle force, one that Tang Tion could not resist, and forcibly returned the innate Dao jade. "Tang Tion, I understand your desire to contribute to the sect, but there must be moderation in all things. Today is merely an ordinary merit meeting. There is no need for such fervor. If you truly wish to assist, focus more on the development of the sect in the future," Yun Kong advised. Tang Tion's expression reflected his resignation, yet upon seeing Yun Kong's resolute stance, he could do nothing but relent. What a pity. He was so close to surpassing 10 trillion. Very well, he acquiesced. "Will there be similar events in the future?" Tang Tion inquired. Yun Kong smiled faintly, acknowledging that the construction of the sect requires an abundance of spiritual jade. "If you truly wish to take action, I will notify you at the appropriate time." Tang Tion nodded in agreement. "Very well, then. Let us conclude for today. Should such favorable opportunities arise again, do not forget to include me." Opportunities like today, which could lead to a surge in wealth and consumption points, are indeed rare. In truth, Tang Tion had contemplated seeking out a high-consumption locale to indulge extravagantly. However, such aspirations were impractical. Without sufficient strength or security, it would be reckless to leave Qinghua's sect. Once one's wealth was exposed, only demise awaited. The foundation of all endeavors must rest upon the assurance of life. "I shall certainly inform you," Yun Kong remarked, bemused. He had never encountered someone so eager. Thus, an unforeseen contest of wealth concluded in a manner no one could have anticipated. The pace had been exceedingly swift and overwhelming. As Ding Xiao noted, depleting one's savings merely serves as a starting point for others. Yet, it was he who had become that individual. With 700 merit points, Tang Tion now stood merely 300 points shy of the requirements for ascending to Yunding Tianfu. Moreover, within the confines of the system space, the spiritual jade in his possession had surpassed 80 trillion, and he possessed 8 innate Dao jades. His consumption points had also reached 800 million, while his 9-ring talent and 9-tier physique were now firmly under his control. Upon the conclusion of the merit conference, Tang Tion noticed a shift in the attitudes of those around him, who began to extend goodwill towards him. He maintained his humility in response, reciprocating their kindness and garnering numerous communication jade symbols. "Brother Tang, your prominence today was truly remarkable." On the way out, Wang Ziyu chuckled ruefully. "I knew you were wealthy, but I never imagined you were this affluent. You are nearly rivaling the young aristocrats. Why have you been so inconspicuous until now?" Tang Tion chuckled lightly, offering a playful fabrication. "I merely wish to experience the hardships of the common folk. Now that I have had my fill of that, I return to my former life." Wang Ziyu nodded earnestly. "I suspected as much. The wealth you possess cannot merely be attributed to luck." Tang Tion smiled, choosing not to respond further. As long as one possesses sufficient extraordinary attributes, even the most absurd excuses will find believers. Indeed, some may even consider them insufficiently outrageous and concoct elaborate tales. This situation, paradoxically, boded well for Tang Tion. While they conversed, they had scarcely moved when others approached. Young Master Tang. The newcomers were several formidable honorary disciples, each at least in the transformation stage. Their expressions were grave, and their tones subdued as they stated, "Young Master Lu requests an audience with you." Tang Tion's brow furrowed slightly. The only person who could be referred to as Young Master Lu here was Lu Chang'e. What could this fellow possibly want? Recalling Feng Fei from earlier, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Is it possible to postpone? I have some matters to attend to. Tang Tion wished to decline the invitation. However, the individual insisted, "I believe it would be in your best interest to accompany me." Upon uttering these words, they subtly encircled Tang Tion and his companions. Xiao Shui and the sisters Lan Yu immediately assumed a defensive stance, their expressions grave, while Tang Tion discreetly grasped a few purple beads in his hand. The thunderbolt pearls could summon heavenly lightning, their power equivalent to a full-force strike from a tribulation stage cultivator. During his previous transactions with Qin Hai, Tang Tion had procured numerous similar items, specifically to guard against such unforeseen circumstances. Observing the wary demeanor of Tang Tion and his companions, the man chuckled and remarked, "Do not be overly anxious. This is the domain of the young sect master, and no harm will befall you." He added, "Moreover, to oppose us with merely your few attendants is woefully insufficient. Do not make this difficult for us. Young Master Lu has merely requested that we escort you, not to apprehend you." Tang Tion narrowed his eyes, yet ultimately chose to temporarily conceal the thunderbolt pearls. Indeed, they were still within the confines of the conference venue. Even Lu Chang'e would not dare to engage in any excessively reckless actions, especially considering his recent rise to prominence. In dire straits, he possessed means for self-preservation. Very well, he conceded. "I shall accompany you." Chapter 51. The death of Feng Fei. Moments later, Tang Tion, accompanied by several honorary disciples, arrived at a refined villa. Passing through the garden in front, he entered the main reception room. Seated in the prominent position was a young man clad in a blue gown, leisurely sipping tea. It was Lu Chang'e. Upon noticing Tang Tion's entrance, Lu Chang'e offered a gentle smile and said, "Tang Xiao, please have a seat." Tang Tion stepped forward and took a place beside him. "Is there something you wish to discuss, young Master Lu?" he inquired directly. However, Lu Chang'e remained unhurried, pouring a cup of steaming tea and gracefully presenting it to Tang Tion. "Your audacity at the merit conference earlier was truly impressive. Our Qing sect lacks individuals of your formidable strength who are wholeheartedly dedicated to the sect's advancement." Tang Tion furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lu Chang'e's remarks. Could it be that his display of merit overshadowed Lu Chang'e, inciting displeasure? That seemed unlikely. Someone of Lu Chang'e's stature would typically not be so petty. Even if he were, he would certainly not express it so overtly. However, if someone were to stoke the flames of discord from behind the scenes, the situation could take a different turn. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Tang Tion asked, unwilling to indulge in further speculation. Lu Chang'e shook his head and rose to his feet. "What I wish to express is that as disciples of Qing sect, whether honorary disciples, guests, or purely core disciples, we ought to support one another to ensure the prosperous development of our sect. A strong sect benefits us all." Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tion with a soft sigh. "Yet, there are always those who take pleasure in sowing discord, whispering behind backs, and undermining this harmonious atmosphere." With that, he snapped his fingers. Subsequently, several subordinates emerged from the back hall, escorting a disheveled woman whose hair fell in disarray. They unceremoniously tossed her at the feet of Lu Chang'e and Tang Tion. The woman collapsed to the ground, trembling, her tattered clothing marred by visible bloodstains, a pitiful sight. "Lift your head," Lu Chang'e commanded coolly. The woman quivered slightly before slowly raising her gaze. Tang Tion was taken aback. Beneath the unkempt hair was a painfully familiar face, Feng Fei. In that moment, she bore no trace of her previous haughty demeanor or feigned allure, only a visage of despair, her eyes reflecting boundless terror. When Feng Fei's gaze met Tang Tion's, she trembled anew, hastily lowering her head, not uttering a word. "Young Master Lu, what is the meaning of this?" Tang Tion was unable to grasp Lu Chang'e's intentions. The reality was starkly different from his expectations. With a faint smile, Lu Chang'e replied, "You must recognize her, a mere inner sect disciple who traded on her appearance." Deliberately approaching Shinta Feng, then, she covertly altered the invitation letter that Shinta Feng had extended to you. weaving a few insidious words to incite conflict with him. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, she sought to draw closer to me, attempting to instigate a division between us. Young Master Tang, what do you believe should be done with such a person? Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. The information was rather overwhelming, and he needed time to process it. Indeed, the conflict with Shintafeng had been instigated by Fang Fei from behind the scenes. However, he had not anticipated that she would go so far as to tamper with Shintafeng's invitation. It was no wonder he had found Shintafeng's behavior peculiar. Receiving an inexplicable invitation to watch beautiful women dance. What was the original content of the invitation? It no longer mattered. The clash with Shintafeng ultimately concluded with Jing Heng's intervention. At that point, Fang Fei must have realized that merely relying on Shintafeng would not suffice to deal with me. Consequently, she began to approach Lu Chang'e. A commendable strategy, yet unfortunately, her intentions were transparently discerned by Lu Chang'e, who reprimanded her and summoned her forth. The entire sequence of events unfolded in this manner. But why did Lu Chang'e choose to act in such a way? Was this a veiled gesture of goodwill towards him? Contemplating this, Tang Tion remarked, "Such matters do not fall within my jurisdiction. The law enforcement hall will address her actions." Lu Chang'e chuckled, "Yet she is targeting you, young Master Tang." Tang Tion shook his head, "But I have not been adversely affected by it, have I? Moreover, even if such petty tricks were to succeed, I would harbor no fear." He could not fathom Lu Chang'e's true intentions, but one must never lightly incur debts of gratitude. It was evident that Lu Chang'e sought to leverage this situation to solicit a favor from him. Upon hearing Tang Tion's response, Lu Chang'e smiled slightly, saying, "Indeed, such despicable individuals only evoke disgust and cannot inflict any substantial harm. They are akin to the ubiquitous pests that one cannot escape. I find it truly perplexing why certain individuals are willing to sacrifice everything for a ludicrous objective, even betraying their closest friends." Having said this, he snapped his fingers once more. A group emerged, accompanied by another familiar face from Tang Tion's past, Lin Yu, his childhood sweetheart. Lin Yu appeared unharmed. Yet she bore an air of fragility, her complexion pale. Upon approaching, Lin Yu cast a glance at Tang Tion and then at the collapsed Fang Fei. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In her quest to be near me, Fang Fei had offered Lin Yu to Shintafeng in hopes of securing a recommendation. Lu Chang'e remarked, "How pitiable." Even before succumbing to unconsciousness, she was oblivious to the fact that her dearest friend had betrayed her. Had I not discovered this in time, she would have lost her status as a pure disciple. Tang Tion furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Lin Yu, however, gazed intently at Fang Fei, disbelief etched across her face. Why have you become this way? We were such good friends." Lin Yu pressed her lips together tightly and spoke. Fang Fei sat there, hair disheveled, her shoulders trembling. "Ha. Why?" She suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at Lin Yu, her expression contorted with rage as she roared. "How dare you ask me why? When we first met, I took such care of you, guiding you in your cultivation and introducing you to more accomplished individuals. Your talent surpasses mine, but could you have grown so swiftly without my assistance? But what about you? You received better resources, yet did you ever consider me? Even once? You only care about yourself. You will always only care about yourself." Fang Fei screamed in a frenzied rage. Lin Yu's frown deepened. "Is this reason enough for you to ruin everything I have? Is it really necessary?" Fang Fei laughed coldly. "Yes, it is not necessary. But you destroyed mine first. If you hadn't told me that Tang Tion was foolishly pursuing you, would I have sought trouble with him that day at Jinyutang? When I lost the bet and knelt before everyone, utterly humiliated, what did you do? You could have at least spoken up for me. You did nothing but watch as I was ridiculed." Lin Yu stared blankly, unable to utter a single word. Fang Fei continued, "From that day forth, I vowed to ascend to the upper echelons, even at the cost of losing my status as a pure disciple." She slowly turned her gaze to Tang Tion. "Yet again, I have chosen the wrong target. I have lost all my savings and all my dignity. But I refuse to accept this. Why must I be treated this way? Thus, I swear, regardless of the cost, I will ensure that you suffer retribution. I will cast you, Lin Yu, into hell. And you, Tang Tion, shall lose everything, never to rise again. I will see you all perish." Fang Fei had completely lost her sanity, struggling to rise and lunge towards the nearest Tang Tion. However, at that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Fang Fei was instantly dismembered, her scorching blood splattering at Tang Tion's feet. Such a nuisance. Lu Chang'e remarked disdainfully as he glanced at the fan in his hand before tossing it onto Fang Fei's corpse. It was with that very fan that he had slain Fang Fei. He then wiped his hands and smiled at Tang Tion. "No worries, let us continue." Chapter 52. A fractured facade, the lifeless body of Fang Fei, stained with blood upon the floor, was swiftly dealt with. Yet, the pungent scent of blood lingered in the air, evoking a profound discomfort in Tang Tion. It was not the demise of Fang Fei that unsettled him, but rather the demeanor of Lu Chang'e. Despite Lu Chang'e's continued politeness since their initial meeting, he had been covertly targeting Tang Tion all along. Initially, he sought to win Tang Tion's favor by exposing Fang Fei's schemes. When Tang Tion remained unresponsive to his overtures, Lu Chang'e then invoked the memory of Lin Yu, his childhood companion, and proceeded to display Fang Fei's grim fate before him. This act was a demonstration of his power, implying that Lu Chang'e possessed the authority to dictate the life and death of an individual in the presence of the young master, Yun Kong. Tang Tion despised the feeling of being maneuvered. However, Lu Chang'e remained oblivious to Tang Tion's changing demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "I recall that you and Lin Yu were once inseparable childhood friends. Am I correct?" Tang Tion frowned and rose to his feet. "Lu Chang'e, I am uncertain of your intentions in summoning me today. However, I must clarify that Lin Yu and I have long severed our ties. We are now on divergent paths and share no further connection. As for Fang Fei, she has never held any significance in my eyes, regardless of whom she ultimately aligns herself with." His words were delivered with an air of indifference. Lu Chang'e appeared momentarily taken aback, as if Tang Tion's reaction and attitude were unexpected. "Tang Xiao, are you truly so heartless? After all, you have known each other for quite some time." Lu Chang'e chuckled. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. "This is a matter of my own. If you have other business with me, please speak plainly. If not, I shall take my leave. How you choose to deal with Lin Yu and Fang Fei is of no concern to me." He was unwilling to engage in further pretense with Lu Chang'e. Lu Chang'e regarded Tang Tion in silence, deep in thought, while Lin Yu's expression was one of complexity, seemingly astonished by Tang Tion's complete disassociation from her. Was this the same person who once labored tirelessly for her future, even at the expense of his own? "Very well, in that case, I shall be forthright." Lu Chang'e finally relinquished his facade, adopting a more aloof demeanor. "Do you know the primary purpose of merit?" Tang Tion replied, "To ascend to the Yunding Tianfu." Lu Chang'e shook his finger. "No, the greatest function of merit is power. With sufficient merit, one can attain considerable status within the Qinghua sect. From overseeing a group of disciples or a specific department to becoming the master of a peak, all is intricately tied to merit. Under certain stringent conditions, one can even rise to a position where they stand just below one person, yet above 10,000 others." Tang Tion raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this was something unknown to him. But what of it? And then, Tang Tion inquired. Lu Chang'e smiled. Some individuals within the sect had long since fulfilled all the requirements to ascend to the cloud-top paradise. But can you guess why we remain here? Tang Tion fell silent. These individuals must refer to the 5 prominent sons, including Lu Chang'e, as well as the 2 esteemed daughters. Indeed, with their wealth and influence, fulfilling the 2 prerequisites for ascending to the paradise would pose no challenge for them. Therefore, combined with his earlier remarks, it implied that these individuals had set their sights on that very position, one person beneath, yet above myriad others. Essentially, the entire Qinghua sect lay within their sphere of power. "I understand," Tang Tion replied, "but what does that have to do with me?" Lu Chang'e shook his head. "Perhaps your ambitions do not align with this. Yet the financial prowess you have displayed cannot easily be overlooked. A mere handful of innate Dao jades. Such wealth is something even we few could scarcely produce at once. Thus, I hope that in the future, even if you do not stand by my side, you will not become an obstacle in my path." After hearing this, Tang Tion finally grasped Lu Chang'e's intentions. In essence, it was an attempt at persuasion, albeit through some rather distasteful means. "I apologize," Tang Tion said calmly. "I will manage my own affairs without troubling you, young Master Lu. If you wish to use Fang Fei and Lin Yu to disrupt my plans, I must inform you that you are miscalculating." He did not conceal his thoughts, directly unraveling Lu Chang'e's intentions. Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tion quietly, and after a moment, he smiled lightly. "I indeed underestimated you." With that, he turned and returned to his seat, sighing. "You know, it can be quite infuriating when subordinates fail in their duties. They had the audacity to inform me that you are a debauched and pleasure-seeking scion. How embarrassing for you." Tang Tion remained silent. The traits of debauchery and hedonism were merely a facade he had deliberately projected, even prompting Li Hong to circulate some falsehoods. This ploy was intended to skew others' perceptions, leading them astray. It seemed today had borne fruit. Lu Chang'e was a man of profound cunning, with numerous stratagems at his disposal. Should he discover the truth of Tang Tion's character, he would undoubtedly refrain from using Fang Fei and Lin Yu as pawns. and one could only imagine the lengths he might go to. Since this was a misunderstanding, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Tang Tion stated. Lu Chang'e chuckled, and at some point, had retrieved a brand new fan. Since one has arrived, why rush to depart? Returning to the matter at hand. Your ascent has been astonishingly rapid. Prior to this, I was entirely unaware of your remarkable existence. Seizing this opportunity, why not engage in a heartfelt conversation, allowing me to truly comprehend your essence? This invitation, though it carries the semblance of cordiality, is laced with an undeniable assertiveness in Lu Chang'e's tone. Tang Tion narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to forcibly detain me? Lu Chang'e shrugged slightly. I perceive this as a beneficial proposition. Ultimately, it hinges upon your choice. You may opt to remain or be compelled to do so. Tang Tion burst into laughter. Soft approaches have proven futile. Are we now resorting to more forceful tactics? Unfortunately for you, I am a person of unwavering resolve, impervious to both gentleness and severity. Should you provoke my displeasure, do not expect to relish in your own satisfaction. You may attempt to ascertain if you can truly retain me. Xiaoxue, let us depart. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. Lu Chang'e paused momentarily. Her fan stilled, as several formidable figures advanced to obstruct Tang Tion's path. However, Tang Tion was well prepared, having an array of powerful spiritual artifacts at his disposal, encompassing offensive, defensive, and teleportation capabilities, all at the level of tribulation cultivators. Should the situation escalate, this place was primed to witness a spectacular display of fireworks. He did not even decelerate, advancing directly toward the exit. Behind him, Lu Chang'e squinted, observing as Tang Tion drew ever closer to her subordinates. A confrontation was imminent. Yet, at that moment, a flustered cultivator rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Young Master Lu?" Before he could finish, a tempestuous force surged from outside, violently propelling several individuals standing at the entrance. Had it not been for Tang Tion's quick reflexes, they too would have suffered dire consequences. Following this, a tall woman dressed in a flowing black gown entered with a cold expression. Lu Chang'e, are you seeking death? It was none other than Nanfeng Mo Xiaoxiao. Chapter 53. Intrigues and Schemes. Mo Xiaoxiao stormed into the reception hall, accompanied by a formidable entourage. Each member exuded an air of fierce determination, their presence almost palpable with an aura of intimidation. Are you intending to wage war against us, the people of Nanfeng, Lu Chang'e? Mo Xiaoxiao stated coldly. Tang Tion regarded this young lady with astonishment. He had not anticipated her abrupt entrance at such a moment. Lu Chang'e appeared equally taken aback, yet he maintained his composure, responding with a smile, "You jest. I would never engage in battle with you." Mo Xiaoxiao scoffed, casting a glance at Tang Tion. Then what do you mean by that? Lu Chang'e replied, "Today, Tang Xiao has shown brilliantly, not only restoring our esteemed disciples' honor in the free challenge, but also presenting several innate Tao jades to our sect. Naturally, I wish to make his acquaintance." Mo Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly. "His name is Tang Tion. You, Lu Chang'e. Well, now that we have been introduced, is there anything else?" Lu Chang'e, "No, that suffices." Tang Tion thought to himself, "This fellow certainly has a flair for the dramatic." Lu Chang'e shook his head. "That is all." Mo Xiaoxiao let out a cold huff, then signaled to Tang Tion before turning decisively to leave. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tion followed suit. It was preferable that no real conflict had arisen. At least they remained unaware of his true capabilities. Before departing, Tang Tion cast one last glance at Lu Chang'e. Their eyes met, and though the thoughts of each remained a mystery, they both understood that a rift had undoubtedly formed today. Tang Tion felt no fear. After all, they were all esteemed disciples, none of whom held superiority over the others. The heights Lu Chang'e had attained were certainly within Tang Tion's reach in due time. Ultimately, Lu Chang'e said nothing further, watching as Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tion departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Yu stealthily followed them out as well. Shortly thereafter, the group reconvened in the garden of the conference. "Miss Mo, I am grateful," Tang Tion spoke up. Regardless of the circumstances, she had intervened on his behalf. Otherwise, a spectacle would have surely ensued. Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You are an astute individual. I know you possess means of self-preservation. I merely disapprove of Lu Chang'e's actions." Tang Tion was about to respond, but Mo Xiaoxiao continued, "No need for explanations. Nia Wushuang has informed me of the events that transpired during the assessment. I can understand your pretense." Tang Tion was taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. Indeed, without sufficient strength, he would have been unable to locate Nia Wushuang's hiding place that day. Moreover, he had effortlessly deflected her final strike. "How did you know I was with Lu Chang'e?" Tang Tion inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao remarked. I was already looking for you. Subsequently, she waved her hand, and a familiar figure approached. It was Ding Xiao, who had previously engaged in a contest of wealth with Tang Tion. At this moment, Ding Xiao had regained his composure, yet appeared dejected, as if he had received a reprimand. Approaching Tang Tion, he slightly bowed and murmured, Young Master Tang, I apologize. I should not have uttered those words nor deliberately engaged in conflict with you. I hope you can overlook it. Tang Tion was taken aback. What was this all about? Where had his previous defiance gone? How had he suddenly transformed into this demeanor? It seemed Mo Xiaoxiao possessed remarkable skills in reformation. Was it through the use of a whip, or perhaps a candle? As he pondered these thoughts, Mo Xiaoxiao continued, Ding Xiao's character is such, but he harbors no ill intent. I have given him a thorough lesson. As fellow disciples of Nanfeng, we should unite. Our quarrels only serve to amuse outsiders. For my sake, I hope you can let this matter rest. Tang Tion, momentarily stunned, quickly replied, Of course, I won't pursue it. To be honest, I am quite grateful to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to accrue more merits. His words were sincere. Had it not been for Ding Xiao's rivalry, he would not have easily acquired such a wealth of innate Tao jade and consumption points. It was rather peculiar for one to seek merit alone. As evidenced by Yun Kong's intervention, Mo Xiaoxiao inquired, Are you aiming to accumulate 1,000 merits to ascend to Tianfu? Tang Tion nodded, Indeed, but I still lack 300. Mo Xiaoxiao reassured him, Do not worry. Opportunities abound in the future. In recent years, Qingyue sect has excelled in the 100 Sects War, leading to rapid expansion of the sect. There are numerous constructions underway. If your financial resources are sufficient, ample opportunities to earn merits await. Tang Tion nodded in agreement. Recalling that Yun Kong had mentioned he would be informed regarding sect construction in the future, he hoped that moment would arrive soon. His impatience for spending was palpable. After a casual exchange, Mo Xiaoxiao prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she cautioned Tang Tion, Lu Chang'e is not a person of good character. Be vigilant in your interactions with him. But do not fear, for I, Mo Xiaoxiao, am here. Once Mo Xiaoxiao departed, Tang Tion let out a soft sigh. Thanks to her high-profile intervention, his relationship with Nanfeng was now firmly established. Even if Tang Tion chose not to assist Nanfeng, the other young masters would think twice about offending Mo Xiaoxiao when attempting to win him over. Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao represented two sides of a conspiracy, one covert, the other overt. These individuals were not to be underestimated, Tang Tion mused. Wang Ziyu wholeheartedly concurred, they cannot be judged by appearances. If you still harbor some feelings for your childhood sweetheart, today you are likely to fall prey to Lu Chang'e. Tang Tion nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, Lu Chang'e's assessment of him had deviated somewhat. He would indeed need to exercise caution when dealing with this group in the future. Moreover, he must swiftly elevate his status within the Qingyue sect. Achieving a position of authority, second only to one, would allow him to unravel any schemes, both overt and covert, with ease. As he pondered these thoughts, Tang Tion made his way beyond the garden. In the reception hall, after Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tion departed, Lu Chang'e remained seated in silence, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he waved his fan. Shortly thereafter, a figure was brought forth and fell to his knees before Lu Chang'e. It was none other than Shen Tufeng. Lu Xiao, I truly know I was wrong. Shen Tufeng stammered, trembling with fear as he pleaded for mercy. Lu Chang'e's tone was devoid of warmth. You are fond of women, impulsive in nature, bear a grudge, harbor insecurity, and cling to your childhood sweetheart. Not a single piece of information you provided is accurate. Shen Tufeng's body shuddered, and he muttered softly, Everyone says so. Yes. It was that wretched Feng Fei. She is the one who told me all this. It's her fault. Lu Chang'e regarded him with a calm gaze and replied, Very well. Go and inquire with her if there is anything else you may be missing. With that, he extended a finger, and a blood hole suddenly appeared in Shen Tufeng's forehead, blood splattering as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Chang'e gestured for his subordinates to remove Shen Tufeng's lifeless body and proclaimed, The Battle of the 100 Gates is soon to commence, and the time to determine the rightful claim to that position is drawing near. All of you, curb your usual behaviors. I do not wish to see such waste again. His subordinates fell silent, bowing in compliance. Shortly after, a trusted confidant stepped forward and whispered, Young master, what about Tang Tion? Lu Chang'e sighed slightly. A misjudgment has already formed a rift. The confidant frowned. Should we? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chang'e shook his head. For now, let us not act rashly. I do not wish to find myself in opposition to Mo Xiaoxiao just yet. Our primary adversary remains Tian Yangsheng. He is a madman. As for Tang Tion, Time is no longer sufficient for him to rise to my level. Thus, he poses little threat, provided he does not ally with Tian Yangxing. Unless, of course, his financial resources surpass our combined might. The confidant chuckled. That is an impossibility. Beneath the cloud summit, no one can compare to you, young master. Lu Chang'e nodded in agreement. This time, surely, his judgment would not falter. Chapter 54, Subjugation as dusk approached. Tang Tion departed from today's symposium. To summarize, he had garnered quite a substantial amount of knowledge and resources, innate Dao Jade, consumption points, and merit points, all exceedingly gratifying. Furthermore, he finally comprehended the endeavors of Lu Chang'e and his associates. Who would not covet a position that stands just beneath the heavens, above the multitude? This status is undeniably alluring, particularly for those who yearn for power. Such a position could compel one to pay any price. However, Tang Tion himself felt little inclination towards this. His singular objective remained unchanged, consumption. As for other matters, he merely needed to satisfy the prerequisites for ascending to the Yunding Tianfu. With this thought in mind, Tang Tion inquired of Wang Ziyu. Is the only way for disciples to ascend to the Tianfu through the 100 Gates battle? Are there no alternative paths? He was aware that to elevate a distinguished disciple, one must cultivate 3 aspiring disciples. Currently, he possessed only 4 disciples, and with Li Hong having surpassed the age of 25, he could not participate in the 100 Gates battle. This significantly lowered the margin for error. He was not inclined to indiscriminately increase the number of his disciples. Wang Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding. There are indeed other options. If one were to remain under 50 years of age, they could ascend through the 10,000 Beasts trial tower. However, this avenue presented challenges surpassing those of the 100 Gates battle, typically reserved for a select few, late-blooming disciples. Tang Tion acknowledged this with a simple "oh." Having another option was advantageous, providing him with a greater sense of security. Wang Ziyu leaned closer and quietly asked, Brother Tang, do you intend to cultivate all your current disciples for ascension? Tang Tion nodded. I just wonder if they would be willing. Wang Ziyu replied, certainly, they would be eager. No disciple would decline a pathway to ascend to the Tianfu, especially someone like Li Hong, who has already lost hope for ascension. He would be exceedingly enthusiastic. He continued, however, I believe it would be wise to seek out more exceptional disciples. The difficulty of cultivation would be considerably less. To be frank, even the Lan sisters would require immeasurable resources to truly reach the pinnacle. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow. Indeed, why had he not considered this before? Had he known, he would have deliberately sought individuals with lesser talents. Such individuals tend to be more compliant and engaging to cultivate. As for the resources, well, the more exceptional the individual, the more unruly they tend to be. I do not possess the energy to foster deep connections with them. Spending money is the simplest solution, Tang Tion remarked. Wang Ziyu shrugged. Very well, your choices are consistently unconventional. However, with your innate Dao Jade, nothing is impossible. That object is a divine treasure. Intrigued, Tang Tion inquired about the functions of the innate Dao Jade. Through Wang Ziyu's explanation, he began to grasp its significance. The innate Dao Jade is revered as a divine artifact for cultivation, not solely for its ability to aid in spiritual development, but also for its formidable power to connect with the will of the heavens, thereby perceiving the very essence of the world and enhancing one's innate talents for cultivation. Should one possess an ample supply of this jade, it could even elevate an ordinary cultivator to the pinnacle of their potential. Such an ability is indeed astonishing. However, this realization further dissuaded Tang Tion from the notion of recruiting more followers. He merely sought those who were obedient and capable. Through their interactions, Li Hong had proven to be quite commendable. In contemplation, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly approached and remarked, Young Master Tang, that woman has been trailing us. Tang Tion paused, turning to glance back, and indeed, a familiar figure was following them at a measured distance. Having left the venue some time ago, Lin Yu. Tang Tion halted, observing Lin Yu as she drew near, and in a subdued tone, inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yu's expression was intricate. She pressed her lips together and said, Tang Tion, there may have been some misunderstandings between us. I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Without it, Tang Tion abruptly raised his hand, cutting her off. There is no need for such sentiments. Since that day at Jinyutang, our ties have been severed. My actions today bear no connection to you, and you needn't attribute any gratitude to me. He wished to avoid further entanglement with Lin Yu. Their values diverged significantly, rendering social interaction unnecessary. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, gazing at Tang Tion with a hint of sorrow. Are you truly so heartless? If Lu Chang'e were to attempt to take my life today, would you intervene? Tang Tion shook his head. I detest hypotheticals and have no desire to answer you. Once more, our relationship has dissolved. You may pursue your own path, while I will tread my own solitary route. Thus it is. With that, Tang Tion turned and walked away. Tang Tion. Lin Yu's voice called out from behind, yet this time, Tang Tion had no intention of pausing. As he continued onward, Lin Yu's gaze shifted from complexity to resentment. Have you truly ascended to wealth? Without me, you would still be a mere woodcutter, fretting over your daily sustenance. What is so impressive about that? In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Without talent, you shall never claim a true place at the summit. I have already transcended to the golden core stage, soon to be a true core disciple, a status that no amount of money could procure for you. My future will undoubtedly eclipse yours. Do you dare to wager on it? Tang Tion. Her shouts faded into the distance, yet Tang Tion remained resolute in his stride. Power, talent, wagers, how laughable. Perhaps Lin Yu possessed a fragment of truth in her assertions, yet at this moment, Tang Tion had transcended to a realm entirely apart from hers. She was unworthy to wager with Tang Tion, and far from capable of influencing his state of mind. She was nothing. Before darkness fell, Tang Tion returned to the Zijou courtyard, where Li Hong was already waiting, having been informed of his arrival en route. Tang Xiao, is there something of great importance? Li Hong inquired. Tang Tion nodded. Let us speak inside. Subsequently, the group entered the Zijou courtyard and took their seats at the stone table beneath the ancient locust tree. I shall speak plainly, Tang Tion declared, gazing at the four of them. Do you wish to enter the cloud summit heaven through my retainer status? As the words left his lips, three individuals were rendered momentarily speechless. The Lan Yu sisters exchanged glances, while Li Hong wore a look of astonishment. As for Gu Xiaoxua, she was still unaware of what the cloud summit heaven entailed. Tang Xiao, this question, shouldn't it be posed to someone else? Li Hong ventured first. Tang Tion's expression remained unchanged. Why should it not be asked? Is it due to your age or your talent? I am well aware of your circumstances. You need only answer me. Do you wish to, or do you not? Li Hong forced a bitter smile. Who wouldn't desire a grander stage? Yet, I am acutely aware of my limitations, possessing merely a seventh ring talent. The disparity compared to those prodigies is insurmountable. Tang Tion silently produced a piece of innate Dao jade, inquiring, do you recognize this? Li Hong was once again taken aback, gazing at Tang Tion with disbelief. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he immediately rose and bowed deeply to Tang Tion. If that is indeed the case, he proclaimed, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serve you. A satisfied smile graced Tang Tion's lips. After all, he was a perceptive individual, not only grasping Tang Tion's intent, but also adjusting his address accordingly. He then turned his attention to the Lan Yu sisters. They exchanged a glance, stood up, and bowed deeply. We shall hold you in the highest regard. Tang Tion nodded slightly. Finally, his gaze settled on Gu Xiaoxua, who was idly toying with her hair. Oh. Gu Xiaoxua looked at the other three, scratched her head, and asked, are you also going to that heaven? Tang Tion chuckled. Of course, my intention in promoting you is also for my own advancement. Then I shall join as well, Gu Xiaoxua declared, before hesitantly adding, but may I not call you Tang Xiao? It feels a bit distant. Tang Tion immediately laughed. That is permissible. You may simply call me by my name. Chapter 55. The helpless Qin Hai. That evening, Li Hong also chose to stay at Zijou courtyard. Following the recent oath, his relationship with the Lan Yu sisters and Tang Tion had evolved beyond mere guests. They were now bound in allegiance. The vows of cultivators are nearly unbreakable, and from this day forth, they would forever belong to Tang Tion. Tang Tion, in turn, generously bestowed upon each of them a piece of primordial Dao jade. With the formidable power of the jade, along with ample cultivation resources, their strength would undoubtedly surge rapidly. As for Gu Xiaoxua, she remained as she always was, content to stay as long as possible. Tang Tion did not compel her to take an oath. Recognizing her unique status and the potential complexities that lay behind it, he decided to observe the situation further before making any judgments. Having established his prodigies, Tang Tion returned to the main house. In the tranquility of the cultivation room, he awakened the system and chose to redeem his points. The 9-loop talent cost 100 million consumption points, while the 9-rank physique similarly required 100 million. The enhancement of his talents would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed, and he believed he would soon reach the golden core stage. The 9-rank physique yielded an extraordinarily formidable constitution, the vermilion bird physique. This was a divine beast's essence. Tang Tion's body was once again greatly strengthened, and he acquired certain traits of the vermilion bird, including a unique ability called refining flames. This trait allowed him to further temper the spiritual energy absorbed into his body, greatly enhancing its quality. After expending his points, he retained over 600 million consumption points, which he continued to use to elevate various techniques to a masterful level. His understanding of the essence of Tao had reached a formidable depth. The rapid growth of his power caused a subtle shift in Tang Tion's mindset. Previously, he had resorted to various disguises out of necessity due to his weakness. However, if he were to increase his cultivation further and redeem several higher-level talents and physiques, perhaps he would no longer need to tread so cautiously. He pondered about Qin Hai's situation. In a city of unparalleled prosperity, at its very heart, a magnificent octagonal pavilion soared skyward, reaching into the clouds. The pavilion gleamed with golden splendor. Even from outside the city, one could behold its resplendence. At the grand entrance hung a stately signboard, inscribed with 3 bold, vigorous characters, Jinyu Tang. This was the main hall of Jinyu Tang. Inside a refined chamber on the upper level of the hall, Qin Hai sat patiently, occasionally glancing towards the door, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Moments later, the door swung open, and an elderly man with a pallid, grave visage entered. Deacon Tion. Qin Hai immediately rose to his feet. The elder maintained a stoic demeanor, exuding an air of authority as he took his seat at the foremost position. Qin Hai approached cautiously and inquired, "Deacon Tion, may I ask about the status of my shipment?" Deacon Tion lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at him before perusing the documents in his hand, and spoke. "Manager Qin, do you know why we refer to these items as celestial artifacts?" Qin Hai paused, then tentatively replied, "Is it because they are resources utilized by immortals?" Deacon Tion let out a faint scoff. "Precisely. The Yuaning Dan is also a resource for those in the Yuaning stage. But do you think every practitioner at that level can consume them like candy?" Confronted with Deacon Tion's sudden reprimand, Qin Hai found himself at a loss. "Deacon Tion, I do not quite comprehend." Smack! Before he could finish, Deacon Tion slammed the jade tablet onto the table with force. "Celestial artifacts, even for true immortals, are exceedingly precious. And you intend to sell them to a mere chi refining stage cultivator? You truly dare to propose such a sum of 100 billion? Do you honestly believe that young cultivator can afford it?" Qin Hai was momentarily stunned, hastily explaining, "Deacon Tion, Tang Tion is not an ordinary honorary disciple. We have already witnessed his financial prowess. He can purchase items worth billions without hesitation, and he was still dissatisfied." Deacon Tion retorted, "Can you truly compare several billion to 100 billion? Do you realize the envy that the appearance of celestial artifacts can incite? You, a mere transformation stage cultivator, wish to carry such a multitude of celestial artifacts to trade? Are you courting death?" A jolt ran through Qin Hai's heart. Indeed, in comparison to such abundant resources, his own strength seemed woefully inadequate. Even with the protection of the Jinyu Tang name, he feared it would not deter the greed of certain individuals. In the end, losing his life would be the least of his worries. Losing goods worth 100 billion would render his existence even more miserable. Regaining his composure, Qin Hai inquired, "So, Deacon Tion, what is your stance?" Deacon Tion shook his head. "In my view, this transaction poses too great a risk and is bound to explode. This Tang Tion, I have never heard of him. It is unlikely he possesses the financial means akin to Lu Chang'e. You are most likely being deceived. Some individuals are investing heavily to ensnare you in their trap. Let this transaction go." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai urgently exclaimed, "Do not dismiss it. Deacon Tion, this Tang Tion is truly exceptional. He genuinely possesses wealth. I have encountered many financially robust individuals, and I can discern it at a glance. This is a business deal worth 100 billion. If successful, my standing within Jinyu Tang will be solidified." Deacon Tion regarded Qin Hai, speaking softly. "Can you bear the risks of this transaction? Do not stake your life on it. It is not worth a penny." Qin Hai's expression turned bitter. Without his life, what could he offer as assurance? His career? Please, that was merely jesting with Tang Tion. Yet, with his lowly status, he had nothing of value to present as collateral. "Very well." With a sigh, Steward Tion remarked, "I merely worry that you may be deceived. You have diligently served Jinyu Tang for many years, and I possess a measure of trust in your character. Therefore, I shall personally accompany you on this transaction. If Tang Tion indeed possesses the financial means, then all will be well. However, should this be a mere facade, a trap, then we at Jinyu Tang are not easily trifled with." Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending everything. It appeared that Steward Tion intended to seize this transaction line for himself. 100 billion, even for the headquarters, was no trifling sum. Should it come to fruition, it would certainly be a matter of honor for Steward Tion. Moreover, this was a long-term venture, and it was only natural for him to be intrigued. After all, The headquarters was not solely comprised of him as the steward. How ironic it was that he had offered such a plethora of grandiloquent justifications. Though Qin Hai inwardly criticized the situation, he dared not show any signs of discontent. Instead, he bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your trust, Steward Tion. Steward Tion nodded in acknowledgement, then hastened to make contact. I too am eager to discover the true nature of this Tang Tion. Qin Hai sighed inwardly, realizing that rank often stifles merit, even appropriating accomplishments without remorse. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Perhaps Tang Tion also wished to engage with individuals of a higher echelon. Subsequently, he retrieved a communication jade talisman. Daoistly, I am prepared on my end. Chapter 56. The Unknown Purpose. Finally, it is ready. Upon receiving the news from Li Hong, Tang Tion couldn't help but express his feelings. It has been over half a month since the Woofing Exchange Conference, and only now has Qin Hai prepared everything. Clearly, he has indeed put in considerable effort this time. I hope he can procure some exceptional items, with the enhancement of the 9-loop talent and various physiques. Tang Tion's cultivation has made remarkable progress, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core realm. This time, he has finally managed to stay ahead of Gu Xiaoxua, preventing her from being the first to advance to the late Yuanying stage. Of course, one reason for this is the innate Dao Jade. Ever since that girl obtained the innate Dao Jade, she has acted as if possessed, constantly muttering about having seen her mother within it. Not the one from their small village, but something of a spiritual nature. In any case, it is quite abnormal. She has immersed herself in it, consuming a significant amount of her cultivation time. This has afforded Tang Tion the opportunity to take the lead. Simultaneously, Tang Tion has grown increasingly curious about the talent of the innate child, which seems to surpass even the 9-loop talent. Is it truly so wondrous? After trading with Qin Hai, perhaps this mystery will be unraveled. When will he arrive? Tang Tion inquired. Li Hong replied, this afternoon. He added that this time, due to the considerable amount of resources being transported, he had come along with a senior member from Jinyu Tang to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Tang Tion nodded. This was a normal procedure. As long as the transaction was not delayed, all was well. Good. Let him expedite his arrival. Tang Tion smiled, rubbing his hands together. My wallet is positively parched. Li Hong wore a peculiar expression. Over this period, he had noticed that the young master of his household often exhibited erratic behavior, particularly concerning monetary matters, which was notably severe in the afternoon. As they waited, Qin Hai finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Tang Tion's spirits lifted as he personally approached the door to unlock the formation. You certainly made me wait, he chuckled. Qin Hai quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I apologize. I had much to prepare this time, which caused some delays. I hope Tang Xiao does not take offense. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. No worries. As long as there are good items. Come in. He then gestured for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. However, to his surprise, the person following Qin Hai also attempted to enter. Tang Tion raised his hand to halt him politely, saying, This is my private residence. I hope for your understanding. I will only be transacting with him. Upon hearing this, the man widened his eyes in astonishment. Qin Hai quickly approached Tang Tion and whispered, Tang Xiao. He is Elder Tian Feng from our main hall, my superior's superior. Would you consider allowing him to join us? Tang Tion pondered briefly, but ultimately decided to acquiesce. After all, having conducted numerous transactions, he could afford to extend this courtesy. Upon entering, he was surprised to discover that the party involved in the transaction was not Qin Hai, but rather this Tian Feng. After taking a seat, Qin Hai obediently positioned himself behind Tian Feng, who casually scanned the courtyard and remarked, The courtyard is acceptable. However, with your financial resources, one would think you could find a more suitable place. Tang Tion immediately furrowed his brow. Why did this individual always exude such an air of superiority? Is there something wrong? Let us proceed directly to the matter of the transaction. Tang Tion's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. Tian Feng stroked his long beard and stated, The transaction is certainly not an issue, but are you certain you can handle what I have brought today? Tang Tion was somewhat at a loss for words. Was this individual truly here to negotiate? Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Tang Tion replied calmly. I have reiterated to Qin Hai numerous times. Never question my financial capacity. No matter what you bring, I can acquire it all. Tian Feng chuckled. Indeed, a youthful hero. When I previously conducted business with your esteemed Du Yuanqing of Qingyue Gate, I never witnessed such bravado. Tang Tion paused slightly. Du Yuanqing from Shifeng. Why did this fellow suddenly bring him up? In a sense, there should be a competitive relationship between them. What exactly is this man trying to accomplish? I believe it would be prudent for you to present the items for my inspection, Tang Tion remarked coolly. Tian Feng gave a soft hum, retrieving a shumi ring and placing it before Tang Tion. Taking it in hand, Tang Tion probed with his consciousness, and instantly, all the treasures within appeared before his eyes. The quality of this collection was indeed quite impressive, several 8th and 9th grade items, alongside authentic celestial artifacts. In total, the value amounted to 12,700,000,000,000. Can you handle this? Tian Feng inquired softly. Tang Tion did not respond, retracting his consciousness. Noting Tian Feng's inscrutable gaze, he replied indifferently, "Is this all? I expected far more." Tian Feng's hand hesitated as he squinted. "You truly can manage this?" Tang Tion laughed lightly. "Of course, it is merely a trifling sum. However," he suddenly shifted his tone, looking at Qin Hai, "I prefer to engage with those I am familiar with. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction." Qin Hai abruptly lifted his head, while Tian Feng stood there, stunned. "Tang Tion, are you not jesting? Can your financial capacity truly rival that of those prominent young masters?" Losing his patience, Tang Tion replied, "This matter does not concern you. This transaction bears no relation to you either. Either let Qin Hai negotiate with me, or you may leave while I seek out others." Observing Tang Tion's unwavering demeanor, Tian Feng's gaze shifted, seemingly contemplating the intricacies of the situation. Ultimately, however, he smiled and remarked, "Considering your insistence, as a businessman, how could I possibly forego an opportunity? Let Qin Hai come forth. Please activate the formation. I shall wait outside." He was rather decisive in his choice to relinquish everything and step outside. Yet, this very action heightened Tang Tion's suspicion that Tian Feng's visit today undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. As he watched Tian Feng depart the courtyard, Qin Hai hurriedly approached. "Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize. Elder Tian insisted on accompanying me, and I had little control over the matter. I did not foresee his attitude would be so resolute. I am truly sorry. This is my responsibility." Qin Hai repeatedly expressed his regrets. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively and stated, "His visit today is likely unrelated to you. He is clearly here for me." Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Tang Tion's implication. After a brief contemplation, Tang Tion inquired, "What is the connection between Du Yuanqing and your Jin Yu Tang? And what of Tian Feng?" He instinctively felt that this matter was inextricably linked to Du Yuanqing. Qin Hai furrowed his brow and replied, "Young Master Du is one of the prominent clients of Jin Yu Tang. Elder Tian is likely the one who interacts with him the most. However, this is merely what I have heard. My position does not afford me the opportunity to engage with clients of such stature." Tang Tion reflected for a moment and asked, "Upon concluding this transaction, will your status elevate?" Qin Hai responded, "Certainly. This transaction amounts to a staggering 100 trillion. Elder Tian has scarcely completed a few such deals. If I succeed, even if my standing does not surpass his, I shall no longer feel as powerless as I do today." Tang Tion smiled slightly. "Very well. I would like to enlist your assistance in a matter." Chapter 57. The Path of All Laws. Upon concluding the transaction, Tang Tion escorted Qin Hai away from the purple bamboo courtyard. He entrusted Qin Hai with a task, one that was rather straightforward: to elevate his standing within the Golden Jade Hall and to ascertain the intricate relationship between Du Yuanqing, Tian Feng, and the hall itself. The peculiar demeanor of Tian Feng was truly perplexing. Is it customary in business to behave in such a manner? Even if there is collaboration with Du Yuanqing, it hardly warrants such coldness towards Tang Tion. Business is conducted with various parties, so there must be some underlying complexity at play. Following the previous Five Peaks Exchange Conference, it seemed that he had indeed positioned himself within the circle of the 5 prominent young masters. It was rather vexing. Was it so difficult to simply exist peacefully, to be an unobtrusive gentleman? He had no desire to entangle himself in the disputes of power, yet it appeared that complete avoidance was not a feasible option. Lu Chang'e was one such example, as was Mo Xiao Xiao, and it seemed that Du Yuanqing also fell into this category. Nevertheless, he would not be intimidated. If anyone dared to provoke trouble, they should be prepared to face the repercussions. However, clarity was essential before proceeding. Tang Tion shook his head, momentarily setting aside these thoughts. Following the recent transaction, his consumption points had finally surpassed 1 billion. Tang Tion exhaled deeply, ready to unveil the mysteries surrounding the innate child. Upon returning to the meditation chamber, he immediately opted for exchange. A profound aura emerged within the chamber, signifying a rapid transformation of Tang Tion's innate talents. Previously, he had sensed this metamorphosis, albeit vaguely, akin to viewing through a thick fog. Yet this time, he managed to dispel some of the haze, revealing the essence of the transformation, the source of the heavenly path. Countless sources from the heavenly path, originating from an unknown realm, nourished Tang Tion's spirit and physique, meticulously refining them. This transformation resembled a leap on the plane of life, aligning Tang Tion more harmoniously with the heavenly path and the world around him. After a considerable period, the aura of talent surrounding Tang Tion gradually dissipated, transforming into myriad twinkling stars that merged into his limbs and bones from the outside in. Subsequently, Tang Tion opened his eyes. So this is the sensation. At that moment, he felt as if he were amidst the cosmos, establishing delicate connections with the myriad laws of the heavenly path. The insights he had previously grasped regarding these laws became increasingly lucid. His comprehension of the laws ascended to a new pinnacle. Let me try the innate Tao Jade and see if it evokes the sensations that Xiaoxue mentioned. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tion retrieved a piece of innate Tao Jade. With a flick of his consciousness, the jade levitated before his spiritual platform, emanating a soft glow. The galaxy within the jade began to spin with increasing speed, its starlight intensifying. Tang Tion closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the experience. In an instant, he found himself in a brand new realm. In the void of nothingness, one can still sense an intrinsic connection to the universe. Suddenly, a minuscule star flitted across the horizon. Its size rendered it indistinguishable to Tang Tion, yet he recognized it as a manifestation of his mastery over an earthly technique. Tang Tion murmured softly, puzzled by its unexpected presence. In swift succession, hundreds of stars blinked past him, each reminiscent of familiar techniques he had perfected. A burgeoning clarity began to blossom within him as he closed his eyes, tracing the trajectories of these celestial bodies in a state of absolute transcendence, continuously engaging in profound contemplation. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his secluded training chamber. The path of myriad techniques. A glimmer of realization sparked within Tang Tion's gaze. Initially, he sought to utilize the innate Tao Jade to uncover the maternal sensation described by Gu Xiaoxue. However, while that elusive feeling remained unfound, he inadvertently grasped a novel principle. This principle amalgamated all ordinary techniques into an ever-shifting tapestry, encompassing the entirety of existence. Tang Tion had merely grazed the surface of its depths, with an extensive journey ahead before he could claim true mastery. The path of myriad techniques encompasses all and evolves all. As he silently recited these thoughts, he clenched his right fist. In an instant, the lights in the chamber flickered violently, and an overwhelming force surged forth, crashing ahead. Boom! The entire training chamber quivered momentarily. Had he not previously placed specialized energy stones there for practice, the chamber itself might have collapsed under the strain. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the energy stones, Tang Tion was taken aback. These were mid-tier energy stones capable of withstanding the assaults of nascent soul cultivators, and he was merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Such terror was beyond his capacity for accurate description. The level of the path of myriad techniques surpassed all imagination, as Tang Tion had yet to even scratch the surface. A formidable trump card indeed, he mused. He then delved his consciousness back into the innate Tao Jade, which could provide him with the resonance of the Tao for approximately 100 uses. Once more, he beheld those fleeting stars, though they did not augment the path of myriad techniques in any meaningful way. After some contemplation, Tang Tion retrieved several techniques he had recently acquired, exchanging his points for insights and elevating them all to the perfected realm. Indeed, upon his third exploration of the innate Tao Jade, he discovered new, larger stars, likely a reflection of the higher level of the techniques he had just learned. Entering a state of transcendence, Tang Tion saw the operational pathways of these techniques and integrated them into the path of myriad techniques, noticing a slight advancement therein. So it is, Tang Tion comprehended. As long as one continually cultivates new techniques, the enhancement of the myriad paths will be fostered. Once a certain level of understanding is attained, the unique method he created will inevitably ascend to an extraordinarily formidable height. It appears that future consumption should emphasize the realm of techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion resolved to inform Qin Hai to pay special attention to resources concerning techniques. Furthermore, there are also supplementary aids for cultivation that can not only accelerate his own progress, but also expedite the training of his disciples. Subsequently, Tang Tion exhaled deeply and laid out all the techniques he had accumulated during this period. Including those he had already mastered, the total approached 1,000. Let us proceed, he declared. The myriad paths will undoubtedly become one of his most powerful trump cards in the future. Closing his eyes, Tang Tion exchanged a substantial amount of consumption points and began to fervently comprehend the techniques. As he continued, his cultivation quietly reached a breakthrough. At this moment, he had officially attained the golden core stage. Chapter 58. Leadership Inspection. By the following morning, Tang Tion slowly emerged from his state of cultivation. After a night of earnest practice and contemplation, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the innate talent known as the Child of Destiny. Indeed, it was exceptionally potent, allowing him to perceive the elusive laws of the Tao, markedly different from the talents within the 9 circles. However, he did not believe that such a talent could account for Gu Xiaoshua's alarming rate of advancement in the nascent soul realm. Nor had he sensed the maternal aura she had described. Could it be that even among the children of destiny, disparities existed? Or perhaps, her earlier aptitude test had yielded erroneous results? Tang Tion quickly dismissed these possibilities. The likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. After all, Qingyue's sect was not an ordinary mortal realm sect. Its primary lineage housed true immortals within the Yun Ding Tian Fu. Within this heavenly abode, there existed countless prodigies surpassing the innate talents, making the failure to identify them inconceivable. Perhaps other factors were at play. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it for the time being. His foremost objectives remained clear: cultivation and consumption. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable could he hope to unravel certain mysteries. Having grounded himself firmly in the golden core stage after a night of cultivation, he had also comprehended a unique technique, the way of all laws. If he continued on this path, his progress would be boundless. In the ensuing days, Tang Tion led a remarkably stable life, engaging in cultivation, philosophical discourse, and the accumulation of combat experience. Gu Xiaoxua, the Lan sisters, and Li Hong all provided substantial assistance, propelling him forward on his path of cultivation. Following yet another bout, Li Hong conceded defeat, his face alight with astonishment. "Your techniques are truly exquisite, my lord. I am utterly humbled," he remarked. Tang Tion chuckled. "You weren't deliberately holding back, were you? At the outset, you had me at a disadvantage." Li Hong shook his head vigorously. "Aside from suppressing my cultivation, I have exerted my utmost in all other respects. Initially, my combat experience allowed me to prevail, but as time passed, your methods have grown increasingly sophisticated. Now, I am no longer your match." At this, the Lan sisters nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are becoming ever stronger, my lord." Tang Tion smiled without replying. In truth, he too felt the surge of his own growth during his cultivation, transforming almost on a daily basis. The Child of Destiny not only expedited his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual awareness, enhancing his learning capacity and insight to unprecedented levels. Now, he could effortlessly dominate Li Hong within the same realm, and even hold his ground against the combined efforts of the Lan sisters. As for Gu Xiaoxua, well, that individual was a prodigy beyond comparison, and best left unmentioned. "I believe your strength is now sufficient to ascend the Golden Core Talents ranking," Li Hong remarked. Indeed, the sisters of Lan Yu expressed their agreement. However, Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is that?" Li Hong elucidated. "Within the Qingyue sect, there exists a list of prodigies for every realm above the Golden Core stage. Only cultivators under the age of 25 are eligible to compete for a spot on this list, which comprises merely 100 names. If you were to participate, you would undoubtedly secure a position." Tang Tion suddenly understood. Since becoming an honorary disciple, his interactions and experiences had predominantly revolved around the circle of honorary disciples, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the realm of ordinary disciples. The prodigy list, indeed, such a creation is bound to ignite the fervor and ambition of the youth. It is an essential aspect of any sect. Alas, Tang Tion found little interest in it. Perhaps he could attain a spot, but certainly not a high ranking. While he was aware of his rapid growth and strength, he remained cognizant of his limitations. This world is replete with geniuses, and he was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Without employing the myriad methods of cultivation, it would be arduous to compare himself to the most elite prodigies. Achieving a place on the prodigy list is already a remarkable feat, Li Hong remarked with a smile. Even if you barely make it, it would still be a glory unattainable for ordinary disciples. I truly believe you should give it a try. Unaware of the existence of the myriad methods, Li Hong was oblivious to Tang Tion's actual prowess, which he had only demonstrated using conventional techniques during their practical training. Hearing his suggestion, Tang Tion shook his head, his gaze suddenly deepening, and he said thoughtfully, "Forget it. That kind of glory has never been what I sought. The radiance of wealth suffices for me. When the time comes to reveal my strength before others, I hope to have already established myself at the pinnacle, unafraid of anything." Li Hong was taken aback, as he perceived a certain ambition in Tang Tion's eyes. However, Tang Tion's thoughts were quite simple, until he possessed sufficient trump cards. He intended to conceal his true strength from the public eye. Wealth can sometimes be a double-edged sword. Although he currently enjoyed the innate protection of the Qinghua sect, perhaps in the future, the Yunding Tianfu could also provide some measure of security. Yet, should his wealth reach a certain level, it could potentially attract the attention of more formidable forces. At that point, even Yunding Tianfu might not be able to safeguard him. Nevertheless, he could not halt his expenditures for fear of such consequences, so prudence remained essential. Let us not dwell on that, Tang Tion said. What news do we have from Qinghai? Have you uncovered any information? Li Hong replied. The investigation poses considerable challenges. We can only preliminarily ascertain that the relationship between Tianfeng and Du Yuanqing is indeed quite close. However, Qinghai mentioned that he has recently found a way to connect with the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce above the Jinyutang and is working on establishing a rapport with them. If successful, the investigation will become significantly easier. Tang Tion nodded in acknowledgement. After a period of investigation, he has come to realize that Jinyutang is merely a subsidiary of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Should Qinghai succeed in establishing connections, the ensuing matters would indeed proceed with greater ease. If you encounter any economic hardships, do not hesitate to seek our assistance, remarked Tang Tion. Li Hong readily agreed. Subsequently, the group gathered around the stone table to engage in their daily discourse. However, it was not long before the formation outside the courtyard was triggered. After inquiring outside, Li Hong returned to inform Tang Tion that the visitor was a subordinate of Mo Xiaoxiao. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tion instructed Li Hong to bring the individual in. Shortly thereafter, Li Hong entered with a young man dressed in the attire of a prestigious disciple. Young Master Tang greeted the young man, exuding an air of refined elegance. His demeanor and conduct markedly different from the earlier Ding Xiao. Please, take a seat, Tang Tion invited. What may I call you, my friend? The young man clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yin Ku. I have long heard of young Master Tang's remarkable talents. Seeing you today, it is indeed extraordinary. Waving his hand dismissively, Tang Tion directly inquired, Does Miss Mo have any matters to discuss? Yin Ku smiled and replied, Indeed. 3 days hence, the young sect master will visit Nanfeng to assess its development and the status of the disciples. Miss Mo sent me to inquire if you wish to attend this inspection meeting. Tang Tion was taken aback. Is this not akin to a leadership inspection? It seems that even in the realm of cultivation, such peculiar affairs are conducted. Chapter 59. I will bear it all inspection meeting? Tang Tion pondered, stroking his chin. What is its primary purpose? Yin Ku elucidated. It is to observe the development of Nanfeng and supervise the work here. Additionally, it serves to extract some resources from our pockets. Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? With a wistful sigh, Yin Ku replied. What else could it be? They want money. The Qinghua sect had experienced rapid growth over the years, necessitating construction and expansion in various aspects, leading to a significant demand for spirit stones. Thus, their gaze fell upon us, the esteemed disciples, each year devising methods to procure some resources from us. Tang Tion was astonished. So, this was the case. It seemed absurd that leaders would not only neglect to show concern for their subordinates, but also expect them to contribute financially to the sect's development. Such practices, even in the capital realm, would be considered quite outrageous. However, the cultivation world operated differently. Esteemed disciples relied on the Qinghua sect, leveraging its resources and influence to achieve their diverse ambitions, which indeed required greater sacrifices. Does Miss Mo wish for me to attend as well? Tang Tion inquired. Yin Ku chuckled. Miss Mo merely asked me to gauge your thoughts on the matter. However, it must be said, each year's inspection meeting is a time of considerable financial strain for us esteemed disciples. The amount of spirit stones required for the sect's construction is no trifling sum. And with the Qinghua sect expanding its reach, the demand for spirit stones increases year by year. Over the years, many esteemed disciples have found themselves in dire straits. If it were not for their numerous concerns, they would likely seek ways to evade the inspection meeting. Yin Ku hinted subtly. Tang Tion understood his implication. Mo Xiaoxiao likely did not wish for him to participate. Yet, as a subordinate, Yin Ku could not directly convey Mo Xiaoxiao's intentions for fear of misinterpretation by those with ulterior motives, hence his roundabout expression. Why would she do this? Was it merely to spare him from expenses? Tang Tion found it difficult to grasp. The young lady's methods were always unconventional. However, how could he let an opportunity for legitimate expenditure slip away? It sounded rather intriguing. Then I shall go and broaden my horizons, Tang Tion declared. Yin Ku was instantly taken aback. You consider spending money frivolously as intriguing? Young Master Tang, I believe you may have misunderstood my words. This year's inspection meeting will undoubtedly incur substantial expenditures of spirit stones, and many esteemed disciples have already voiced their grievances to Miss Mo. In light of this, Miss Mo even consulted with the young sect master to request some allowances for returning home to visit relatives. I trust you comprehend my meaning now? Inku reiterated his point, even providing concrete examples in hopes of enlightening Tang Tion. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tion was, at that moment, more alert than usual. So, that is how it is, I understand now. Tang Tion stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just as Inku finally let out a sigh of relief, Tang Tion spoke again. Tell me, if someone were to pay all the spirit jade for those honorary disciples, wouldn't that mean no one would seek out Miss Mo to voice their grievances anymore? Inku was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, young Master Tang? Tang Tion cleared his throat and explained, you see, the sect is currently in need of funds, and the honorary disciples are facing difficulties as well. Miss Mo has been running around addressing this issue. So, is there a possibility that one person could step in and pay the entire amount for everyone? Wouldn't that eliminate all the problems and troubles? What do you think, my friend? This notion left Inku in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. Eventually, he managed to respond with difficulty. Such a possibility does exist. However, over the years, no one has ever done so. Young Master Tang, you wouldn't be thinking. Upon seeing Tang Tion's expression, Inku received a confirmation, and he could only smile wryly. Young Master Tang, that's truly not a trivial sum. This year's total construction cost for Nanfeng, when divided among us honorary disciples, will likely approach 20 trillion. Moreover, Miss Mo's intention is actually for you too. Tang Tion interrupted him with a wave. I understand Miss Mo's intentions. She specifically sent you here today to resolve this matter. She has taken such good care of me before. How could I possibly stand by idly? You may inform her that I shall certainly participate in this inspection meeting. And even the junior sect master cannot deter me from this. Inku stood there, mouth agape, his expression one of utter astonishment. Was it his manner of expression that had led to such a colossal misunderstanding on Tang Tion's part? We truly do not wish for you to take this on alone. And besides, Miss Mo and you have only just met. When has she cared for you so much before? Young Master Tang, Inku tried to salvage the situation. You must consider this carefully. We are talking about over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Chun were to shoulder half of that, the shortfall would still be immense. This is not something one person can bear. So, we truly do not wish for you to assist in resolving this issue. Do you understand? Tang Tion suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Inku. Understood, he replied earnestly. Over 20 trillion. How could we possibly ask the two young ladies to bear half? Tell them I will cover it all. And let Miss Mo refrain from running around making promises to others. I assure you that we will successfully accomplish this task for Nanfeng. Tang Tion's tone was resolute and unwavering. Inku gazed deeply at Tang Tion, momentarily struck speechless by the formidable aura emanating from him. Indeed, he exuded an air of authority. However, that was not the sentiment Inku intended to convey. Was it not said that despite his youth, Tang Tion possessed a keen intellect? Did those who spoke of his cleverness perhaps misinterpret the essence of the term? After a prolonged silence, Inku exhaled deeply, suppressing a smile, and earnestly inquired, Young Master Tang, I speak on behalf of Miss Mo, and I shall ask once more, were your earlier words spoken in earnest? Tang Tion replied with a smile, I never speak falsehoods in matters such as these. You need only convey to Miss Mo that should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. Inku solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, if that is indeed the case, then on behalf of Miss Mo and all esteemed disciples of Nanfeng, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, young Master Tang. They shall be immensely grateful. Tang Tion smiled slightly. Gratitude held little significance for him. After all, a consumption of 200 trillion was an opportunity too significant to overlook. Following this exchange, their conversation drew to a close, and Inku hurriedly departed, recognizing the urgency of reporting such a pivotal matter. Once he left, Tang Tion reclined in his chair, stroking his chin, lost in contemplative thought. The inspection council surely existed beyond just Nanfeng. The circumstances faced by the other major peaks were likely similar. Perhaps there lay even greater avenues for maneuvering. Chapter 60. Ascending the southern peak after Inku's departure, Tang Tion instructed Li Hong to gather information regarding the inspection council. This gathering, one of the most significant annual meetings, involves the four peaks, east, south, west, and north, along with the main peak. Typically, the peak masters, the esteemed elders of each peak, the presiding elders, and numerous honorary disciples are expected to attend, barring any exceptional circumstances. The principal agenda of the meeting revolves around the development of each peak, ultimately aiming at fundraising and distribution. The fundraising aspect necessitates contributions from the honorary disciples. As Ku indicated, in recent years, due to the rapid expansion of the Qinghua sect, construction funding has been exceedingly strained, with a substantial portion of the financial resources sourced from the honorary disciples. Consequently, the Qinghua sect's policies towards honorary disciples are considerably more lenient than those of other affiliated sects of the Yunding Heavenly Mansion. Essentially, if one possesses wealth, one can attain a commendable status and position. Such a humane approach is truly admirable. Tang Tion found himself reflecting once more on this matter. Fortunately, he was within the Qinghua sect. Had he been in another affiliated sect, the established hierarchy would be rigid, with each position predetermined. Furthermore, his vast wealth, the origins of which were questionable, would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from the sect. Although no substantial evidence might surface, it would inevitably lead to complications. In contrast, within the Qinghua sect, such troubles are significantly mitigated. Even in the event of an investigation, it would not delve too deeply. At worst, the Yunding Heavenly Mansion would provide a safety net. It appears that the closer one is to the upper echelons, the greater the opportunities for expenditure. Tang Tion mused upon this. Had he not participated in the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, he might have entirely missed the reminder from Mo Xiaoxiao regarding the upcoming inspection council. The same applied to other matters as well. The standard of consumption within the Yunding Heavenly Mansion undoubtedly surpasses that of the Qinghua sect. This realization further solidified Tang Tion's resolve to ascend to the Yunding Heavenly Mansion. Gu Xiaoxue has already broken through to the late Yuanying stage, while the Lanyu sisters, through diligent effort and ample resources, have both entered the initial stage of Huashan. Even Li Hong, who had the least talent among them, has made notable progress and is on the verge of breaking into the mid-Huashan stage. By the time the 100 Sects War and the 10,000 Demons Tower trial arrive, their strength will surely place them among the First Legion. However, such prowess does not fully assuage Tang Tion's concerns. In this vast world, there are countless formidable adversaries, and breaking through their ranks is no easy feat. It is imperative to seek additional resources to further elevate Li Hong and the others' overall strength. Within the Qinghua sect, there exist some extraordinarily precious secret locations dedicated to nurturing promising core talents. Of course, similar places exist beyond the sect, but they are currently not within Tang Tion's considerations. He resolved to first secure the resources available within the sect. Dragon Transformation Pool. Beneath the ancient locust tree, Tang Tion and Li Hong sat opposite each other. In the past few days, he had asked Li Hong to discreetly inquire about relevant information, and he was pleasantly surprised by the prompt response. Indeed, Li Hong remarked, I have heard from some exceptional core disciples that the Dragon Transformation Pool is one of the most precious secret locations of our sect. It seems to be a place crafted by the celestial beings of the Tianfu for the Qinghua sect. I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but they mentioned that merely entering it would significantly enhance one's potential and greatly broaden future prospects. Tang Tion nodded and inquired, how does one gain entry to this Dragon Transformation Pool? Li Hong replied, I have yet to ascertain the details. The status of the Dragon Transformation Pool appears to be particularly elevated. Even the most distinguished core disciples have only heard of it and have not truly visited. I am attempting to connect with the top-tier core disciples, but it may take some time. Tang Tion pondered for a moment before saying, let us set this aside for now. I will attend the inspection meeting tomorrow and will inquire about this matter then. Your primary focus should be on cultivation, striving to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. Are there no issues regarding resources? Upon mentioning this topic, Li Hong immediately sat up straighter. The resources are ample, and I would never dare to disappoint your expectations, young master. Unfortunately, my own aptitude is rather lacking, and I have yet to make a breakthrough. Tang Tion chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Do not be so serious, just apply yourself earnestly. Placing too much pressure on oneself is not always beneficial. Do your best. Li Hong bowed his head, nodding earnestly. Tang Tion sipped his tea, noting that while Li Hong may lack in other areas, his attitude was commendable. Furthermore, it was evident that Li Hong was determined not to miss this rare opportunity to change his fate. As for talent, Tang Tion could only conclude that he needed such diligent and capable individuals, and would nurture them gradually. A day passed swiftly. The next morning, Ku arrived early at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard to escort Tang Tion to the inspection meeting. Tang Tion took only Gu Xiaoxue with him, allowing Li Hong and the Lan sisters to continue their cultivation, primarily to expose her to more of the world. On the way up the mountain, Tang Tion noticed that Ku seemed unusually anxious today, lacking his usual composure. What is the matter? Tang Tion inquired. Ku glanced at him, then sighed softly, saying, Miss Mo believes your words now. Tang Tion immediately smiled. Isn't that a good thing? Inka managed a wry smile. But she has truly taken your advice to heart and is no longer seeking the young sect master for a family visit. Moreover, she has summoned back those who had already secured their visiting quotas. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be a considerable loss for Miss Mo. Tang Tion was taken aback. Why is that? Inku sighed. If, at that time, you are unable to cover the construction costs, Miss Mo will surely have to bear the expense herself. Producing over 20 trillion spirit stones in one go is not a trivial amount, even for her. Due to her numerous financial obligations, she found herself in need of money. Young Master Tang, she said, turning to look at Tang Tion with utmost seriousness. You are not jesting, are you? Tang Tion fell into a moment of silence, taken aback by the revelation of Mo Xiao through Inku's eyes. Was it fair for one person to bear the burden of a misjudgment? The certainty in Inku's voice indicated that Mo Xiao must have engaged in similar actions before. It was no wonder that both Inku and the previous Ding Xiao held her in such high regard. Meeting Inku's earnest gaze, Tang Tion nodded and assured. Rest assured, I shall not place Mo Xiao in a difficult position. Inku exhaled softly in relief and smiled. I hope so. If you truly deceive Miss Mo. To be frank, you might find it impossible to remain in Zizhu courtyard. This is not a threat. When certain esteemed disciples unleash their wrath, even Miss Mo may not be able to intervene. However, should you succeed, you will undoubtedly become the most favored honorary disciple throughout the entire Nanfeng. Tang Tion smirked slightly, realizing just how significant Mo Xiao's standing was within Nanfeng. He pondered whether her ultimate ambition was to ascend to the position of second-in-command at Qinghua sect. Just wait and see, he declared. Consider this my inaugural visit to Nanfeng and a gift. Chapter 61. The inspection meeting begins accompanied by Inku. Tang Tion ascended towards the summit of Nan Peak. Along the way, he observed numerous esteemed honorary disciples heading in the same direction, presumably to attend the inspection meeting. Some wore expressions devoid of emotion, while others appeared tormented, as if each step they took was a retreat into despair. What troubles them? Tang Tion pondered aloud. Inku explained, most honorary disciples are merely ordinary individuals, heavily burdened by their ties. They have nearly exhausted their wealth for this status. Each inspection meeting marks their most trying days, naturally leading them to dread attending. Tang Tion fell silent, reflecting on the reality that, in any world, elite families remain a rare breed. As they continued their ascent, the group finally arrived at the majestic hall that served as the main chamber for the peak's leader. To Tang Tion's surprise, Mo Xiao was waiting there specifically for him. I was hoping you wouldn't come, she stated, catching him off guard. Tang Tion smiled and replied, it's of no consequence. After all, I am a part of Nan Peak. The money is trivial, as long as it alleviates everyone's troubles. He refrained from revealing his true thoughts. Mo Xiao shook her head. There is no significant benefit in this. Is your aim also for that position? Tang Tion was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. That is not the case. I do not possess a great desire for power, he added. Mo Xiao responded with candor. Desire alone is futile. After next year's 100 Gates battle, the allocation for that position will be determined. You simply won't have enough time. If your sole intention is to ascend to the heavenly mansion, there is no need for such extravagant expenditures. Meeting the requirements would suffice. Thus, I advise you to reconsider. Tang Tion found himself at a loss for words. Even at this juncture, she was still advising him. He had never held others in high regard, yet Mo Xiao's actions seemed genuinely devoid of ulterior motives. It's all right. I have made up my mind. Regardless, I cannot let you face difficulties, Tang Tion said with a smile. Seeing his steadfastness, Mo Xiao let out a gentle sigh. Then, do as you see fit. Do not worry about anything else. I can fill in the gaps. Come, let me take you inside. With that, Mo Xiao led Tang Tion through another entrance into the hall of the Peak's Master. The interior of the hall was spacious, resembling the arrangements of the previous 5 Peaks exchange meeting. However, this time, Tang Tion was no longer a mere bystander in the corner, but had accompanied Mo Xiao to the elevated position at the front. Sitting adjacent to Mo Xiao was Inku, while Ding Xiao occupied the furthest edge at the top. It appeared that Inku was indeed one of Mo Xiao's most capable subordinates. On the other side, a lady clad in a delicate pink gauze dress sat quietly beside Mo Xiao. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely the seldom seen second heiress of Nan Peak, Chen Xiao. This young lady contrasted sharply with Mo Xiao. One exuded a commanding presence, while the other embodied extreme restraint. It was a classic juxtaposition. Further along that area lay the section designated for the elders of Nan Peak. Among them was the Grand Elder, Yun Xiuqi, whom they had encountered previously. Moreover, Two seats remained conspicuously vacant at the very center, presumably reserved for the young sect master, Yun Kong, and the peak master of Nan Peak. The latter, named Tang Tion, was one of the most powerful figures in the entire sect, possessing formidable strength that surpassed the tribulation stage, reaching the ascendant realm. He was a true titan. After a brief observation, it wasn't long before Yun Kong and Tang Tion made their entrance, plunging the venue into a profound silence. Once seated, Tang Tion was the first to speak. Esteemed elders and elites, over the past year, Nan Peak has experienced remarkable growth, which is a testament to our collective efforts. Following a customary opening address, Tang Tion ceded the floor to Yun Kong. Yun Kong retained his familiar demeanor, his tone exuded warmth, and his words were soothing to the ear. He began by acknowledging the achievements of Nan Peak, praising the diligence and capabilities of its members, before addressing several areas needing improvement. After a fruitful dialogue, they proceeded to outline the future development plans for Nan Peak. The elders, along with Mo Xiao and others, engaged in the discussions, finalizing various developmental details. These matters bore little relevance to Tang Tion, who could only assume the role of an observer and listener. However, he emerged with a deeper understanding of the current state of Qinghua's sect. The pace of growth was indeed rapid. Just last year, the number of newly admitted disciples nearly doubled compared to the previous year, and their sphere of influence expanded significantly, assimilating numerous external factions. Yet, such swift development necessitated an increasing expenditure of spirit jade. When this topic arose, the elders lamented, expressing concerns that their cultivation resources and facilities were insufficient. Many disciples, despite possessing considerable talent, could not receive adequate training, resulting in a squandered potential. In contrast, the honorary disciples maintained a more detached demeanor, occasionally engaging in disputes, arguing that certain aspects did not require such extensive resources. They were acutely aware that the majority of the spirit jade required for resources and facilities would need to be sourced from them. As the meeting dragged on, Tang Tion began to feel drowsy after listening for a while, only aware that the contention between the elders and the honorary disciples intensified. Suddenly, beside him, Ku slammed a fist onto the table, startling Tang Tion. "What is going on?" Tang Tion inquired softly. Ku's face was flushed with indignation, as the refined and amiable demeanor he once possessed had vanished entirely during the recent debate. Damn it, these old geezers have insatiable appetites. They demand an overall increase in the disciples' monthly fees. With the total number of disciples in Nanfeng approaching 10 million, an average increase of 5,000 spirit jade per person translates to 500 billion a month, which totals over several trillion in a year. This is already a conservative estimate. Do they genuinely believe they won't have to shell out any of their own money? I am utterly tempted to take down this bunch of old codgers. Observing Ku transform into a fiery critic, Tang Tion was taken aback. What an elegantly composed elder. Nevertheless, he found the suggestions put forth by the elders to be rather reasonable. As the sect grows stronger, the welfare of the disciples must inevitably keep pace, right? Quite sensible indeed. As the conference progressed, the debates between the elders and the honorary disciples grew increasingly intense, nearly reaching the point of table flipping and harsh insults. Fortunately, the senior figures remained composed and refrained from engaging in the fray. Yun Kong appeared to be quite accustomed to such scenes. Under his mediation, certain expenditure aspects were gradually finalized. In the end, the figures soared dramatically, surpassing 20 trillion and settling at a staggering 24,768 billion. This figure darkened the expressions of many honorary disciples. Meanwhile, Tang Tion straightened his posture. It was finally his turn to take the stage. Chapter 62. The vision is vast. Next, let us deliberate on the allocation of expenses. After finalizing the direction of construction and financial investment, Yun Kong transitioned into the subsequent phase. Upon the conclusion of this statement, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. The elders maintained a stoic demeanor, their gazes fixed, while the honorary disciples wore expressions of discontent, each reluctant to voice their thoughts. If you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to express them. Yun Kong addressed the honorary disciples. Given that nearly 25 trillion spiritual jade would need to be distributed among each honorary disciple, the latter appeared visibly distressed. The plan had already been solidified. What further opinions could be offered? Even if suggestions were made, would they diminish the required funding for development? Since such a reduction was unattainable, remaining silent seemed the wiser course, lest Yun Kong and the elders take note and add to their troubles. After a prolonged silence, no one dared to voice an opinion, prompting a satisfied smile from Yun Kong. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, a hand was raised high. "I have a comment," Tang Tion stated slowly. This declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. The elders furrowed their brows, pondering who would be so audacious as to voice dissent after the plan had been established. Did this individual wish to jeopardize their standing at Nanfeng? Meanwhile, the honorary disciples looked up, curious to identify this brave soul who dared to disrupt the tacit consensus. Regardless of the outcome, he was indeed a commendable friend. At that moment, Yin Kong turned his gaze toward Tang Tion. Upon recognizing him, he was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, saying, "Ah, it is junior brother Tang Tion. You made quite an impression at the Five Peaks exchange a few days ago. What aspect of the discussion do you have concerns about?" Tang Tion lowered his hand and smiled. Naturally, it pertains to the funding. As those words left his lips, the elders' expressions darkened, and they straightened in their seats, preparing for an impending verbal spar. They felt confident, for their opponent was but one. Yet, Tang Tion's subsequent remarks caught them off guard, lodging their retorts firmly in their throats. "I have carefully listened to your proposed plans. Perhaps due to my previous seclusion, I had not realized how swiftly the sect has evolved. This is indeed a marvelous development. The more prosperous our sect becomes, the greater the benefits we disciples can reap. Therefore, I believe your development plan is somewhat conservative. 25 trillion is insufficient. We should align with the elders' vision and ensure that all necessary benefits are fully realized to maximize our development at Nanfeng. Young Sectmaster, what say you?" Tang Tion proclaimed with conviction. As his words resonated, the assembly was left in stunned silence. The elders appeared stunned, having prepared themselves for battle, only to be confronted with an unexpected turn of events that left them speechless, as if a breath had been lodged in their throats. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Did they truly intend to increase the funding, as if our plight were insufficient? Had this individual mistakenly seated themselves in the wrong position? Some of the esteemed disciples felt their faces flush with indignation, teeth clenched, yearning to unleash a torrent of reproach upon Tang Tion. Yet, Mo Xiaoxiao and Yin Ku remained silent, choosing to temporarily set aside their anger, though their minds were already plotting to demand an explanation once the inspection meeting concluded. They had never encountered such a disconcerting ally. Even the peak leaders, Tan Yushan and Yun Kong, regarded Tang Tion with perplexed expressions. "Brother Tang Tion, is this truly your perspective?" Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tion nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course. As a member of the Southern Peak and the sect, one must exert the utmost effort for the sect's development. Thus, upon reflection, I concluded that 25 trillion would undoubtedly fall short. To maximize growth, should we not strive for 40 to 50 trillion? Yun Kong's eyelid twitched. This individual certainly spoke without restraint. Observing the crowd's agitation at this staggering figure, Yun Kong hastily cleared his throat and remarked, "Brother Tang Tion, the amount discussed earlier is indeed the amount. If we were to adhere to your suggestion, it would impose a considerable burden on both the sect and the esteemed disciples. I recognize your intentions and thoughts, but let us maintain the previously established funding. Are there any objections from others?" Concerned that the hard-won plan might once again devolve into discord, he swiftly bypassed Tang Tion and shifted the topic. However, Tang Tion disregarded this diversion and calmly stated, "Plans can be altered. Moreover, who said I intended for the sect and esteemed disciples to bear this burden?" Yin Kong was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What do you mean?" With a smile, Tang Tion continued, "I observed the earlier discussions with keen interest. On one hand, I am heartened by everyone's commitment to the sect's advancement. Yet, on the other, I find it disheartening to witness such fervor over mere spirit jade. Unity is a crucial element for development. Therefore, I have resolved to personally cover all development funds. This way, we can solely focus on collaborative strategies for advancement, free from discord over material concerns, ensuring that no one bears undue hardship." As he concluded, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. With the exception of a few, no one had anticipated such an audacious declaration from Tang Tion. What a grand vision he possessed. The elders bowed their heads, feeling a wave of embarrassment as they recalled the lengths they had gone to in order to extract a few more pieces of spirit jade from the pockets of the honorary disciples, employing every possible tactic to attack one another. The contrast was stark. While they squabbled over trifles, others were working selflessly for the greater good of the sect, even investing from their own pockets to resolve the most pressing issues faced by all. It was a clear demonstration of priorities. On the side of the honorary disciples, they too were taken aback. They had completely misunderstood Tang Tion's intentions. To single-handedly assume the financial responsibility for the entire development of the South Peak was an audacious move, one that they would never have considered, as it seemed akin to throwing money away. Yet, Tang Tion had indeed taken this step, in the presence of the peak master and the young sect leader. They did not perceive Tang Tion's actions as mere attempts to attract attention. Everyone fell into deep contemplation, astonished by Tang Tion's unprecedented initiative. Yun Kong remained in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally asking, incredulously, "Junior brother Tang Tion, are you certain?" Tang Tion smiled broadly, replying, "If it can alleviate everyone's difficulties, why not take action? Just elevate the development and benefits to the highest standards without worrying about financial constraints. I'll cover whatever the total amounts to." He urged them to calculate it immediately, as he wished to avoid further expounding on grandiloquent philosophies that might lead to nausea. However, he needed a plausible justification for his actions, and he was indeed determined to shoulder the financial burden. The others remained unaware of Tang Tion's true intentions, feeling as though they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered in terms of vision and ambition. To directly assume responsibility for hundreds of trillions in development funds was enough to leave anyone bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Yun Kong, following a detailed discussion with Tan Yushan, finally spoke up. "We must revise our development plan." Chapter 63, the unprecedented quota of the Dragon Transformation Pool. The development plan, freshly established at the inspection meeting, was abruptly overturned. The catalyst for this upheaval was merely a statement from Tang Tion. Yun Kong harbored no concerns that Tang Tion would misrepresent matters. During the recent Five Peaks Exchange Conference, Tang Tion had already demonstrated formidable financial prowess. The discourse surrounding the development of the Southern Peak resumed, and this time, it was notably harmonious. With financial apprehensions cast aside, participants spoke freely, abandoning their previous subterfuge, and the planning progressed smoothly. Before long, a new development blueprint was finalized, alongside a reassessment of the necessary funding. A staggering sum of 342,547 billion was established, an increase of a full 100 billion compared to the prior figure. Tang Tion attentively absorbed every detail. Each proposal was sound, and before Yun Kong and Tan Yushan, no one dared to secretly enrich themselves. This figure, however, deviated slightly from Tang Tion's expectations. He had anticipated a potential doubling. Upon concluding the discussions, all eyes turned to Tang Tion, tinged with apprehension, uncertain if he could shoulder the burden. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly, assuring, "No problem. Leave it to me." Instantly, their worries dissipated. The elders, filled with joy, recognized that once the funds were secured, they could swiftly take action. The better their development, the greater their accomplishments, and naturally, their standing within the sect would rise. The esteemed disciples, shedding their previous grim expressions, gazed at Tang Tion with gratitude. The year's construction expenses would now allow them to breathe a sigh of relief. In essence, it was a scene of universal delight. "Tang Tion, may I inquire how long you anticipate it will take to amass this construction funding?" Yun Kong asked. Tang Tion smiled and replied, "I can provide 10 trillion immediately. I will supplement the remainder shortly." As he prepared to retrieve the funds, Yun Kong hastily interjected, "No need to rush. Let us wait until the meeting concludes. If you require reallocating funds from other sources, you have 3 months to arrange it." Yun Kong was genuinely impressed. Tang Tion was the most forthright individual he had ever encountered. "Oh, very well. We shall discuss it later," Tang Tion agreed. Subsequently, the inspection meeting continued. With Tang Tion's intervention, the ensuing topics unfolded in a remarkably congenial manner. The enthusiasm of all participants surged, leading to an array of brilliant ideas that left Tang Tion in awe. Ultimately, amidst a joyful atmosphere, the inspection meeting officially concluded. After dispersing, Mo Xiaoxiao escorted Tang Tion to the sect leader's reception hall, where Tan Yushan and Yun Kong awaited. "You truly live up to your word," Mo Xiaoxiao remarked during their journey. Tang Tion chuckled. "Isn't that a fundamental principle of being human?" Mo Xiaoxiao nodded and remarked, "Indeed. One should conduct oneself with the integrity exemplified by young Master Tang. Alas, the complexities of the world often compel one to make decisions that betray their true feelings." Tang Tion remained silent. He could not claim to be entirely forthright. In truth, his actions were motivated primarily by self-interest. After a brief pause, Tang Tion suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Miss Mo, are you familiar with the Transformation Dragon Pool?" Mo Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively, "Yes. It is the sacred site established by Yunding Tianfu at Qingwei Gate, known as the Land of Ascension. It is a celestial technique that connects heaven and earth, harnessing fortune to produce high-quality dragon energy. This dragon energy significantly enhances a practitioner's potential, broadening their future paths, making it an exceedingly rare divine artifact. The Transformation Dragon Pool opens once every 2 years, offering only 50 spots. with a cultivation limit set below the integration stage. However, only the most outstanding disciples, or those who have made substantial contributions to the sect, can secure a spot. Tang Tion nodded slightly, finding this information consistent with what Li Hong had uncovered. What methods might one employ to obtain such a spot? He inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao turned to him. Does young Master Tang wish to visit the Transformation Dragon Pool? Tang Tion chuckled and replied, while I possess considerable wealth, my cultivation level has always posed a significant risk. Moreover, I aspire to ascend swiftly within Yunding Tianfu. Thus, I seek a greater assurance for both myself and my disciples. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xiaoxiao said, I had indeed heard that at the beginning of the year, young Master Tang was still at the qi refinement stage. However, I believe you need not worry excessively. As long as you do not depart from Qingwei Gate, with your current financial resources and reputation, you will face no life-threatening dangers. The rules of Qingwei Gate are stringent, and as long as you adhere to them, even the sect master cannot act against you. There was once a high-ranking official who, in his greed, attempted to undermine a reputable disciple, only to be uprooted and subsequently vanished from all accounts. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow, realizing why the esteemed disciples of Qingwei Gate occasionally appeared rather audacious. However, his considerations extended beyond mere safety. I cannot remain within Qingwei Gate indefinitely. Are you certain it is entirely safe? After all, Fang Fei was killed before my very eyes by Lu Chang'e, he stated. Mo Xiaoxiao paused briefly before sighing. That situation was rather unique, as Fang Fei had already pledged herself to Lu Chang'e at that time. Yet, you are correct, nothing is guaranteed. It is always prudent to possess sufficient strength to ensure one's safety. As for the spots in the Transformation Dragon Pool, they were finalized at the beginning of last year. With a total of 21 esteemed disciples, which I, along with Lu Chang'e and others, will divide among ourselves. The remaining spots are reserved for the elite core disciples. Given young Master Tang's considerable contribution to the sect's development today, perhaps you may secure a spot for yourself. However, your disciples seem to have little opportunity left. Tang Tion furrowed his brow slightly, as this outcome did not align with his expectations. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what if my contribution were to increase significantly? I mean, if I were to take on the development of several other peaks as well, could I possibly secure a few more slots? Mo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Tang Tion for quite some time before she slowly replied, Young Master Tang, aren't your disciples' abilities rather mediocre? Is it truly worth such a substantial investment? Tang Tion chuckled softly, there is no question of worth. I simply wish to proceed in this manner. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed, if only I could be as carefree as you. Young Master Tang, taking on the entire sect's construction should indeed yield a few extra slots. It all depends on how you negotiate with a young sect master. However, even with additional slots, the benefits may not be as substantial as one might hope. Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. Why is that? Mo Xiaoxiao elaborated. The Dragon Transformation Pool is unlike other resource sites. The dragon energy within is limited and must be fiercely contested. Moreover, the method of competition is rather unique. It does not consider strength or talent, but rather the rarity of one's physique. The higher the rank of the physique, the greater the share of dragon energy one can obtain. I have heard that among the core disciples vying for slots this time, there is a prodigy with a devouring lion physique, who has even awakened the secret techniques of the devouring lion. Such a 9th-tier talent is exceedingly rare, even in the celestial peak. This time, a significant portion of the dragon energy will undoubtedly be claimed by him. Young Master Tang, I urge you to ponder this carefully. Upon hearing this, Tang Tion was left in a state of shock. Is there truly such a situation? He glanced at the system. Above the 9th-tier physique, there exists the celestial body, requiring merely 10 billion consumption points. Chapter 64. What is enlightenment of thought? There remains a little over half a month until the dragon pool opens, granting Tang Tion some operational latitude. Moments later, he and Mo Xiaoxiao arrived at the guest hall of the Peak Master. Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were already waiting there. Upon seeing Tang Tion enter, they rose to greet him. Young Master Tang, Tan Yushan greeted with a smile playing upon his lips. Tang Tion returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Master Peak. There is no need for formalities, Tan Yushan replied with a warm smile. I have long heard of a distinguished young gentleman arriving at South Peak. Meeting you today. It is indeed extraordinary. Please take a seat, he continued, and they all sat together. Your contributions to the development of South Peak today will not be forgotten. In the future, should you require anything, simply ascend the mountain to seek me. I shall endeavor to accommodate you within the bounds permitted by the sect. Tan Yushan's tone was gentle and unhurried, easily endearing him to others. Tang Tion responded, as a disciple of South Peak, it is our duty to contribute. There is no need for you to take it to heart, Master Peak. One must maintain decorum, after all. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. Let us be clear. From this day forth at South Peak, your rights and status will be equivalent to that of the managing elders, whether it concerns sect construction or disciple arrangements. You may directly participate in decision-making. Just keep me informed of significant matters. The managing elders represent the highest echelon of South Peak's management. Their authority only surpassed by the Peak Master, the Grand Elder, as well as Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiao. In essence, with Tang Yuxian's words, Tang Tion could essentially operate freely within South Peak, provided he adhered to the sect's regulations. Thank you, Master Peak, Tang Tion said, no longer deflecting. Tang Yuxian nodded lightly. This is what you rightfully deserve. Having said that, he rose to his feet. Now, you may converse with the young master. Xiao, let us discuss future development plans. With that, Tang Yuxian departed the guest hall, leaving Tang Tion and Yun Kong alone. Disciple Tang, today you have resolved a significant dilemma for me. Yun Kong spoke up. Tang Tion, puzzled, inquired, why do you say that? Yun Kong sighed softly. Everyone knows the young master's position is resplendent, yet few comprehend its challenges. Every detail within the sect requires my deliberation and management. As you are aware, the sect is expanding rapidly, necessitating considerable funding in numerous areas. However, the resources provided by Tianfu are limited. Most of the financial burdens we must navigate ourselves. It is indeed a burdensome task. Yun Kong expressed his grievances, while Tang Tion remained silent, merely listening without offering any opinions. After all, if the position of young master is so arduous, why not pass it on to someone else? Moreover, his ability to develop the Qinghua sect to its current stature over the span of 2 decades is undoubtedly indicative of his exceptional capabilities. Financial challenges are certainly not a significant hurdle for him. Initially, I was apprehensive that this inspection meeting would encounter substantial obstacles. Yun Kong continued, fortunately, your presence has rendered the meeting remarkably harmonious, much to everyone's delight. It is only unfortunate for you, as you must shoulder the entire financial responsibility alone. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for the young sect master to worry. This is entirely voluntary on my part. Let us proceed to the main topic. He was quite uninterested in indulging in excessive pleasantries. It was time to get to work. Yun Kong smiled and said, you may simply call me elder brother. The scale of this construction funding is already quite saturated. Thus, there is no need for haste. Just as I previously mentioned, you should prepare the funds within 3 months. Tang Tion shook his head. The sooner the money is in place, the sooner we can act. I can provide it to you now. He added, however, I will first give you 100 trillion, and the remainder will follow shortly. Yun Kong was taken aback, pondering the implications of this action. Nevertheless, he quickly recovered and replied with a smile. It is indeed better to prepare in advance. Tang Tion nodded, and then retrieved 10 pieces of innate Dao jade from his system space, handing them to Yun Kong. With a wry smile, Yun Kong remarked, why is it always innate Dao jade? Its practical value far exceeds that of spiritual jade. Using it merely as currency would be a gross waste. Perhaps you might reconsider? Tang Tion shrugged nonchalantly. It's no trouble. As I mentioned previously, I possess an abundance of these. Yun Kong, though reluctant, ultimately accepted the offer. Very well. I will accept these for now, and will consult with Sect Master Tan regarding their specific applications. During this time, I will remain within the sect, closely monitoring the implementation of our construction. Once you have prepared the remaining funds, simply inform me. However, what he did not anticipate was that Tang Tion would subsequently produce 25 additional pieces of innate Dao jade, extending them towards him. There is no need for preparation or searching, he stated. The moment Yun Kong accepted the previous batch, the transaction was complete. His wallet not only remained unchanged but also returned 10 pieces of innate Dao jade. Coupled with the previous surplus, he now possessed exactly 25 pieces. Gazing at the shimmering jade, Yun Kong was momentarily stunned. I assumed your earlier statement meant it would require some time to gather. Tang Tion chuckled. This is merely my spending habit, a small quirk of mine. I hope you do not take offense. Yun Kong shook his head with a smile. I have indeed heard of your penchant for such habits, but I did not expect it to manifest in such a substantial expenditure. With that, he accepted the innate Dao jade. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Tang Tion's mind, confirming that the transaction had been completed. 50 pieces of innate Dao jade now lay quietly within the confines of his system space, and the quantity of his consumption points had surged to nearly 4 billion. The celestial physique is already within grasp. Your achievements this time will be duly noted upon my return. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to inform me. Yun Kong said with a smile. It was evident that he was quite pleased as he gathered all the necessary funds. Upon hearing this, Tang Tion pondered briefly and replied, "If that is the case, I do have a modest request, and I wonder if my senior brother could lend his support." Yun Kong chuckled. "Feel free to speak without reservation. I shall do my utmost within my capabilities." Tang Tion nodded. "Then I shall be forthright. After today's inspection meeting, I have realized that funding significantly impacts the development and construction of our sect. If I had not consolidated the resources, we would have had to adhere to the most basic development strategies. Is it not the same for the other main peaks?" Yun Kong was taken aback, uncertain of Tang Tion's intentions. "That seems about right. Aside from the main peak of the sect, the situations of the other peaks are quite similar, all facing financial concerns." Tang Tion responded with an "oh," and continued, "Then, do you think it is possible for me to also consolidate the funding required by the other main peaks? If so, would that not enable our sect to develop more swiftly and effectively?" Yun Kong was left speechless. He had initially expected Tang Tion to propose requests concerning power or other matters. But what was this? Consolidating the funds for the South Peak was not enough. He aimed to do the same for the construction of the other main peaks? Such a level of awareness was truly astonishing. After a long pause, Yun Kong cautiously asked, "Tang Tion, junior brother, is this truly how you feel?" Chapter 65. The second-in-command's request after an extensive conversation. Yun Kong finally realized that Tang Tion was not jesting. In order for the sect to flourish, he truly intended to shoulder the entire financial burden for the construction of all the main peaks. This level of commitment left Yun Kong feeling somewhat inadequate. "No, you should still put forth some requests. Otherwise, I may find it difficult to manage these funds," Yun Kong insisted. Tang Tion repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, but Yun Kong remained resolute. Ultimately, Tang Tion could only smile and say, "If I must mention something, there is indeed one request, though it may prove somewhat challenging." Yun Kong remarked, "A challenge is preferable. If you were to suggest something too simple, I might suspect you have ulterior motives," he added, which was precisely why Yun Kong insisted Tang Tion articulate his demands. Any specific request would not be as arduous to fulfill as a debt of gratitude. Tang Tion nodded and continued, "I have heard that our sect possesses a mystical place, personally arranged by an immortal, called the Dragon Transformation Pool." Yun Kong raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding. "Ah, so it is for this reason." "Indeed, such a place exists," he replied with a smile. Tang Tion stated, "It is such a remarkable location that I would hate to miss it. However, I have been informed that the quotas for the Dragon Transformation Pool were determined early last year. Therefore," Yun Kong smiled slightly, "so this is the matter at hand. This hardly constitutes a challenge. Given your current achievements, you have long since qualified for a quota. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have advocated for you. Since you now have this intention, I can arrange for one to be made available." Yun Kong assured. Tang Tion shook his head. "In truth, I seek not merely for myself. As you know, the 100 Sects War is approaching, and my several disciples still lack sufficient strength. Thus, I wish to secure additional quotas so that they may also participate." Yun Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I see. Is your intention to achieve success in the upcoming 100 Sects War and subsequently advance to the Cloud Summit Paradise?" Tang Tion chuckled. "It seems I cannot conceal my thoughts from you, brother." Yun Kong replied, "That is quite natural. There is no need for secrecy. However, might this be a tad premature? You are still young, and if you can wait for the next 100 Sects War, your chances of success would be considerably higher." Tang Tion shook his head. "I simply wish to strive for it. The sooner I can ascend to the paradise, the better." Yun Kong smiled. "I understand. You wish for all 4 of your disciples to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, correct?" Tang Tion nodded. "Indeed. The more preparation one has, the greater the assurance." Yun Kong acknowledged with a hum, then added, "I can arrange for the quotas. However, 5 participants may be a bit excessive. I worry about the potential discontent among others. After all, the collective achievements of the other members over these years cannot be dismissed." Tang Tion suddenly comprehended Yun Kong's implication. If one desires additional quotas, one simply needs to invest more money. A trivial matter. In terms of finances, as long as the sect has needs, I am confident I can fulfill them." Tang Tion declared with conviction. Yun Kong pondered for a moment and replied, "I just recalled that in the upcoming years, there is indeed a significant plan. As you know, our sect currently consists of only 5 main peaks. However, beyond these 5, there are numerous new subordinate peaks. The subordinate peaks have lagged in development due to insufficient financial support. Hence, the sect intends to establish a new major peak to consolidate the other subordinate peaks, which would be beneficial for growth. This plan has been in place for quite some time, but funding has always been a challenge due to the staggering amount required. The initial phase alone exceeds 100 trillion. If the entire project is completed, it may approach a quadrillion. While speaking, Yinkong closely observed Tang Tion's changing expressions. To his surprise, Tang Tion did not exhibit any signs of difficulty. Instead, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, nearly bursting into laughter by the end. "No problem," Tang Tion exclaimed, waving his hand grandly. "I'll take care of it. I have no other hobbies, just a passion for contributing to the sect. Is one peak sufficient? Perhaps we should consider building a few more for future use?" Yinkong stared in disbelief, rendered speechless. He always believed he had adequately estimated Tang Tion's capabilities. Yet he was continually astonished. Build a few more? Is that even feasible? Managing one main peak is already overwhelming, and now you suggest multiples? Well, I suppose with such wealth, one wouldn't feel the strain. Junior brother, do you truly mean this? The enormity of the undertaking compelled Yinkong to seek confirmation. Tang Tion nodded earnestly, indeed. Proceed as you see fit. I will cover the highest specifications. Yinkong couldn't help but smile wryly. Reflecting on how he wished he had recognized Tang Tion sooner, it would have spared him sleepless nights filled with worry. Very well, Yinkong said. After the inspection meeting concludes, I will arrange for you to meet with the new peak master. We can discuss the construction of the new main peak in detail. Tang Tion inquired in surprise. The peak master has already been appointed? Yinkong affirmed. It has been decided for some time now, and candidates for the upper echelons of the 6th main peak have already been selected. The only remaining issue is funding. The new peak master has been eagerly awaiting, pressing me repeatedly. If you can resolve the financial concerns, he will be immensely grateful, and you will undoubtedly become the most esteemed honorary disciple of the 6th peak, akin to Mo Xiaoxiao and the others. Tang Tion realized that Mo Xiaoxiao and her peers had attained their positions through similar endeavors. Indeed a testament to their substantial financial backing. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Tang Tion reassured Yinkong once more. Yinkong nodded, but soon let out a gentle sigh, saying, "It is a pity that you have emerged from the mountains too late. Otherwise, you could have contended for that position." Tang Tion was taken aback, for he understood precisely what Yinkong meant, the second-in-command of the Qinghua sect. Previously, Mo Xiaoxiao had conveyed a similar sentiment, asserting that Tang Tion was already too late to vie for it. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tion inquired, "What specific requirements are there for that position?" Yinkong replied, "There are numerous factors, but fundamentally there are 3 major aspects: the contributions to the sect from disciples, the sect's influence, and external influence. With your financial resources, you could barely keep up with the sect's contributions. However, influence is something that requires extensive time to cultivate. Indeed, time is not on your side." Tang Tion fell silent. Undoubtedly, in terms of financial clout, he feared no one, yet in terms of overall power and influence, he was undeniably distant from someone like Lu Chang'e. Nevertheless, he harbored no fixation on this matter. Attaining the status of Yunding Tianfu and being able to live comfortably was sufficient for him. "No worries. I shall take things as they come," Tang Tion stated. Chapter 66. The secret art of gourmandism. Having voluntarily undertaken the construction of the 6th main peak, Tang Tion successfully secured 5 quotas for the dragon transformation pool. Yinkong had even taken the time to inform him that among the core disciples, there existed a prodigy with a 9th-grade physique, advising him to maintain a distance from that individual. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tion himself possessed a 9th-grade physique, with an immortal-grade physique already within his grasp. The two engaged in further conversation until Yinkong abruptly inquired, "Tang Junior brother, has anything transpired between you and your little gatekeeper?" Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. "You mean Gu Xiaoxue?" Yinkong nodded. "I am unsure if it is too late to mention this, but if you have not yet engaged with her, it would be wise to refrain from such thoughts. If something has indeed occurred, it would be prudent to cease further developments. At the very least, her cultivation must not be hindered." Tang Tion furrowed his brow. From the moment Gu Xiaoxue arrived, he had sensed something amiss. How could a child of destiny be so casually thrust into his fire pit? His second exchange with Zhongyang had confirmed his suspicions. Gu Xiaoxue being assigned to him as a guardian was no mere coincidence. What is truly going on? Tang Tion asked. Yinkong sighed. Though Qinghua sect strictly forbids internal conflict among its members, clandestine skirmishes have never truly ceased. Gu Xiaoxue has become entangled in the schemes of her peers and the power struggles among certain higher-ups. You have merely found yourself inadvertently caught up in this. But I suspect those orchestrating this matter did not anticipate your rapid ascent. Fear not. As long as your actions are not excessively outrageous, you should encounter no significant issues. Your current standing is not one to be trifled with lightly. Tang Tion remained silent, pondering the fact that even Yinkong spoke with such caution, indicating that the higher-ups involved were indeed formidable individuals. Upon returning, he decided to have Li Hong investigate the matter further. Though he had not acted inappropriately towards Gu Xiaoxue, it was wise to remain informed. I understand, Tang Tion replied. Yun Kong nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, he took his leave. Upon exiting the reception hall, Tan Yushan and Mo Xiaoxiao approached, discussing upcoming plans and the extent of Tang Tion's authority. They parted ways thereafter. Tang Tion, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue, returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. The recent inspection yielded substantial rewards. The number of innate Dao Jade had reached 50, with consumption increasing several-fold, sufficient for exchanging for an immortal-grade physique. Additionally, the quotas for the dragon transformation pool had been secured, further elevating his status and granting him full authority over the construction of the 6th main peak. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Upon his return, Tang Tion summoned Li Hong, instructing him to inquire about matters concerning Gu Xiaoxue. Although Yun Kong has indicated that the issue is not significant, he must ascertain the true nature of the situation. Furthermore, Zhong Yang, having accepted a substantial sum of money from him, seeks to cast him into the abyss. And such treachery cannot be overlooked. Previously, due to insufficient strength, he had no choice but to bide his time. However, now he possesses ample confidence. At the very least, an individual like Zhong Yang shall not be regarded with any measure of respect. Having completed these thoughts, Tang Tion returned to his secluded meditation chamber. He would never forget that all his endeavors were aimed at enhancing his power, for that is the essence of his existence. Gazing at the consumption points within the system, Tang Tion promptly opted for redemption. Celestial Physique, 1 billion consumption points. Redemption successful. You have acquired the Celestial Physique, Body of the Glutton. A familiar sensation surged within him once more, and this time, it was far more intense than before, as the very depths of his being underwent a profound metamorphosis. In a daze, Tang Tion felt as though he had entered a realm of chaos. With a gentle breath, a tempest erupted, chaos roiling around him, heralding signs of cataclysmic destruction. As he inhaled, a more terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The infinite chaos, as if drawn by an overwhelming force, coalesced into a colossal vortex, surging into Tang Tion's core. After a considerable time, Tang Tion gradually awakened. Secret Art of the Glutton, Heaven Devouring. He had once again acquired a legacy secret technique, and the secret art of the glutton far surpassed the previous Azure Python technique in power. Yet what astonished Tang Tion even more was the clear annotation that appeared following the secret art of the glutton. This legacy technique can utilize holy level enlightenment to elevate one's realm. One instance of holy level enlightenment, 1 billion consumption points. After redeeming the body of the glutton, Tang Tion still had over 3 billion consumption points left, more than sufficient to elevate it to a proficient level. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to forego this option for the time being. The effect of the dragon transformation pool is enhanced by a higher physique level, while the legacy technique serves merely as an auxiliary. If, during the upcoming inspection meeting, his consumption points were to surpass 10 billion, he would be able to exchange for a holy level physique. By then, success would be all but assured. Having made his decision, Tang Tion focused his mind and resumed his cultivation in tranquility. As the chosen one, coupled with the augmentation of various physiques and the assistance of superior medicinal pills, his cultivation speed did not significantly diminish compared to the foundation establishment stage. In merely 10 days, he broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue also achieved a breakthrough, reaching the late stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, with the aid of the innate Dao Jade, her advancement in Daoist techniques was alarmingly rapid, leading Tang Tion to seriously question whether her talent was merely that of an innate chosen one. To clarify this, he sought Yun Kong's insight, only to receive the answer that Gu Xiaoxue truly was an innate chosen one. If she were more exceptional, the sect would undoubtedly refrain from allowing such a prodigious talent to become a mere pawn in the power struggles of the higher-ups. The reality is evident, and Tang Tion must accept that even the Son of Destiny is not without his peculiarities. However, this situation is not without its merits. His rapid growth has reached a point where Li Hong can no longer provide substantial assistance in enhancing his strength. The Lan Yu sisters can now only achieve parity with Tang Tion through their combined efforts. Only Gu Xiaoxue consistently remains ahead, which contributes to Tang Tion's overall prowess maintaining an impressively swift trajectory of growth. From the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation until now, Gu Xiaoxue has indeed offered him significant aid, albeit her contributions have yet to manifest prominently. She is truly not a mere ornament. After several days of cultivation, the inspections by Yun Kong continued to convene. The sect's main peak was attended by Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng, ensuring that funding was not an issue. However, several other main peaks had vacancies. Ultimately, in the East Peak, Jingheng, Tang Tion supplemented with 20 trillion spirit jade. In the North Peak, Guanming received an additional 15 trillion. Yet, in the West Peak, Du Yuanqing rejected Tang Tion's goodwill, leaving him rather displeased. It seems this fellow is determined to oppose me, Tang Tion mused with a smirk. Investigations on Qin Hai's side have also shown slight progress. It appears that Tian Feng's actions were indeed instigated by Du Yuanqing. You were the one who initiated the conflict, so await your fate. Tang Tion committed this to memory. An influx of 35 trillion brought him closer, yet he still fell short of the 100 trillion mark. Unable to exchange for a holy level physique, Tang Tion ultimately opted to elevate the realm of the Taotai secret technique. The progression encompasses 5 realms: entry, proficiency, mastery, minor accomplishment, and major accomplishment. The Taotai secret technique possesses a 6th realm, inheritance. Tang Tion decisively exchanged 6 instances of holy level enlightenment at once, elevating the Taotai secret technique to its pinnacle. Once unleashed, it is akin to swallowing the heavens. With this secret technique, his journey to the dragon transformation pool will surely yield great rewards. A few days later, Li Hong's investigation finally bore fruit. The matter concerning Gu Xiaoxue indeed harbored complexities. Chapter 67. The opening of the dragon transformation pool under the old locust tree in the purple bamboo courtyard. Li Hong reported to Tang Tion the information he had gathered. Xiaoxue had been brought back to the sect 6 years ago by Elder Han Hai, one of the 7 principal elders of the main peak. A chill ran through Tang Tion's heart. The principal elders wield significant power within the Qinghua sect. Their status only secondary to that of the sect leader and the Grand Elder, surpassing even the other peak masters in prestige. No wonder Yun Kong had remarked that this matter entailed a struggle among the higher echelons. Despite Elder Han Hai's esteemed position, he had been in a subtle rivalry with another principal elder, known as Elder Han Yuan. My investigation revealed that Elder Zhongyang, responsible for Xiaoxue's assignment, maintained a very close relationship with Elder Han Yuan, almost a subordinate association, Li Hong explained. Tang Tion lightly tapped his fingers on the table. This implied that Zhongyang had indeed deliberately placed Gu Xiaoxue by his side, aiming to deprive Elder Han Hai of a promising disciple. This did not constitute a significant conflict. It was merely a minor scheme. Unfortunately, he himself had become an unwitting victim of this petty intrigue. Tang Tion could not believe that if he truly ruined Gu Xiaoxue, Elder Han Hai would let him off the hook simply due to ignorance upon his return. Moreover, at that point, Zhongyang could easily distance himself, claiming he was merely fulfilling his duties without knowledge of the ensuing consequences. At worst, he would have Elder Han Yuan backing him up. The only ones sacrificed would be Gu Xiaoxue and Tang Tion, a newly risen figure with little background, merely treated as inconsequential pawns. Tang Tion stroked his chin. If he were truly just a newcomer, he would inevitably face dire repercussions. Yet, regrettably, his ascent had been too rapid. Even someone of Elder Han Hai's caliber could not easily undermine him. Furthermore, he had not genuinely harmed Gu Xiaoxue. A mere explanation would suffice. Nevertheless, being inexplicably ensnared in such a plot left Tang Tion quite displeased, especially towards Zhongyang. Having fed him so much goodwill, it was intolerable that he had been covertly entrapped. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tion inquired, "Does Xiaoxue not have a senior sister? What is her situation?" This incident also raised a point of suspicion regarding Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister. The catalyst for the events had been her suggestion that Gu Xiaoxue needed a Yuaning pill to break through to the Yuaning stage, and if funds were lacking, she should consider becoming a guard. However, in reality, Gu Xiaoxue had not utilized a single Yuaning pill during her breakthrough. Li Hong replied, "Xiaoxue's senior sister, Luo Danya, is one of Elder Han Hai's direct disciples. After Xiaoxue became the young master's guard, she entered seclusion, striving to attain the fusion realm, likely preparing for the upcoming trial at the 10,000 Demon Tower." Tang Tion frowned slightly. The period of seclusion is delicate. It appears peculiar, yet is devoid of any discernible flaws. Nevertheless, intuitively, Tang Tion senses that this senior sister harbors some issues. What is their relationship like? Tang Tion inquires. Li Hong ponders for a moment before responding. From what I understand, it is quite good. Since she entered the sect in elementary school, it has been Luo Danya who has taken care of her. However, an incident did occur 4 years ago. During the last 100 schools battle, Luo Danya was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, one of the most promising prodigies to ascend to the heavenly mansion. Unfortunately, she performed rather mediocrely and fell just short of her advancement. Thus, she secluded herself to strive for the fusion realm, hoping to seize the opportunity presented by the 10,000 Demons trial tower. After a period of contemplation, Tang Tion concludes that, despite lacking substantial evidence, he believes Luo Danya is undoubtedly involved in this matter. If that is indeed the case, it transcends a mere struggle between opposing factions. It also reveals internal discord. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tion inhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, he could no longer remain passive, merely attempting to navigate the situation while maintaining a low profile. Such navette was unrealistic. He needed to devise a strategy to ensure that none of the participants could escape unscathed. For now, he would set this matter aside and find his own solutions. Prepare well. In a few days, the dragon transformation pool will open, Tang Tion declared. Li Hong froze momentarily. The dragon transformation pool? He exclaimed, suddenly invigorated and cautiously inquiring. Young master, do you mean? Tang Tion smiled and nodded. I have secured some spots. When the time comes, you, Xiao Shui, and the Lan Yu sisters will all have the opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool and seek fortune. Li Hong's gaze was one of astonishment. He had inquired about the dragon transformation pool and understood well how arduous it was to obtain such a spot. Even the top core disciples might not secure one. He had never imagined he could possess such an opportunity. Staring intently at Tang Tion for a long while, he eventually rose and bowed deeply. The favor of the young master, I have no means to repay. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. Just seize this opportunity. I am counting on you to achieve commendable results in the 10,000 Demons trial tower. Li Hong clenched his fists firmly, resolutely declaring, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the young master's expectations. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Tang Tion ultimately did not receive any updates regarding the Ninth Peak's investment activities, and thus, with his celestial-grade Taotai physique and legacy-level Taotai secret techniques, he prepared to participate in the dragon transformation pool. Yun Kong had relayed the news to him early on and even sent someone to invite him. Subsequently, Tang Tion, accompanied by Li Hong and Xiao Shui, ascended the main peak. As they climbed higher, they arrived at a cliff's edge, where a relatively flat area lay above. When the moment of Tang Tion's arrival arrived, numerous individuals had already gathered in anticipation. Several young core disciples displayed formidable auras. Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Jing Heng had also arrived, standing alongside Yun Kong. Young Master Tang, over here, Yun Kong called out with a smile upon seeing Tang Tion. Tang Tion approached, engaging in light conversation with Yun Kong before settling in place, awaiting the opening of the dragon transformation pool. At that moment, Jing Heng approached, smiling and clasping his hands in greeting. I have yet to extend my gratitude for the recent inspection meeting, young Master Tang. You have certainly relieved a great burden for us at the East Peak. From now on, whenever you visit the East Peak, you shall be our most esteemed guest. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Tang Tion shook his head, replying, we are all striving for the advancement of our sect. There is no need for concern, young Master Jing. He bore no animosity towards Jing Heng, as they had previously exchanged pleasantries and maintained a cordial rapport. After conversing with Jing Heng, Guanmeng also approached, expressing his gratitude to Tang Tion in a manner that revealed his somewhat reserved nature. Their dialogue was brief, yet it sufficed to establish a connection, as they were now part of the same circle. After a brief interlude, Imo Xiaoxiao arrived fashionably late. Not long thereafter, the four peak masters made their entrance. Under the guidance of Yun Kong and the esteemed elder of the sect, the dragon transformation pool was officially inaugurated. Chapter 68. Provocation. As the Grand Elder deployed his powers, a fissure suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds below the precipice before the gathered crowd. A blinding golden light surged upward from the depths of the cloud sea, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Once vision was restored, Tang Tion beheld two majestic golden dragons coiling ethereally within the cloud sea, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. In the center of these golden dragons lay a shallow pool of water, shimmering with golden radiance, radiating a captivating glow. A subtle, mysterious aura wafted from the water. Merely inhaling its essence invigorated the spirit, as if every fiber of one's being began to rejoice. This was the essence of dragon energy, remarked Imo Xiaoxiao beside him. She then gestured discreetly towards the core disciples, whispering, identify that lad with the flowing hair. He possesses a 9th-tier physique, the body of a devouring lion, and has also inherited secret techniques. Once you enter, remember to maintain your distance, or he will siphon off a significant portion of the dragon energy. Tang Tion glanced over to see an arrogant young man with thick, cascading hair, resembling a lion indeed. Furthermore, he recognized another familiar face, the prodigy Huang Chong, who had been vanquished by Xiao Xued during the Five Peaks exchange. What is his name? Tang Tion inquired. Mo Xiao responded. His name is Xiang Zhe, though most refer to him as the Little Lion King. Tang Tion nodded, committing the visage to memory. A moment later, the Grand Elder commenced the announcement of the rules. Upon entry, seek your respective positions. You have a time limit of 1 hour. The extent of your fortune depends on your efforts. I shall transport you now. Once the light barrier disperses, the timer will commence. With that, the Grand Elder employed his powers once more, lifting all participants entering the dragon transformation pool into the cloud sea, Tang Tion included. As he pondered how the Grand Elder discerned their identities, the scene shifted, and he found himself upon a golden platform. Before him loomed a vast golden light barrier, beyond which the two golden dragons encircled the dragon transformation pool. While he had not fully grasped the enormity of the dragons from the precipice above, entering revealed their colossal scale. The dragon transformation pool resembled a small lake, measuring dozens of meters in width. Given such dimensions, was there any concern about accommodating 50 individuals? Tang Tion scoffed inwardly, thinking that in certain amusement parks, even 5,000 could fit within. As he contemplated, a voice called from behind, Tang Tion, young Master Tang. Turning around, he was surprised to see a familiar face. It was Niao Wushuang, the one who had seized the flag during the flag-seizing battle. Observing her demeanor, she too appeared to have ascended to the golden course stage. No wonder Mo Xiao held her in high regard. She was indeed extraordinary. This is our second encounter, she remarked. Niao Wushuang remarked, although our statuses have diverged, I still wish to engage in a fair battle with you, should the opportunity arise. You are undoubtedly formidable. Tang Tion responded with a faint smile, perhaps another time. The disparity in their standings rendered the likelihood of a rematch quite slim. Niao Wushuang refrained from further comment, taking a photograph before returning to the side of her other two subordinates. Yet, before Tang Tion could collect his thoughts, another voice pierced the air from behind him. Are you Tang Tion? The tone was decidedly rude, laced with hostility. Tang Tion furrowed his brow and turned to see none other than the small Lion King, Xiang Zhe, who possessed a 9th-tier physique, as mentioned by Mo Xiao. A throng of core disciples surrounded him, their gazes directed at Tang Tion with palpable animosity, including the little prodigy. Huang Chong, is there something you need? Tang Tion inquired coolly. Xiang Zhe snorted disdainfully, scrutinizing Tang Tion from head to toe before stating, so you are the one who seized the spots meant for my brothers? He chuckled mockingly, not so impressive after all. Suddenly enlightened, Tang Tion understood their animosity. It was indeed because of this matter. There were only 50 spots available, predetermined long ago. Tang Tion's unexpected intervention had claimed 5, and it was clear from whom these slots had been taken. If you have an issue, you should address it with those who allocated the spots, not me. Tang Tion replied. Xiang Zhe's gaze hardened. If it weren't for you, we would not have lost those 5 spots. Who else should we confront? Tang Tion shook his head in resignation. Having been accustomed to the ways of the honorary disciples, he found the demeanor of the core disciples somewhat unsettling. This group preferred a direct approach, confronting those they loathed without much preamble. Attempting to reason with them using the principles of the honorary disciples would prove futile. What do you intend to do? The spots have already been taken, Tang Tion shrugged. Xiang Zhe retorted coldly, rest assured, the sect's rules will protect you from harm. I merely came to identify the one who snatched our spots. Once we enter the dragon transformation pool, you had best find a secluded corner to hide. If I catch you, you won't absorb a single breath of dragon aura. Tang Tion remained silent, responding, at that time, I suggest you keep your distance from me. Consider this a friendly warning. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhe erupted into laughter, his long hair swaying with emotion. You wish, even if I do nothing today, I will closely follow you, ensuring your efforts come to naught. And your subordinates, truly, anyone can enter the dragon transformation pool now. None of you will leave here with even a hint of fortune. With that, Xiang Zhe lifted his nose in disdain and led Huang Chong and the others away. Tang Tion mused, dealing with cunning old foxes like Yun Kong, one cannot help but find the youthful naivety of someone like Xiang Zhe rather endearing. However, if you insist on seeking trouble for yourself, I cannot be held responsible. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Li Hong, once we enter, you all should follow my lead, and we shall assess the situation as it unfolds. He was not particularly concerned about Xiang Zhe, yet the prospect of Li Hong and his companions attracting unwanted attention was indeed troublesome. As time progressed, the golden veil enveloping the dragon transformation pool began to fade swiftly. At last, there came a moment when the shimmering barrier vanished entirely. Those who were quick to react immediately leaped into the pool. In the blink of an eye, dozens could be seen swimming vigorously, searching for a favorable position. Observing this, Tang Tion did not hesitate further and, accompanied by Li Hong and the others, plunged into the dragon transformation pool. Chapter 69. You better not give up. Upon entering the dragon transformation pool, Tang Tion finally comprehended why everyone chose to swim rather than fly. Within this pool, there seemed to exist a peculiar rule that constrained all cultivation levels. Whether one was at the foundation establishment stage or the spirit transformation stage, here they were akin to mere mortals, relying solely on the strength of their bodies to struggle. No wonder they said that in the dragon transformation pool, physical constitution was of utmost importance. At the very least, it allowed one to seize the initiative. Watching the disciples exerting themselves to swim towards the distance, Tang Tion was not overly anxious. Instead, he relaxed his body and attentively sensed his surroundings. Once he calmed his mind, he immediately felt an abundance of profound power weaving its way from the waters into his limbs and bones. This power rapidly transformed every aspect of his body, enhancing his overall quality. Yet, more of this energy quietly concealed itself within his being, promising to continuously catalyze his transformation even after leaving the dragon transformation pool. This was the essence of dragon chi. The more dragon chi one absorbed, the longer its effects would last, and the greater the benefits would be. So that is how it is, Tang Tion realized. However, he soon discovered another phenomenon. The dragon chi within the pool did not appear to be evenly distributed. In certain directions, the concentration of dragon chi was evidently much higher than in others. And the further one ventured in that direction, the denser the dragon chi became. No wonder they swam upon entry. Someone must have informed them of this beforehand. Tang Tion mused. He then prepared to follow the trail of dragon chi in search of the area with the highest concentration. Just as he set off, he noticed Xiangze swimming towards him with a mischievous grin. This fellow truly intended to seize his dragon chi. Tang Tion shook his head, choosing to ignore him for the moment. After determining a direction, he swam deeper into the dragon transformation pool. Immediately, Xiangze altered his course to follow. Trying to evade me? He laughed. The pool is only so vast. Let us see where you can hide. With that, he closely trailed behind Tang Tion. Tang Tion was speechless and directly disregarded him, continuing his search for an ideal spot. Meanwhile, the situation within the dragon transformation pool was being closely observed by those outside. Xiangze was quite the character, it seemed. The young man still possessed a fiery spirit, willing to oppose Tang Tion even at the expense of his own time. It was commendable. Youth should embody such fearless courage, the elders among the core disciples remarked with amusement. The nominal disciples also took note of this situation. Tang Tion expended such a great cost to obtain these few spots, but it seems that money was spent in vain, one individual remarked with glee. It was none other than Du Yuanqing, who had declined Tang Tion's offer of supplementary spirit jade. However, his words immediately elicited discontent from another. Young Master Du, one must be cautious with their words, they cautioned. Jing Heng leisurely remarked. Young Master Tang has selflessly contributed to the development and construction of our sect, and it is only fitting that he receives a few slots in return. Without our investment, how could the other disciples enjoy such favorable cultivation conditions? Xiangze, do you not grasp this principle yet? He elevated the discussion to encompass the entire group of honorary disciples, rendering Du Yuanqing momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter his argument. The others merely smiled faintly. Du Yuanqing's tenure in this position was still too brief, and his rhetorical skills paled in comparison to the seasoned Jing Heng. Master Jing speaks with reason. At that moment, Yun Kong interjected to mediate, stating, core disciples represent the future of the sect, while honorary disciples lay the foundation for its development. The absence of either would be detrimental. He acknowledged his oversight in not advising Xiangze and the others beforehand. Once the dragon transformation pool concludes, I shall seek an opportunity to compensate young Master Tang. In the future, I will also strive to consider your perspectives more thoroughly in similar situations. Jing Heng quickly waved his hand, claiming he had merely spoken casually. The others chuckled in silence. They were all seasoned players in this game. None were oblivious to the motivations of the others. Wasn't it clear that Yun Kong wished to prevent such a precious resource as dragon energy from falling into the hands of those with mediocre talents? Thus, he had intentionally refrained from advising Xiangze. Jing Heng echoed Du Yuanqing's sentiments, subtly indicating to Yun Kong that his conduct was somewhat underhanded. Yun Kong's response provided them with a semblance of justification. As for Tang Tion, well, misfortune was merely misfortune, it held little relevance to them. The group of honorary disciples was, after all, not a monolithic entity. Each harbored their own ambitions. Following this brief interlude, everyone's attention shifted back to the dragon transformation pool. At this juncture, Tang Tion had arrived at the center of the pool, positioned between two golden dragons facing each other. He observed that the concentration of dragon energy here was exponentially stronger than at the edges of the pool. Absorbing energy in this central location would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Upon his arrival, he noticed several others had also congregated at this prime spot, each reluctant to relinquish their claim to it. As Tang Tion approached, they frowned slightly. However, upon seeing Xiangze swim closely behind him, their expressions shifted dramatically. Without much deliberation, they voluntarily vacated the area, conceding it to Tang Tion. He was taken aback. Was Xiangze's intimidating presence, perhaps the aura of his ninth-tier physique, truly that formidable? Ah, you certainly know how to pick your spots. Xiangze floated beside Tang Tion with a mocking smile, saying, "How greedy you are to covet such a prime location. Nonetheless, it is for the best. I need not chase after you any longer. If you possess the courage, remain here and cultivate." Tang Tion cast a sidelong glance at him, opting not to respond. Engaging in a debate with such an individual often draws one down to his level, where he would exploit his vast experience to vanquish you. There is no necessity for that. Stealing his resolve, Tang Tion swiftly entered a state of cultivation, allowing his mind to open and absorb the essence of the dragon. In an instant, an abundance of dragon energy surged into his body from all directions, transforming every aspect of his being. This sensation of metamorphosis was akin to Tang Tion exchanging his physique within the system, a leap in the hierarchy of life itself. However, before he could truly commence his absorption, he felt a formidable force pulling away all the dragon energy surrounding him. Upon opening his eyes, he discerned that the direction of the fleeing dragon energy was none other than Xiangze. At that moment, Xiangze's long hair billowed gently, radiating a golden glow, resembling a true lion king, regal and imposing. Perhaps sensing Tang Tion's gaze, Xiangze opened his eyes and flashed a grin at him. "I told you. I am bound to you." Those observing from outside witnessed the entire scene. The elders among the core disciples erupted in laughter. Jing Heng shook his head slightly. Young Master Tang faces a challenge. As long as Xiangze wishes it, he will undoubtedly struggle to absorb the dragon energy normally. Mo Xiao quietly observed the unfolding spectacle, her eyes betraying no emotion. Yet, suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed her countenance. Within the dragon pool, witnessing the spirited and triumphant Xiangze, Tang Tion spoke coolly. "In that case, stay close to me. Do not abandon this endeavor midway." As his words fell, a terrifying aura, as if hailing from the primordial chaos, erupted violently at the center of the dragon pool. Chapter 70. Sweeping the scene. What? The sudden commotion instantly captured the attention of those outside. Was that Tang Tion? Standing atop the precipice, it was evident to all that the dragon energy, which had been drawn to Xiangze moments before, had abruptly redirected and converged around Tang Tion. Such a phenomenon could only imply one possibility. Tang Tion possessed a physique that surpassed even that of Xiangze. Previously, there had been no mention of young Master Tang exhibiting such formidable attributes, remarked Jing Heng with a hint of astonishment. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, affirming that indeed, there had been no prior knowledge of this. His prowess, talent, and physique had always been relegated to that of a mere servant disciple. Jing Heng sighed. Even with ample resources for cultivation, one would only expect a marginally quicker advancement in skill and realm, yet it appears to be far more than that. This is truly, he mused, recognizing that for so long, people had only acknowledged Tang Tion's immense wealth while overlooking his innate strength. The sudden outburst today had taken nearly everyone by surprise, except for one individual. Mo Xiao remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Young Master Tang's strength has always been overlooked." During the last outer sect disciple assessment, just before its conclusion, he confronted Miao Wushuang, who had obtained the king's banner. She was reluctant to surrender it, resulting in a brief clash. However, despite her full effort, it proved futile. Young Master Tang effortlessly neutralized her attack and retrieved the banner with ease. The crowd's astonishment deepened as they turned to her. They had heard of that incident. Yet the prevailing narrative spoke only of Tang Tion offering a bounty of 100 million spirit jade, which added considerable excitement to the banner contest and ultimately led to his success. Never had anyone mentioned the incident that Mo Xiao recounted. Young Master Tang had concealed his abilities quite adeptly, managing to deceive us all, mused Jing Heng, his gaze drifting towards Yun Kong. The Grand Elder of the sect furrowed his brow and remarked, "Yun Kong, how could such an exceptional disciple be relegated to the status of an honorary disciple?" Yun Kong felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly replied, "It was my oversight. Young Master Tang has always been rather low-key, refraining from showcasing his talent. which is why no one has taken note of this. The Grand Elder let out a dismissive huff. Must one's talent be flaunted for it to be acknowledged? What purpose do you, as administrators, serve? Despite the rapid development of the sect in recent years, the ethos has gradually deteriorated. I have heard numerous accounts of exceptionally gifted disciples being overlooked or even deliberately sabotaged. You, as the young sect master, ought to reflect on this matter earnestly. In the face of the Grand Elder's admonition, Yun Kong repeatedly acknowledged his fault. Indeed, in the pursuit of swift progress, various hidden dangers had arisen in recent years. Observing the clouds in the sky, Jing Hung adopted a meditative posture, his expression betraying a subtle smile. The others shared a similar demeanor, appearing indifferent to the unfolding drama. The relationships among these high-ranking individuals were far from the harmonious image often depicted. After the brief interlude, attention shifted once more to the dragon pool. At this moment, a substantial portion of the dragon energy within the pool had been entirely drawn towards Tang Tion. Feeling the transformation of the dragon energy, Xiang Zhe stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? His face was a canvas of incredulity. He was a ninth-tier physique, an exceedingly rare existence within the entire Qinghua sect. How could he possibly be outdone by an honorary disciple? Or, if Tang Tion possessed such an extraordinary physique, why would he choose to be an honorary disciple? I refuse to believe it, Xiang Zhe suddenly exclaimed, his voice booming. You must be employing some trickery. You've utilized some divine artifact, haven't you? Someone like you could certainly acquire such things. Humph, let me tell you it's futile. In the face of absolute strength, no external aid can endure. Return the dragon energy to me, he roared, his long hair swirling wildly, unleashing an even more formidable aura that swept across the dragon pool. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They instinctively retreated further from that area. Even if they hadn't witnessed the power of a legacy technique before, they had certainly heard tales of its might. If Xiang Zhe were to completely lose control, he might very well seize half of the dragon energy in the pool. However, what truly astonished them was what Tang Tion had done to provoke Xiang Zhe into resorting to using a legacy technique. Notably, even in the face of such intensity, Tang Tion exhibited no signs of panic. What was his source of confidence? After the influence of the swallowing heaven line secret technique, Tang Tion indeed felt a slight delay in the dragon energy converging towards him. Some of the energy, even those closer to Xiang Zhe, began to drift slowly in his direction. This development filled Xiang Zhe with elation, prompting him to push the legacy technique to its limits. His gaze toward Tang Tion shifted, taking on a more provocative tone. Can you manage this? Tang Tion merely shook his head. While mischievous children can sometimes seem endearing, if they persistently prance around, one might feel compelled to send them flying. Just because he had momentarily regained some ground did not give him the right to act boastfully. Previously, Tang Tion had merely tested the power of the gluttonous physique, not even reaching 1/10 of its potential strength. He had not even employed the full might of the legacy-level gluttonous secret technique. Disregarding Xiang Zhe, Tang Tion focused his thoughts and fully unleashed the gluttonous physique. In an instant, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy engulfed the entire dragon pool. The dragon energy, which had previously experienced a momentary hesitation, suddenly seemed to find its direction, rushing fervently towards Tang Tion. No matter how hard Xiang Zhe struggled to retain it, his efforts proved utterly futile. The disparity between the celestial physique and the ninth-tier physique was vividly apparent at this moment. Not only was Xiang Zhe taken aback, but even the disciples positioned in various parts of the dragon pool found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They could distinctly sense that even the dragon energy in their vicinity was gradually converging towards Tang Tion. Witnessing this, Tang Tion decided to relinquish restraint and unleash the secret technique of the gluttonous beast. In the next instant, the dragon pool erupted into a frenzy. Countless streams of dragon energy coalesced into a golden torrent, surging towards Tang Tion. Even the golden waters of the pool transformed into a crystal-clear state in an instant. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Gazing at the pristine waters beside them, they felt an overwhelming urge to weep in despair. They had come seeking fortune, not to indulge in a swim. Yet, they were powerless to alter the situation, for the rules here dictated that the one with the strongest physique had the final say. Sensing the complicated gazes of the crowd, Tang Tion fell into silence. At this point, he had truly revealed his formidable strength. However, this was precisely what he had intended to do. After all, this was the realm of cultivation, while bearing the title of a reputed disciple was undoubtedly advantageous. It could never grant him access to the true world of cultivation. Previously, his strength had been insufficient, and his status too low to speak of. Now that he had achieved the golden core and ascended to a higher echelon within the Qinghua sect, a transformation was naturally warranted. Moreover, the gluttonous physique was merely the tip of the iceberg of his current arsenal. Chapter 71. The magnanimity of Tang Tion. Surely, this is somewhat inappropriate? Witnessing the unfolding events in the dragon transformation pool, several elders from the core disciples furrowed their brows. Although they were astonished by Tang Tion's sudden display of strength, they could not help but feel aggrieved. Had he drained all the dragon energy for himself, leaving the others to suffer in vain? Elderly, what do you think? They gestured to the Grand Elder. They had sacrificed greatly for these quotas, and now they were watching Tang Tion seize them all alone. How could they possibly endure such a sight? However, the Grand Elder merely cast them a fleeting glance. What of it? He retorted coldly. Is there anything inappropriate? Rules are rules. Can they be altered at will simply because the circumstances are unique? Everything is determined by capability. If Tang Tion can claim the dragon energy, it is his skill, and what is there to discuss? Just moments ago, Xiangzhe had purposely tried to seize Tang Tion's dragon energy, yet none of them had spoken then. Now they were the first to protest. Each of them, having lived for centuries, had become as petty as dogs. It was evident that the Grand Elder was genuinely incensed. First it was Yinkong, and now this group of elders, which left him exceedingly displeased. Indeed, Lu Chang'e remarked languidly, when the celestial maiden Ling Luo participated in the dragon transformation pool years ago, she too monopolized all the dragon energy, just as Tang Tion is doing today. I recall that none of you elders raised any objections at that time, and we all accepted the outcome. Why is it that when roles are reversed, you can no longer tolerate it? Upon hearing this, the others recalled that incident. Back then, the celestial maiden Ling Luo had stood out as the representative of the core disciples, while the elders had been exceedingly arrogant, hurling ridicule at the honor-bound disciples and guests. Now, it was their turn to face the consequences. The Grand Elder's reprimand, coupled with Lu Chang'e's sardonic remarks, rendered the elders' expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. By comparison, they indeed found themselves in a subordinate position. The Grand Elder let out a cold snort. After the dragon pool concludes, all of you are to report to the Master's Hall. The prevailing atmosphere of these years requires thorough rectification. When a true authority expressed their fury, all present fell silent. Even Yun Kong dared not move. Meanwhile, Lu Chang'e and his companions felt considerably more at ease. Although their subordinates were also present within the dragon pool, they were not lacking in such talents. In contrast, having the opportunity to retaliate against their opponents was a rare pleasure. All of this was thanks to Tang Tion, who had brought forth such a significant surprise for everyone. Within the dragon transformation pool, after employing the secret technique of the gluttonous, all uncertainty dissipated. Observing the surging dragon energy, Tang Tion contemplated briefly before extending his hand, dividing 4 streams of dragon energy, which he distributed to Li Hong and the others. The dragon energy was indeed extraordinary, yet, truth be told, it held little importance for Tang Tion. Potential? Talent? Such attributes were in abundance for him. The progeny of destiny and the esoteric arts of the gluttonous deity are merely the beginning. There exist numerous, even more extraordinary entities awaiting his exchange. Rather than hoarding them for himself, it would be more prudent to bestow them upon Li Hong and his companions. For their ascent to the celestial abode will rely upon such gifts. As a torrent of dragon energy surged towards them, Li Hong and his companions hastily held their breath and entered a meditative state, exerting every ounce of their strength to absorb this rare and divine phenomenon. Observing their focused demeanor, Tang Tion surveyed his surroundings and fixed his gaze upon Ye Wushuang. From Nanfeng, 6 individuals had been sent forth, all within close proximity. Given that he was temporarily affiliated with Nanfeng and their relationship was amicable, he resolved to offer assistance. With this thought in mind, Tang Tion once again directed a stream of dragon energy toward the area where Ye Wushuang and her companions were situated. The group was momentarily astonished, and upon grasping Tang Tion's intentions, they instantly expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, young Master Tang. Such a matter concerning our future cannot be met with false modesty. Ye Wushuang's eyes shimmered with appreciation as she slightly bowed in acknowledgement, seizing the opportunity to enter a state of cultivation. Witnessing their good fortune in receiving dragon energy, the surrounding disciples could not suppress their envy. At that moment, they lamented internally, pondering why they were not part of Nanfeng. Tang Tion, observing the expressions of the crowd, shook his head with a sigh. Alas, considering that they were all under the banner of a great noble, and as fellow practitioners, he could not allow them to leave empty-handed after such a rare opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool. Take it. With that, he waved his hand. and several streams of dragon energy coalesced into serpentine forms, encircling their respective areas. The gratitude expressed by the group was palpable. Young Master Tang's magnanimity leaves us in awe. Thank you, young master. I shall never forget this kindness. They chorused in appreciation. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. In truth, it was indeed inconsequential. There was an abundance of dragon energy, far more than could be utilized, and it could not be taken away. In a brief moment, all the esteemed disciples had entered a state of cultivation, commencing their absorption of the dragon energy. This spectacle evoked envy among the core disciples, who found themselves powerless to act, as they were, in essence, rivals to Tang Tion. However, someone was destined to take the initiative. Brother, called a youthful figure as he approached the group. Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback to find a familiar face before him. It was Gong Qi, the very boy who had attempted to set him up during the flag-snatching contest, only to be thwarted and forced him into a period of servitude. You dare show your face? Tang Tion thought to himself, bemused by the boy's audacity. Gong Qi beamed widely. Brother Tang, we are bound by our shared experiences. Once a little brother, always a little brother. Given that I once served as your guard, might I trouble you for a share of the dragon energy? Please, brother. Tang Tion was caught between laughter and tears. He truly did not anticipate that Gong Qi would choose this moment to step forward. There was still plenty of dragon energy, yet he was reluctant to casually distribute it among this group of core disciples. However, who could resist someone addressing him as brother? Alas, it seemed that he had no choice. After all, Gong Qi was indeed a disciple of the South Peak. Here, take this, Tang Tion said as he waved his hand, casting a stream of dragon energy towards Gong Qi instantly. Gong Qi's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you, brother. From now on, I shall remain your most loyal little brother. Tang Tion merely shook his head, not taking it to heart. As Gong Qi successfully absorbed the dragon energy, the remaining core disciples could no longer contain themselves. Moments later, a few of them, fidgeting nervously, approached Tang Tion, hesitating before finally uttering a single word. Brother. Tang Tion immediately placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a chill run down his spine. Did they really believe that Gong Qi had received the dragon energy merely by calling him brother? Tang Tion was too weary to dissect their thought processes. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he allocated a portion of dragon energy to them as well. The core disciples expressed their gratitude profusely, and even Huang Chong, who had previously clashed with Tang Tion, regarded him with newfound respect. At this point, nearly everyone had received their share of dragon energy, with the exception of Xiangze. Naturally, Tang Tion could not bestow any upon him. Calling him grandfather was of no avail. The amounts of dragon energy distributed varied as well. Li Hong and the others received a saturated amount. Niao Wushuang and her 6 companions received an ample supply, while the honorary disciples barely received a sufficient quantity. As for the core disciples, well, receiving anything at all was quite fortunate. After completing these distributions, Tang Tion began to absorb the remaining dragon energy himself. After all, he had come all this way. It would be a pity to return empty-handed. The events unfolding in the dragon transformation pool did not go unnoticed by those outside. Tang Tion's actions evoked a wave of admiration. Even the usually stern Grand Elder exhibited a subtle shift in expression. What a remarkably magnanimous heart. To possess such disciples is indeed a blessing for our Qinghua sect. You, mere mortals, pale in comparison to him. The Grand Elder could not help but admonish the other elders, before turning to Yun Kong and instructing, once this concludes, escort Tang Tion to the back hall of the sect leader. I wish to meet him personally. Yun Kong promptly acknowledged the request. Chapter 72. Conversations with the Grand Elder. At the outset, the atmosphere in the dragon transformation pond was tense, with neither side willing to yield. However, it soon transformed into a scene of harmony, as everyone dutifully guarded their own dragon energy, diligently absorbing it. Even when close together, no dissent was expressed. This remarkable shift was entirely due to Tang Tion's unexpected maneuver. Young Master Tang seemed particularly adept at orchestrating such moments. Jing Hung approached Mo Xiao and chuckled softly. From the Spring Appreciation Garden to the flag competition, the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference, the inspection meeting, and now today's Dragon Transformation Pond, he consistently surprises us, making each event uniquely special. Mo Xiao cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, If you have something to say, just say it. Jing Hung chuckled awkwardly. Her directness was indeed striking. Then I shall speak plainly. What are young Master Tang's thoughts regarding that position? Mo Xiao raised an eyebrow. What? Are you considering vying for it as well? Jing Hung hastily waved his hands. I lack the strength for such ambitions. Maintaining my hold on the East Peak has already left me utterly exhausted. I could never compare to you all. I merely wish to understand young Master Tang's future intentions to prepare accordingly. Mo Xiao let out a dismissive hum. Then why not just ask him directly? Jing Hung sighed in resignation. If he could inquire directly, he wouldn't need to ask her. He was not particularly acquainted with Tang Tion, and posing such questions could easily lead others to suspect ulterior motives. Yet, Mo Xiao seemed disinclined to elaborate further, leaving Jing Hung with no choice but to take his leave with a bow. However, just as he turned to go, Mo Xiao suddenly spoke. Tang Tion is a difficult person to fathom. His objectives appear to diverge from ours entirely. Yet, I can assure you that as long as you do not take the initiative to confront him, he will not consider you an enemy. Jing Hung paused, contemplating her words for a moment before bowing to Mo Xiao and departing. As an hour drew to a close, many within the dragon transformation pond had absorbed a significant amount of dragon energy, their faces aglow with evident fortune. Some individuals even managed to break through to new realms right then and there. However, upon receiving their blessings, each person was required to face Tang Tion, bowing respectfully and sincerely expressing, "Thank you, my brother." Tang Tion was rendered speechless, his scalp prickling in exasperation. "I truly do not have such a penchant." Finally, a more sensible response emerged. Turning to see Nie Wuxuang, he noticed the aura emanating from her, indicating she had likely broken through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Her talent appeared to be remarkable indeed. Fortunately, he himself was not lacking. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, a powerful presence suddenly erupted nearby. It was the Lan sisters. Throughout this period, they had been utilizing the innate Dao Jade to assist in their cultivation, coupled with the dragon energy absorbed today. Their innate talent had undergone a profound transformation, ascending from the Nine Rings talent to that of an innate child. The path ahead shall be considerably smoother. Following the transformation of the Blue Jade sisters, Li Hong swiftly followed suit. 8 rings of innate talent hovered around his form, and at long last, his cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Li Hong's face brimmed with excitement, while Tang Tion smiled encouragingly, urging him to continue his training and seize the fleeting moments available. However, Tang Tion was taken aback by Gu Xiaoshue's rather unremarkable performance during this excursion to the dragon transformation pond. It appeared that she was merely an ordinary innate child, her cultivation only slightly more stable at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Tang Tion shook his head, recognizing that the girl had always been rather unconventional. After a while, the journey to the dragon transformation pond officially concluded. Drawn by an irresistible force, the group was expelled from the pond and returned to the precipice. Upon their arrival, Xiangzhe immediately sought out his elder, expressing his indignation fervently. Yet, before he could say much, the elder sternly silenced him, leaving the young Lion King in a state of vexation, perplexed as to why the elder, who had always favored him, had suddenly changed demeanor. Tang Tion paid no heed to such matters and returned to the area designated for the honorary disciples. "Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generous actions," Jing Hung and Guan Ming expressed with cupped hands, while Lu Chang'e and the others smiled in acknowledgement. Regardless of past grievances, Tang Tion had indeed assisted them today and had granted them considerable face. He reciprocated their gratitude and then made his way back to Mo Xiao. "I shall find a way to compensate you," Mo Xiao declared. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a trifling act. There is no need to dwell on it. What has come over those people? They all appear as though they have been struck by frost. Surely it cannot be that severe. I even shared some dragon energy with them," Tang Tion remarked, glancing at the elders among the core disciples with a puzzled expression. Mo Xiao chuckled. "They were reprimanded by the Grand Elder and are to be scolded again in an upcoming meeting." The events that transpired at the precipice were quite thrilling. Tang Tion was taken aback, and just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Yun Kong approaching. Mo Xiao, recognizing the moment, discreetly stepped away. Yun Kong approached and remarked, "Young Master Tang, today you have truly exceeded everyone's expectations. A celestial-grade physique is indeed a rarity, even within the Yunding celestial mansion." Tang Tion smiled, but remained silent. Although some of his strength had been revealed, he was not foolish enough to disclose all specifics. Noticing Tang Tion's reluctance to elaborate, Yun Kong continued, "The Grand Elder wishes to meet you in the rear hall of the sect leader. Do you have other matters to attend to?" Tang Tion paused momentarily. The Grand Elder referred to by Yun Kong was undoubtedly the esteemed Grand Elder of the sect, second only to the sect leader. What could he possibly want from him? After a moment's reflection, Tang Tion replied, "I have no other pressing matters for now." It was imperative to heed a summons from such a prominent figure. "Very well. Then follow me," Yun Kong instructed. Moments later, Tang Tion and Yun Kong arrived at the main hall of the sect, situated behind a garden. The Grand Elder was seated beneath a gazebo, and upon their arrival, Yun Kong bowed and withdrew. Disciple Tang Tion respectfully greeted the Grand Elder, bowing deeply. The Grand Elder acknowledged, scrutinizing Tang Tion before gesturing, "Take a seat." Once seated, the Grand Elder directly inquired, "Why did you choose to be an honorary disciple?" Tang Tion paused momentarily before responding. "At that time, I was not well versed in the sect's regulations. I opted for the title of honorary disciple for the sake of security." This was a carefully prepared response. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, sighed softly. The sect has ultimately overlooked the ordinary disciples. Over the years, there have been many like you, possessing considerable talent, yet straying from the righteous path for various reasons. Had you not unexpectedly acquired substantial wealth, you might have remained forever lost among the miscellaneous disciples. Tang Tion fell silent, acknowledging the reality of such circumstances. The Qinghua sect was vast, and it was inevitable for some talents to be overlooked. The criteria for an exceptional disciple extended beyond mere talent. Yet, did the Grand Elder's last remark carry a deeper implication? Contemplating this, Tang Tion responded, "I stumbled upon an opportunity by chance." However, he was abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder's raised hand. "No need to disclose what you have obtained. The sect does not covet the fortunes of its disciples. Simply abide by the sect's rules, and you are one of us in Qinghua. You have handled today's matter commendably, setting a fine example for others. Many have gradually lost their original intentions on the path of rapid advancement." Tang Tion could not help but fall into contemplation. The perspective of such a venerable figure was indeed vastly different from that of ordinary individuals. Yet, he could not suppress the pressing question that lingered in his mind. Is the sect not concerned about being exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to betrayal? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled heartily. "Do you think we, the old-timers, are mere idle spectators? If such a scenario were to occur, it would reflect our dereliction of duty, and it would be time for us to relinquish our positions. Do not overthink it. As long as your conscience is clear, there is no need to fear the specter hunters." Tang Tion nodded, feeling reassured. Indeed, a complete sect is akin to a nation, with each individual fulfilling their role to ensure the smooth operation of this grand mechanism. Internal strife undoubtedly exists, yet it remains within an unspoken boundary. Should anyone dare to overstep, they would face dire consequences. Continue to strive. A celestial physique is exceedingly rare, do not squander it. The Grand Elder advised. "I have heard from Yun Kong that you have undertaken the entire funding for the construction of the sixth peak. On behalf of the sect, I express my gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to consult with me directly." Tang Tion quickly asserted that it was his duty to do so. However, suddenly, he recalled a certain matter. He wondered if it would be too much trouble for the esteemed elder to place a mark upon his innate Dao Jade. It was a mark that would be imperceptible to the average person. In regard to Zhongyang, it would be prudent to make preparations in advance. Chapter 73. Pregnant. The Grand Elder acquiesced to Tang Tion's request. Swiftly, Tang Tion produced a piece of innate Dao Jade and requested the Grand Elder to inscribe a unique mark upon it. This mark would render it nearly imperceptible to cultivators beneath the celestial realm, allowing Tang Tion to discern the eventual whereabouts of the jade. Whenever he wished, he could forcibly summon it back. This capability could only be employed once, yet it sufficed for his needs. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Tang Tion expressed his gratitude. "Do not mention it. It is but a trivial matter," the Grand Elder replied. "I shall refrain from probing into your motives, but you must never act against the interests of our sect." Tang Tion promptly assented. In truth, he merely wished to leave a contingency with Zhongyang. Should Zhongyang resist temptation, it would become irrelevant. But could he truly withstand it? A subtle smile graced Tang Tion's lips. "By the way," the Grand Elder suddenly remarked, "you are still an inner disciple of the sect, are you not? Do you harbor aspirations of ascending to a core disciple?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tion shook his head. "Not at the moment. I am already an honorary disciple and possess no pressing desire for that status. My participation in the flag contest was merely a fleeting interest, devoid of significant meaning." However, the Grand Elder sighed softly. "You should consider participating. You have witnessed the prevailing atmosphere within the sect. Xiangzhe, despite his remarkable talents, has been nurtured into a brash, irascible, and arrogant individual, believing himself invincible due to his gifts. Numerous disciples within the sect share his disposition. Thus, I wish for you to intervene, to temper their arrogance, lest they emerge from the sect with inflated egos and ultimately meet their demise." Tang Tion was taken aback by the Grand Elder's words. Although his enthusiasm was not particularly fervent, the Grand Elder had assisted him once, and this minor task was manageable, a mere act of goodwill. Very well. I shall heed your advice, Tang Tion replied. However, should I choose to take action, I will commit myself fully. By this point, he had begun to reveal a portion of his true strength, provided he retained some hidden cards. The Grand Elder smiled. That is indeed the right approach. A thorough lesson will serve to temper their haughty spirits. Tang Tion smiled in return, appreciating the Grand Elder's unique perspective on matters. Afterward, their conversation came to a close, and Tang Tion took his leave. Upon descending from the peak, he found Li Hong and others waiting for him. Upon his return, they immediately knelt before him. Your Grace has bestowed upon us a rebirth. We pledge with our hearts to never forget. Their gratitude was palpable. The journey to the Dragon Transformation Pool had afforded them immense fortune, marking a profound transformation in their lives. Tang Tion smiled as he assisted him to his feet, saying, I told you not to be so formal. Just focus on your training. He did not impose any strict demands regarding oaths. Every action he undertook had its own purpose. Let us return, he instructed as they began their descent down the mountain. On the way, Tang Tion observed several esteemed elders hurrying up the mountain, their expressions grave, leaving him curious about the unfolding events. Moments later, they arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard. Sitting beneath the ancient locust tree, Tang Tion contemplated for a while before summoning Gu Xiaoxue. After engaging in casual conversation for some time, he disclosed everything to her. Although Xiaoxue was innocent, she was not foolish. She quickly grasped the underlying intricacies. So, you mean that my senior sister intentionally had me come out as a guard? Gu Xiaoxue murmured. Tang Tion sighed softly. I have inquired about the innate talents of the Chosen One. Prior to transcending tribulation, they can break through realms without the aid of any elixirs. I believe your senior sister ought to be aware of this, yet we cannot dismiss the possibility of other circumstances. Xiaoxue lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly saying, I understand. Ever since her senior sister's defeat in the last 100 schools competition, the elders had grown rather indifferent toward her. Tang Tion observed her in silence. The girl possessed a keen mind. She was not foolish, but merely chose to feign ignorance at times. I shall not interfere in your matters. You must handle them yourself. However, since Zhongyang has involved me in this, I must make some preparations, Tang Tion stated. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, inquiring, what are your plans? Do you need my assistance? Tang Tion pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. Indeed, I have a plan in mind. But it may require you to sacrifice something. Gu Xiaoxue blinked in surprise, asking, what is it? Tang Tion beckoned her closer and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing his words, her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, and her bashful demeanor nearly instilled a sense of guilt in Tang Tion. But I'm only 15. I will turn 16 in 2 months. Her voice was barely audible. Tang Tion cleared his throat twice. It will only be a discreet rumor, primarily intended for Zhongyang to hear. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can devise an alternate plan. Gu Xiaoxue remained silent for a long while, until Tang Tion, growing increasingly uneasy, was ready to abandon hope when she finally whispered, It's fine. I am willing. Tang Tion exhaled deeply, feeling the tension ease. Having received her affirmation, he promptly sent her back to her room. As she walked away, her face still radiated with a deep blush. After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Tang Tion called forth Li Hong. I need you to help me disseminate a message. He conveyed his arrangements to Li Hong. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Is that true? Tang Tion's expression darkened. Of course it's not true. What are you thinking? I merely sought a pretext to present a gift to that old fellow Zhongyang. Alas, it has unfortunately compromised Xiaoshue's integrity. Remember, as long as Zhongyang hears it, that's sufficient. Do not let it spread widely. Li Hong nodded and then smiled, saying, In truth, you are overthinking it. Given your previous reputation, as soon as Xiaoxue is assigned to your side, it is implicitly understood that such occurrences will ensue. Tang Tion scoffed. But the reality is otherwise. Let us proceed as planned, and remember to keep it discreet. Li Hong acquiesced, and subsequently departed from the Zijou courtyard. Leaning back in his chair, Tang Tion gazed into the distance, his eyes returning to tranquility, lost in contemplation. 2 days later, while en route to the Merit Hall, Zhongyang inadvertently overheard a piece of news. Gu Xiaoxue was pregnant. Momentarily stunned, a faint smile crept onto his lips. How delightful. It seemed Elder Han Hai was nearing the end of his seclusion. Heh. With a buoyant stride, Zhongyang continued his journey to the Merit Hall. Chapter 74. Greed. 3 days later, Tang Tion ascended the main peak with Li Hong and arrived at the Hall of Merits. Upon entering the Hall of Reputation, Tang Tion encountered Zhong Yang for the third time. Young Master Tang, Zhong Yang inquired, what brings you here? However, Tang Tion could distinctly sense a shift in Zhong Yang's demeanor compared to their previous meetings. He seemed to be deliberately distancing himself. Tang Tion smiled and replied, I happened to pass by and thought I would pay you a visit. After all, you are the first person to alter my destiny. Zhong Yang lifted his gaze to glance at Tang Tion, then adjusted his seated posture and said, that was merely my duty, young Master Tang. There is no need for such courtesy. If you have any requests, please feel free to articulate them. Tang Tion inwardly chuckled, recognizing that Zhong Yang believed he had completed his task and wished to sever ties. At this point, he was already quite clear-headed. Then I shall speak plainly. Tang Tion smiled. You are aware that my current status differs from before. The previous retainer I accepted is no longer sufficient for my standing. Therefore, I wish to seek out a few exceptional disciples, with the same requirements as before, obedient, striking in appearance, physically impressive, and competent in strength, pure disciples. Zhong Yang squinted at Tang Tion for a moment and remarked, the physique of the youth is indeed remarkable. However, it seems you are mistaken. If you seek courtesans, you should head to the Flower District. This is the Hall of Reputation. His blunt tone conveyed his stance. Tang Tion paused for a moment and responded with a smile. Elder Zhong, that was not the impression I received previously. Zhong Yang composed his expression and calmly stated, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. I conduct my affairs in accordance with the sect's rules, consistently and equitably. Your previous endeavors here were likewise above reproach. Tang Tion chuckled, feigning ignorance, and produced a delicate small box from his robe, placing it before Zhong Yang. I understand. A small token of appreciation, not meant to be offensive. Zhong Yang regarded the small box without any inclination to move, and said slowly, are you attempting to test the elder with this? To be frank, I will never accept gifts under any circumstances. Moreover, just 2 days ago, the sect issued a strict decree prohibiting such occurrences. Are you attempting to ensnare me in a predicament? Tang Tion gazed at Zhong Yang and finally let out a soft sigh. Very well. Since that is the case, let us consider this visit as though it never occurred. With that, he stood to leave the private chamber. Take your belongings with you, Zhong Yang said indifferently. Tang Tion turned back with a slight smile and remarked, Xiao Xue is pregnant. Perhaps the elder believes this matter does not concern you. Yet I still wish to express my gratitude. Please have a look inside. If it is of use, feel free to keep it. If not, you may dispose of it as you wish. Rest assured, I shall not disclose a word to anyone. With that, Tang Tion departed the elegant chamber. Zhong Yang gazed at the exquisite small box before him, hesitating for a considerable time before finally prying it open just a crack. An array of ordinary spirit fruits tumbled out, alongside a piece of jade radiating a hazy luminescence, resplendent and ethereal, as if it were a celestial artifact. With a decisive clap, Zhong Yang shut the lid firmly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet, ultimately, he swiftly concealed the small box. The innate Tao jade, even for an elder of his stature, was an exceedingly rare and precious divine object. Should he let this opportunity slip away, he could not fathom when he might encounter another. After securing the box, a cold smile curled at the corners of Zhong Yang's lips. Not telling anyone, perhaps, was not entirely within your control. But what does it matter? As long as I do not acknowledge it, who could possibly know if you ever gifted me anything? He chuckled coldly to himself. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Merit Hall, Tang Tion beckoned to Li Hong and departed with him. That innate Tao jade was precisely what he had sought from the Grand Elder. In his possession was a small jade talisman, which allowed him to clearly see that the innate Tao jade had never left Zhong Yang's chamber. A person inherently greedy could hardly resist such temptation. If you wish to cast me into the abyss, do not blame me for retaliating. Having concluded these matters, Tang Tion returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. He had already left a backup plan in place, awaiting the opportune moment to unfold. All he needed to do was wait. Subsequently, Tang Tion immersed himself once more in his cultivation. During the expedition to the dragon pool, he had absorbed the most dragon energy among them all. In fact, over 1/3 of the dragon energy had been consumed entirely by the Taotai secret technique, integrating it into his very being. With each session of cultivation, wisps of dragon energy escaped, hastening his progress. Merely a few days passed before he experienced another breakthrough, ascending to the late golden core realm. With more than a month remaining until the core disciple selection, he was certain to achieve the nascent soul stage by then. Young disciples, do prepare yourselves, for your brother Tang shall impart a lesson upon you. That does sound rather perverse. Ah well, if that's what it is, so be it, after all. His renown had long since been established. After a few more days, Tang Tion successfully reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, now poised to launch an assault towards the nascent soul realm. However, at this juncture, he received news from Qin Hai, who had been out of contact for quite some time. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tion listened intently to Li Hong's report. Qin Hai had uncovered new leads. Indeed, Tian Feng's actions that day were influenced by someone, though it remained uncertain whether it was Du Yuanqing. Furthermore, he had established contact with the upper echelons of the Tengyun Merchant Association. Should he successfully navigate these connections, the truth would be laid bare. However, this endeavor did not appear to be straightforward. Qin Hai mentioned that assistance from the young master would be required. Li Hong remarked. Tang Tion inquired softly. What does he wish for me to do? Li Hong responded. Qin Hai mentioned that to fully gain the trust of the upper echelons of the Tengyun Chamber of Commerce, it is imperative to demonstrate one's worth. The essence of a merchant's value lies in transactions. If possible, he will bring the chamber's leaders to engage in a deal with you. However, the magnitude of this transaction will be substantial. Tang Tion immediately chuckled. Is this even a matter? If it is, it can only be deemed a fortuitous one. Assure him that regardless of the amount, they are welcome to proceed. Li Hong hesitated. According to Qin Hai, it might exceed 100 billion. Tang Tion waved his hand dismissively. Tell him that the more, the better. By the way, when selecting resources, advise him to focus on methods of cultivation and supplementary training materials. The higher the grade of the supplementary training resources, the better. As for the methods of cultivation, any level will suffice. Procure as many as possible. The supplementary training resources are primarily intended for Li Hong and his associates, while the methods of cultivation will be utilized to expand the path of all methods. Tang Tion harbored a vague premonition that if the path of all methods he had created were cultivated to its pinnacle, it would undoubtedly rival any celestial techniques. Chapter 75, Voting and Equity. Qin Hai moved swiftly. Within a few days after the news reached him, he had prepared everything and expressed his desire to visit Tang Tion. His eagerness was palpable in his words. Tang Tion did not delay, promptly sending back an affirmative message. That very afternoon, Qin Hai arrived at Zizhu Yuan accompanied by a young man clad in luxurious attire. Young Master Tang, this is the esteemed Qi Bin, a senior member of the Tengyun Chamber of Commerce. As I mentioned, Qin Hai introduced. Qi Bin, true to his name, exuded an air of refinement. With a courteous bow, he smiled and said, I have long heard of young Master Tang's reputation. Today, I see it is indeed remarkable. Tang Tion responded with polite acknowledgement and invited them into Zizhu Yuan. Once seated, Qi Bin surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Are you familiar with the Bamboo Grove Taoist? Tang Tion was momentarily taken aback. Is he not the one who constructed this bamboo grove and Zizhu Yuan? Qi Bin nodded. Indeed. Once, I had the privilege of meeting him. He was a remarkably kind elder, though his ending was not as fortunate, he lamented. Tang Tion fell silent. The Bamboo Grove Taoist had passed away a century ago. This meant that the seemingly youthful Qi Bin was, in fact, over 100 years old. In the realm of cultivation, such occurrences were commonplace, much like Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao. Though addressed as young masters and young ladies, their ages were often far from youthful. Nevertheless, such matters bore little relevance to him. Let us return to the matter at hand, Tang Tion stated. What have you brought with you this time? Qi Bin smiled slightly. Though this is our first meeting and transaction, Manager Qin holds young Master Tang's financial prowess in high regard. Therefore, I have brought a considerable amount. Please, take a look, he continued, producing 3 sumi rings and placing them before Tang Tion. Tang Tion began his inspection. The first sumi ring contained an array of commonly sought cultivation resources, all of high grade and quality, with many surpassing celestial level. The second ring housed various resources and facilities specifically designed to aid in cultivation, such as battle puppets, sword formations, and illusion arrays, all of which could significantly enhance practical combat capabilities. Such items typically commanded a hefty price. The final sumi ring, however, was filled with an assortment of cultivation techniques in jade form. Qin Hai had indeed fulfilled his promise, gathering a vast collection of techniques, ranging from the lowest mortal level to the highest celestial grade, totaling nearly 10,000 upon a cursory estimate. While many were obscure and seldom considered by ordinary cultivators, Tang Tion did not discriminate. Regardless of the nature of the technique, he welcomed them all. The 3 storage rings had collectively established a price of 170 trillion spirit gems. Tang Tion could not help but frown slightly. During a recent inspection meeting, he amassed tens of billions of consumption points, yet all were expended on elevating the arcane mastery of the gluttonous arts. Now, little remains. With the addition of today's acquisitions, he still requires another 10 billion consumption points to simultaneously exchange for both the saint-level talent and a saint-level physique. How could these individuals have calculated so precisely? Noticing Tang Tion's furrowed brow, Qin Hai's heart raced to his throat. Qi Bin, on the other hand, chuckled softly. It seems I have prepared an excess of items, primarily because I am uncertain of young Master Tang's preferences. You may select whatever pleases you from within. It was evident that he spoke with great tact, clearly aiming to spare Tang Tion any embarrassment. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Select? Tang Tion replied, perplexed. What is there to choose from? There is but a limited assortment. I shall take them all, he declared, ready to settle the transaction. Without further ado, he began to retrieve money from his pocket. Qi Bin was instantly taken aback. He, too, was a figure of some renown. Having encountered countless wealthy young masters over the past century, yet he had never encountered anyone like Tang Tion. A mere glance, and he was already producing money, as if fearing the seller might reconsider. Good heavens, this amounts to 170 trillion, not merely 170. Witnessing Tang Tion produce a plethora of innate Dao jade, Qi Bin's eyelid twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Hai exhaled a long sigh, entirely relieved. Before long, Tang Tion displayed several pieces of innate Dao jade and remarked, my spending habits are rather peculiar. We shall first transact a portion, and the remainder can be settled later. The system space accommodates only this much, no more exists. Qi Bin nodded coolly. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes, young master. But truly, would you not care to examine more closely? A considerable portion of those techniques is rather obscure. Immediately after speaking, Qi Bin reprimanded himself internally. What was he doing? Was he unaccustomed to such smooth dealings? Was he a fool? Yet, once again, Tang Tion's response exceeded his expectations. Are you implying that the obscure techniques are scarce and warrant an additional fee? No issue. Specify the amount, Tang Tion inquired, stroking his chin. Qi Bin opened his mouth, then placed a hand to his forehead. No, that's not my intent. What I meant was, never mind, I have no ulterior motive. Let us adhere to the previously agreed upon price. Tang Tion was momentarily speechless. What was the meaning of this convoluted exchange? Regardless of Qi Bin's intentions, after several transactions, all resources were acquired by Tang Tion. At this juncture, the innate Dao Jade within his system had surpassed 200, while his consumption points had reached over 17 billion. The acquisition of saint-level talent was now within his grasp. The surplus of over 7 billion should be devoted to the comprehension of martial arts, with hopes of advancing in the myriad paths of cultivation. However, those considerations can wait. Upon successfully completing the transaction, the expressions of the group eased considerably, particularly Qin Hai, who appeared as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, prompting Tang Tion to regard him with renewed admiration. The financial prowess of young Master Tang truly commands respect. Even young Master Du from your esteemed sect has never executed a transaction of such magnitude in one go, remarked Qi Bin with a smile. Tang Tion felt a stir within and inquired, does Du Yuanqing frequently collaborate with you? Qi Bin nodded affirmatively. Young Master Du has established a long-term agreement with our Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. His resource needs from your sect will be prioritized through our association. At critical junctures, we may also choose to support him, perhaps even cast a vote in his favor. Tang Tion raised an eyebrow. A vote? Qi Bin responded with a grin. The Qingyue sect shares a similar structure with several affiliated sects under the Yunding Tianfu. We have previously supported some honorary disciples in other sects to ascend to such positions. Tang Tion was enlightened. Previously, Yinkong had informed him that 3 factors contributed to ascending to the second-in-command position: merit, internal influence within the sect, and external influence. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce appeared to represent a form of external influence. Furthermore, Qi Bin's mention of possessing voting rights was intriguing. Yet, with Du Yuanqing's capabilities, could he genuinely aspire to contest for that position? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Might Du Yuanqing's deliberate probing of him stem from concerns of being overshadowed? Tang Tion shook his head. He had no desire to entangle himself in such matters. Nevertheless, no one could impede his inclination to spend. Let us discuss the next transaction. I hope you can bring forth more resources, Tang Tion stated. Qi Bin hesitated momentarily before responding with a wry smile. Young Master Tang, to be candid, the resources allocated by the chamber for each region are indeed limited. The recent transaction has already depleted half of our inventory, and the next transaction cannot exceed this quantity. Tang Tion was taken aback. Had he effectively emptied the chamber's stock? It appeared that 100 billion was the maximum threshold for this region. Surpassing it would no longer be as effortless as before. This was not encouraging news. Tang Tion furrowed his brow. Observing Tang Tion's evident displeasure, Qi Bin hastily added, if you truly require more, there is another option. Tang Tion inquired. What option? Qi Bin replied, in a few months. The Tingyan Chamber of Commerce will undergo a redistribution of certain equities. If you can secure sufficient shares, you will be able to allocate the resources as you see fit. Moreover, I surmise that young Master Du would also choose to make a move this time. If he could secure some shares, the voting situation would be even more assured. Tang Tion pondered and inquired, how can one acquire such shares? Qi Bin replied, generally speaking, the most straightforward method is through purchase. However, the amount involved is undoubtedly substantial. To achieve this goal, I estimate you would need to prepare at least 10 billion. After saying this, even he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. 10 billion is truly astonishing. Yet, Tang Tion smiled broadly. That sounds rather intriguing. I shall contemplate it thoroughly. Chapter 76. The gateway to all laws. Tang Tion did not leave a definitive answer for Qi Bin. To participate in the upcoming equity distribution of the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce, one must depart from the Qin sect and venture forth personally. This was not a trivial matter. Without adequate assurance, Tang Tion would rather forego those consumption points than place his life in jeopardy. Venturing into the outside world meant relinquishing the formidable innate protection afforded by the Qin sect. It would indeed transform into a world characterized by the survival of the fittest, a brutal and sanguinary reality. Moreover, Qi Bin's remarks regarding Du Yuanqing were evidently laced with ulterior motives. It was essential to discern his true intentions. Fortunately, the equity distribution seemed several months away, allowing for further contemplation. During this interval, engaging in additional transactions would also provide an opportunity to gauge Qi Bin's character. As for Qin Hai, there was little to be done. Tang Tion's rapid growth had outstripped his capacity to fulfill Tang Tion's needs. Henceforth, he would serve as a liaison, responsible for various other matters. Once the transaction was concluded, Qin Hai expressed profound gratitude to Tang Tion. The matter concerning Tian Feng had irrevocably soured their relationship. Should the volume of this transaction fall short of Qi Bin's expectations, Qin Hai would be cast aside without hesitation, the consequences of which were unpredictable. Thus, when Tang Tion secured all the resources, Qin Hai's demeanor was understandable. Now that he had earned Qi Bin's trust, he felt emboldened in his dealings with Tian Feng. Rest assured, young Master Tang, I will investigate him thoroughly. Qin Hai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tang Tion nodded, advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Qi Bin and Qin Hai departed together, and Tang Tion returned to his secluded cultivation chamber. With over 17 billion consumption points, he had ample resources to exchange for a holy level talent or physique. After some contemplation, Tang Tion opted for the talent exchange, recognizing that cultivation was paramount. Son of Destiny, 10 billion consumption points. Upon completion of the exchange, an enigmatic sensation enveloped him. Tang Tion felt as if he were adrift in an expansive void. Immersed in the essence of the Tao, countless laws and principles of the universe surged past him, vividly discernible. With this, his comprehension of the Tao deepened considerably. It was uncertain how long he lingered in that ethereal realm, but upon returning to his cultivation chamber, he realized that night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had transcended into the nascent soul realm, achieving the transformation from Dan into Ing. This profound power stirred a sense of clarity within him. As his unique path began to materialize, albeit subtly, no longer was he a mere weakling. Tang Tion exhaled a long sigh of relief. Since his transmigration, he had encountered myriad challenges, with his cultivation always being a significant source of frustration. Despite his status as an honorary disciple, he had relied solely on the protection of guards and attendants to maintain his standing against any core disciple. Yet, at this moment, he had finally caught up. In the early stages of the nascent soul, although not yet comparable to the top core disciples, he was certainly among the upper echelon within that group. Moreover, his true strength transcended merely the early nascent soul stage. It was unexpected for him to achieve a breakthrough so swiftly. This time, the selection of core disciples should provide him with ample opportunity for enjoyment. A faint smile graced Tang Tion's lips. He considered it a chance to assist the Grand Elder in assessing the caliber of this batch of core disciples. After a brief respite, Tang Tion retrieved the Shumi ring filled with various cultivation techniques. With nearly 10,000 different methods, many of which surpassed the quality of celestial items, the 70 billion consumption points he possessed might scarcely suffice. Take it slow, he mused, as he selected a mundane level technique and began to exchange it for corresponding enlightenment increments. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Tang Tion remained mostly sequestered within the tranquil cultivation chamber. With such an abundance of techniques, even leveling up once required a considerable investment of time. Nevertheless, Thanks to Tang Tion's relentless efforts, he finally exhausted more than 70 billion consumption points, elevating the majority of techniques to a consummate level. As the volume of cultivated techniques increased, the path of myriad laws underwent a subtle transformation. In an infinite expanse of space, Tang Tion floated effortlessly. Beneath him lay a vast and resplendent sea of stars, each twinkling light representing a technique at the consummate stage. The brightest among them was the previously elevated Taotai secret art, its size significantly larger and more radiant than the others. After a brief moment, Tang Tion's figure vanished from this realm, returning to the outside cultivation chamber. It could be deemed an initiation. Although the path of myriad laws was a self-created technique, Tang Tion could still discern the changes in its realm. It had evolved far beyond its initial form. Gazing at the force stone before him, Tang Tion clenched his fist slightly. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged from the western directions, coalescing in the palm of his hand. Yet, he soon relinquished the notion of experimentation, sensing that if he were to conduct an experiment here, the cultivation chamber, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a merging stage cultivator, would be obliterated by his power. The grade of the path of myriad laws surpassed all techniques he had encountered thus far, possibly reaching an unknowable domain. This shall be my greatest trump card, Tang Tion internally declared. After a moment, he rose and exited the cultivation chamber. The sunlight was blinding, and the canopy of the old locust tree conveniently left his door unshaded, bathing him in warmth. Stretching languidly, he seated himself at the stone table and summoned Li Hong. "Has anything noteworthy transpired recently?" he inquired, as he had been engrossed in his training and had not kept abreast of the outside world. "Nothing much," came the reply. Li Hong remarked, "There have been no visitors these past few days, and everything else seems to be normal. However, it appears that a rumor has circulated, suggesting you intend to participate in the upcoming selection of core disciples, with the intention of overpowering others. Surely, that cannot be true?" Tang Tion shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Indeed, I plan to participate. However, I have never uttered such foolish words about overpowering anyone." Li Hong chuckled lightly. "Well, rumors tend to be somewhat exaggerated. Yet, it seems some disciples have taken it to heart. Several formidable inter-sect elites have emerged, boasting about their desire to temper your spirit." Tang Tion felt a sense of resignation. This matter must have originated from the Grand Elder. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He had no intention of showing any leniency. In that case, he might as well savor the prowess of these so-called inter-sect elites. It was hardly a concern. "Is there anything else?" Tang Tion inquired. Li Hong pondered for a moment and said, "Oh right. Xiao Shui broke through to the initial stage of transformation yesterday. It's truly astonishing. She is the fastest learner I have ever encountered, aside from you, of course." Tang Tion smirked slightly. He remained somewhat perplexed about Gu Xiaoshui's talent. He had experienced what it meant to be a prodigy, and it was not as extraordinary as it was made out to be. Yet, she undeniably possessed the qualities of an innate talent, a fact that intrigued him greatly. However, Tang Tion chose not to dwell on it. Every individual has their own unique opportunities, and the realm of cultivation is rife with prodigies, some even more remarkable than Gu Xiaoxue. "Very well. You all should strive diligently and make good use of what I have provided." Just then, Tang Tion's communication jade talisman stirred to life. This talisman was not something that could be used to contact him by just anyone. Upon inspecting it, he found it was a message from the young sect master, Yun Kong. The message was straightforward. "Tomorrow morning, in the sect master's rear hall, we shall discuss matters concerning the sixth peak." Tang Tion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At last it has come. Chapter 77. Master Qi Yuan. In the span of 2 days, Tang Tion diligently reflected upon the fruits of his recent cultivation. The outcome of this introspection revealed that in the realm of discourse, the 4 adversaries had become utterly outmatched, with their roles completely inverted. In terms of martial techniques, even when united, they were firmly subdued by Tang Tion's prowess. Furthermore, in practical combat, as long as he refrained from employing his strength beyond the transformation stage, he could decisively overcome them all. "My lord, it is truly a pity that such remarkable strength does not flourish within the sect," Li Hong remarked with a wry smile. Moments earlier, he had resorted to methods of the transformation stage, yet still found himself at a disadvantage against Tang Tion, resulting in a hasty defeat. Can brilliance be consumed as sustenance? Tang Tion shook his head, grasping Li Hong's implication. Had he been a purely core disciple, he would undoubtedly attract the sect's attention, making entry into the upper echelons of the core significantly easier. However, he was not inclined to pursue such a path. True strength was fundamental, and there was little necessity for widespread recognition, which bore minimal advantages. One cannot dismiss it so lightly, Li Hong countered. If one were to garner the attention of the sect's higher-ups and become a hallmark figure among the disciples, there would indeed be numerous benefits. Many secret locations, akin to the dragon transformation pool, are generally not accessible to the public. Only those who genuinely represent the sect's future can avail themselves of the finest cultivation resources and environments. Tang Tion fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Li Hong's words. The finest treasures are invariably reserved for the most exceptional individuals. Many things cannot be acquired merely through wealth. While the Qingyue sect may lack items of interest to Tang Tion, the Cloud Summit Paradise is an entirely different matter. That is a true celestial realm. Should he gain entry to the Cloud Summit Paradise, he might genuinely contemplate Li Hong's suggestion. Let it be, Tang Tion replied. Subsequently, the group exchanged insights regarding their combat experiences when the formation outside Zizhu Courtyard was triggered. Upon inspection, it was revealed to be individuals sent by Yun Kong, inviting Tang Tion to the Grandmaster's rear hall. Without delay, Tang Tion departed with them. Moments later, the two ascended the sect's main peak, where they found Yun Kong awaiting them outside the Grandmaster's hall. Young Master Tang. Young Master. After a brief exchange of greetings, they proceeded towards the rear hall. Young Master Tang, I heard from the Grand Elder that you intend to participate in this core disciple selection battle? Yun Kong inquired as they walked. Tang Tion nodded. Once. My greatest aspiration was to ascend to a core position. Given this opportunity, it would indeed be remiss to let it slip by. His words were not mere rhetoric. In his past, Tang Tion had harbored immense envy for the inner and core disciples, often fantasizing about sharing in their glory. Regrettably, he had not realized this dream even in his final moments. Consider it a fulfillment of his unachieved aspirations, he thought. Yun Kong smiled. With your participation, you are sure to impart a valuable lesson to those youthful contenders. The Grand Elder expressed his dissatisfaction with the current state of the sect, urging caution in the forthcoming discussions. Tang Tion remained silent. After all, he too was a youth, resolving to do his utmost. Let us focus on today's matters, he suggested, wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic. Yun Kong nodded, explaining that today would merely involve preliminary discussions. The master of the sixth peak, along with several senior elders, had arrived to present several initial construction plans. They intended to review each proposal meticulously to determine which was most suitable. The primary concern, however, remained the financial aspect, as the required investments varied significantly, and they needed to ascertain Tang Tion's financial capacity. Additionally, they would discuss his prospective position and specific rights within the sixth peak. I have perused the details beforehand, he noted, and they are fundamentally comparable to those of Mo Xiaoxiao and her associates. Tang Tion acknowledged this with a nod, realizing that should he successfully execute the overall investment for the sixth peak, he would effectively stand on equal footing with Mo Xiaoxiao and her group. As for the financial burden, it was of little consequence. The two continued their conversation as they traversed towards the garden behind the hall. Upon entering the garden, a robust figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing heavily before Tang Tion and Yun Kong. This was a burly man, towering over Tang Tion, his bald head gleaming and clad in a short shirt. His arms were as thick as a man's thigh, muscles bulging with a primal vigor. With a face full of bluster, he glared at Yun Kong and bellowed, "Little Kong, where's my benefactor?" Tang Tion raised an eyebrow. "Little Kong?" he echoed, perplexed. Yun Kong, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Uncle Chi, didn't we agree not to address each other this way in public?" The burly man retorted with a fierce glare. "This is Qingyue sect. I shall call you as I please. Enough with the pleasantries. Bring my benefactor to me. We've been discussing the construction of the sixth peak for years, yet here we are, still waiting. If you dare to deceive me again today, I swear I'll dismantle your dwelling." His thunderous voice resonated, leaving Tang Tion's ears ringing. Yun Kong, attempting to placate him, insisted, "This time, I am not deceiving you." He gestured towards Tang Tion, stating, "This is the individual interested in investing in the sixth peak's construction, young Master Tang Tion. Young Master, this is our future peak master of the sixth peak, Master Qi Yuan." Upon hearing the introduction, Qi Yuan abruptly turned, his eyes widening as they locked onto Tang Tion's. Tang Tion found himself at a loss, merely returning the gaze in a moment of bewildering silence. "Uncle Qi," Yun Kong began, ready to break the tension, but was abruptly scooped up by Qi Yuan and flung 10 meters away. The sound of his laughter roared like thunder, echoing in Tang Tion's ears. Qi Yuan strode forward, his robust arms draping over Tang Tion's shoulders, laughing heartily. "So you are Brother Jin. I have long admired your extraordinary demeanor. Indeed, you are a true dragon among men. Even when you were down the mountain, I could see you radiating brilliance. Tang Tion retorted. Could you be any more extravagant? Since my arrival, you haven't even glanced at me properly. Besides, my surname is not Jean. Chief Qi, you flatter me. Tang Tion replied. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Oh, not at all. I have yet to offer you my proper compliments. Come, brother Jean. Let us enter and have a thorough discussion. With that, he pulled Tang Tion forward, and Tang Tion felt an irresistible force propelling him onward. As if afraid he might flee. Fear not, Qi Yuan said as they walked. The construction of our sixth peak will not require an exorbitant sum. I have ensured that those befuddled elders have calculated everything meticulously. A modest amount of startup capital will suffice. Truly, do not be afraid. As Tang Tion felt himself entirely ensnared by this overwhelming force, his eye twitched involuntarily. Big brother, who exactly is afraid here? Moreover, your words carry not a shred of credibility. The two quickly made their way into the inner garden. At that moment, Yun Kong approached from a distance, tidying his disheveled hair, shaking his head, and following suit. Chapter 78. My wealthy brother in the tranquil and refined abode of the sect leader's rear hall, Tang Tion, Yun Kong, and Qi Yuan sat across from one another. Behind Qi Yuan, several elder figures were seated, presumably the future ruling elders of the sixth peak. These ruling elders represented the highest echelon within the Qingyue sect, typically stern and imposing in demeanor. Yet, before Qi Yuan, they exhibited an air of caution and deference, prompting Tang Tion to silently ponder the formidable nature of this boisterous giant, who had laughed heartily throughout their journey. Ha! Brother Jean, shall we commence our discussion? Qi Yuan remarked, rubbing his palm as one might with a fan. Tang Tion, disinclined to correct his address, replied, Everything shall proceed according to the wishes of Peak Master Qi. With a grand wave of his hand, Qi Yuan declared, Excellent. Without turning his head, he extended his hand backward, prompting one of the ruling elders to promptly place a jade talisman into his palm. Let me see, Qi Yuan said, examining the contents of the talisman. Brother Jean, upon the establishment of the sixth peak, you shall become the individual of the highest standing within it. On par with me. He continued, you shall have a voice in all matters, great and small, pertaining to the peak. This includes, the allocation of disciples, management of resources, planning of architectural facilities, and so forth. He rattled off an extensive list, all privileges bestowed upon Tang Tion. It sounded remarkably akin to the authority of the peak master. However, it was evident that Qi Yuan was merely reading from a script, his delivery lacking familiarity. As he spoke, he suddenly faltered and turned to inquire, Why is there no mention of the appointment of ruling elders? The several ruling elders exchanged glances, then one replied, Master, this may not be appropriate. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in indignation. What is inappropriate about it? Do I not possess the authority to appoint and dismiss you? Do you not comprehend what it means to be on equal footing with me? Quickly amend it. The ruling elders appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, beads of cold sweat forming under Qi Yuan's intense gaze. Observing this, Yun Kong hastily interjected, Uncle Qi, the appointments of ruling elders across the peaks must ultimately receive the consent of the Grand Elder. This truly contravenes protocol. Qi Yuan shot a piercing glance. Let Li Tianhua come before me personally to discuss it. Do you think I fear him? Witnessing Qi Yuan's blatant disregard for the Grand Elder's authority, Tang Tion felt a surge of astonishment. What kind of formidable character was this? Sensing the atmosphere had become awkward, he quickly suggested, There is no need for such fervor. Peak Master Qi, I am not particularly adept at or interested in managing affairs. Let us instead discuss the specific plans. Tang Tion found himself at a loss for words. This fellow launched straight into a presentation of all the benefits without any preliminary discussion. Was he truly fearful of Tang Tion's departure? Qi Yuan huffed a couple of times at Yun Kong, then turned to Tang Tion, immediately donning a congenial smile. No worries, no worries. Pay them no mind. I have conferred this authority upon you. Now, shall I present to you the preliminary plans for the sixth peak? Tang Tion nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Qi Yuan reached into his robe and retrieved another exquisite jade talisman. Glancing at the information contained within, he addressed Tang Tion. The construction of the Peak Master's Grand Hall requires moonstone, cloud logic rock, and the star-turning wheel wood from the Seven Mountains. What on earth is this? Tang Tion responded, Qi Peak Master, allow me to examine it personally. At this rate, he might stumble through a million words without completing it. Qi Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately surrendered the jade talisman to Tang Tion, sitting there with an anxious gaze fixed upon him. Ignoring his scrutiny, Tang Tion engrossed himself in the contents. The jade talisman detailed the construction plans for the sixth peak with remarkable precision. Various materials, resources, and their corresponding price ranges were meticulously outlined, encompassing every conceivable detail. Were all of this to be transcribed onto paper, it would likely accumulate into a small mountain. The sheer magnitude of this undertaking prompted Tang Tion to reflect on the considerable efforts of the overseeing elders. After a cursory review, he turned his attention to the total consolidated funding, which amounted to less than 90 trillion spirit jade. He could not help but furrow his brow. This is the construction of a principal peak. How could the budget be so meager? However, he soon discerned the crux of the issue. This preliminary construction plan encompassed only the most rudimentary elements, essentially a rudimentary framework, utterly threadbare. Qi Peak Master, this. Tang Tion withdrew his gaze. Qi Yuan had been keenly observing Tang Tion's expression and felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing his frown. Hearing Tang Tion's words, he hastily inquired, "Is it too much?" "No worries, we can streamline it further. The Peak Master's grand hall can be omitted. I could simply find a tree hollow to rest in. As for the living quarters for the overseeing elders, a pit would suffice. After all, at that level, one could manage without food or sleep." Tang Tion felt a flush of embarrassment. "Qi Peak Master, that is not my intent. I merely wish to convey that while this is our preliminary plan, is it not overly simplistic?" Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Tang Tion smiled. "I previously heard the Vice Master mention that you crafted several different plans based on the range of investment. Could you possibly share the others with me?" Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, glancing at Yun Kong, and upon receiving a confirming nod, he slowly retrieved another jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Tang Tion. Upon a brief examination, Tang Tion noted that this plan indeed contained a wealth of additional significant facilities. Yet, the budget had also escalated to 130 trillion. However, Tang Tion remained unsatisfied. "Master Qi, regarding the investment in the construction of the sixth peak, I am exceedingly earnest. Therefore, I do not wish to rush through this matter. If we are to proceed, let us strive for excellence. Present your highest budget proposal without concern for financial constraints," Tang Tion stated directly. Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom what he had just heard. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously inquired, "Is this truly your intention?" Tang Tion solemnly nodded. Qi Yuan glanced at Yun Kong, then turned to the assembly of elder administrators, before once again retrieving a jade talisman and handing it to Tang Tion. While Tang Tion perused the information, Qi Yuan intently observed his expression. Ultimately, he witnessed a faint smile grace Tang Tion's face. 400 trillion. Not bad at all. Tang Tion replied with a smile, setting down the jade talisman. "However, I still find your proposal somewhat conservative. I advise you to deliberate further and incorporate all possible enhancements. If it can be refined even more, that would be splendid. As for the financial aspect, you need not harbor any concerns. I shall bear the entire burden," Tang Tion stated earnestly. Qi Yuan stared at Tang Tion, speechless for an extended period. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, gripping Tang Tion's hands tightly and shaking them vigorously. "My esteemed benefactor, from this day forth, you shall be my brother in spirit." His voice thundered like a tempest. Subsequently, after receiving Tang Tion's affirmation once more, he swiftly gathered the elder administrators to revise the plans. Observing his exuberant demeanor, Tang Tion felt a twinge of astonishment. Surely, as a peak master, one ought not to display such unrestrained excitement? Seemingly sensing Tang Tion's bewilderment, Yun Kong shook his head and remarked, "Master Qi is always thus. There is no need for young Master Tang to take offense. Moreover, he has not merely waited a few decades for this position, if one were to reckon. It has indeed been several centuries." Thereafter, Yun Kong recounted to Tang Tion the storied history of the Qinghua sect. Chapter 79. The history of the sect through the narration of Yun Kong. Tang Tion gradually came to comprehend some of the past of the Qinghua sect. Centuries ago, the area where the Qinghua sect now resides was merely a desolate expanse of wilderness. The powerful immortal from the Yunding Tian Fu personally intervened to transform this place into an exceptional environment for cultivation. Subsequently, the Qinghua sect was established. A multitude of individuals flocked here at that time, some eager for battle, while others possessed formidable management skills. With the support of the Tian Fu, within just a few decades, the Qinghua sect ascended to become one of the most powerful sects within tens of thousands of miles. In the following years, most of the higher-ups gradually withdrew, leaving behind only a handful to oversee the affairs. Among them were the seldom-seen Supreme Elders, the sect master of Qinghua, the Grand Elder Li Tianhua, and the recently encountered Qi Yuan, all of whom were among the initial elite of that era. While several leaned towards management, Qi Yuan was primarily responsible for combat. Over 300 years ago, When Qi Fengzhu contended for the position of sect master against the former leader, he was defeated. More than 200 years ago, he again lost to Grand Elder Li in the struggle for the Grand Elder position. As the era of great development dawned, he had anticipated at least securing the position of a peak master. However, over a century ago, he committed a grave error that nearly led to the ruin of the Qinghua sect. Yin Kong sighed. Tang Tion remained silent, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of Qi Yuan. What was the mistake? Tang Tion inquired. Yin Kong shook his head with a smile. This matter is well known among many. Over a century ago, a dreadful power struggle erupted within the Qinghua sect, instigated by Qi Fengzhu himself. At that time, he was still unwilling to remain merely as the master of a peak, persistently aspiring for a position of vice sect master, equal in status to the Grand Elder. However, his ambitions were exploited by those with ulterior motives, igniting a massive tempest of power. Many lives were lost, including some high-ranking individuals who had descended from the Tianfu. One such individual was the Bamboo Forest Taoist, who had come from the Tianfu and contributed significantly to the early development of the Qinghua sect. Known for his kindness and aversion to conflict, he merely sought to live out his days in peace. Yet, he too was ensnared in this turmoil and perished. Tang Tion couldn't help but be astonished. Was this the same Bamboo Forest Taoist who planted the grove of purple bamboo and established the purple bamboo courtyard? Yin Kong nodded. That was indeed his dwelling. Since that incident, the purple bamboo courtyard had remained sealed. However, for reasons unknown, it was reopened at the end of last year. Had it not been for the reservations of others, it certainly would not have awaited your arrival to be rented out. Yin Kong chuckled. Tang Tion acknowledged, recalling that Wang Ziyu had mentioned this matter to him. Moreover, upon moving in, he had discovered that the facilities and arrangements within the purple bamboo courtyard resembled those of a retirement home. Indeed, it has been quite a while since I last encountered Prince Yu, and I remain oblivious to his recent endeavors. What transpired subsequently? Inquired Tang Tion. Yin Kong continued. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Under the influence of certain individuals, by the time Master Qi realized he had been manipulated, it had already escalated beyond control. Ultimately, Master Qi and Elder Li joined forces with a cadre of formidable high-ranking officials to quell the chaos, thereby sparing Qinghua sect from annihilation. In the aftermath, Tianfu undertook a significant purge of the sect's upper echelons, even dismissing the elder sect leader for negligence, and appointed the current new sect leader. While Master Qi was the catalyst for this turmoil, he also emerged as a key figure in its resolution, resulting in a balance of merit and fault. Thus he faced minimal repercussions. However, following these events, the position of deputy sect leader became unattainable for him, and even the 4 principal peaks that were subsequently developed excluded him from their leadership. Only with the imminent construction of the 6th peak and the absence of suitable candidates was he reinstated. Upon hearing this, Tang Tion experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Qi Yuan appeared so eager for this position. The longer he delayed, the more likely a more suitable candidate would arise, and the next opportunity might be a long time in coming. Yet, he found it perplexing that, as a subordinate sect of Tianfu, Qinghua sect experienced such significant turmoil without any intervention from Tianfu. Surely, if a force of that caliber intervened, the situation would have been swiftly resolved. Tang Tion voiced his inner query. Yin Kong offered a wry smile and responded, Tianfu oversees hundreds of subordinate sects. To put it bluntly, they hardly concern themselves with the fate of Qinghua sect. Those in power are far more interested in whether they can cultivate more capable individuals through certain events. Just like with Qinghua sect, I have held the position of deputy sect leader for many years. Although I have achieved some success, the mistakes I have made are as numerous as the stars in the sky. These errors have altered the destinies of many disciples and even ruined the lives of some. Yet, the sect leader and the elders seldom intervene. They simply watch as I stumble through my missteps, allowing me to learn from my experiences. Only when a mistake reaches a magnitude that they cannot ignore do they choose to intervene. For instance, just a few days ago, following the event at the Dragon Transformation Pool, the elder convened a high-level meeting to sternly criticize the current training atmosphere within the sect. Tang Tion fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The perspectives of ordinary individuals and those in power are fundamentally different. This is not a matter of right or wrong. As the saying goes, the seat determines the perspective. Regardless of one's position, the best one can do is to manage their own affairs, sometimes, even if you remain unchanged. The larger environment will compel you to alter your course. After a long exhale, Tang Tion shook his head and smiled, saying, with your explanation, I can now fundamentally comprehend. Master Qi Yin Kong smiled and remarked, aside from external factors, His temperament has always been this way. Moreover, there have indeed been instances where investors, upon witnessing such substantial construction funding, were so alarmed that they hastily packed their belongings and fled. Thus, his behavior is understandable. Tang Tion nodded in agreement. After a brief period of casual conversation, Qi Yuan returned accompanied by several senior elders. They refined the initial plans further and outlined numerous subsequent developmental directions, resulting in an increased funding scale that exceeded 600 trillion. Upon Tang Tion's immediate consent, Qi Yuan was so elated that he nearly lifted him up to shower him with affectionate kisses. Ha! Brother Jean, from this day forth, wherever you may find yourself, should you encounter any troubles, simply invoke my name. Within a radius of several 100,000 miles, few dare to disregard my Qi Yuan, he proclaimed loudly. Tang Tion chuckled in response. That sounds fair enough. Brother Jean it is, just a mere title. Subsequently, he began to retrieve the primordial Dao jade from his pocket, first pulling out 200, then another 200, and finally producing the remaining 400 in one go. This display left Qi Yuan momentarily stunned. Brother Jean is indeed extraordinary. No worries, my elder brother can do as he pleases, Qi Yuan exclaimed loudly. Tang Tion's lips twitched as he completed the transaction. Within the system space, the primordial Dao jade surpassed 800, while the number of consumption points reached over 60 billion. The holy grade physique was finally within his grasp. Chapter 80. The divine phoenix body. After descending from the peak of the sect, Tang Tion returned to the tranquil confines of the purple bamboo courtyard. Having learned of the sect's storied history, he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia as he gazed upon the serene surroundings. From the information he had gathered, it was evident that the bamboo forest Taoist was a benevolent, gentle old cultivator who abhorred conflict. Yet, even such a kind soul could become ensnared in the brutal and bloody struggles for power, ultimately meeting a tragic demise. In this world, true peace has always been an elusive dream. Only through relentless effort and the pursuit of unparalleled strength can one rise to the pinnacle of existence. Free from fear and able to act as one desires. There remains a long journey ahead. Forge on, young one. With a sigh, Tang Tion retreated to his secluded meditation chamber. With over 60 billion consumption points at his disposal, he was well equipped to exchange for the divine-level physique. Without hesitation, he summoned the system and proceeded with the exchange. Divine-level physique, 10 billion consumption points. You have obtained the undying divine phoenix body. A familiar sensation enveloped him once more, akin to absorbing dragon energy at the dragon transformation pond, yet far surpassing it. One was like a gentle stream, while the other was akin to the raging tempest of a vast ocean. In a moment of disorientation, Tang Tion found himself in a realm of chaos. Transformed into a colossal gray egg. After an indeterminate period, the surface of the egg suddenly cracked. In the next instant, a divine phoenix ascended, its wings stirring the chaos. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. After a protracted silence, Tang Tion slowly opened his eyes. The secret art of the divine phoenix. I hope I one tea turn into an egg. Tang Tion grimaced. During his recent experience, he had not witnessed any formidable techniques. Yet the image of the gray egg lingered vividly in his mind. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that his body had undergone a profound transformation. It felt as though every cell within him brimmed with boundless vitality. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tion brought his fingers together, unleashing a piercing sword aura. He then directed it towards his other arm, making a shallow incision. A sharp sting followed, and a vivid line of crimson appeared upon his skin. However, to his astonishment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere breaths, it had returned to its original state, leaving no trace of injury. Is the function of the divine phoenix secret art healing? Tang Tion glanced at the description of the secret art, where he noted a small line of text. This inherited secret art can utilize divine-level enlightenment to enhance one's realm. One instance of divine-level enlightenment, 10 billion consumption points. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tion opted to exchange for one instance of divine-level enlightenment, applying it to the divine phoenix secret art. Instantly, his body underwent another drastic transformation. Once the changes subsided, Tang Tion activated the sword aura once more, creating another incision on his arm. This time, the line of crimson appeared only for an instant, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye. After some contemplation, Tang Tion swung his sword energy and severed a portion of his finger. In the astonished gaze that followed, a mist of blood erupted from the wound, and before long, a brand new finger grew back, identical to the original. Regeneration of severed limbs? Tang Tion couldn't help but be astounded. Such feats could indeed be accomplished by cultivators above the nascent soul stage, who, after mastering certain life-related techniques, could achieve similar results. However, that method invariably resulted in a loss of a portion of one's life essence, regardless of how sophisticated the technique might be. In contrast, the Divine Phoenix secret art exhibited no such depletion. It manifested as a natural and effortless regeneration. Possessing such capabilities at the foundational level hinted at even greater potential in the future. With fervent determination, Tang Tion invested all of his remaining 300 billion consumption points into comprehending the miraculous insights of the Divine Phoenix secret art, advancing to the proficient realm. Upon reaching this stage, he discovered that his wounds healed almost instantaneously, and the speed of limb regeneration had significantly increased. Even if an entire arm were severed, it could completely regrow within a matter of moments. Moreover, his internal organs, meridians, and dantian possessed the same remarkable abilities. A shattered heart could mend itself, and an exploded dantian could be reconstituted. Continue. Tang Tion opted for another exchange. Advancing to the mastery realm of the Divine Phoenix secret art, he found that not only were his previous abilities enhanced, but significant transformations also occurred within his nascent soul and divine consciousness. These entities were of utmost importance to a cultivator. Damage to either could lead to troublesome and protracted recovery periods. However, for Tang Tion now, these concerns were entirely obsolete. He could even extract his nascent soul to use as a plaything. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tion employed his final divine-level comprehension. The Divine Phoenix secret art reached the minor success realm. After the exchange, he sensed a profound metamorphosis occurring within his innermost life essence. Whereas his previous abilities had materialized naturally, they were now intricately connected to his life essence, forming a cohesive whole. Moreover, it seemed his life essence had established a connection with the celestial Tao. As long as the Tao endures, so shall the essence of life. This implied that if anyone sought to annihilate Tang Tion completely, they would have to obliterate the very laws of the Tao itself. Otherwise, there would come a day when Tang Tion could replenish his life essence and be reborn from nothingness. This is simply extraordinary. Tang Tion's gaze became dazed. This was merely the minor success realm of the Divine Phoenix secret art. Beyond it lay the major success realm and the domain of the secret art's unique inheritance. It was difficult to fathom the transformations that awaited in those realms. It seems I may finally venture outside, Tang Tion murmured. Since his transmigration, apart from his initial visit to the Golden Jade Hall, he had not stepped beyond the Qingwei Gate even once. Even within the sect, he had never ventured beyond the familiar peaks, merely wandering between a few main summits. Lacking strength, yet harboring great wealth was a fundamental sin. He could not challenge the moral boundaries of others, placing himself in perilous situations. However, after achieving a minor success in the Divine Phoenix secret art, those concerns dissipated. Now, Tang Tion had reached a state that could be deemed immortal in a certain sense. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly shook his head, casting aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. Patience was essential. Although he could eventually resurrect after being slain, the duration of that wait remained uncertain. Moreover, such a revival would leave him with nothing, returning all to the starting point. It would be prudent to seek additional safeguards. Gradually, Tang Tion regained his composure. The Divine Phoenix secret art possessed two further realms, requiring merely 20 billion consumption points. The sixth peak had plans for subsequent development, and other main peaks also needed growth, offering ample opportunities to accrue consumption points. Furthermore, he could enhance his rapport with Qi Yuan. According to Yin Kong, he was a half-step immortal. If he were to venture out, having such a bodyguard by his side would at least ensure that no significant problems would arise within the bounds of Qingwei sect. Let us proceed cautiously. It will be swift, Tang Tion contemplated. Chapter 81. Enrolling in a tutoring class in the ensuing period. Tang Tion once again immersed himself in his cultivation. The speed at which the Chosen One progressed in his training remained undiminished compared to before. It was anticipated that he would achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm before the selection of core disciples. Moreover, he utilized the remaining points to exchange for insights, further enhancing his mastery of the techniques. The path of myriad methods was also advancing slowly yet steadily. With the necessary funds finally in place, the construction of the sixth peak was progressing vigorously. Qi Yuan frequently reached out to Tang Tion, inviting him to witness the construction firsthand. Unfortunately, Tang Tion had no interest and had not attended even once. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan remained enthusiastic, personally visiting Tang Tion several times for casual conversations. What surprised Tang Tion was that this fellow, even when finding a secluded corner to linger, was unwilling to step into the purple bamboo courtyard, nor would he approach the surrounding bamboo grove. Upon inquiring with Yin Kong, Tang Tion learned that the event from years ago had left a profound impact on Qi Yuan, particularly concerning the Bamboo Grove Taoist. Qi Yuan believed that his own mistakes led to the unwarranted disaster faced by the Bamboo Grove Taoist, such as the nature of a sensitive soul. From that point on, Tang Tion no longer dwelled on the matter. When Qi Yuan sought him out, he was free to go wherever he pleased. After all, conversation was the essence, regardless of the location. After frequent interactions, the bond between the two quickly heated up. When Tang Tion expressed his desire to venture out and requested Qi Yuan's protection, Qi Yuan readily agreed without a second thought. Old Jin, you are being too formal. Just say whatever you wish to do. Even if you desire the undergarment of some saintess, I can procure it for you directly, Qi Yuan declared, patting his chest proudly. Tang Tion hastily clarified that he harbored no such peculiar inclinations. As time gradually passed, the matter of Tang Tion participating in the core disciple selection was steadily gaining traction. An increasing number of elite inner disciples emerged, clamoring to teach Tang Tion a lesson. In the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Those who acquired their status as honorary disciples through monetary means could never be compared to true disciples. Behind these events, certain core elites or elders provided support. Not to mention, his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was already a significant advantage in the selection process. After practicing the myriad methods, his true strength had reached a remarkably formidable level. Within the purple bamboo courtyard, following yet another intense confrontation, Gu Xiaoxue was narrowly defeated by a single misstep. The young master's strength truly evolves day by day, Li Hong exclaimed. Just over half a month ago, they could still leverage their transformation stage cultivation and ample battle experience to triumph over Tang Tion. However, once Tang Tion ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, the tides of battle swiftly turned. Despite Li Hong employing all his skills, he found himself at a disadvantage against Tang Tion, ultimately facing defeat. Once a formidable opponent, Gu Xiaoxue has now fallen short against Tang Tion. The only circumstance that slightly constrains Tang Tion is the collaboration of the Lanyu sisters, whose minds are in perfect harmony, allowing for an exceptionally close-knit cooperation. However, even when isolating one of them, they remain but defeated subordinates of Tang Tion. Should they continue to evolve, the young master is destined to become the foremost figure within the sect. Lanyu couldn't help but exclaim, "How is that possible?" As Tang Tion descended from the sky after vanquishing Gu Xiaoxue, he approached the group. "It is evident that your weaknesses are glaring. If this continues, how can you hope to excel in the 100 Gates tournament?" The group immediately bowed their heads in acknowledgement. The 100 Gates tournament is comprised solely of elites, and they indeed felt uncertain of their chances. Yet, they could not be deemed weak. Observing the despondency among them, Tang Tion smiled and reassured, "Do not fret. I intend to enroll you all in a supplementary class." Li Hong was taken aback. A supplementary class? Tang Tion nodded. In recent exchanges with Qi Yuan, he had come to learn of many matters previously unknown to him. Within the Qinghua sect, there exists a plethora of invaluable secret locations dedicated to enhancing disciples' cultivation, techniques, and combat prowess. Moreover, there are even more such places beyond the sect's borders. Unfortunately, Tang Tion lacked the time and resources to personally guide each of them. Thus, he entrusted Qi Yuan with the task of systematically mentoring this group. Qi Yuan readily agreed, exclaiming, "What's the issue? You see, I was once a mentor myself. The first few batches of elite disciples at Qinghua were trained under my guidance. Just hand them over to me, and I shall return them as capable subordinates." However, he added with a smirk, "My methods can be rather severe, so prepare them mentally." Tang Tion nodded. "I will discuss this with them. Additionally, do not concern yourself with the resources for cultivation. Use only the finest. Any expenses incurred will be charged to me." Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Most of those resources rely on connections and won't cost much. Just leave it to me." Subsequently, the two reached an agreement. Turning to Li Hong and the others, Tang Tion laid out all the implications clearly, specifically cautioning them that this supplementary class would be exceedingly rigorous and demanding. To his surprise, rather than displaying fear, Li Hong and the others were filled with gratitude and anticipation. The young master's kindness is beyond words. "We shall seize this opportunity and not disappoint your diligent cultivation," Li Hong declared earnestly. Tang Tion was taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the situation. For a cultivator, the prospect of enhancing one's strength is undoubtedly the most compelling allure. Without exception, what trials and tribulations one may endure, as long as life is not forsaken, can be deemed a fortune. Indeed, many individuals care little for their own existence, solely in pursuit of that fleeting chance. Strive with all your might. Having spoken thus, Tang Tion presented Li Hong with 20 pieces of primordial Dao jade, primarily for daily cultivation, and also to alleviate the burden of expenses. It would not do to allow Qi Yuan to bear the entire financial weight. Despite his status as a peak leader, a half-step immortal, when it comes to liquid assets, he may not necessarily surpass the esteemed disciples of the highest order. They possess the ability to amass wealth with ease, yet the necessity for expenditure remains greater. After much deliberation, Tang Tion resolved to send Li Hong and his companions to Qi Yuan following the selection of core disciples. With less than a year until the 100 Gates battle, time was indeed of the essence. Days passed, and the annual selection of core disciples was finally at hand. Meanwhile, the matter concerning Tang Tion had reached a boiling point. How audacious to make such grand claims, challenging all pure disciples. Truly a display of hubris, exclaimed a mid-stage golden core inner disciple. After half a year of seclusion, how could a mere esteemed disciple presume to rise above pure disciples? This came from an elite on the brink of transcending to the Yuaning stage. Merely a ploy for attention, the only rivals pure disciples face are other pure disciples, remarked a strikingly beautiful woman with an inscrutable aura. Amidst such discourse, the selection competition commenced in earnest. Chapter 82. The selection begins in the Zizhu courtyard. Li Hong presented a jade token to Tang Tion. Upon receiving the token, Tang Tion examined it with his spiritual sense. The core disciple selection takes place twice annually, in late summer and early spring. During this period, all disciples at the golden core stage and above may opt to participate. This year's inner disciples eligible for selection number over 3,000. They will converge at the martial arena atop the sect's main peak for a fierce contest. The rules of the selection are straightforward, free challenges. Each participant may choose any opponent to duel in the arena. The details of these battles will be meticulously recorded by designated elders, who will provide evaluations based on their performances. Each participant must engage in at least 3 bouts, and their overall performance in these matches will be a crucial criterion for advancement to core disciple status. The better one performs, the greater the likelihood of promotion. Tang Tion nodded subtly. This method effectively assesses a disciple's comprehensive strength, minimizing the chances of overlooking any prodigies. Historically, the success rate for promotion has been less than 1/3, meaning that only about 1,000 out of the 3,000 participants will succeed. This reality is indeed harsh, making the choice of opponents a matter of great significance. However, for Tang Tion, it mattered little whom he faced. The disciples partaking in this core selection are notably strong. Among them, 6 individuals have previously expressed opinions regarding Tang Tion: Hu Jingwei from the main peak, Gong Wan, Bai Qingling from the east peak, Zhao He from the west peak, Yu Haomiao from the north peak, and Mu Qianqian, a standout among the scattered inner disciples. All these contenders are at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, exhibiting formidable skills, extensive combat experience, and impressive records. Li Hong spoke with a casual tone, clearly underestimating these individuals as potential rivals for Tang Tion. In truth, Tang Tion's current prowess aligns him with the top core disciples, rendering these inner disciples significantly inferior by comparison. These are pure disciples, currently in the spotlight, and many hope to see them shine in the selection, Li Hong remarked with a smile. Tang Tion nodded slightly, taking note of their names for future reference. I shall extend some consideration towards them, he mused. Setting aside this topic, Tang Tion discarded the jade token and inquired, have there been any developments with Qinghai recently? It has been nearly a month since our last transaction. It should be drawing near. Li Hong remarked that following the recent transaction, his standing within the Jinyu Tang had significantly improved, claiming to have uncovered some peculiar leads, which he would elaborate on upon meeting you. Moreover, in accordance with your requirements, he and Qi Bin have procured numerous cultivation resources from various sources, a substantial portion of which consists of techniques. However, the overall quantity should be comparable to that of the previous occasion. Tang Tion nodded in acknowledgement. Qi Bin had previously stated that several hundred trillion had reached their limit. Nevertheless, his appetite was modest. A mere 1 to 200 trillion would suffice, along with a bit of investment for the construction of Qingwei Gate. Once he accumulated 200 billion in consumption points, he would be able to cultivate the Divine Phoenix secret technique to its ultimate realm. He was quite eager to discover the effects of this technique at its final stage. Very well, Tang Tion said, you will soon be departing for training. When the time comes, inform Qinghai. If he wishes to contact me, he may do so directly. Additionally, ensure you all are well prepared. If all goes smoothly, we should be leaving by tomorrow. Li Hong responded earnestly. The following day, at the martial arts arena of the sect's main peak, even before dawn, the venue was already brimming with disciples of Qingwei Gate. The core disciple selection competition could be deemed the most bustling event of the year for Transmigrating. Given the opportunity, no one wished to miss the chance to witness the contest. This was a grand hall capable of accommodating tens of thousands. At the very center of the arena, 5 fighting platforms were arranged, where the challenge matches would concurrently unfold. Many individuals had already entered, engaging in fervent discussions. Tell me, does Tang Tion truly possess any strength? How dare he challenge the authority of the pure disciples? Some were unfamiliar with the name Tang Tion. What strength could he possibly have? I heard that this person was merely a servant last year, and then suddenly came into a fortune, purchasing the title of honorary disciple. His eligibility for the core selection must have been achieved through resource accumulation, merely a facade. One individual scoffed derisively. The behavior of the honorary disciples was well known to all. Perhaps Tang Tion standing within his own circle was acceptable, but in the realm of pure disciples, he would undoubtedly fall short. Another nodded in agreement. In truth, the majority, including the honorary disciples, shared similar sentiments. Tang Tion's ascent had been remarkably swift, and it wasn't long before he mingled with the upper echelons. Even though he had displayed some commendable prowess within the dragon transformation pool, it only circulated within a limited circle. For most disciples, it was indeed their first encounter with the name Tang Tion. Their preconceived notions about honorary disciples generally revolved around wealth, indulgence, and boastful behavior. Thus, their assessment of Tang Tion fell well within the bounds of normalcy. Even among the honorary disciples, there was not much optimism regarding Tang Tion. They offered no evaluations, merely adopting a spectator's mindset. However, those fortunate enough to witness Tang Tion's strength held differing opinions. A bunch of fools. An elite disciple who had once participated in the dragon pool snorted coldly. Hey you. The person being scolded was about to retort when he noticed the opponent was clad in the attire of a core disciple, exuding a formidable aura that made it evident they were not to be trifled with. Indeed, it was foolishness to blindly judge others without any understanding. Such ignorance could prove fatal in a real battle. A voice, cool and detached, echoed from another direction. The man turned to see an unfamiliar inner disciple, which momentarily eased his apprehension. Yet, as he was about to launch a counterattack, a companion restrained him. Are you out of your mind? This was Niao Wushuang from the Southern Peak, one of the most formidable inner disciples of this generation. Moreover, she possessed a notoriously short temper. The last person who provoked her had been hung from the crooked neck tree outside the Merit Hall for 3 days. His companion whispered urgently. The man was taken aback. How could he be so unfortunate as to offend someone he could not contend with? Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of surprise. Why was such a powerful individual's opinion of Tang Tion so markedly different? Could it be that Tang Tion truly possessed great strength? His expression grew anxious, and the volume of their discussion diminished significantly. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone else, a figure with a complex expression observed. It was Lin Yu. How could you possibly participate in the core selection? Her gaze was vacant, lost in thought. As the sun rose high in the sky, a sudden stir rippled through the venue. Look, that's Tang Tion. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 83. Inquire about my blade. Tang Tion yawned as he entered the venue alongside Li Hong and others. Upon stepping inside, he felt thousands of gazes converge upon him. So this is the sensation of being a star, he mused with a smile, choosing to disregard the attention as he moved forward. Everywhere he passed, eyes were fixed upon him, some scrutinizing, others dismissive, and some with a hint of amusement, an array of reactions. After walking for a short while, a thunderous voice echoed from above. Old Jean, over here. It was none other than Qi Yuan. As one of the most esteemed figures of the Qinghua sect, he naturally had a designated position. It was a spacious, elevated platform, allowing him a commanding view of every corner of the hall. Upon hearing his call, Tang Tion ascended the platform with Li Hong and the others. Once atop, the surroundings became significantly quieter, devoid of the peculiar glances that had previously surrounded him. The Grand Elder Li Tianhua, various peak masters, Tan Yushan, the young sect master Yun Kong, and several unfamiliar elders were gathered there. Notably, Lu Chang'e and his companions were also present. Tang Tion exchanged nods with those he recognized before taking a seat beside Qi Yuan. Are these the ones you mentioned earlier? Qi Yuan inquired, eyeing Li Hong and the others. Tang Tion nodded in affirmation. Qi Yuan appraised them, noting, they are rather diverse in talent. However, as long as they are disciples, under my guidance, they shall not turn out poorly. Tang Tion chuckled. Then I shall entrust them to you, Master Qi. Meanwhile, Li Hong and his companions were quietly assessing Qi Yuan, having been informed by Tang Tion that this formidable figure would be their forthcoming mentor. Gazing at their instructor, with a gleaming bald head, a face adorned with muscle, and a physique as solid as stone, Li Hong could not help but swallow hard. The days ahead promised to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Old Jean, I've noticed many are discussing you, Qi Yuan remarked. Do you feel the pressure? Tang Tion smiled, replying, not particularly. I have reviewed some information about the competitors, and indeed, there are many exceptional talents within the sect. I shall do my utmost. Qi Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I cannot perceive your true strength? That group of youngsters wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps in your teeth. Nevertheless, it's quite amusing. These kids, having a modicum of talent, have become so arrogant that they've forgotten their own surnames. That one, Mu Qianqian. If she weren't a young girl, I would have dealt with her a long time ago. If you happen to encounter her next, do not hold back. Give her a proper lesson, and consider it a favor to me. Tang Tion suppressed a chuckle. Mu Qianqian was indeed the young talent from the 6th peak. It seemed this young girl had been quite a headache for Qi Yuan. Additionally, there is one more matter. Qi Yuan furtively glanced at the Grand Elder before leaning closer to Tang Tion, whispering, the reason this matter has stirred such a commotion is that old fellow stirring the pot behind the scenes. He has scolded nearly all the elders. And now many high-ranking officials are eagerly awaiting your downfall. That scoundrel is cunning. You must tread carefully in your dealings with him. Tang Tion couldn't help but smile wryly. Given how close we are, does the Grand Elder not possess the strength to hear what you are saying? While you may not fear him, I certainly cannot afford to insult him to his face. This matter was discussed with me in advance by the Grand Elder. You need not worry. I am well aware. Qi Yuan scoffed. Fear him? He wouldn't dare eavesdrop on me. The two exchanged casual banter until the sun fully rose, marking the official commencement of the selection competition. The Grand Elder initiated proceedings, followed by Yun Kong delivering some formal remarks, outlining the rules for this selection. Subsequently, it was time for free challenges. The venue fell into a hushed anticipation, all eyes keenly awaiting the identity of the first contestant to step forth. A long-standing, unspoken rule governed each selection competition. Initial challenges would only take place on the central platform, garnering the utmost attention. Hence, without substantial confidence, few dared to step onto the stage, as a defeat would be a source of great embarrassment. Observing this, Tang Tion rose to his feet. So soon to take the stage? Qi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Tang Tion smiled. The sooner I start, the sooner I finish. With that, he leapt from the elevated platform, landing squarely on the central stage. Instantly, all eyes in the venue converged upon him. Goodness, he truly dares. People murmured in awe. Impressive. I certainly wouldn't have the courage to be the first. They eagerly speculated about his capabilities, soon to be revealed. Meanwhile, Tang Tion remained unfazed, producing a soft chair from his storage ring and settling comfortably at the center of the stage, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Anyone who wishes to challenge me is welcome. I come today not with any ulterior motives, but simply to impart some lessons. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the entire venue. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This is utterly audacious, they exclaimed. With so many people and high-ranking officials watching, I doubt I could even stand steady. He is steadier than you think. Did you not see him sit down? Are you daft? Sitting is far more impressive than standing. Look, he is even enjoying tea. Tang Tion's demeanor sparked a lively uproar among the onlookers. Many encountering Tang Tion for the first time were astonished by his composure. Pray tell, what ordinary person possesses such confidence? On the other side, the pure disciples participating in this assessment wore expressions of discontent, some even gritting their teeth in frustration. How dare they look down upon them? I shall take this challenge. At last, one individual could no longer contain himself and bellowed, leaping onto the arena. Tang Tion raised his eyelids slightly, observing a robust man in the mid-stage of the golden core, bearing a colossal blade resembling a door plank. His face twisted in a menacing snarl as he awaited Tang Tion. How audacious! A mere honorary disciple dares to lecture me. But first, he should inquire whether my mountain-cleaving blade consents. With that, the man seized the mountain-cleaving blade and brought it down heavily upon the arena. Were it not for the protective formation specifically designed for the arena, the ordinary bluestone would have likely shattered under the blow. What a fierce individual. The onlookers anticipated whether Tang Tion could withstand such an assault. Yet, Tang Tion remained unperturbed and composed. Oh, allow me to inquire then. Does the mountain-cleaving blade agree? Tang Tion spoke languidly. The crowd was taken aback. Even the burly man stood momentarily stunned. Did he truly dare to ask? However, in the next instant, he felt an uncanny shift from the mountain-cleaving blade that had accompanied him for years. Both the hilt and blade began to tremble violently, rising uncontrollably. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not restrain it. Come back. The man shouted in alarm, unleashing a powerful aura in an attempt to forcibly reclaim the blade. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could not alter its course. The wide blade pivoted sharply, delivering a resounding slap against his ample backside. Bang! The man stumbled forward several paces, nearly collapsing to the ground. His face bore a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Yet he persisted in trying to regain control over the mountain-cleaving blade. Alas, it was futile. The blade rose once more, striking him squarely on the back. The tremendous force finally caused him to lose his balance and crash onto the ground. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The mountain-cleaving blade, seemingly possessed, began to flail back and forth, relentlessly striking the man as if it had gone mad. The watching disciples wore expressions akin to witnessing a ghostly apparition. To them, it appeared as though the man was wielding his own blade against himself, while Tang Tion sat serenely, savoring his tea without even stirring. "It seems your blade has acquiesced," Tang Tion remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 84. The commencement of class. The inaugural battle was utterly bizarre. There was scarcely a process of engagement. The robust man's sword suddenly went berserk, striking its wielder with wild abandon. Meanwhile, Tang Tion remained composed, seated there, savoring the sight of the man being tossed about, writhing in agony. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? Tang Tion's comprehension of the art of the blade had reached an extraordinary zenith. The elder spoke softly, for as true paragons of strength, they could discern the underlying circumstances. Upon the man's utterance, Tang Tion had directly usurped control of the mountain-splitting blade, a feat born purely from a disparity in understanding the Tao. The sword's master had scarcely registered the shift. This was a clear demonstration of a dimensional strike. Were there any peers among you capable of achieving such a level? The elder cast a glance toward the assembly of elders. They bowed their heads. Had they possessed such disciples, they would have long proclaimed it from the rooftops. They had anticipated Tang Tion's victory, yet never envisioned it would manifest in such an unorthodox manner. How remarkable that one could attain such prowess at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Even within the heavenly capital, he would be regarded as an elite. To think such a prodigious talent had become an honorary disciple was indeed astonishing. Qi Yuan sat nearby, munching on seeds while interjecting with sardonic remarks. Yun Kong observed with a stoic demeanor, while the elder cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing silence. At that moment, the combat on the stage below had reached a state of intense fervor. The mountain-splitting blade grew increasingly frenzied. What began as mere strikes had escalated to lethal slashes. The blade's fierce aura surged, cornering the robust man into a state of panic and peril. However, those of true capability could discern that Tang Tion harbored no intent to injure the man, nor did he aim to defeat him. The seemingly menacing blade energy was, in truth, profoundly methodical. In essence, it was a demonstration of technique. He was genuinely conducting a lesson. Someone remarked in awe. Indeed, this was the reality. Tang Tion bore no animosity toward these individuals. There was no need for total annihilation. Though the man possessed average strength and a somewhat impulsive temperament, his courage to be the first to challenge was commendable. With proper guidance, he could evolve into a commendable talent. Sometimes, a modicum of leniency is not a detriment. Tang Tion continued to wield the mountain-splitting blade with increasing ferocity. Ultimately, after exhausting the man, he planted the blade firmly beside him. Observing from the periphery, the elder declared the outcome of the first challenge. Tang Tion, victorious. The onlooking disciples were left speechless. The manner of victory was entirely beyond their expectations. The robust man, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, struggled to rise from the ground. In truth, after the initial chaos, he had gradually come to grasp the staggering chasm in strength between himself and Tang Tion. He also sensed that Tang Tion was utilizing this opportunity to impart knowledge of swordplay. With a complex gaze, the burly man bowed to Tang Tion and expressed his gratitude before leaping down from the arena. "Tang Tion, will you continue to challenge?" inquired the elder presiding over the contest. Tang Tion nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Of course. I shall remain seated here today until no one dares to challenge me further." His imperious tone ignited the emotions of the onlookers. "I shall take my turn." A composed young man stepped onto the stage, eliciting gasps from the crowd. It was Yu Haomiao from Beifeng. He had been in seclusion for an extended period, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. Although he ultimately fell short, he was merely a step away. Moreover, his prowess was formidable, despite only being at the peak of the golden core stage. Even ordinary nascent soul cultivators would not dare to underestimate him. This was bound to be an intriguing match. The spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Sensing the attention of the crowd, Yu Haomiao regarded Tang Tion with a gentle smile, saying, "Before my seclusion, I had not heard of your name. Tang Tion replied coolly. Are you familiar with Sun Wukong? Yu Haomiao was taken aback. Who is that? Tang Tion responded. A bold individual who dared to invade the heavenly court after only a few years of mastering Taoist arts. So, do not presume to be exceptional. There are many you have yet to hear of. Yu Haomiao's expression darkened. Do you think I am akin to that earlier fool? Tang Tion sighed, recognizing him as the archetypal prodigy. Enough with the idle chatter. If you intend to fight, then let us proceed. Yu Haomiao's face grew stern. Since joining Qinghua's sect, no one had ever dared to belittle or disregard him so brazenly. Then prepare yourself, he declared, as the formidable aura of his golden core stage erupted forth. Pointing skyward, dark clouds swiftly converged, accompanied by the resonant rumble of thunder. The arena seemed to be filled with an invisible electric charge. Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts descended, encircling Tang Tion, their crackling sound sending chills through the onlookers. Xianlei formation. This was Yu Haomiao's secret weapon, unleashed right from the outset. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Why was Tang Tion still seated? Once the Xianlei formation was fully established, its power would multiply, making it exceedingly difficult for even nascent soul cultivators to escape. The crowd murmured in anxious anticipation. Yu Haomiao, observing Tang Tion's continued nonchalance, couldn't help but smirk coldly. You are overly arrogant, daring to ignore my Xianlei formation. Your hubris shall be the principal cause of your downfall, he declared icily. Tang Tion did not even spare him a glance. The excessive prattle was tiresome. Had this been a life-and-death battle, he would have been cleaved into pieces by now. Ignored by Tang Tion, Yu Haomiao's fury intensified, and he spread his arms wide, unleashing his full might. I shall not hold back. Combine for me. As his thunderous roar echoed, dozens of bolts of lightning erupted with ferocious intensity, coalescing into a thick, black prison that enveloped Tang Tion. Almost immediately, the swirling lightning began to converge upon him, weaving a tapestry of electric brilliance that instilled a sense of dread in all who bore witness. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Was Tang Tion not going to react? If this continued, it would surely be too late. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the onlookers, with the lightning cage constricting further, completely enclosing Tang Tion. Yu Haomiao's lips curled into a cold smirk. It's too late. Even if you were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, escaping this lightning formation would be impossible. He poured more spiritual energy into the attack, his robe billowing dramatically. Soon, the lightning prison had shrunk to its maximum limit. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, even at this limit, the cage continued to diminish. In a fleeting moment, Tang Tion's form gradually became visible, while the previously house-sized black prison had shrunk to fit within his palm, transforming into a small, rotating black orb. Throughout this ordeal, Tang Tion's posture remained unchanged. Yu Haomiao. The disciples. Impressive lightning technique, Tang Tion remarked with a slight smile, but it still requires refinement. With that, he gently raised his hand. The black orb in his palm spun and surged forth. As it departed from Tang Tion's grasp, it rapidly expanded, instantaneously enveloping the entire arena. Hundreds of thick bolts of black lightning roared forth, radiating countless tendrils of dark energy. The arena transformed into an even larger, more terrifying grand formation of profound thunder. Standing upon the elevated platform, Yin Kong could not help but exclaim in awe. His mastery of lightning was indeed remarkable. It seemed that the lesson was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 85. The scene of transformation upon the arena, an endless torrent of black lightning crackled ominously, enveloping both Tang Tion and Yu Haomiao within its grasp, resembling a massive ebony cage. The overwhelming force elicited gasps from the disciples observing below, causing them to swallow hard. Had Tang Tion seized Yu Haomiao's Xianlei formation? Whispers of uncertainty rippled through the crowd. Not only had he commandeered it, but the Xianlei formation he unleashed bore a potency many times greater than before, truly astonishing. The onlookers stared, entranced, struggling to regain their composure. If the initial bout had left them astounded by Tang Tion's effortless defeat of a mid-core formation warrior, this encounter rendered them utterly speechless. His opponent was Yu Haomiao, the strongest among the new generation of inner disciples, capable of contending with a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, here he was, toyed with at Tang Tion's whim. Just how formidable was Tang Tion? He must be at the nascent soul stage. Someone exclaimed loudly. However, another individual shot him a disdainful glance, asserting, the might Tang Tion exhibits does not solely stem from his cultivation level, but from his profound comprehension of the Tao, the way of the sword, the way of thunder. Who knows how many paths he has mastered? Those who discerned the underlying truth nodded in agreement. This was the most terrifying aspect of Tang Tion. While insufficient cultivation could be remedied through diligent practice, the grasp of the Tao was not something achievable overnight. It relied heavily upon talent and opportunity. Let us wait and see. Yu Haomiao might not necessarily lose, someone suggested. Regrettably, the arena was shrouded in the Xian Lei formation, obscuring the scene within. Little did they know, had Yu Haomiao heard such words, he would have spat in disdain. Inside the invisible confines of the Black Lightning, Yu Haomiao was overwhelmed by the terrifying force, his lips turning pale and his face etched with fear. He sensed that even the slightest touch from that power would spell his doom. Trembling with dread, his legs quaked involuntarily. Since joining the Qingyue sect, this was his first encounter with a situation where he had no chance of retaliation. Finally, he could bear it no longer. Tang Tion, no, senior brother Tang. Yu Haomiao stammered. I was reckless. I should not have provoked you. Please, cease your divine power. He was compelled to plead, as the lightning was almost upon him, and any movement would surely ignite his flesh. Yet, despite his desperate cries, Tang Tion remained unresponsive. The black lightning inched closer, and Yu Haomiao could feel the prickling pain on his skin. In a panic, he shouted, Elder, Elder, I concede. This battle, I admit defeat. Please, make him stop. In a state of utter exhaustion, Yu Haomiao appeared to be a completely different person compared to when he first ascended the arena. Amidst his relentless cries, this time, there finally came a response. All the lightning glows abruptly vanished, leaving the arena serene and bright, as if the tumultuous events of moments ago were merely a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, Tang Tion remained composed, seated calmly while savoring a sip of tea, letting out a soft sigh that hinted at a tinge of disappointment. However, at that moment, Yu Haomiao could no longer afford to consider Tang Tion. He had finally breathed in the safety of the air, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The elder outside approached at an opportune moment, gazing at the frightened Yu Haomiao with a shake of his head and a sigh. Casting a glance back at Tang Tion, he could not help but remark, such a rare opportunity, and you chose to abandon it so easily. Did you not realize that those lightning glows harbored the very essence of the Thunder Path? It was Tang Tion's intention for you to comprehend this. The elder shook his head in disappointment, embodying the sentiment of a mentor frustrated by an unyielding student. Yu Haomiao was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Tang Tion, recollecting the ominous lightning glows. Despite their terrifying appearance, there seemed to exist a profound order to their operation. Regrettably, he had been engulfed in fear at that moment, unable to calm his mind to grasp the intricacies within. Enough, elder, please announce the result, Tang Tion interjected. Opportunities like these, when presented yet squandered, can hardly be blamed on anyone. Tang Tion wins. As the elder declared the outcome of the battle, Yu Haomiao lowered his head, as though drained of all strength, and hurriedly exited the arena. The observing disciples were left in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired under the shroud of the Xianlei Grand Array. How had Yu Haomiao been defeated? Why had he exhibited such behavior? He appeared to have sustained no significant injuries. I have witnessed such a condition before. Suddenly, one disciple shouted, capturing the attention of many. With anticipation in the air, he solemnly stated, previously, when a friend of mine lost the object of his affection after 10 years of secret admiration, he reacted in precisely this manner. Indeed, this is heartbreak, a state of utter despair. Upon uttering this, he was met with a barrage of disdainful glances. What utter nonsense! Fabricating friendships out of thin air, aren't you speaking of yourself? The crowd retorted. Yet, none could fathom the true reason behind Yu Haomiao's transformation. Nevertheless, those observing from the high platform discerned the underlying truth. The expressions of several peak leaders and senior figures varied, as Tang Tion's actions clearly surpassed all their expectations. Subsequently, they summoned some of their trusted confidants, whispering amongst themselves. Moments later, a young boy leaped onto the arena. The young man exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his presence commanding the attention of the audience, who gasped in awe. A nascent soul stage. However, he appeared somewhat unfamiliar. It dawned on me that he was a disciple from East Peak, who had ascended to the inner sect last year during the disciples' assessment, effortlessly overpowering the competition. Subsequently, it seemed he had been taken away by a significant figure for clandestine cultivation. Truly, could this be the rise of a genuine prodigy? One could only wonder if he could stand against Tang Tion. At the very least, he should rise from his seat. The other disciples brimmed with anticipation. Before the eager gazes of the crowd, the young man approached Tang Tion, slowly raising his hands. He then bowed deeply. Brother. The disciples exchanged perplexed glances. What was this peculiar situation? Addressing him as brother right off the bat? Yet, Tang Tion seemed unfazed, offering a gentle smile. I believe we have met before. You also visited the dragon transformation pool, did you not? The young man nodded in affirmation. Thanks to you. That journey proved immensely beneficial. Express gratitude to my brother. Tang Tion felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, bemused by the repetition of this phrase. Then why do you challenge me? He inquired. The young man let out a wry chuckle, replying, it was not my intention. However, my master has issued a command. He gestured toward the high platform, and Tang Tion immediately understood. This group wished to hone their skills through him, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for opportunity. Having only attended 2 classes, they already sought to elevate him to a formal position. Tang Tion shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, as fellow disciples, it was only fitting to assist when the opportunity arose. Very well, then step forth, Tang Tion said. Chapter 86. My brothers, the battle commenced with remarkable swiftness. This time, the disciples observing the match were finally able to witness the unfolding of combat. Although the clash between the two was still dazzling, they could at least grasp some aspects of it. Moreover, this encounter was the most intense and captivating since the challenge began. The youth was undeniably formidable, employing an array of intricate techniques that transformed the arena into his personal showcase, eliciting exclamations of awe from the audience. Meanwhile, Tang Tion remained seated, exuding an air of nonchalance. No matter how fervently the young warrior fought, Tang Tion effortlessly countered his efforts, never once compelled to rise from his chair. After an intense exchange, Tang Tion pointed his finger, instantly sending the youth hurtling through the air. He landed several paces back, his complexion pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he stood for a moment, striving to steady his breath. Subsequently, the youth solemnly bowed to Tang Tion, conceding defeat. Thank you immensely. At last, he refrained from uttering that previous phrase. Tang Tion nodded. This young man not only surpassed Hao Miao in strength, but also exhibited remarkable comprehension, having gleaned much from their recent encounter. It was no wonder he had been selected to train in the dragon transformation pool. With the elder's announcement, Tang Tion secured his 3rd victory. Almost immediately, a strikingly beautiful woman ascended the stage. Bai Qingling. Last year, she had entered the inner sect with exceptional results, her methods sharp and her strength unfathomable. The crowd recognized her, but seemed to have lost hope that she could defeat Tang Tion. After 3 diverse battles, he appeared truly invincible. Bai Qingling stood on the platform and spoke softly. I previously believed that honorary disciples merely spoke grandly to attract attention. It seems I was narrow-minded. Tang Tion replied. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless exceptional individuals. One must never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Even I do not consider myself truly invincible at my current level. The world is vast, filled with extraordinary talents. Without the right mindset, one may inevitably face dire consequences. Indeed, Bai Qingling acknowledged. You have enlightened me on this matter, senior brother Tang. However, I still wish to engage in battle with you, to ascertain how far I fall short. Tang Tion nodded. Very well, let us begin. Thus, the battle commenced. Bai Qingling truly lived up to her reputation as a prodigy. Her techniques remarkably fierce, the aura of slaughter permeating the arena. Although her cultivation methods were somewhat singular, her understanding of the path of killing had reached an exceptionally high level. Even the audience below could sense the suffocating rhythm of her assault. It was difficult to predict the outcome had she been pitted against the previous youth. Unfortunately, her opponent was Tang Tion. They were ultimately beings of different dimensions. After deflecting all of Bai Qingling's attacks, Tang Tion flicked a tea leaf with his fingers, instantly nullifying all her lethal moves. A mark of blood appeared on her fair forearm. Bai Qingling took a deep breath and clasped her hands in submission. Thank you, senior brother. She turned and flew off the arena. Alas, she truly lost. Someone sighed. Wasn't this to be expected? At least Tang Tion had to use a weapon. Is your mind all right? Do you really consider a tea leaf a weapon? If you have the ability, try spitting out a tea leaf and see if it can harm anyone. Damn, you actually did it. You're going to regret this. A minor uproar erupted in the stands, but was swiftly quelled by the elders. The challenges on the arena continued. Following Bai Qingling, the main peaks Hujingwei, the west peaks Zhao He, and several elite disciples who typically kept a low profile ascended the stage one after another. Unfortunately, despite unleashing their full power and employing all their tactics, none could compel Tang Tion to rise from his seat. This included Mu Qianqian, the prideful girl from the 6th peak, whom Qi Yuan had specifically instructed to challenge him. In accordance with Qi Yuan's words, Tang Tion intensified his efforts and mercilessly overwhelmed her. This particular battle revealed to the spectators just how fearsome Tang Tion could be when he was earnest. There was truly no means of defense. From the moment she stepped onto the stage until the end, she never had the slightest chance to counterattack, enduring a thorough thrashing throughout. Moreover, the girl was as stubborn as a dead bird trapped behind a wall, refusing to concede no matter what. Ultimately, Tang Tion had no choice but to send her flying with a single palm strike. Just wait, I will reclaim my honor. Look, still so defiant. Tang Tion shook his head, ignoring her, and continued to instruct the other prodigies. Observing the scene from the high platform, Qi Yuan scoffed. You are all using my brother to hone your skills. Isn't that a bit underhanded? The Grand Elder glanced at him and replied, I will duly note Tang Tion's achievements. Qi Yuan disdainfully retorted, achievements? My brother is wealthy beyond measure. Even his urine is worth a pile of innate Dao jade. What does he need your trifling achievements for? Why is it that some people, as they age, become increasingly eager for handouts? Qi Yuan